more sad, destructive, small, small, sad, and stupid world that's even worse than the flat Earth, people are going to cling to some sort of hope rather than no hope whatsoever. Einstein so elegantly said that World War III will be fought with weapons he can't imagine. World War IV we fought with sticks and stones. People are like, wow, that's a really bleak outlook. What would change that? What would stop that from happening?
Bring me the drive.
Would stop that from happening?
Yeah.
Probably if we there's multiple ways we can do it. We can breed out aggression out of people. Like we could.
Well, something really easy.
Something
How about like a different worldview? Like, say, if you saw the Earth from space, would that maybe do it?
No, because then people could go against that belief, and then that would also cause an issue. The best way would probably be to just, I don't know. There's not really much they could do, but people that are high-ranking officials often want wars because they get more money.
Yeah, what about a giant leap forward for humanity? Would that do it?
Yeah, like a rapid progression where people
like one
aren't
small
tribalistic.
step for a man, but a giant leap forward for humanity, all of humanity. Do you think that would do it?
I would think just any big step in general where there's a lot less aggression in the world.
So here's what Carl Sagan said. For me, the most ironic token of that moment in human history is a plaque signed by Richard M. Nixon that reads that Apollo 11 took to the moon. It reads, "We come in peace for all mankind." As the United States dropped 7.5 megatons of conventional explosives on small nations in Southeast Asia, we congratulate ourselves on our humanity. We would harm no one on a lifeless rock. So this giant leap forward, according to Sagan, was probably the most ironic token of all of human history. See, Einstein didn't perceive this would happen. He died before a lot of the space stuff came to fruition. So he didn't predict that, hey, you could land on the moon and get an overview effect, a giant leap forward for humanity, and change the direction from this World War III, World War IV paradigm. He just figured it wasn't going to change. Nothing was going to change around here. And once people started using science for weapons, that was it.
It doesn't really impact if there's going to be a war happening.
No, it does, because it shows that it wasn't ironic. This was par for the course. It wasn't going to change nothing. Here's Carl Sagan again. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatical, ethnic, or religious or national chauvinism are little difficult to maintain when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an unscrupulous point of light against a bastion and citadel stars. He tells you it's hard to maintain this level of national, like warfare. Like you got to attack the other, the alien.
He's also telling you something from a perspective he's never been to.
Yeah, his imagination. He's saying in his view of space, if you look at space and you see the Earth from space, it should mean something. It's got value to send people out into space.
It's what the point I was bringing out earlier. In this flat Earth, in my mind, this is how stuff works. World peace, compasses should work this way. The sun should be doing this. The moon should be doing that. This is what Carl Sagan was doing right here. Look, perfect example.
These two things are
The solar
analogous, so
eclipse would do this. The compass would do that.
those aren't analogous just because somebody said that if you view something from space, you don't see barriers and stuff. Like, that has nothing to do with what I was saying.
Yeah, because you've added barriers. That's a problem. The experts, Carl Sagan, said there are no barriers between you and the other people. Zero. They're not possible. It's impossible to maintain a level of separation between you and the other people when you view Earth and space. You can't do it. It doesn't matter how hard you try. So you obviously are the person would be full rejection of the globe from space if they've got all these boundaries they put up and added more. This whole compass thing you're on about. You added another boundary. You leveled it up. You're even more tribalistic, caveman, psychopathic, blow the person up. Like Einstein was worried that people in government, politicians in government, will not stop an arms race and it will end with the destruction of humanity. Man, if you had the button, you would say, oh, that person thinks a compass? Bang!
You're saying
the globe just isn't worthy to believe in. That's why people don't believe in it.
How exactly is it not worthy?
Because the globe, it's by definition nonsense. Complete, utter nonsense.
How is it complete other nonsense?
Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Here's Carl Sagan, pale blue dot. This is what he said. He took a picture from Voyager. It turned around and snapped a little snap from Voyager. He tells you this is what it means. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know.
How does that mean anything?
Okay, if it doesn't mean anything to you, I'm okay with that. So these are experts in the globe Earth that you say are irrelevant, meaningless. Their poetry, their explanations, their way to try to scientifically communicate these ideas to people are meaningless. No problem. I fully agree with you.
Yes. That's just some guy. He's not even providing like evidence or anything. He's just saying some like poetry, like you said.
Just some guy, yeah. That's all it was. Just some random dude off the street. They asked him, "Hey, what does this photo mean to you?"
No, he's not a random guy. That's what I'm saying. What's the point of what you're trying to say?
Yeah, virtually, if you're going to deny the experts, then why would flat earthers? You said that it takes a reason. Why do you distrust Carl Sagan? Because he's just some guy. You just throw it in like he's just some dude.
I don't distrust him.
Okay, why is what he said wrong?
Not necessarily.
Not exactly wrong. It's just he's trying to just make a message. It's just poetry. It's not anything to.
Yeah, poetry. Yeah, you're right. It's straight up poetry.
Yes.
of
Yeah, complete
astrophysics,
nonsense.
astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, astrobiology. He broke it all down into a very poetic way about what it should mean. An emotional reaction, a sociological reaction.
Yeah, pretty
And you
much.
tell it's just complete. Yeah, he's full of shit. No problem.
No, he didn't say that though. He
I
didn't say
never
Yeah, he
said
did.
that. How
He's
did I
just
say
some
that?
guy. Just.
I just said he's just some guy doing poetry. How does that have anything to do with the debate that we're talking about?
Yeah, because if you're willing, you said the same thing earlier that some hillbilly or whatever is going to not trust a scientist. They should have a reason, but you don't trust him, and you didn't really give a reason.
He didn't say you didn't
I
trust him,
don't
bro.
mistrust him. I'm just saying that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, everything to do. If you see the Earth from space, photos from space, what does it mean? Nothing. It's a completely vacuous idea. So right there, we can throw out photos from space. So a lot of these globe Earth proofs, these proofs of the globe, because unless you've got your own interpretation of what it would mean, then would you present when ready?
I would say the pictures alone on themselves are not proof at all why the Earth is sphere. A lot of flat earthers, I realize, like to steal man, like random things that have nothing
I'm trying to
do
figure
with
out what
environment.
you mean when you say the Earth is a globe, because it's not what the experts say. Actually, far outside of kind of like normal functionality of what the experts are talking about. You're very wildly like your personal dome or whatever peripheral of Earth and what Earth is very unique. And then when trying to find out like what you're on about, it's very difficult because you won't even say it. You won't spit the words out. Okay, so the Earth is a globe. What does that mean?
It means that it's round. It's a sphere.
Round? Do you mean like a frisbee?
Not like a frisbee, like a
Like a
ball,
flat
like a
table?
basketball.
Like a flat? You mean round like a flat round table?
That's right,
Yeah,
round like a
wait,
round.
Mage,
Oh
hold up,
no no no
hold
no.
up.
Yes.
We have someone new to the topic. Sounds like we can continue. Go ahead, Creed. Maish, if you have a question, you can bring it. Just allow Creed to finish his point. Go ahead.
Yeah, you also got to turn your camera off because it limits the room to 25.
Oh, the webcam, Maish. The webcam will
Yeah.
limit the room
Yeah, turn your cam off.
because you will be
Okay.
disconnected though.
Your cam off, or I'm just going to disconnect you. Okay. Goofball. Oh, KO. So tell
Yes.
me what do you think it means? The Earth is you've seen the Earth from space, or you haven't. You've seen a photograph, right?
Yes.
Now articulate, what does that mean?
Photograph itself is not evidence. The Earth is a
Okay.
globe.
So it doesn't. It's kind of just a curiosity, if you will.
Yeah, it can pique curiosity, those images, and could, in conjunction with other things, prove it doesn't prove anything itself, but given evidence we've had before, it makes sense.
What would prove the Earth is a globe? And then what happens next?
Multiple things, like the compass prove that the Earth comes back onto itself. The different poles prove the radius of the Earth, and those in conjunction, just those two examples alone, prove the Earth is a sphere.
And then what
Also-
happens?
Doesn't mean it need to mean something. Like, it doesn't need to be something. Like, just says like 2 + 2 = 4. Like, it's just two values together equals 4. It doesn't have to have like a meaning on top of itself. It doesn't need to have double meaning. It means it's a globe. In the same way 2 + 2 = 4 means it's 4.
So it's vacuous then. Wouldn't 2 + 2 also be 4 on the flat Earth?
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with anything.
So on the flat Earth, you can explain why nothing changes around here. It can't. It can't change.
What do you mean?
Even a giant
What can't
leap
change?
forward won't change it.
What are you talking about exactly? You're being ambiguous.
Yeah. Who was the guy who said that something's going to happen? He predicted something.
You're talking about Albert Einstein? When
Yeah, there we go. So Einstein said, what will happen?
Said there could be we're going to fight a war with super advanced weapons they can't conceive, and then we're going to be fighting with 6 after that.
Yeah, so he told Truman that if you use this, if you do this, what will happen next?
I do not know what Albert Einstein told Truman.
That he doesn't know what type of weapons World War III we fought with. If you do this, if you end World War II with a nuclear bomb, it will start an arms race. The bigger, more destructive weapons. Global politics will take a sidestep. It'll always be about who's got the bomb and who can enforce their will on other people with threats of the bomb. And then he said, World War III will start. And what will happen?
And then the weapons would be super advanced, and would send us after that would send us like to the caveman
Back to
ages.
Stone Age, yeah. So what do you think is going to happen? That or not that?
It's super hard to predict what exactly will happen. I don't think we're going to go back to the Stone Age. I think there's going to be areas that are very advanced and maybe less advanced, and then eventually everybody will be advanced. I don't think it's going to be as extreme and polarizing as Albert Einstein's view. We're not going to be like, everybody's not going to just randomly go back to the Stone Age. Not randomly, but after a big war, there's going to be areas where it's not Stone Age. Same, it's going to be where it's already happening like right now. Like after wars happen in some areas, like after we went to like Africa, like some areas are living in like tribes, but it's like not the whole world is not that way. It's some smaller areas.
So it's going to become like Stone Age, but not everywhere. Some places will survive.
Yes.
Okay, so he's wrong about that then.
Yes. My opinion.
He's also like wrong too, because wouldn't a giant leap forward also change the direction?
It could not. It depends.
So if you've got an event that's so powerful, they call it an actual renaissance, a new age for humanity. That's going to be so powerful, everyone's going to put their disagreements aside, come together for one unifying goal. Would that stop this perpetual march to mutually assured destruction.
That'd be very hard to do, but like if everybody does come, yeah, of course, if everybody comes in agreement on something, and if everybody comes to peace, then yeah, of course, it would make peace if everybody comes to peace.
Okay, I want you to watch a 7-minute video, if you would. Hopefully, this kind of drives the point home.
I watched it on 2 times speed. What about? So what? What are you? Do you want to talk about the video about?
What's your takeaway?
My takeaway is it's a comedic hyperbole of what happened.
Well, okay,
What
you just
wouldn't
got
happen, but
the comedy part was that dying is easy. Comedy is hard. That humanity was a joke all the way to the end. It was the best part. It was a fun and amusing day. That this species that they advanced, that they, like you said, like bred out or bred in, they purposely designed to speed up evolution to create biological weapons of war to span the galaxy. And something went horribly wrong at some point.
mm-hmm.
And they waited and they waited. They're hoping that something will happen. They're like, okay, it's kind of, we don't want to start over, right? Because the experiment is, it takes a lot of time. It takes 1,000,000 years or whatever, or maybe less than that. To speed up evolution. So they decided that it's over. Okay. So what did the humans want to do to fix it?
Try to do world peace.
World peace, right? Because in their mind, they envisioned what space would mean. A super, like a being so advanced in technology, they thought for sure they would be enlightened individuals, violent, warfare, these words wouldn't even exist anymore. Like the alien came down and said, "You guys are so barbaric, so awful to each other that I don't see anything we can salvage on this world." Because they weren't listening. Would they want to salvage some of the other animals? Like they'd save something, right? Like some sort of biological, creatures came about. Like some sort of uniqueness must have happened. But they're going to destroy all life. So the people thought the aliens want peace in the galaxy. And he's like, "You misunderstood me. We breed warriors to fight in our various battles across the cosmos." He goes, "Sure, your weapons are crude. Your fighting is wholly inaccurate. It's backwards. People don't know this, but the main objective of modern warfare isn't to kill the other side. It's to wound as many people as possible. All the military weapons are designed to wound people. Not killing happens, from a side effect. But generally all the weapons used by soldiers, full metal jackets, are meant to sail right through the human body, create a wound channel, make them so they can't, basically to bog down the other country's ability to care for the wounded. Because if a soldier's killed on the battlefield, the other side just keeps marching forward. If they're wounded, now it takes a lot of people to care for that person's injuries. So the alien says your idea of warfare is to not win. Like, who does that? Like, who does that sort of idea where you're in a conflict and you're trying not to win it? You're just trying to punish the other side until they give up.
Well, they're trying to win it by psychological warfare and taking up their resources.
So look how barbaric. And my take is, people pretend like the Vikings or these other middle ages was extremely barbaric, like warfare back then. Extreme, hardly. Like 100, 200 people took to a field, they slugged it out for a couple hours, and one side gave up, and that was the end of it. That was the end of the story. And then they reorganized their political structure. Here and now, inside the space age, after a giant leap forward for all mankind, you've got endless perpetual warfare without any way of resolving it. Does that match?
Doesn't have anything to do with space. People didn't know about space. The same exact thing would happen. Just has to do with the progression of society. We're all so interconnected, and there's so many people that exist. It's just bound to happen.
So then you think about what would change it, because a giant leap forward didn't change it. So you said breathing violence and aggression out, like some sort of genetics program. They used to call, what they called that? That science has been debunked. They used to call that anti-miscegenation. It used to be a law that certain criminal people they would sterilize people who were convicted of crimes and stuff. I don't know if you know about this, but there were laws on the books until like eventually a guy called Loving versus North Carolina. I think it was North Carolina. Loving versus somebody. Let me see. Virginia. Loving versus Virginia.
What are you trying to say about it?
This idea that you're going to breed out certain negative traits.
I think it can happen naturally too. Same way intelligence is increased over time. Same way a lot of other traits have changed over time.
Hello.
Yep.
So I'm seeing a lot of muted people here. Are we
All right.
talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah. Are you
Why aren't you
open?
muted?
Are you open
Flat-
to discuss it?
Yeah, Flat Earth AMA, or you can make a claim to debate. Those are generally your two choices.
Okay. Are you open to debate it?
Yeah, make a claim.
Okay. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, that would be an AMA. That would be Ask Me Anything.
Yeah, but you said I could.
Yeah, do you have a claim that you want to debate, or you just want to ask me anything?
Yeah, okay. So my claim is I think that the Earth is not flat.
Oofta.
That is what I want to debate.
Okay.
Do you want to debate it?
No, that's pretty wild, dude.
Do you want to debate it?
That the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I mean that is the point of the channel.
Yeah, it would be to make a claim to debate.
Okay.
So your claim is the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so my claim is why do you think that the Earth shadow on the moon is round?
Oofta. So now round. Can something be round and flat?
Okay, so in lunar eclipses, the Earth shadow is round. Why do you think that is?
Why do
Yeah,
you think that's Earth's shadow?
Because it is. If it's not, what is it?
Well, it's your claim. You said it's Earth's shadow, so how do you know? What's the
No.
evidence for that?
It's not my claim. The thing is that sometimes the moon gets shadowed by something. What is it then? Like in lunar eclipses. What is it? Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to parse out why you think a question is also debating.
I mean, I'm just asking.
So
When
which one? Okay, you step.
Okay.
There's two doors you can walk through. Door number A, flat Earth. Ask me anything. Okay. Door B, make a claim to debate.
Okay, I'm
It
working
seems like
through.
you want to do flat Earth. Ask me anything debate. It's
I
two
want to go
separate
through.
doors.
I
It's
want to
or.
through. I want to
Okay,
go through
it's an or.
through
Okay,
the
it's not
A.
and. It's not and or. It's or. So I'm kind of confused if someone's going to brain fart the word or. I'm not really sure
Okay,
how we can unpack that.
I want to go through the door A. I want to ask you anything. Is that okay?
Yeah, it
Okay.
says right there, flat Earth. Ask me anything.
Okay, ask me
Or
anything. No, I'm going to through door A. I want to ask you anything. Is that
okay,
okay?
yeah,
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
it's observably flat, measurably flat, and practically is flat.
Okay, so I want to go through door A again. Why do you think that the Earth is measurably flat?
Do you skip over observations?
That is not an answer.
Yeah, it is an answer because I said three
No,
things: A, B, and C. Observably, measurably, practical use. So the first one is observation. Did you skip over that?
Okay,
Or
okay. What
is the Earth
observations?
observably?
Okay, I'm just going to go through door A again. What
Okay.
observations gave you the fact that Earth is flat? What observations Agree with that.
So here, look in the side chat there. Here's different observations.
I'm just asking you. I don't
I'm
want
putting
to.
them. I'm putting them in there. Look at. Take a look.
Okay. What are the? Another asked you anything. What are the historical signs that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Historical signs?
Yeah,
I'm not following.
because if you are saying that the Earth is flat, you got that from somewhere.
From
Yeah, from
observation outside.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, from the observation outside we get that.
Okay. So, do you know? I'm asking you then. Do you know that when you look at the horizon, for example, when you look at a ship, you see first the top of the ship, and then you see.
Yeah, because the
That was
candle.
me. Hold on. That was me. I muted him.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You were asking questions. Now you're telling us the answer. I don't think that's how the way this is gonna work. Now we're gonna need, since you're giving us answers. Did he leave? Okay. Oh well. Listen, if he comes back again, if he does return, he's just started to give us an answer. I want him to present how he knows that the Earth is a globe. That's the first thing when that guy comes back. I'm gonna be monitoring. So as soon as he comes back, that's the thing he's got to do. Present his evidence for the Earth being a globe. I'll be listening, so.
Yeah, that's really the way to do it. If they're asking questions, they should not have an answer.
No, he was asking questions, but he was giving an answer, old dude. That's his issue. I don't know if old dude's up to speed with what this guy was doing. So he wasn't just asking a question, he was giving Sasha an answer as to why it's that way. So he's already saying that the Earth is a globe. If you would have heard him, you would have understood why I did that.
Yeah,
It sucks that my team doesn't like. I just want my team to know why I do things. I don't do things out of just spite or just because I don't want him to ask. You guys do know what I do in here, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. I'm tracking.
Yeah, when he was asking a question, he followed up by giving the answer. That's not asking questions. So he left the chat as soon as he got muted. That's what happened. So when I muted him, so I could tell him that if he's going to presume to give us an answer for the question that he's asking for, that he's not asking a question. He just wants us to tell him what we say on our side so he can debate it on his side. And that's what Crit was saying. Do you want to do an AMA or do you want to do a debate? You can choose one or the other. He wanted to do both.
He was talking to Sasha Miggy.
What?
He was talking to Sasha, dude. It was his choice to leave, that's fair enough. But we're also here to explain about flat earth to people. And if they come in asking questions, they don't all need muted.
Then you weren't listening, old dude. He actually started to give Sasha the answer for the question he asked. He was presuming to tell him about the Earth being a globe. So if we're going to do that and just let people tell us about the Earth being a globe, then they need to tell us how they know the Earth is a globe.
Well,
That's the issue.
Miggy, I'm not the one with machine noise in the background. I'm listening very intently. Kindly don't be telling me what I'm listening to and what I'm not, my friend. Thank you.
It could be Migi also that he really wanted to know why ship going over the horizon. It could be, but I'm not sure.
yeah, I think
You know,
unfortunately, I want to be kind of careful with my words. But I know that actually, I'll put this as a question. What percentage of people who come in here and try to engage with you guys, like what percentage do you think is like good faith, like genuinely interested in kind of understanding, like learning more about the position? Like what percentage is kind of coming in to poke you guys with a stick?
10%.
5% want to learn.
10, okay, I will give it a little bit more.
That makes me really sad because I feel like it creates this negative feedback loop. Because I hear people, like, just to be completely honest, right? Like I hear people complaining that like they got muted in here, they feel like they were frustrated with like trying to engage. But when I hear them describe it, it usually the way I see it, I can very easily understand like why that would be the approach with moderation. Because unfortunately, like this occurred to me. It seems like you guys, and again, I'm like very near, but it seems like you guys are, I think I would describe it as like the topic that you guys are engaging with in here. For you guys, it's an active belief, right? Or it's an active idea or an active topic that you're engaging with. For a lot of like globers, it's not an active belief for them to like believe the Earth is a globe. They don't think about it. They don't engage it. Like it doesn't cross their mind. They don't question the belief. It's a very passive belief. So when they see people, talking about flat Earth or like the globe, to them, it's like a novelty. It's like, I feel like a lot of people come in wanting to poke you guys, like they want to go to the zoo, right? They want to poke you guys with a stick and see what happens. Like they're not coming in to really engage with it in a meaningful way. They've already dismissed it.
Mhm.
And I would imagine like if that's the majority of the people that come in here, I can totally understand how that must be like the most frustrating thing. Because again, you guys are actively engaging, and now people who are just passively, not engaging at all with their beliefs are coming in kind of in a derisive way. I would bet usually in a kind of like dismissive or shitty or like mocking way pretty frequently. And I feel like that sucks because I can tell you like one of the reasons that, I haven't come in here in the past is because I've kind of like, I recognize that like it's a pretty fraught environment because so many bad actors are like coming in to like deal with you guys. And it's like, you guys are already dealing with like so much of that energy. I feel like it can like take over a lot of the space, and like, it makes me sad. I feel like it's a shitty dynamic. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with it.
That's all right. Well, what happens is if people come in with like a different attitude and are willing to have a conversation, you'll see how the conversation changes.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying that like it leads you guys where I'm saying like I think people will come in with like, shitty intentions, poke you guys with a stick, end up getting muted, and then go out and complain that they got muted. And I feel like that in my mind is just like, if you can't recognize, that you're the one that's going in and like causing the problem, don't turn around and like complain about the consequences of your actions. Like that's what bothers me.
Here's a good example I think you might enjoy. So the people see that flat Earth is a popular topic on the server. they see that is like more than like the top next 3 channels combined, right? It's a
That's so
very
funny. Wait,
popular.
that's so funny you said that actually, because like, because I think I mentioned this before. The reason I came in here is because everybody, like, I've heard you guys mentioned like a ton of times today, and like 4 different people sent me this like ranking saying I didn't even know that the server like counted or like ranked the VCs. Like, but that's like something you got, like the fact you guys are like the second biggest room is crazy. Like that's absolutely
Second?
nuts.
Aren't we first?
Wait, hang on. I'll post the thing people were sending.
So what happens here is that there's other people who tried to start their own flat Earth room, and it failed to launch. Quite hysterically, because they're very worked up. They, in their worldview, like I've gone to some of the rooms. They'll invite you and say, "Hey, Crit, come to my room and talk about flat Earth," and you virtually get muted almost instantly. Then they laugh about it. Aha, we muted you. You know. So you're like, oh yeah, that's like the 1 day average. We go back and forth with the main channel.
I mean, I had no idea. It's like I mentioned before, like I usually just open my own VC downstairs. I don't really go up into the upper rooms. And like now it makes sense like a couple of times because I'll keep my room open for like I'll be on for like 100 hours sometimes with my narcolepsy. So now it's like I realize when people have been saying like, oh, you know, like your VC is like, I thought they were just saying that like, oh, your VC is in like my personal top 10 or something. That's
yeah,
too
look
funny.
at the 30-day.
Oh, I
We got
didn't even know where to. This is
16,000.
just what people have been. People were just. I got this like DM to me like 4 times today. I don't even know where to like look for it.
Type in the command S question mark top. So this is what the main shtick here is, that they'll say flat Earth is always dying. It's just a new toy that people. But we've been on the server now for almost a year, and we're still stay the top. So what they've done then is they think they get unfairly muted, unfairly moderated. So they make their own flat Earth channel. Then when they make their own flat Earth channel, and then they over moderate all the flat earthers, then there's no flat earthers in their flat Earth channel. Some of their channels don't even last
So
24
it's just
hours.
a bunch of globe people sitting in a circle complaining about the flat Earth. That's hysterical.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because they'll tell you that they could do it better than we can. They can hold a flat Earth conversation better than us because we're unfairly moderating, so it's not a good conversation. But their channels are even more unfair. Like we've got globalists in here who talk. There's some people we appreciate coming in here and talk.
I've heard them even in like even just today. I've heard them in here. I mean, the funny thing is like so in my VC, I try like I explicitly I have like a very conscientious approach to how I moderate. And I very explicitly tell people I like to take more of a hands-off approach. I like to give I operate under kind of like general 3 strikes rule before muting people. I really, really don't. It's
we
very rare.
We give warnings too.
Oh no, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying like I understand the difficulties and like the complexities that go with like successfully moderating, because it sounds like these other people just take the usual approach of like swinging with a cudgel, right?
Yeah, because like you could have like someone having a conversation with, say, a flat earther and a glober, yeah, and then 2 other people jump in and start screaming off questions. We say, "Can you guys just wait your turn, please?" Yeah, and then they start screaming and yelling, and you have to mute them so that the original conversation can go on. You know, and that's what they complain about. They go, "I was muted for asking questions." Yeah, you were asking questions in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, people are very, very bad at navigating. The other thing is that I wanted to ask is like one of the reasons that I haven't come in here before is like it always seems like the room is like very, very, very full of people. And you know, I don't want to like come in when there's like a lot of, you know, people are already talking, there's plenty of people engaged. Like you guys definitely, like you said, you know, you guys are very active. I feel like, do you guys get a lot of new people? Like, are the people that are always in here new? Do you guys get a lot of new people cycling through, or do you see
We get new, we get old, we get you know, people from
That's
5,
awesome.
6 years ago from our other server. We get, get all types.
That's the reason I come to politics, honestly, is because for all of like the all the shittery and like aggression, like all the complexities that come with it, there's always new people. I feel like there's always new dynamics. A lot of smaller servers, my experience, like communities will develop, which is good, but they come with a lot of social dynamics and like high school drama bullshit. And like, I don't
Yeah,
know, I want
that's
to
right.
avoid that.
Yeah. See some, I think kids that have grown up with the internet and with Discord think that they can just jump on and start yelling and demanding things from you, and I think the older demographic actually know how to have a conversation. Well, most, not all. They'll wait their turn. If someone's talking, they'll wait till they're finished and then add on to it. And, I don't think a lot of the younger generation can do that. They have to say what they want right then. Yeah.
Oh
Whether
yeah, I
someone's
mean, in my
talking or
VC
not.
all the time, like it's funny because like I've found that more effective, and especially with like younger people, if they're like being really disruptive and aggressive and just kind of like fucking up the conversation, if I just like yell at them and like come at them and get aggressive, it doesn't seem to work. It's like, it just rolls out the back. But if I take the approach of like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, like I want to have you in my space, but like, you're kind of letting me down and like you're behaving badly and that makes me sad. That actually seems to like hit harder a lot of the time. And I feel like I get a better response with that. But yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then we got to get a lot of Globers come in here and say this is a really well moderated room.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen good things in terms of that. But do people like make like formal complaints about moderation stuff with you guys?
Well, I don't know, but they started a petition to get rid of us.
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
That's extreme.
Yeah.
What was their argument? Like, just don't come in the room. Like, why would
I don't know, but what they'd do was they'd come in here and try to create a reaction where we would say something that could be deemed as against TOS.
That's so childish.
And then they'd record it and then send it to the moderators of politics, and we record. That's why we record everything.
Yeah.
So we can go back, listen to what happened, send it to the moderators, and then they go, "Oh, I see. Okay, that's what happened. All right."
And
This
that's what I was
person's
thinking
going
of
to get
before,
banned
right?
for 10 days or something, All right.
Yeah.
No worries.
It makes me sad that you guys have dealt with such shitty behavior that like you have to have that mentality of like protecting yourselves and like expecting, external attacks. Like that sucks.
Well, this
we're
is
used
why
to it, though. We've been doing it for years.
No,
and
that's what I'm saying. Is like,
what
I'm
we're
sorry
used to,
that that's like, that you have to deal with that consistently. And then that puts you in a position of having to even like consider that because it's mental and emotional labor that you guys have to expend.
Yeah, Fox, the reason why they do it is because they have a very subjective worldview. Their worldview isn't based on true and false. It's based on layers and layers of gray. So inside their worldview, they see flat earthers as a threat to humanity. Like sometimes you'll get them to say that they would have a flying car if it wasn't for flat earthers or something like that.
Where is the logic? What that argument?
Yeah,
Boy,
we're
I love
holding
to hear
back.
that one.
We're holding
But what
back
they do
science.
then is they figure anything they do against flat earthers is justified because they're defending science. And the ends will justify the means. If they can defeat flat earthers and save humanity, whatever they did along the way is completely justified.
Threat, in a sense, Grit, that will ruin all this beautiful world without, with full of peace and harmony and love. We will destroy that.
Yeah, I know, it's such a chaotic, destructive, hateful world. Even though as it's becoming more and more inclusive, you see it becoming more and more toxic.
I was saying if flat earthers come to world to lead the world, that it will be wars on the earth.
Well, it's the other, right? We are, you know, evolved social creatures. We exist and thrive in social groups, but we're primed to protect our own social groups and to fend off the threat of the other. And so any kind of social group dynamics where you have, especially something like this where it's like a binary or like there's two kind of clearly established opposing forces, it absolutely is going to evoke that, like, you know, instantaneous, like, aggressive response in people.
But
Which
we
is
are
quite.
not going. We are
Yeah,
not going.
hold on, Sasha. It's quite odd because on their globe, they have explanations on how to deal with disagreement. Baked in explanations.
Oh, sure. And also,
But
if
they
they're so
can't use
confident
it.
in their belief, they should be more than happy to have it challenged as much as anybody wants.
No,
That's
if you
the
don't
idea.
agree, you're just an idiot. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Or sometimes not just an idiot. You're not even human. It's
Yeah.
like
Don't
do you know
breed.
Geeks? Hey Fox, do you know Geeks? Have you heard that character?
Yeah, no, I know geeks.
Yeah, he will not say flat earthers are human. He'll say
What?
everything but. You're like, Geeks, are flat earthers human? He'd be like, they're on the internet. I'm like, okay, yeah, they're okay. Flat earthers are on the internet. Are they? Do you value their humanity? Do you recognize their humanity?
Well,
Yeah,
is he
they
actively
have an
saying that,
internet.
like, they're inhuman, or is he just, like, dodging,
Well,
saying,
a
like,
little bit of
things?
both. Yeah, he's pretty much said both,
Wow.
and he won't. You say yes or no, Geeks. Are flat earthers human?
Huh. That's really,
And
that's, I mean,
he won't
that's
answer.
That's surprising. I mean, he definitely, you know, kind of engages pretty actively from his own perspective. But like, well, has he been in here a lot? Like, is he one of the people that?
He's one of the guys who cracked and wanted the channel shut down.
Oh.
There's 3 of them now. Well, actually, kind of 4. So Zeros, Jupiter, Not Fox, and Geeks are kind of like the 4 horsemen who tried to destroy Flat Earth on this server.
What if they did? So they did the petition, like.
Yeah, 2 of them did a petition. One of them during the town hall just had a full hour-long freak out about why there's a Flat Earth channel. And Geeks has done some of these really cringe, like clipping things out of context, you know, type of social war, you know, online social warfare.
That's really interesting because, like, I'm surprised by that because he comes into my VC, you know, occasionally, and he's mentioned, or like, you know, the topic of like flat earth has come up, not for any like particular reason, like not brought up by him. And he's always kind of, you know, the brief mentions he's made, you know, he kind of made it sound like he had a positive experience in here. Like I didn't think anything of it. That's really interesting. So you think he would advocate for like getting rid of the channel?
Yeah, I think in the last couple of days he's come around a little bit because he had this idea that once the AFK channel was added, it was going to clear this out. He said most of the people here are just like just us with stock accounts filling the channel up.
Okay, wait. This makes so much sense. Okay, so this is what people were talking about today, and that's what they were talking about when they sent me the image that I posted, right? Because they were saying that the reason that you guys were number 2 was because the AFK had been implemented, and that's why it was going to like lower the rings. I know nothing about any of this, so if I'm like misrepresenting it, it's like absolutely not intentional. I'm just like repeating what I've kind of taken away from it. But that's so oh my god, that's the drama in here, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the thing too,
we don't care about sock accounts. We don't bother. We're not going to bother with sock accounts. Who cares?
Yeah,
whether we're number 1, 2, or whatever. We're there just to get our information that we know out. We don't care what number we are.
Yeah, that's silly. Like, what is it? Like, what is the ranking? And like,
it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it's pointless to us what number we are. We don't give a shit.
So thinking about like what you just said about wanting to get Mr. Arthur, because that was going to be my next question. Because like this is a debate server, and obviously like you know, like you were saying, people are coming in kind of with aggressive, challenging intentions. So like, I'm curious, is your guys' main goal when you're engaging to like, kind of, engage and like win in like a debate sense, or are you guys
to
more
point
interested
out
in
that
like
they don't
helping
actually know
people
what they're
learn the
talking
main
about.
points?
Yeah, it's to point out that their belief in the globe is not backed by evidence. And
It's
where
not a
their
belief.
belief.
It is science based, and
But
yes,
to
it
do
is.
that, you
You're
could
incorrect.
either
Here we
do
go.
that.
Here we go. There you go. Oh, okay, present your science that the Earth is a globe.
So I'm on my phone right now, but NASA pictures, ESA
Oh, there you
pictures,
go.
Wait.
Cosmos,
Okay,
Blue
so if you have
Origin,
a
SpaceX.
picture that shows a curved surface and you have a picture that shows a flat one, how do you know which one is correct?
Show me a space photo that's alleged
I'm not
from
talking
a
about
public channel
space.
that shows a flat Earth. We can address that.
Show me a picture of a full globe taken in one shot.
You don't need the full thing to see curvature.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So if you see a
No, that's not what
picture
you're saying.
that's a flat surface or one that's curved, which one is correct? Because they're both out there.
They can't both happen, right? Assuming that the continuum is constant,
Exactly.
right? And
So what could you do to make sure that which one is correct? What would you do? Would you go and work out what the surface is doing, or are you just going to keep looking at a flat one and then a curved one and going, well, which one's right? Would you go back down and measure the place that you're on to see if it's curving? Would that be your best option?
no.
No. Okay. See what happens?
Yeah, you spurred out. I didn't take your bait.
I spurred out.
Well,
I didn't spurg
Yeah.
out, dude.
See, this is
This
Fox,
is why
where I
room
call it.
is dwelling. Listen,
See, Fox, right there. This is where I would call that a disqualification. I tell people as long as they're on topic, they can talk as long as they want.
I
As
see, and
soon-
because people will quickly veer into like not attacking the ideas or engaging with the ideas, but attacking the kind of like you guys on like a more personal level, or like the kind of movement on a more yeah. No, I can totally see, because that's
Perfect
probably what it
example,
devolves to
but
pretty quickly.
this is just the start of it. So he's
Yeah.
just starting to do this, yeah. So we'll
So
see
AT,
where
if
this
I can
goes.
ask him a question, because I'm genuinely
Go
curious,
ahead.
like AT, like in a very genuine way, and I'm not like, I don't know, I feel like I want to make it clear that I'm very like new here to hang out. But I'm curious, like what your main goal, or like what your desired outcome would be coming in here. Like, what are you kind of hoping to achieve engaging in here?
oh, I'm unmuted now. Great. I'm hoping to achieve that at least some people will question the narrative that's being put forward, because I very much disagree with the prerogative that the globe narrative is wrong, that it's indoctrination, that people don't know anything, because that's what the guy was saying before, right? And so
Yes, I
my
was.
intention is just to highlight that that guy is wrong. You shouldn't listen to
Okay,
him.
cool.
No, I understand that. I
Right.
definitely understand that. And like you articulated that pretty succinctly, which I appreciate. So
yeah,
if
he
that's
lied to
your
you.
goal,
He said flat Earth is TOS violation, and it needs to be kicked off the server.
oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah,
Well, hang on. If I was going to be the most charitable, and like, granted, maybe it's not determined, but in my mind, I could frame the idea like of what he just said, right? Like, he thinks that he's really concerned about the narrative that's being put forth. He believes that it's like, from his perspective, it's really wrong, and he disagrees with it kind of like fundamentally. And so if he sees it as like as a threat, I don't think that like what he just said, maybe it's not like offering the complete picture, like the kind of extremity of his belief, but I feel like it's not being completely disingenuous, if that makes sense. But again, I'm trying to be like as charitable as possible.
See, what they did here is that he wants to disagree. He says flat Earth isn't flat Earth. What it actually is anti-globe. An anti-globe is a very dangerous idea. It's harmful misinformation. It's pushing a narrative that he's concerned about. He's a Karen, in other words. And I would say explain that on the globe. That's all I would need is like on the globe, they told you, boom, it means something. It means you're all interconnected. You all live on planet Earth together. There's explanations on how to deal with disagreement. There's all these things he can use, but he's upset. He needs to talk to the manager. And he doesn't even know what flat earthers are presenting to begin with. He wouldn't be able to steel man the position. But yet he disagrees with it. He's got a lack of understanding
Oh, okay.
and full disagreement at the same time. Because he's
So-
invented, he waved a magic wand and determined flat earth is something other than what it actually is.
So
And then
yeah,
he wants
no,
to fight against that.
But obviously he has a kind of extreme or like negative aggressive view. Like absolutely, like it sounds like if we just kind of like grant that and put it aside. So my question is, if you guys, I'm not sure if that, I don't want to like put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you guys see that some people or like most people or whatever you think, most people are kind of fed from, you know, an early age, this one narrative about the globe, that it is kind of indoctrination from an early age, that they are only presented with one option, that they're repeatedly told that anything different is like crazy nonsense. They're told that it's a threat, right? They're told that it's a threat to the stability of like the current model, like the current understanding of things, right? So given that that's the case, that like people are being actively fed and encouraged to believe this narrative, wouldn't you expect people to have that aggressively negative perspective? Like, wouldn't that be kind of like, and wouldn't you say like, okay, of course they're going to have that, and like they're probably going to act shitty, but like, you know, it's a consequence of the current model. It's the thing you guys are fighting against. Like, this is the outcome, right? It leads to this kind of like aggressive shittiness of perspective and unwillingness to kind of engage in a more open, like considered, thoughtful way. I don't know if any of that made sense. I'll stop rambling. Sorry.
No, because I know what exactly you're talking about. Because a lot of these guys are also counterculture atheists. In atheist logic, is easy to explain flat Earth, but yet somehow what they've done is they've accepted the model presented by state sponsors of religion and rejected the state sponsor religion, and then told us that we're the religious extremists. It's actually not the NASA. They're not the religious extremists, even though there's never been anyone other than a heterosexual Christian that's been an astronaut. There's one guy they say was also kind of quasi-Buddhist or something like that, but other than this one guy who was like raised in like a Buddhist Christian family, like a Chinese immigrant, they've all been heterosexual
Right, but
Christians.
the difficulty that I have with that is like I could make the same argument and like point to like US presidents, right? And be like, well, it's all men. But it's
Yep.
like, yeah, for the majority of that though, like women were barred from holding the office, right? So we know that for like, I don't know what time frame, but if we're looking at it, it's like, of course I'm going to expect it to be like skewed. I would hope that there'd be more diversity. Like that is like an extreme case, right? But I think at least some of that I would look at and go like, okay, of course, that's just kind of like par for the course of the times, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. Like in a modern context, we would absolutely want to advocate for like more diversity of perspective and thought.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they'll tell you what flat Earth is. They'll say flat Earth is an extreme religious position.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to fight against.
Because that's what they're told, right? That's kind of my point here. Is right. Like I thought, maybe I'm incorrect, right? But my understanding was that like part of the reason that you know, you guys think that it's important to push back against the globe models because it so aggressively asserts that any kind of critical thought is a threat, that it presents it to people as, you know, this malicious, evil thing that like needs to be like fought against aggressively. It shapes this perspective of theirs, and it primes them so that they can't engage effectively with you guys. And like, unfortunately, it means that you guys have to do a lot more emotional and mental labor because you're facing an uphill battle. You're facing people who are primed to dismiss your ideas.
Yeah, not just primed, but they're not really able to evaluate their own worldview.
True, they're
So
not equipped with like that metacognitive toolkit.
Yeah, it's a double entendre there. It's not only they think they're diving into the flat Earth worldview and adjudicating it as harmful misinformation because it's religious and religions are problems. Then they fail to identify that there's a Bible on the moon. The Apollo 8 astronauts read from the
Well,
Bible, gave the glory to God. The current
wait,
director of
but
NASA,
that's
well,
hang
almost
on
done,
though.
Fox. Yeah, the current director of NASA says he personally spoke to God, and God told him to come out of retirement to lead of the Artemis program. Nixon said that God picked America to win the space race.
Yeah.
All these things that are they basically tell you. You walk into the JPL, huge sign on the wall that says, "In God we trust." Everybody else bring data and lots of it. So they're telling you they trust the scientists at the JPL who are telling them, do not trust anybody.
Yeah.
Only trust a God. So
That's
it
really
shows this.
interesting. Do you think that I guess I don't want to phrase this. The question in my mind then would be like, since you're acknowledging, like recognizing that there is this like ideological framework that is like actively fighting against you engage, like it's making it harder for people to engage. Like, what do you think is the best way? Like, if you had like a magic wand that you could wave, or like if you had the perfect tool set, like what do you think is the best way to like kind of get people started, or like kind of get them to open the door to being willing to question their own beliefs?
Yeah, just try to square it. For me, it was a solar eclipse in 2017. I was debating, arguing, whatever, with flat earthers, and I said, "How are you guys going to explain the eclipse?" And they said, "Certainly, let's do it. Okay, let's wait for the eclipse. Write down all your observations. I'll write down all my observations, and we'll compare and contrast." I'm like, "Certainly, they're done, right? This is an easy win." After I watched the eclipse, I'm like, I everything I wrote down, not one single observation matched a heliocentric model and didn't match curve or rotation. I saw the sun, and then something kind of appeared out of nowhere, blocked the sun, and then moved all of the way and disappeared again. And I'm like, yeah, I did. I couldn't even tell that was the moon. Someone said, was that the moon? I don't know. Like a black circle. A black circle somehow or roughly the same size as the sun. How did that work out too? Because I just did a foregone conclusion that flat earthers had no explanations for a solar eclipse. In the globe, if you watch a solar eclipse, it was just self-evidently proven it's heliocentric. And it's not. There's nothing there.
See, that's
Like,
what I find really, really interesting. And I think that's what I wish that you guys could devote less of your time to like dealing with assholes, and put more of your time into kind of helping people, like giving people access, like helping them understand or like encounter, engage with some of the different I guess material that's in the kind of flat earth perspective. Because like you said, right, you didn't even realize, you just assumed that there wasn't an answer for stuff. And I would guarantee that most people, like I said, most globe people are passive. It's a passive belief. They're not actively thinking. Not only are they not thinking about flat earth evidence or like critiques, they're not thinking about globe evidence or critiques like ever. So when they're actually thinking about it, I guarantee you, if they were just kind of in a neutral environment, just like presented with arguments, there would be at least some percentage of people who just like had never encountered, like it just never even thought about it, didn't even know it was on the table, right?
yeah, it just wasn't a possibility. They start off as a globe is 100% a globe, and that's where they're starting off as. Like, prove to like here. I got a really good meme. I think you might enjoy. Well, two of them that. But here, give me 1 second. Okay, so here it comes. So here's number one. This is kind of how they come in here. You know Steven Crowder or whatever, where he did that change my mind thing?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how they come in here. You can't change my mind. Change my mind. They come in here, prove to me the earth is flat.
Yeah. Which is so, in my mind, like, the way that it's, to me, when I'm encountering or I'm engaging with like a new belief set or like a new ideology or like idea that I don't have background in, like, and I mentioned this a little bit the time I was in here earlier today. It's like, I didn't feel comfortable answering, one of the questions that was kind of like put forth to me, not because I like didn't think that I had a good answer, but because I absolutely acknowledged that like it was something that I hadn't given like thought or consideration in a meaningful way. And so like I don't think it would be really like effective or like my response would be very like meaningful or contributive. But to me, like that's just the logical way to approach things, right? It's like I understand or I'm accepting that like I don't know what the ideology that's being put forth is, right? Like I don't know what the evidence and the arguments is. Why would I assume that that I have some kind of answer to all of them when I don't know what they are? That's crazy.
So look at the second one here. It's like a Karen. I'm very upset that you think the earth is flat. Change your mind. And look at right away, Matt Nuclear. Yes, change your mind because it's false. So if you're worried about things that are false, why are you hyper focused on flat Earth? There's a lot of false crap in the globe model. Like they mark the information age is hallmarked by disinformation. So what he's doing here is he's trying to find an excuse to focus on flat Earth when his excuse is actually should be worried about on his globe, not the flat Earth.
So one thing that I think is really interesting, kind of baked into all of this, and this is one of the things that I genuinely see, my limited experience, that I genuinely see as like a really valuable aspect of the flat earthers I've seen engaging. I think a lot of people, like particularly in the West, and like I'm going to talk about the US because that's my experience, but I think a lot of Americans, our education system does not really equip people or educate people in terms of even basic science literacy and education, and especially things like statistics or data or just basic physics, even something like the scientific method, right? Like a lot of people just don't have that information or that background. They don't have a solid foundation for it. In my mind, like I said before, I think there's kind of two things at play that I see here. It's like there's the debate part, right? Where it's like which idea set or like which belief or which claim wins, like which one can be proven, which one has contradictions, and like, can we argue back and forth and like come to a conclusion? Who's right here? But baked into so much of both models or both aspects, both ideas, both of them are predicated on kind of these basic scientific principles. In my mind, like I would think that a good way to approach it would be, all right, like let's start from the ground up. Let's try and build a model, build a framework, build a framework for navigating and understanding reality. Let's explore and like observe our environment and our experience, and then look at like the pattern of observations that we have and try and build a model that explains those and helps us make accurate predictions going into the future. And the better we're able to do that and the more accurate we're able to be with our predictions, well, then we're going to build, that's going to get us the best model. But we're always kind of iterating and doing. I feel like that would be a less, but obviously, like I said, people are coming into fight, right? Because it's like pie in the sky, spaghetti at the wall. But I feel like I would like to approach it from a more idea oriented perspective than like a who's right, who's wrong, what's false, what's true. But I understand that's like a big part of kind of how it has to be.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it really goes to highlight other topics too. Like if you ask them, I've noticed too that a lot of the guys who come in here, completely freaked out over flat Earth. They're also freaked out by other ideas. Like we mute them here, like AT. He'll go down to the vegan channel, spaz out, the atheist channel, spaz out, the liberal channel, spaz out. Just one topic after the other, just muted, banned, mute, banned. You just watch the mod blog and you're like, wow, he's on a roll. He's going ham. Like
Oh my god. Yeah, it's so fun. Like I said before, like I'm really, 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 really hands off with my moderation. Like I have a 3 strikes policy. So if someone's being disruptive, I'll like ask them to stop and like kind of articulate it and, give them an chance. The second time I'll ask them to like articulate it back to me so they can't claim that they didn't know why they got muted or why they're getting pushed back. And the third time I'll open it up to the room before I'll actually mute them. And if somebody wants to like make an argument or like stand up and say like, no, I think that's the wrong thing to do, then like I'm happy to hear that out. I'm always happy to have people kind of make their arguments to get themselves unmuted in side chat or message me. But I feel like some people I see just they like I said, they wield it as a cudgel. They're very aggressive in terms of like just using it as like an effective like 30-second silencer sometimes. Yeah, you can see it going on and off. It's funny.
So what I've noticed is that the different views, the world views. So in Flat Earth, science is a peacekeeping measure. That it should have been the same in the globe side, but they don't. Okay. So in my worldview, a Flat Earth worldview, science will save humanity. They call it Newton's flaming sword. That all conflicts, all disagreements will be settled by experiment. If a person can't present an experiment, then all they have is an opinion. And opinions are just are subjective thoughts. So if you have an opinion, you could have to use a logic argument, make an argument for why your opinion should be tried out or something along those lines. And if you think your opinion is fact, present your evidence, present your experiment. But yet here on the globe side, they run from that. They don't want to talk about science. They don't want to talk about observations. They don't want to do any of that. All they want to do is talk about how much they hate flat earthers. And their view of science is that somehow the science was settled, therefore no debate. And I'm like, if you think you've got settled science for the first time in the history of science, I would be like holding a draw 2 Uno card and you've got a royal flush. Why are you folding when I called your bluff? You'd go all in.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And again, I think that's indicative. Like to me, that just clearly indicates that, like I said, they're not engaging with the ideas.
Yeah,
They're
look at
engaging
Fox. Look, just like I told you. Look at Scott Mackey. Quick's building himself up by tearing others down again. See, I told you. All you gotta do is just watch the observation. And
Yes,
they
the
come in
focus
here.
is clearly on the fight and on the win and on the domination, the back and forth and the debate instead of on like the actual ideas, which is really interesting because I think that's to me, when I see people doing that, I feel like I don't see a lot of productivity in that if you're actually trying to kind of like learn and engage with stuff. But obviously people have different goals and like people are welcome and have every right to have different goals. But yeah, it makes me sad because I feel like a lot of potential valuable communication interaction is lost when these people come in just like purposefully looking for a fight instead of to learn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I tell you exactly what they do when they come in here. They're doing TMZ BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers. Number 1 will surprise you. They're in here to just talk about flat earthers in this very sort of gossipy way. And it doesn't take very long, and they do it. Right? It wasn't any prompting. All they heard was a flat earth talking, and he just says this amazing squawk.
Oh, Dan's
Chris
here.
building himself up by tearing others down.
Dan is usually my like deputy moderator in my room. He's good people. But Dan, they were just saying apparently Geeks is like the #1 enemy of the Flat Earth server or something. Like
No way.
like I'm so blown away.
He talks about you guys so generously. Nice.
That's what I said. That's like when he brings it up in my VC, he's always saying it like I thought he had like a good time. Like that's like crazy to me.
Wait, hold on. You're telling me Geeks comes in here and fights with the flat earthers?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but he's kind of changing his tune a little bit.
Are you sure? Hold on. Are you sure he's fighting with you? He's kind of like a spicy character. It's kind of hard to tell if he's even fighting with you because he kind of overtalks. He's a little spicy.
I've never had a problem with Geeks. I've spoken to him a few times. He seems okay to me.
Yeah. He's way
He
open
tries to
minded.
stir the pot everywhere he goes to. Like
Yeah.
I feel like every VC, like I don't know if it's like a personal thing with I mean, again, I don't know anything about this. I have no idea. I'm talking out of my ass. But like I see him purposefully try to like rile people up in every context of like every background and ideology.
Nah, Geeks is nowhere near as obnoxious as the guys we normally deal with.
That's good to hear.
The only problem with I've told Geeks the only problem I have with him is when he's so drunk that he's like completely just incoherent babble, and he's like taking all the oxygen out of the room. Like he go this really loud oracle. Wait, hold on, what? Completely like unable to track what's happening.
Yeah, I feel like some of that too,
derail.
he leans into that too, though, to be purposefully disruptive sometimes too. Like I definitely know what you mean. Like I think it can be part of the overall game. I know I've encountered last night, there was this kid ended up staying in his VC for a little bit just because I was a little concerned. It's not Geek, some like random college kid. And he was like very, very drunk and was like drinking more. And he was like, just doing the sad drunk crying into quotes from Marcus Aurelius, and it was I don't know, he was but yeah, then he took like 2 more shots and then he tipped over into that like uncontrollable, the room just dissolved, nobody could get a word in. It's like I've definitely seen like way worse drunk people, but yeah, it's never fun. Do you guys get a lot of like that kind of disruption? Like, because sometimes in my VC, I'll people who come in like not to actually engage, they just want to make noise or like yell or just like throw mud on the walls. Like, do you guys get that a lot too?
We used to, but we've kind of gotten rid of a lot of the drunks, to be honest. Or were you asking in a more general sense of disruptive people?
Oh no, that was kind of what I was, because I mean, disruption broadly seems to be powerful. Because like I said, I think a lot of people see it and they look at it like going to the zoo. They want to poke you guys with a stick and rattle the cage and see what happens.
Yeah, I got this interesting because they talk about that zoo thing, that flat earthers are entertainment value, that they like going to the zoo and fucking with the animals. I'm like, dude, you're kind of an asshole. If you think if you think the purpose of the zoo is to go there and laugh at animals and tease animals, like holy shit, dude.
I was gonna say that's terrible. Like that's the worst. Like, oh my god.
I do find it to be at most animalistic. I think it's the other way around. I think that they're in an enormous cage and we're just like outside of that enormous cage.
And they're but you know what? Actually, that is such a really interesting. I love that, because think about it, right? It doesn't matter if you're in the cage or out of the cage, if you're looking through the bars. And if you are in the cage, you're going to do everything you can to like deny that that's the case. You're going to never move your neck around, because as long as you don't look and see that the bars go all the way around you, you can tell yourself that it's the guy on the other side that's actually in the cage and not you. I love that.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I see it, because it's like, well, they are constrained to the opinions of experts. I mean, they've decided that they're going to be constrained to the opinions of experts. But we're not. We're not constrained to those opinions. We can wander off, and we can speculate, and we can look at different ways of looking at the same problems. And they can't do any of that. So who's actually in a prison? Them, obviously.
No, I mean, being rejected by mainstream society. This is something that happens.
Jesus, you're hot micing.
Yeah, Jesus was black. You're either hot micing or you're very low.
Yeah, infidel. I think you can hear a YouTube video in the background.
Or maybe. Oh well, I'm gonna mute him because I don't know what's going on. Sorry, bro. If you're actually trying to talk, then you need to be louder.
Another thing too is like this crabs in a bucket. If you ever heard of that analogy, Fox.
No, I haven't.
Well, if someone like a crab trying to climb its way out of a bucket, and the other crabs will grab the crab's leg and pull them down.
Oh, that's giving me so many weird images in my head. I need a handy wipe for my brain. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It's just such a funny image.
That's kind of what you see on the globe side too. Like they're inside the bucket, this inescapable heliocentric mind frame, and they can't escape. And anytime someone is going to escape, you'll see them completely disrupt the conversation.
What are some of the best like success stories that you guys have had? Like, have you guys had some good people come in asking questions and like stick around and learn some stuff?
Well, I think just overall the Flat Earth community, we've had marriages and like conventions and meetups. People have moved on, children being born, and on the globe side, there's still failure to launch. It's like
it sounds like you guys have a community, right? And like that in itself is valuable.
If someone doesn't come around for a while, people ask, "Hey, have you seen this person? What's going on with them?" A lot of us like they've got like other social media they're connected to. They've helped each other out like financially or through favors and stuff. Meanwhile, on the globe side, they're all kind of generally really hateful, disgusting people, and they don't really like each other either. So what you'll see is this one server called Gem Panda. When there's no flat earthers around, they do like the circling firing squad, and they start making fun of each other. It's kind of like the internet wasn't a very good topic. So they like to say, oh, they side with science, they side with engineering. So here's all the scientists, all the engineers brought a product to market, a handheld device that you can access the full breadth and wealth of human information. You can reach out and touch someone, literally reach out and see what people are about, get other points of view, hear other ideas. And the globalists do quite the opposite with it. They shut down conversation. They try to destroy other ideas. They try to make one idea is only valid. All the other ideas are harmful misinformation.
Yes, but this helps social cohesion.
Yeah, about othering. They need, in their worldview, they always need to have a scapegoat, a group of people who's to blame for when things don't work out. Because they think they've got the experts already in position to do the shots, to call the shots. The shot callers. So now they've got the people with all the degrees and have been elected, all this stuff. They're in the position to make it work. The reason why it didn't work, that minority group over there is to blame.
No, it is working.
So, Fawkes, are you what's your opinion on the Earth?
So, I mean, like I mentioned when I was in here earlier, like obviously, I think as with most kind of standard people, like I was kind of raised within the globe model. To every like interaction, like minors, it's been that I've had with it or like using it or kind of engaging with it in any kind of meaningful sense. Like I've never encountered any points of friction where I've felt like the model failed to deliver in a satisfactory way. But like I said, it is not an active belief for me. It's not something that I've like really thought about or engaged with up to this point. So like I really don't like. I'm very open to, like I said, I'm kind of approaching it from I want to learn about the arguments and like the thoughts behind it, like the ideology itself. I'm not going to approaching this from like and I think I have the truth. I think I have the right answer, and I'm here to like challenge and like defend my position. Like that's not kind of my thought there.
No, that's actually a good thing. I mean, the one thing that really frustrates me about this room is that people will come in to defend a position they don't even understand very often.
Right.
And I'd rather if someone doesn't really understand their position that they're much more open to it. But it seems to actually be that there's an inverse proportionality to that. Globers who understand their model better seem to be less obnoxious and the one, and obviously that's not always true, but the ones that understand it more.
Right. Because like I said, most
Oh,
Americans. Oh, I'm so sorry. You cut out for me. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
I apologize. No, go on. Go ahead. It's fine.
It's really good. This is what I was talking about in terms of the failures of our education system in the US, right? Because like you said, I think a lot of Globers, they don't even really understand their own belief set. Like they haven't thought of it. It's not an active belief. And when they do think about it, they're not thinking about it with any kind of scientific literacy. And I'm sure this must be so frustrating for you guys. Because I said, you guys are engaging with this actively. So you're considering these things and like challenging these principles and like thinking through this stuff. And then somebody comes in and you ask them probably the most like simple question about their model. And they just can't even, they don't even know what you're talking about. They can't even articulate the point. They're just totally lost in the weeds. And they're still shitting on you and dismissing your beliefs because they're so convinced that they have the right answer. Like that must be so frustrating.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for a lot of Globers, you can ask them simple things, and it's not true for guys like Matthew Learns. He knows the model pretty well. But if you were to ask like most Globers who come in here, how far away is the sun in your model? Most wouldn't know. They wouldn't have a clue. How far is the moon away? They wouldn't know.
Yeah,
and it's just like very basic things.
Yeah, but to be fair, lots of people believe things that they don't understand very well. I mean, I believe that my phone uses 4G, but I don't know the details of
Yes.
stuff like that.
But that's I love that example. I love that example because you're correct, right? Like the question isn't like it's impossible for us to really deeply on like an expert level engage and challenge every single belief that we hold. But I feel like we should strive to be at least aware of the beliefs that we hold and why we hold them. If you can, like the reason, I bet if you just, you have this faith in like the 4G, but the reason that you do, like your evidence is that it's consistently worked the way that it's been like said that it should work. Like you've never encountered any points of friction, right? Where, 4G has, you've been unable, like confused, or it's like acted in an unpredictable way, or like somehow it's not supposed to. Like, so of course that's when you're going to trust it because all of the evidence in your experience hasn't, resulted in any like reason to challenge it. But you're aware of like that justification, right? Why do you put faith in it? Well, because your experience has told you it's consistent. But that's like, even that level, I feel like a lot of people have some pretty deep rooted beliefs that they just aren't even aware that they explicitly hold, let alone why they hold.
But also,
I think you're exactly right about all that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would slightly challenge one aspect of that, which is the appeal to pragmatism. Just because something works doesn't mean that the way you think it works is actually true. But regardless, we're not really talking about people who come in and say someone came in and said, "Oh, well, actually, I don't think that 4G is working how you think it is," and then they brought you some evidence. If you were to then start slating them and calling them names and and being very obnoxious towards them, versus the person who would be like, well, I don't know enough about that, so I'm not going to debate you. Like, those are two very different, let's just say, how would I even say? Let's just say personality types. There'd be two different personality types. The first person who didn't know anything about it but was trying to just call you names and come at you and be aggressive is the subject of discussion here. So it's not just that there are people who would believe it and people who wouldn't believe it. It's the aggression that goes along with a subsection of those people.
That's really interesting thing about like how much that, because you said personality types, and that made me realize that people who do that, it probably doesn't only like it doesn't start and stop with flat earth, right? It's probably a safe bet that people who kind of engage in that way, and that's their framework for navigating this interaction, that's how any type of challenge to their current belief, anything that they feel like is pushing back or putting them in a space of cognitive dissonance, right? Because like we have to resolve cognitive dissonance. We can't just sit with it. And there are a variety of ways that we can resolve it, right? So sometimes people are like put in that friction spot. They'll either like start to reassess and reevaluate their original beliefs, and try and figure out like if they need to reevaluate and replace their belief set with the new information. Some people will do the opposite and they will just like shove it down to tumor town and just deny that it exists, bury their head in the sand, just ignore it, just flat out reject that it's even a possibility, just on like, nuh-uh. And I feel like, sure, that'll make you feel more safe and secure and stable again. But is that actually the route you want to take? Is that actually going to get you into the best place with the most like effective and meaningful way of understanding reality? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, exactly. Completely agree. But we also get a lot of people who just come in and yaha as well. It's like the guy called Moon Earther in here is a long time troll in this channel, and even other Globers were calling him out for his ridiculous arguments earlier. So he said, "I know the Earth is a globe, therefore I know the Earth is a globe." Now he didn't put it like that, but that was the argument. And he even had other Globers going, "Come on, man, that's weak as piss. You're making us look stupid."
Oh my god, no, I had an interaction with a guy, not on like, but an interaction with a guy last night, and he spent like close to an hour. Dan says close to an hour, working around and like trying to articulate and like struggling to articulate the claim that it is objectively true that that we're having our subjective experiences. And I was like, are you saying that like basically what I'm hearing is like the experiences that we're having like are experiences, like we are having experiences, like is that like and he just wouldn't, everything was private language, everything was overly verbose and nonsensical and like very just like out on a cloud. But boy, oh boy, yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes people have some really, you got to take a step back and you're like, what is it like to see the world through your eyes? What is your brain like inside? What is it like to be you? Because it seems novel.
Right, yeah. Kind of sad though as well, these people that people act like this, because you think, how do they fit into day-to-day life? Because if you go around doing this in everyday life, you're not going to be very good at business, you're not going to be very good in your job, and you're probably going to annoy a lot of people.
Yes.
You're probably going to end up being phically assaulted by someone at some point. Right?
Yeah, and they probably there's the people who point the finger. It's always, the finger's always pointed away from them at somebody else. Any issue in your life, any friction, any challenge, it's not their fault. It's not their responsibility. They didn't cause it. Somebody else. It's something else. It's external. It's not them. It's so childish.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
No, I mean, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to let me, I know I've been very kind of long-winded and kind of rambly, so I really appreciate you guys kind of taking the time to answer my questions. And I mean, you guys have engaged with me in the most like polite and helpful and wonderful manner. So like, I just thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, do you have any questions about the actual topic? Because at the moment we've just been talking about psychology.
Well, because I you know what, I honestly, I don't, because this is really my first time kind of doing, and this is usually how I kind of engage with things, is like kind of just get a meta or like more abstract approach, and then kind of step away and like poke around, and I'll probably come in and have like a bunch of questions for you guys about stuff in like a day or two. But no, not at the moment, but I appreciate you offering to answer them.
Yeah, no problem at all. Look, anytime you want to come in, because I actually find the psychology element as interesting as the subject matter itself. I know a lot of people in here don't care that much about the psychology and just want to talk about let's talk about facts and maths and data and concepts, and all of that's great. But I find the psychology interesting, but I also don't want to, kill the room just by talking about this. But I'm more than happy to talk with you about this or a number of other subjects anytime.
Well, I super appreciate that, because especially with things like this, that in my mind, it's, you have to kind of look at a variety of levels on the ladder of abstraction, right? Like you're gonna have like on the bottom just kind of the just the brute experiential data, the information that is then kind of collated and organized, and then you climb up kind of one step, and that's where you kind of have explanatory models, or you have ideas that kind of help fit together and explain the patterns that are observed in the experience. And then I think, like you were saying, it's also interesting to me, and I think important to go up one step further and take kind of a more meta approach in terms of like, okay, how do these like models, these ideas, or these frameworks, how do people interact with them? You know, what are the external factors beyond that are influencing the way that people kind of approach them and interact with them? Because I think they all kind of feed back into each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So I suppose you could describe that as like a societal mesh, which is an interesting concept in itself. But I suppose it's similar to the three-body problem that globers have, but for societal and environmental effects on your sort of thinking patterns and ability to reason and discern information.
If somebody just asked inside chat, like, yes, I'm the Talks with Fox. Yeah, if you guys ever see like I said, I usually open up my VC downstairs, Talks with Fox. You're, of course, welcome to pop in and say hi.
Am I talking to someone famous and not realizing it?
Oh God, no. Good God, no. Like, I literally don't even have social media. Like, I just hang out on Discord.
Oh, fair enough. Because I had a family member who accidentally bumped into Chris Hemsworth in Dubai, but the family member didn't know who Chris Hemsworth was. So they had like a chat in the
Wait, no,
lift for about 2
that
minutes.
happened with my parents. My parents were at dinner, and they were at this like fancy restaurant, and at the table next to them was Ryan Gosling and, oh God, I'm forgetting her name. The actress, she was in like Gossip Girls, the blonde one. And they asked my parents to take their picture, and they did. And my stepdad, being like the boomer that he is, first took a picture with his phone. Like, they asked him to take a picture for them, and his response was like, sure, and took a picture of them on his phone. And the guy like Ryan Gosling hands him his cell phone. He's like, yeah, can you get one with mine? He's like, oh yeah, of course, sure. But yeah, he had no idea. They had no idea. And then he like showed me, he's like told me the story. He's like, I was such an idiot. I'm like, oh my God, do you not know who that was? Yeah, there's a really long-winded way of saying that. Like, no, I'm not some like weird famous person.
Do you mean Ryan Reynolds, by the way? Because I thought Ryan Reynolds was married to Blake
Oh,
Lively.
maybe I do. Maybe I do. I honestly, like, at this point, like, I'm so bad with like I just did the boomer mom thing. You know the guy in the movie with the girl with the teeth that dated the guy with the hair? Like, yeah, I'm sure it's something like that.
I also don't give a monkeys about celebrities really, but that's probably why my family
I'd
member
probably
was
be
like,
the person to encounter one and just be like, hey, do you like dinosaurs?
yeah. Well, it's funny because in my trade I've met quite a few famous people, and so it's kind of like I don't really care anymore. But also, I wouldn't, if they were a TV star or a film star, I wouldn't know them anyway because I don't watch TV or films. So I'd be like, oh, you're famous? Cool, I guess.
Yeah, I watched the Super Bowl halftime show, and some guy came out and was like performing, and I was like, who's that guy? And the entire room turned and looked at me. I was like, do you live under a rock? And I was like, I literally sleep in trees. Like, yes, I actually do. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're getting people responding to you in VC. Let's have a look here. Use that flat Earth Riz. Yes, I'm sure Forks is feeling extremely rizzed up right now. I think more rigorously than almost everyone else. Scott gave you a genuine compliment, and Matt's talking shit. So that's pretty standard for both of them, to be honest. Anyway, yes, I may well come and join you at some point. We can talk more about flat Earth or whatever. You know what? I think, Forks, I think you might have a secret admirer here, actually. I think Matt's getting a bit jealous.
Yeah, I gotta run because it's I got some stuff I gotta do. But seriously, I'm glad that people were randomly making weird assertions and sending around weird pictures about you guys because it prompted me to come in here, and I feel like I'm gonna enjoy coming back and learning more from you guys. So, all of you have a good night. Thank you a million times over. Appreciate you guys giving me the space and the grace to talk so much. Yeah, have a good one, guys.
See you later.
Good night. Nice to chat with you.
Yeah, she seemed nice. I wonder if Matt's gonna slide into her DMs.
That's something you would do, I'm assuming, not me.
I don't need to do that, trust me.
Sure about that, man?
Yeah, I meet real women in real life, so...
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You tell them you're flat earther as well, or?
Some of them, yeah. Yeah, it's one of the best chat up lines you can possibly use is go up to a random girl and tell her you're a flat earther, because they always think you're lying.
I'm thinking of starting a business called Flat Earth Date, and it's going to be like the tagline's going to be level with me, you know, or level with her, you know. I'm working out the details, but yeah, Flat Earth Date.
So Matt, what's your opening message going to be to Forks?
What opening message? I'm not working on one.
Oh,
I mean, you're the one admiring her so much. Maybe she's the globe Earth girlfriend for yourself, right?
No, that's what's called having a conversation with a female. I don't know if you ever had one of those before. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe she can open your eyes, though. You know, to the truth, to the light. You know.
No, I'm good, thanks.
What is Mojo posting in the chat, dude?
That's you right now.
I don't know, man. Seems like you.
I don't think so. It's funny because another Glober earlier accused me of being the whitest man on Discord, which he then got banned for being racist. And now I'm being accused of being very black. So, I don't know. You guys need to be consistent in your criticisms.
Interesting.
Which is it?
That guy has a big head.
Then he does. He's got blue eyes.
I think he actually does, yeah.
Oh, wait. But anyway, yeah, the Earth's flat. Don't know if you guys realised.
Anyone in contention with that?
Actually, no, the Earth can't be flat because there's a tree.
Ah.
Yeah.
So the Earth is curving. Oh my god. Can't believe it.
Well, no, it can't be curving either because there's a tree.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, that's...
Are you coming to the light now, Moon Earther?
Moon Earther.
I don't know, man. Might have to accept defeat, guys.
Okay.
Might have to join the right side.
Oh yeah. You'll be on the right side of history.
Right side of history.
Yep. Matt, do you think that men can become pregnant?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
yeah, I would agree.
You're not
Absolutely
fundamentally retarded. Oh,
so the thing, Drake, the problem you guys mix up with is you guys think every Glober is a radical leftist, and that's just not true.
Well, I know that's not true. That's why I asked. I wouldn't have bothered asking if I didn't think that there was a chance that you weren't.
Well, you probably thought there was a chance. Like you thought there was a likely chance that I would be more leaning towards the left side.
Well, yeah, but okay, Matthew Learns, right? We've had discussions. Me and Matthew Learns have had many discussions about this, and we actually agree on a lot more than we disagree on.
Right.
So yeah, these accusations aren't true, Matt. But there are some people on your side, you have to admit, are completely bonkers when it comes to that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, there are. I mean, there's like, I mean, the thing is, most people believe the Earth is flat, so you have leftists and right. Just they don't agree on most things. Like, for example, me and what's it called? What's his name? Talon. You know, me and him will sit here and defend each other when it comes to this, but everything else, we're fighting each other in every other VC. So it's like, that's really it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I even spoke to one of your guys earlier. He's a voluntarist, which is very, very rare for a Glober, because you guys tend to be some sort of authority fallacy cuck, whether you're right leaning or left leaning. So for a Glober to be a voluntarist that was very, very surprising for me. I mean, do you know what that is? Do you need me to explain?
What'd you say? I wasn't listening at all, dude.
Wonderful. Well, if you're not going to listen, pop yourself on mute, because I don't want to be talking to someone who isn't listening.
Yeah. Is it that serious that I wasn't listening to you for a second?
It's just disrespectful, man. I'm trying to have a conversation. If there's lots of people here wanting to have a conversation, you're not listening, just go away. Like,
I said I wasn't listening, and I said you can say it again. Yeah, I see. It seems like you always want conflict with someone. You always have to have a little problem.
no,
So you can say it again, or you can cry, dude. It is what it is. I wasn't listening to you.
I mean, now you're just trying. You're actually the one trying to cause conflict with me. Ironically, all I ask for is that you listen to what I say when I say it. I don't think that's.
And I said, repeat yourself. I wasn't listening. You're like, yeah, you listen to me or pop yourself on.
Yeah, but how would think about it? How would you like it if somebody did that to you, Matt?
Yeah, I'm
somebody
done
did.
with him.
How would you like it?
Yeah, I'm done with him. That's really cringe. Like, he's literally accused me of trying to start a conversation, like a conflict while doing it. Like, the irony is palpable. Scott, do you think that men can be pregnant? I was asked to ask you that by someone else.
So Scott's on mute currently.
Scott Mackey is not on. He's not on. He's on mute, but he's not on server mute.
Right. So I don't know if he's here.
You're good. Yeah, have you noticed how Matt's accused me of always trying to be aggressive, and then he's in the VC text chat calling me an idiot? Like, yeah, okay, good. Funny. Yeah, again, just calling me an idiot twice. But I'm the one who's trying to cause an argument here, obviously. So Scott thinks men can become pregnant. Interesting. Matthew Learns, I assume you don't think that that's the case.
Right. I think that the terms men and women are fairly well defined and should be defined, biologically. So
right.
Yeah, when you say a man, I think of the definition of a biological male. I thought
Right,
J.K. Rowling recently defined what is a woman in response to Matt Welsh's question of the movie, and I thought her description or her definition was fairly good, although I disagree with her about the religious connotations.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not religious, and I also tend to go along with the religious kind of ideas around this. I think the more modern atheistic interpretation of males versus men is just silly, to be honest. Because if there's nothing physical to anchor that meaning to, then what does it even mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then they start to, like Scott's just done it here. He's just conflated not believing a sociological assertion with treating people with disrespect. I just find that bizarre. Like, I don't have to just believe what people say in order to respect them.
What's up, everyone?
Oh, I was actually just talking about you.
Really?
Yeah. Saying how I was surprised that there's a voluntarist on the Globe side, because Globers tend to be authority cucks.
I see. Now I have to go to the stream, verify this information.
Fair enough. And you can just ask Matthew, who was there when I said it, but
I know, I'm just being it.
Nah, you're good. But yeah, I mean, obviously you agree with that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't. I would say that flat earthers tend to be on the right libertarian side, but not always.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I get that.
Who's special agent?
Me.
Yeah, I know, but you sound familiar.
I've actually never been part of this particular chat, this particular flat Earth server.
Interesting. So why do you agree if you've not encountered flat earthers before?
I never saw any kind of flat earthers. I said this particular server, my good friend.
Oh, okay. Which flat earthers have you encountered before then?
I don't have the particular usernames on hand, but if you give me a minute.
Tell me now. Tell me all of your information right now. Interesting.
And also, I'm not a flat earther. I'm also not globalist, I think. I'm unsure. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, you can be a glober. It's fine. Like you're allowed to be a glober here.
I understand that. I'm usually a man of my beliefs. I see points on both sides.
Hmm.
You're not working tonight, Crypto?
Sorry?
You're not working tonight or today?
No, not on a Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday of my weekend, so I'll be yeah, I'll be working tomorrow until Sunday.
Who was that person that was that you were talking to?
Which one? There was a few.
The lady. She a part of the
Oh,
server? Or?
yeah, she is. She's called Forks Day, I think. She seemed pretty cool. Let me have a look. So she's got her own room. I'm just seeing if she's actually in it. There's a room called Women Can Have Autism. That's brilliant. Any topic? Yeah, there's a lot of women's rooms in here.
Yo, Raiden.
Oh. No, you go ahead, go on.
All right. Yo, Raiden, I heard you were talking before. Can we have a conversation about the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Raiden can only talk if he accepts the that you're the King Glober.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, actually, Trigonometry Man.
Yep.
Well, first of all, I don't know if you've noticed that we've got me, you, and Trinity is good, and I think that probably counts as a triangle as well. But, without getting into theology. So you know the concept of the Earth Moon Barycenter?
Yeah. I've had this discussion before. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it your opinion that because of the Earth Moon Barycenter, you would have to weigh less when the moon is overhead and more when the moon isn't visible?
No. Well,
Why not?
sure, I guess. But that's like saying I would weigh less if I have somebody standing next to me, which is true, I guess. If you subscribe to Newtonian, just because
It's true.
what? Yeah, I would say that it is true. Yeah.
It wouldn't be that insignificant, though. Surely
would
that'd be
be.
measurable.
It
Well,
would.
no, because the
It would
Barycenter
be.
is something like 300 miles off of the center of the Earth.
Of the Earth Moon system, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be way more significant than your friend standing next to you.
Yeah, but we're considering the Earth's mass to be significantly more larger role when we're on the Earth, not comparing the two masses of the Moon and the Earth on a weight, right?
But it would still be measurable difference.
I guess, but it's not going to be something you can measure with a scale, probably, just because of the distances involved.
Well, the distances involved wouldn't matter because you're talking about the relationship between the distance and the mass.
Yeah, but you have inverse square
distance
law
itself.
of the Moon. You have the
Yeah, but the Barycenter is that ratio.
Yeah, but you're going to be You're going to be not even predominantly. You are going to be by a significantly larger margin inside of Earth's influence compared to the Moon. It's not going to be the primary attracting body is going to be the Earth in this instance, not the Earth Moon Barycenter.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's why you're on the Earth. I'm not questioning that you would fly off the Earth.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying that you would weigh less.
Well, the Earth Moon Barycenter is going to be in roughly the same position wherever the Moon is, regardless, anyway.
No, the Earth Moon Barycenter would be in a line between the center of the Earth and the center of the Moon, proportional to the mass.
Yeah, I'm saying it'll be roughly in the same place. It's just going to be...
No, because if the Moon is orbiting around that central point, and you aren't having the Moon above you constantly, then no, it wouldn't.
It's not going to be in roughly the same position all the time.
I don't understand what you don't understand about this. If the barycenter is the point relative to the proportions of the mass between those two masses, and you aren't in that line at points, and you are in that line at other points, then your weight would vary.
All right, so I'll post a GIF for reference, right? This should work, I hope. No, okay. How do I get this to work? All right, the red cross in the center of the image is the common barycenter. So I'm speaking to the top image. That's going to be their shared barycenter, right? It's going to be in the same position regardless of where the Moon is.
No, that's not even the official explanation. Like, that's just not the case.
I'm telling you what it is though, which is that it's going to be the foci of the elliptical bodies.
Right, but that doesn't jive with what you just said.
What do you mean? Is this not the foci of two bodies? The one that the red cross is not where that is.
Well, that's not actually describing this movement anyway. Because this would be true of, say, a pair of, I don't know, a pair of stars or something. The first image that you posted is much more accurate to what we're discussing than the second one.
Yeah, and that barycenter is only useful when you're describing objects that are orbiting that, like where you actually have to take that into account. But for somebody standing on the surface of the Earth, the primary attractor by a large margin is going to be the Earth.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with what you previously said, which was that the barycenter would be relative to you in the same place.
It's going to be staying in the same place, yeah.
But it wouldn't be relative to you unless the Moon is always over your head.
No, it doesn't change position. The barycenter doesn't change position based on where the Moon is, or it doesn't change the position based on like where the Moon is for a person, or doesn't change. The barycenter doesn't change based on like an observer, like where the Moon is for them. It's going to be in the same place.
I know that, but the barycenter is in a line proportional to the masses between the Earth and the Moon. So if you're in that line, you're going to weigh differently than if you're not in that line.
Right, we got a QR physicist and somebody who's too lazy, or I'm too lazy to do the math, so I can check him if you want. I can do the math to make sure that this is consistent with the globe. I'll use all the globe maths to see if this is something that would have any effect. Check this guy, but it looks like surface gravity without that effect is reduced by 1.1 times 10 to the power of negative 26 meters per second. And the effect of the sun being overhead or underfoot is a reduction of 0.5 times 10 to the power of negative 6 meters per second. So,
yeah, what I don't get about this conversation is that you spent 10 minutes saying nah to the concept, and then as soon as the concept's accepted, now you're trying to show me the maths as to why it's irrelevant. But you didn't accept it until you realised that the maths made it small.
No, I always
Like,
said it was. I always said it was irrelevant because I started off by saying that.
you were throwing in like wrenches such as the barycenter would be in the same fixed position, right? But that wouldn't be true relative to the person if the person's position relative to the moon changed. That wouldn't be true. And I don't know why you said it.
Right, a person has nothing. A person doesn't affect the barycenter of the Earth-Moon system.
It's the person's weight that we're measuring.
Yeah, but the barycenter stays at one location.
Yes, but if the person's location changes, then their weight would have to change because of their relationship to the moon.
All right, and
so do you understand this concept now?
Yeah, and it does, but it's like I started off the conversation by saying it's negligible.
Right. But then you started saying irrelevant things, which made me think that you didn't understand what I was saying.
All right, maybe I was just trying to explain it too hard.
No, you don't need to explain it to me. You need to understand what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah, it's interesting because they talk about differences in sea level, which doesn't actually appear to be something that's measured. They just assert that it's 94 centimeters. Did they say that?
What about sea level?
I'm just reading the Quora answer here. So if the sun and moon are both directly above or below a spot on water, the sea level at equilibrium is around 94 centimeters higher than when both are on the horizon. That's an enormous difference. That would definitely be measurable. Anyway, Raiden, do you accept Trigonometry Man as King Glober?
Raiden, come on. I heard you talking before. There's no need to be scared of me, I promise. We still got some baby Globers in here. We got Moon Earther, Matt Nuclear, Baby Glober.
Oh yeah, I muted him earlier because he started making accusations, so I got bored of it. Muted him.
Oh, okay.
Who's chasing GHZT? Chasing GHZT.
Yes, sir.
BU Glober.
Glober.
Yeah, are you a Glober or a Flat Earther?
I'm just looking around for curvature.
We haven't found any yet.
Not that I've seen for. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of back and forth on it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still looking for that curve as well. Maybe Trigonometry Man can sort us out with some curve. Yo, Trigonometry Man, can I get a cubic meter second of spacetime, please?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
Wait, what did you just say? Cubic meter second of space-time? You're a funny guy. Yeah.
To pay you in Bitcoin.
Yeah. Bitcoin seconds only.
Yeah, but they expire after a second. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Was that the unit for how fast Bitcoin changes? It's Bitcoin units per second meter squared or something like that. Like it goes up and down.
Yeah. How many forks there are going to be in the future? Forks per second squared. But I got Bitcoin Cash, so it's okay.
Crypto.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you a question.
You may not.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
All right. What is stopping like outer space from existing without a container?
I see what's happened. Matt's just gone live, and then you asked me that question. I'm good, thanks.
You're good? You don't want to answer?
No, seeing as I know what's happening.
Wait, what? Matt is he's Baby Glover. You don't need to be worried about me and him teaming up if that's what you're worried about.
I'm not worried about him.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, he's actually on Google Earth. That's fine. I thought he was doing something else. Yeah. I mean, it's not really one of my favorite arguments, the gas pressure without a container thing, but I do find it kind of interesting because you're talking about a gradient where it's disproportionately favoring the mass of Earth, which doesn't make sense to me.
What do you mean by disproportionately favoring?
Well, because you've got, I mean, what is let's just say that the proportion of the entire universe that the Earth takes up.
Yeah, a very small amount. Like,
it's minuscule, right? So why is virtually every particle of oxygen that the Earth produces not going anywhere?
because the oxygen doesn't have enough velocity to actually escape.
Well, that would be true if the Earth wasn't moving, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's conservation of momentum. Those oxygen particles are moving with the Earth.
Well, no, because the Earth isn't moving in a straight line. You can't conserve momentum in an arc.
But the gas molecules are bound to the Earth. You can conserve momentum if you're bound to the Earth by gravity. Yeah.
But the gravity would then have to be making positional adjustments based on what side of the Earth the gas was on.
And conservation of angular momentum is definitely a thing.
No, you can't you can't conserve momentum in an arc. And if you can you show me the paper that says that?
You can't conserve momentum in a what? A line?
In an arc.
Oh, conservation of angular momentum. I'll show you.
Wait, can I freestyle for you?
No.
Hold on, listen.
Yeah, no. That's not going to happen.
All right, so I have a ballerina or a skater. It's fucking. I just ballerina. I'm an idiot. Skater.
So you're talking about spinning on a point, right?
Yeah, that's angular momentum. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the same, is it? So let's just say that you're hitting. Have you ever played swing ball?
Swing ball. That sounds like a British thing.
It probably is. Let me see what the American equivalent would be. I can say it in an American accent if you want.
Swing ball.
Tetherball is what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what I was going to say, tetherball.
Okay, tetherball.
Tetherball. Okay.
All right, I've never played tetherball, but I
You've never played.
understand.
You don't. Oh my god.
I know of the game. Yes.
Right. Okay. Cool. So you've got a ball going round, and if there was water on that ball, would that fly off the ball?
How big is this ball? What's the mass of this ball?
It's as big as you like balls.
Okay, so it's a mass of the Earth. It's a
Fantastic.
huge tetherball set. Yeah.
You got a huge tether ball, and then like Thanos like fucking punches it, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
go around the sun, okay,
Uh-huh.
and then so you've got water on the outside and you got water on the inside, okay. So or let's say it's, I don't know why Thanos is involved actually, but there would because the gravity is affected by mass, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the mass of the Earth should be affecting the gas. Obviously, there are slight variations in the acceleration of gravity. Whatever. Let's just pretend it's the same for this argument. So you should have an equal kind of pull on every gas molecule. Correct?
Depends on how high up they are, but yeah. I mean, if they're on the same height.
Well, yeah, okay. So we're not talking about elevation yet. We're just talking about, let's just say that every single gas molecule around the Earth that's 1 kilometer from the surface would have an equal pull.
Yeah.
Okay, so as the Earth moves in an arc, the gas molecules on the inside of that Earth would be forced inwards, and the gas molecules on the outside of that arc would be forced outwards.
The speed, it's not accelerating though. The Earth isn't really accelerating to any degree, so
We're not even talking about acceleration. We're just talking about the movement of the arc. Because you invoked conservation of momentum, which is true in a linear sense, but the Earth isn't moving linearly.
But conservation of angular momentum is a thing, no?
But I don't think that it means what you think it means.
And it's Earth still has a linear velocity.
No, it doesn't. It's moving in an arc.
It's moving an arc, but it still has a linear velocity.
But that's irrelevant.
But it's still linear. That's my point. Just
It's not moving linearly.
But the force, the velocities acting upon the gases are linear.
No, they're not.
What do you mean?
Why would that be the case?
All right, I'm opening up Paint. All right, no, I'm not even gonna open up Paint. So there's gonna be a vector that's gonna be pointing towards the orbiting body. There's gonna be a vector facing in the direction of the orbit going forward. That's gonna be your speed, and then the vector pointing the body is gonna be the force of gravity, right? Still linear forces involved. There's no like angular forces involved.
We're talking about the movement of the Earth relative to the gas particles.
Yeah, but this doesn't matter because it's still linear.
No, it's not.
I just explained how it isn't.
No, it's just not though. Like you've got an arced path. Oh, shut up, dickhead. You've got an arced path, and you've got say the gravity. Okay, so unless you think that the gravity of the sun would be pulling on these gas particles in any kind of significant way, is that part of your argument?
No, not in any significant way. No.
Okay, so we can discount the sun. Do you think the moon's going to have any effect here?
No.
Okay, so we can just discard all that shit. You've got the Earth moving in an arced path, and you have gas molecules on the inside and on the outside of that arced path. Correct? So so I'm not even talking about forces. I'm talking about, I suppose, dynamics. You've got a path, and we've got equal forces on both sides of that path. And so, since the forces are equal, but the movement isn't linear, so we're not talking about the forces being linear, we're talking about the movement being linear, then you would naturally have a compression on the inside and an expansion on the outside.
But since the Earth is moving in the arced line as well, the gases are being pulled with the like. I think you're thinking about it as one whole body, like the orbit as being a body itself, but it's not. the The only body we care about in this instance is going to be the Earth.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Earth.
Yeah.
So
So
what other body do you think is involved?
I try to explain it using another body, which would be that it's still linear. You're still getting linear forces involved, which the only thing that's facing downward is going to be, downward for the Earth is going to be towards the sun. You have two vectors.
I don't understand why that's relevant.
All right, I guess over explaining again, like the glass thing. But since the Earth is moving in, this arced or elliptic path, it's still going to be, the gases are still going to be conserved. Like angular momentum is still going to be conserved because they're following the Earth as well.
But it wouldn't be equal on both sides. You seem to just always be missing this point. Or because you've only got one mechanism which should be equal.
Why wouldn't they be equal?
No, the mechanism is equal, and that's the problem.
Yeah, we're only thinking about the Earth here, so why do we care about its path?
Because the individual gas molecules on the inside of that arc would be compressed towards the Earth.
But why? I've
It
already
has to
explained
be.
that. I've already explained
Because the Earth is moving in an arced path.
Which is why the gas molecules don't give a shit, because the gas molecules are primarily attracted to the Earth, so they just
But
conserve
the
the momentum that the Earth
mechanism
provides upon them.
for that in your model is gravity, which is a problem because of the arced path.
But because of the gravity and them being primarily attracted to the Earth, they maintain the momentum that the Earth gives to them, right? By moving in
But
that
you
path.
can't conserve momentum in an arced path.
I've already demonstrated how you can. Angular
No,
momentum
you
is a thing.
haven't. You've just asserted it.
Angular momentum is a thing. Do you want me to bring you the
That
Wikipedia
isn't
article?
what you think it is.
That is, are you saying angular momentum is not along a curved path?
Right, so if what you're saying is true about the conservation of angular momentum, then why, when you hit a tether ball, would water fly off?
All right, we're talking about a
No, answer the question, please. Why would water fly off?
All right, because it's a tether ball. It's weighs like a half a kilogram or something.
Right, but it's fundamentally because what you think the conservation of angular momentum means isn't what it actually means.
No, it's because it's small. It's a lot smaller. This is a false
No,
equivalence.
I don't think you understand.
On a couple levels, it's a false equivalence, and I don't mean to be. Hey guys, what's up, Instagram? I was just thinking that the gas molecules have this elastic collision thing that your tetherball would never have, right? Because if it's, it's not behaving the same way as a gas molecule. You know what I mean? So, but that again is also stronger. That elastic, that energy from the gas molecule is much stronger than gravity, and it wouldn't really be held down by gravity alone. Not especially not coalescing on itself. There would have to be a surface, and that's, I know that's not what we're talking about right now, but that implies more to the solar model and stuff like that they're bullshitting you with.
Right, but okay, Mr. G, surely then you can understand what he's not understanding. If you have
no, I'm there.
If you have gravity, and gravity it's only one mechanism and it has to be equal all over the Earth. As soon as there's a non-linear path, you have an issue.
Probably. I mean, if you're going to ignore the energy of the gas itself, I don't know what energy states we're talking about here. You know what I mean? But normally, the energy of gas at almost any temperature, depending on the gas, is stronger than. It's just going to bounce right out of gravity. It's not going to be held down by gravity.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, I have a different understanding of gravity probably than you do.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be a multitude of things. That's why I don't disregard what you guys say, because it could be That, but what you're interpreting as that, but explained on a, like some flat earthers go as far as to talk about the electrostatic nature of each individual molecule and how they could be stacked and arranged electronically through a gradient, and all of those things do exist. So there could be an explanation there too. And so I like fishing around in those, thought ponds.
Right.
Well, nobody made that claim here.
Well, not yet. It's unfortunate. It's getting there, though. There's some people talking like that over in Geo server and stuff, trying to bring the electric nature to the idea of what do you guys call it when it's just what it is already? It's been so long.
Well, the idea of that is basically they're trying to replace the G with the E. So
Yeah, but the G is asserted anyway, right? So why not? Why not replace it with M for magic?
of course you would have to define what the G is.
Just trying to explain the observation of falling, through any mechanisms already known to physics. And
Gas
gravity isn't one of them.
gas don't fall. You was talking about
Yeah.
gas don't fall.
I was
Really?
one
Are
of
you
the
making a
things.
claim that no gas falls?
Yeah, that's part's not true. But what I think what
Gas come. Wait a minute.
what
So
we're saying is like hydrogen and these lighter gases and stuff wouldn't be held down. We're not talking about like xenon, whatever it's called, and this heavier shit that we're like mercury vapors and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean the reason I didn't even start talking about different densities of gas because you need to understand the already basic idea before then adding the dynamics of different density states of different gases, right? And then
That's
also
it, density states. Thank you.
right.
That's what I was
And
trying
then
to say. Yeah, another explanation for density states.
okay, so
Instead
what
of just
defines
saying it is density states and then that's it. Say, well, it's density states and maybe because of the electric stacking in the from the structure of the molecule or the atom itself or whatever it is that we're calling an atom. It could be a standing wave, and how it just organizes into a structure that can be predictive and its decaying model, that kind of stuff. Since we know those things happen, certain elements decay into other elements and stuff like that. Since we know that, but we don't really know the real process as to why that happens. It could be simpler.
yeah, for sure. But I just wanted to present the argument in the most simple, basic form I could, just to make sure it was understood, and that didn't work. So there's no point going more complicated than that.
No, but I liked it though. It was worth it to do it. Because a lot of people come in here combative minded instead of like team building. Like, listen, so I'm not a flat earther, so what? But can't we just try and build the idea together anyway? I don't have anything against it, but in that way,
Yeah, for sure.
it's not gonna hurt my feelings if tomorrow I go, oh my God, it is flat. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't bend. I already don't believe in just most everything else, so that just would be icing on the cake. I don't care. But more people weren't attached, to their beliefs in that way. Those when it comes to physics and stuff, it's like, this is what I believe to be true for now. You know what I mean? Because obviously everything we've ever learned has always changed throughout history, so.
Well, yeah.
Why would I expect this to be the best time if ever? You know what I mean? Like everything's known now, all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like we knew absolutely nothing for virtually the entirety of human history, but now is different.
Exactly.
Knowing barely enough to wipe our ass neat.
I mean, we're just now finding out after all of these years of fucking medicating people and misdiagnosing them that depression has its basis in inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the basis for almost all depression. And I don't know if it's like, I can feel that heavy thing in my chest. And then people are like, no, depression is a really real thing. And it's like, yeah, it's a real physical thing. And it's like, well, maybe it's not mental. if it's so physical, right? Maybe it
But
is
they kind
physical.
of inform each other anyway, you know. So it's like, I mean, you decide what diet you eat. In the West, at least, you virtually entirely decide the diet that you eat. And so, is your diet physical or mental? Because
Exactly. That's a
if you
good way to
decided
put it.
to eat something else, then you would have a different physical diet. So it's mental, in at least in part.
Right. And how many prescription medications are you on? And are they acid forming or alkaline forming? Right? I mean, what are you doing to
Yeah.
yourself? You never know. Like people don't realize it's like, oh well, it's just like it's for heartburn. Yeah, but what does it do after that? Like how's it
Yeah. Well, people talk about drugs as like having effects and side effects. It's like, no, there are no side effects.
they're
Everything
direct
that the drug
effects.
does
Yeah.
is the effect.
It's right. Yeah. I don't remember where I heard that, but that was like a golden moment, a point. It's like, no, those are direct effects from the drug. It's not like
Yeah, it's not like an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it'll solve this, but it might give you cancer. But you know, don't worry about that. Like, don't know about that, bro.
oh yeah, no, it still blows my mind when I bring up like grounding and earthing and how it's a good prevention and treatment for autoimmune diseases and inflammation and all kinds of stuff. People are still laughing, like glazing over and laughing, like, oh, some hippie shit. And it's like, no, look, all of this peer review publications about the scientific double blinds and all this stuff showing that it's absolutely true, and you're laughing at it as if and on your way to McDonald's. It's probably a way to just people don't like to fix themselves. Yeah, that's what it is. They start focusing on shit like that, and then they're like, "Oh, I am fucked up. Oh, now I've got to work on it."
Well, often getting better is
I've
hard,
been
so
there.
people just don't bother.
Say again. Sorry.
Often getting better is hard, so people just can't be asked.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get on that path, because I've done it, and it starts to feel good, then you just don't want to get off the path anymore. You just stay on that one, because I mean, you know what I mean? Like cutting bread out of your diet and stuff. And it's like, wow, I got so much more energy for real, long-term energy. I don't crash in the middle of the day after lunch. You know what I mean? It's like that sugar rush and then you get all glucosed up and then drops you. And right after, an hour after lunch, it's like fucking ridiculous. People wonder why they get so tired after eating and stuff. And it's like, well, you probably eat too much. Takes a lot out of you to digest a lot of food. I used to eat way too much. I mean, I wasn't fat either. I just ate too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, I managed to solve a lot of my health issues just by fasting regularly. I thought it was a meme until I did it.
Exactly.
Like,
Intermediate fasting. I did it all my life, not realizing that's what it was. Like I just wouldn't eat breakfast or lunch. I'd work all day, but I would drink a Pepsi in the middle of the day. Like every fucking day I had a Pepsi. I know I'm not saying, but that was before they were corn syrup. Just before we get too far with it, but still not good, not that good for you. But I mean, not that bad for you either, really, honestly, because I mean, I was still doing backflips. I'm almost 50 years old and still doing backflips in the yard with the kids and shit. I got a 9-month-old, 28-year-old wife. You know what I mean? And like, I feel good. And I ate meat and not many vegetables my whole life. Turns out, I was looking at some studies speaking about that. It's like, man, your body knows what if you've got a good one and you tune into it, it knows what it's supposed to have. I knew I wasn't supposed to always be eating all these vegetables and shit. Just I didn't have the body type for it. It didn't even make me feel good to eat them. Right. And so I'm reading this literature like a few months ago, and it was like, you know how the FDA says that a carrot has this and much and that of it's vitamin K in it and vitamin, you know what I mean? But when you really break it down and try to realize about the vitamin K, it's not bioavailable to you. It's all locked up in the carrot and locked up in, and it's like, so you're not actually getting these vitamins they're telling you are in these foods. So they're like, this has 100% of your vitamins, this or that. That's an easy one to resolve, the vitamin C and stuff. But certain other vitamins, they're just not bioavailable in some of these vegetables. So they're not even that good for you. And then the chlorophyll and shit like that, it's actually a poison your body has to deal with on a bunch of different levels. It doesn't like it. It doesn't want all this green shit sometimes. That's why some people
Yeah,
get
I
sick
get
with
you.
Brussels sprouts. You feel like
But
throwing up.
I do think we're like at risk of taking a hard right turn. I do feel like we're dangerously close to getting into a carnivore versus vegan thing, and that never ends well. So let's get back on topic. Before
Well, we've all seen the vegan kids, right?
before it all fucking
With the
goes wrong.
dark circles under their eyes and stuff because they're not getting enough protein.
All right, what's up, Moon
Yeah.
Earther? Can we talk real quick just to make
Oh,
sure,
sure.
like, you said I don't want to talk to you, but I don't think that's true.
Are we going to have some hot globe on globe action?
Whoa.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't want to talk to you. When did I say that?
No,
You
you said I
literally
don't
said it
want
in
to talk to you.
I said that? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up and find that then? Can we scroll up and find that then, or are we not going to find that?
Yeah, we are.
I said no,
So
you
we
don't.
we are getting some hot globe on globe action.
Oh no, I just felt that Trigonometry Man was trying to be an apologist. That's all.
Here we go. Here, right here. I said, I want to talk to you. And you said, no, you don't.
I didn't say I didn't. I said no, you don't.
Yeah,
But that's what he
I
was saying in third person.
You don't get it?
So anyway, you guys are going to talk now, right? So what you can talk about?
Yeah. Let's even it out. So like,
I was just mentioning the fact that I thought he was when he was
and
calling
open up the
out
cream corn cans.
he was calling out Radiant. He kept trying to talk to Radiant. It just seemed like you were trying to be the cool glober too much, you know.
What
Like
do
I
you
think the
mean?
flat earthers get it.
No,
because it felt like you kept trying to press Radiant and stuff. Like Radiant, come talk to me, Radiant. Radiant,
No,
come
I'm the
talk to me. Like,
token.
I
I'm
don't.
the token glober in this one, guys. Sorry.
Nah, I just want to like understand like the beef. Like I know like it's hard for you to understand that like I know more
There's
than
only
you and
room for
everything.
one magical Negro in this room.
Like
This guy's talking about magical Negroes. What is what?
Oh, you didn't
what's
see that?
going on?
What's it called?
What are you guys even talking about? Seriously.
Key and Peele. You didn't see that
Oh.
Key and Peele where they did the magical Negro skit?
No, it's
They
not.
were
They did the
battling off
skit.
to.
They did the skit, but the like the trope is well established. Like the idea, because it's a character, right? It's a character
It
trope that
is.
keeps coming up in media. And yeah, they did a good
Since the
job unpacking
50s.
it.
Yeah, since before the 50s even. There's a lot of old ones.
Their crush is here.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you have a crush? What?
I said Mystery's crush is here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Who's Mystery?
Your Mystery.
You can tell when you're talking to someone who's like under 30 because they don't know shit about the past.
I'm Mystery, am I?
I wasn't finished. Don't get offended.
How old are you guys for context actually?
Probably older than
I
you.
mean, if you were 30, I could be your dad.
Okay. Damn, you don't sound that old. What about you, Trigonometry Man?
I'm 18.
18?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could be your
Are you still in high
granddad.
school?
Am I still in high school? No.
You already graduated.
Yep.
I'm 17.
Damn, you sound like you're 26.
Now, what have you like? What have you
2 years ago, I sounded like I was 12. I don't know, man.
What have you done in 7?
Your mom hasn't been buying that hormone-free chicken, I suppose.
And what have you done in your 17 years of life?
Chicken. I gotta.
You know the growth hormones
What
in
have I
that
done?
chicken will do it to you.
No, I was gonna say, what have you done in your 17 years of
Nah,
life
dude, I
that
don't-
makes you
I don't got hormone.
that makes you say like a project you worked on or something you found to be true that like you have to say undeniably that the Earth is a globe? Because I have a couple of those. I just want to know like what yours is.
What are they?
What are they?
No, don't tell him because he'll just repeat yours.
For me?
No, I won't repeat this. I'm just curious on what they are.
You will like. We all know that's
Right.
okay.
Using multiple radio telescopes, making observations of the Milky Way, working on rocket engines where I have to like assume certain things to be true about physics and stuff, developing them, working with other people in the industry on rocket engines who have flown these things. Also, just the fact that it must be true in order to keep consistency with our reality that we observe. So, what's yours?
Compartmentalization. That's one word that'll just shine a little shade on all of what you said there, because
What, to prove that the Earth is a globe?
that it doesn't satisfy me. Yeah, even though I'm a glober, that information doesn't satisfy. I mean, because that could be, if I imagine you're a flat earther, right? You just don't trust the establishment, but you're going, yeah, the establishment telling me that from the radio telescopes that this is this, and the establishment telling me that this and this is that and that. And it's like that's all they hear is the establishment did this and the establishment did that. Then I worked freely with people who did rockets. With rockets, I mean, doing a rocket on the ground here. You know what I mean? Like you build a rocket. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that.
Yeah, I know, but
about what absolutely. So the physics involved in all of that doesn't really prove any of that. So for them, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, and talking to people that like working with people on these engines and stuff that have like actually flown them, and I'm like talking to them about it and everything, and they're lying to me. Like I have primary sources that tell me it to be true.
Well, they're not lying to you.
How many people listened to their doctor when they said that shot was safe and effective?
Yeah, I just want to say that this wasn't about proving anything to a flat earther. This was about like just his personal experiences.
Drops
like
Mike.
Like what was his personal experiences that like had to be like, what sort of personal experiences do you have that like lend credence to the Earth being a globe, or is it just?
It sounds like it's well, it brings to mind for me something similar to the idea of like the Leviathan, right? That like even if you recognize that the quote unquote states like made up of individual humans that work at like the post office and like the DMV, and it's just a whole bunch of individual people. But when you're home in your living room, you know, on your own at night, like in the abstract, all of those individuals, the idea of them all working in concert together in like this organized thing, like the abstract concept of the state kind of like looms in this like Leviathan-like way in your mind, and it makes it feel like this overwhelming force of kind of control and power.
Are you saying the state is not an overwhelming force of control and power?
No. I'm just saying that like that description of the way, it's just a description of the way that even though you could break it down and people could just say like, oh, it is just individuals, that like there's a reason that we feel the weight of it, right? Because
there's an intuitive factor to it all.
Right.
Some people like, I was thinking that right along those lines earlier, dude. That's a really smart thing to say, because you can't really, that your mind is basically recording everything that it interprets or sees and everything, even though you can't go back and draw it all out of there to memory, right? Your mind has it there. So your intuition operates back there in that subconscious region, and it grabs some of that stuff that it knows from its past, or it's made pattern recognitions that you can't remember or understand.
It's Hebb's law, right? It's what fires together, wires together. And like the one little pushback that I'll give there is like, we know that our memories are incredibly fallible, because when we're recalling a memory, when that recall is triggered, we're not just kind of replaying it like a tape. The experience of recalling it, we're having that recall in the context of our present experience, which actually impacts and like rewrites and creates new connections. That's what's happening, right? Like it's drawing new connections from that. So we're constantly reestablishing and recoding and then retransferring all of that information. It's incredibly lossy. But the benefit that we get is that pattern recognition and that intuitive drive to do.
For sure. That reminds me of when I was a kid, right? I got bigger, and I was talking to my mom. I was like 18, and I was like, remember your friend Chastity? She had that big ass dog, and she was like, how do you even remember her name? You were 2 years old, and that was not a big ass dog. My mind still remembered it as a big ass dog. It was a Cocker Spaniel, but I was a little kid. So I perceived it as this big ass dog in my mind. And then even though I grew up, my memory still gave it this big ass dog, image. So that makes perfect sense what you're saying. I was altered by my present state.
That's a really good example. I feel like it's an interesting case where individual like experience and anecdotal examples kind of are the kind of primary evidence that you want to look for, because it's something that's so subjective, and that everybody kind of experiences in their own context of their subjective experience. So you have to kind of like prompt people to draw those individual iterations of it out.
You know,
like
people like you and people who are aware of that actual function or mechanism in the brain usually have better recall on actual, focus on memory, because they know that those things could alter their perception of their memory. So they
Oh, it's literally just it's metacognition, right? So you're 100% correct, but it's not just that, right? So it's the ability to having the tools to reflect on not just your experience, but on your processing of that experience, and kind of step one level up that ladder of abstraction, and be aware of those processes that are going on, so that you're better equipped to kind of like not just react, because we're always kind of prompted to react in an experiential way, but being able
especially
to
if it's an emotionally packed, experience.
Exactly. Yeah. So having that ability to take that extra step of reflection and processing to act, and not just be in that reaction state, can be very powerful and valuable.
That's why I think I agree with everything you said. That's why I think learning about stoicism and how to be stoic is important. To take that pause and that breath to think, and to lose the reaction emotion and come with a logical response as often as possible. Because obviously when one flares up, the other side, like you said, with the wiring, the other wire flares up. That's true with people too, empathically.
We have to be careful though, because I think people, when people kind of colloquially conceptualize like stoicism, quote unquote, they oftentimes think of this like pushing away or minimizing the feeling of these emotional responses. But I think when we think about what emotional responses and experiences actually are and what they entail, to me, I feel like our feelings and our emotions are they're a way of our subconscious and our conscious trying to help us, they're orienting us in our experience of reality. So if something makes you feel something, I feel like it's important to be able to feel it, be able to sit with that emotional response and experience it, but then also be able to reflect on it and figure out what's prompting it. Right. I'm saying that's what you're correct, right? That's the appropriate kind of actual nuance to stoicism, but the cheap kind of pop psychology version of it
is, push all your friends away and don't be,
right. People think that it's just like, be a real man, like John Wayne, like just don't feel anything until you explode. It's like,
no, I feel like stoicism incorporates having the most feelings. Basically, it's almost like Dr. Spock. He actually feels the deepest. You know what I mean? He's just oppressing and holding them down for a better outcome, and sometimes letting them go when the time is right. But I mean, just throwing them around all the time, it's like flailing. It doesn't really do any good. I'm going to react out of complete fear, maybe freeze up instead of logically start processing things in my head. Maybe I should move left.
Yeah, it's like what it really is like. You're having some negative emotional response or experience, making you feel bad, and I think so frequently we want to like push through that or like get away from it. We want to just like stop the bad feeling as quickly as possible. But in my mind, if you sit with that, if you really like reflect on it and try and figure out and orient yourself towards what is it that the root of that experience, the root of that emotion that's causing it and triggering it. Well, once you've established that dynamic, that relationship, now you're better equipped to actually address it.
Sorry, I'm not as funny as it is on paper. Okay.
So, I just wanted to ask if Moon Earth is. Oh, he's not listening. Brilliant. I was just interested because Trigonometry Man was asking him in VC what his reasons for believing in the globe is, and he typed in the text chat the consistency in the current heliocentric model with the power of predictability, which is circular, and also validating the Earth's curvature with geometric facts about what to expect, which is circular. Both of them are circular arguments.
Oh, is it circular if I prove that that's fact because I've done that plenty of times here. Obviously, you'll deny because you're a flat earther, but
Well,
that is
no,
something that I've already
because
proven.
the argument itself is circular. So you've effectively said here that I know the
Sure,
Earth
you
curves
can call it
because I
circular
know.
all you want to, but
I
it's going to
hadn't
all
finished
result
talking, man.
in
I
you
hadn't
essentially
finished talking. I
cold
hadn't
as a
finished
ball.
talking. I hadn't finished
I
talking.
don't really care, to be honest. I don't respect you, so I don't really care if you're speaking or not.
You can stay on mute then. That's fine. So yeah, if you say that the Earth curves because the Earth curves, and then you say you don't care about my opinion, so you're going to talk over me, you can just stay on mute. So, folks, you know what I was saying earlier about how people come in and they're already triggered before they've even started talking? That's exactly what I mean.
You should try being vegan. It's 1,000 times worse.
I doubt it.
Oh yeah, I'll invite you to a server.
Yeah.
So I used to be one of the mods in the feminism room, ironically, because I don't call myself a feminist. But because I moderated in the room, it's something kind of similar, I think, where people would just come in literally screaming, telling me like what I believed and, saying just all of this stuff. And I would just kind of like calmly just try and engage with them and like try and explain like what I actually thought. And like so frequently they had this moment where it's like they would just kind of fumble because they were just consistently met with like not what
Have you ever
they
asked them?
expected.
Have you ever asked them what rights are you fighting for exactly?
So I asked who?
A feminist, a modern day feminist. Which rights don't you have? What are you trying? What do you want out of?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think my
Seems
position is I
redundant.
think a lot of people who call themselves kind of feminists in a modern sense, like aren't really engaging in a critical way with any kind of like active consideration of the ideology, the values. They don't know what they want. They're just kind of it's social posturing for the
Mad
most
at
part to kind of
certain.
virtue signal.
Yeah, it seems weird.
I
It's
think
almost
today
like
it's mostly about pay, representation, and implied roles.
Well, here's the difficulty, and this is why I specifically, one of the reasons that I don't like to call myself feminist. I feel it's really like I don't like it because I think, especially with something like quote unquote feminism, I think every person is coming to the table with their own kind of personal shades of meaning wrapped around like what they actually think of when they're thinking of those ideas in that term. And so for me, I think that it's silly to say, people coming in and we're using this word, we're using this label, and people just assume that everybody else is using it to mean the same thing there. It's like, I think the conversation or the engagement is much more functional if we start from a clean slate and say, all right, what do you mean when you talk about feminism? And then, work from there, talk about the actual beliefs and values people have instead of just, crosstalk over everybody asserting that, people believe what they do.
like that 40-year old study about the pay gap, wage gap, right? Like that they didn't factor in that there were less hours worked on the women's, and so the men over their duration of life worked had more money because they worked more frigging hours and days.
Well, no, look, I mean, this is something that I know an awful lot about because before I was into all of this stuff, I used to look into social issues an awful lot, and the wage gap is actually impossible because the second any kind of gap would appear, it would be plugged by people looking for an efficiency in the market.
Right. I mean, there's like a slight wage gap. Like I have employees, right? And some guys, they do more work and are better at the job than other guys, so they get more money. It's not because
That's
one
not a
of them
wage
is
gap.
more effeminate
That's
or
not a wage gap.
yeah. It's like one guy's a journeyman and knows how to direct everyone, and the other guys are like laymen, and they're just, moving.
No, well, the wage gap rhetoric
shit.
says that but the wage gap rhetoric is they want equal pay for equal work. So if you're saying that people are paid unequally because they give different work, well, that's what you'd expect anyway.
Right. It's like if I've got.
No, but then you're not
Let's say I
addressing
have
their
a let's say I have a 100-pound woman and a 200-pound dude, both doing the same job, moving bags of concrete. Well, the 100-pound woman is moving half of the amount of the man during the day. So the man's making me twice as much money, but the woman is demanding equal pay to the man, not putting out as much work. Or so why is this not focused on. These are the type of women that we're talking about in these exact same situations.
Yeah. So obviously I agree with you there, but
Yeah, I'm just saying.
yeah,
And
no, look,
modern day
and also,
feminists, they make fun of women who want to be stay-at-home moms, and they think it's important to take care of their own children. It's the weirdest thing I ever saw. It's like, yeah, it's her
I mean, a
decision
lot of
until
that's
she does
about
something you don't want her to do, right? Feminist.
right. So there's something else that you've maybe touched on but didn't really fully explore. It's not just about hours worked. It's also that people who have full-time jobs and are therefore salaried tend to have a higher hourly rate than those who work part-time. So it's not just about I worked more hours, therefore I had more money. It's actually that full-time work tends to be more salaried more often, which comes with a higher hourly rate more often.
That is true.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's something on that. And also a lot of women prefer to work part-time, work close to home. They don't want to go Arctic crab fishing. They don't want to drive ice trucks. They don't want to do all that dangerous, dodgy stuff that men are prepared to do for high paychecks, you know. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
And also a lot of the time, those men are doing that dangerous shit for a woman in their life that they are supporting. And why is that an issue? If that's how, listen, man, if that's how these people want to run their relationships, then who is it? You know, who gets to tell those people how their relationship runs?
Exactly. It just seems redundant. You know, we're fighting for women's rights. It's like, which ones exactly? I always wonder.
It tends to be the rights of whiny middle class women that everyone has to worry about.
Divorcees and single. I was looking at the stats on that. That's the Democratic Party. Women, it's like they're 70% not married. Maybe even not even marriable.
Yeah, but anyway, let's move on because this isn't that interesting really. It's quite a low vibration topic, isn't it? To be honest. Like the topic itself is like getting men and women to fight with each other. It's just kind of sad. Yeah.
It's boys and girls to fight with each other. It seems like the men and women are like, yeah, I agree. The real, you know, the adults, they aren't like mentally deranged.
Yeah.
It's a family unit. It's like, you know, it's the deranged ones are the ones that are saying we don't need women or we don't need men. It's like, no, yeah, we all do. You just stop being silly.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
So many reasons why we need women, and there's so many reasons why you need men. Let's just stop it right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was younger, I always thought of women as being like the glue of society. So even though men can do a lot of really useful structural things, we tend to be a lot more autistic than women on average, right? That
Very
women
true.
kind of glue groups of people together in a way that men don't, you know?
Yeah,
And obviously,
who's forcing you to come to the dinner table every day, right? Mama.
right. Yeah, so it's just one of those things where it's like it's about balance, isn't it? Like it's not that one's better than the other. It's like, would you say that the car, if you're looking at a car, would you say that the tire is better than the engine? It's like, well,
All
no,
right,
they just
you
have
gotta work together,
function.
yin and yang, man.
They work together to create the motion of a car. One isn't
I mean, a
better.
wheel by itself ain't really shit, right? A steering wheel by itself ain't shit. I mean, you put all these parts together and you got some shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I see families and societies, and just a collection of moving parts that come together to form something better.
Right, it's people like you and me and other people who see it that way, who recognize these little attacks on the family unit. And then people say, oh, you're crazy, man. Yeah. And it's like, no, absolutely. Almost every commercial, for every show, for every, almost every song, everything has something to do with an attack on the family unit these days. It's so weird.
Yeah, for sure. And also an attack on stable relationships.
Exactly. They make it so like it's not taboo to be a little cheater and a freak anymore. It's like, oh, I have 3 boyfriends. Yeah, it's normal. Like, no, those are, okay, I guess, yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's like, who is your kid gonna listen to when he's growing up? That's what the teachers are for? Oh, okay.
I see. Moon Earther decided to leave after being exposed for his circular reasoning.
In a roundabout way.
The Earth curves because the Earth curves. It was pretty dumb.
Somebody said the other day, "Why is it so dead in here?" And I typed, "Because of refraction." That's the answer for everything. Or it used to be. I don't know.
So, Mr. G, what do you think about this? There's kind of like there seems to be a split between the particle physics flat earthers and the ether flat earthers. What do you think about all that?
Quit fighting, right? I mean, you both are still on the same team. Stop being. I think a lot of that might have to do with personalities and people being, I don't know, not competing with each other for the for people. I don't know. Really, I don't see it. Like, I don't know why flat earthers would argue and fight with other flat earthers about anything. If they're really trying to just, unless it's some fucking, I don't know, fanatical shit where people are just like, I believe it because there's people like that on every side of everything. So it's probably a small faction of the weakest people doing that shit.
Oh yeah, I agree with that because I mean, I don't really believe in infighting. I think infighting is kind of dumb. You should be able to settle your differences, and if you can't,
I
then
mean,
you just...
I don't think either model is a prerequisite for like a flat Earth cosmology. So it is kind of a derivative argument.
Yeah, I agree. I think it gets into the egos though. When one guy's trying to present his thing and another guy has a different idea, right, on the same lines, and they start getting, I'm the shiny golden bringer chocolate today.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, I suppose a lot of these guys get like like savior complexes about I'm bringing you this cool
let me
information.
steer the flat Earth in the right direction. You guys are going off the cliff and shit like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'm interested to hear what Matthew Learns thinks about that as well. To be honest, if he's listening.
Just about the way they were arguing, or what specifically do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, so there's this kind of because I wouldn't even put myself in either camp. That's why I find it interesting. But you've got like the particle physics guys in the flat Earth, and then you've got the ether guys in the flat Earth, and they kind of don't really get on, to put it mildly. I don't know what you think about that from maybe from like a sociological point of view, but also maybe from a scientific point of view.
Well, I mean, just the idea that they have in common ideas about the shape of the Earth doesn't mean they have to agree on everything else. Like, what causes? Because it seems like there are two different ways of describing what's happening in the sky. I mean, you've got QE on one side, you've got like Whitsitt talking about some electrical toroidal field and stuff like that. So I think the disagreement is mainly on how to explain what we see, not the shape of what we see.
But Matthew, do you believe the
I don't
Earth
think
is
the
flat or
disagreement is the
globe?
big deal. It's the infighting. Once it's like team building, separating, dividing the camps. It seems a little bit counterproductive if that's what's happening.
I mean, do we have to be a team? I mean, I don't think we all have to be on the
gain
same
more
page.
momentum as not fighting, even though you don't have to agree. It's like, look how good the conversations have gone, even though I'm a baller, right? But I choose not to argue against flat earthers. I choose to try and uplift ideas that are alternative cosmologies because that's what I like to do. It isn't for anyone else other than really myself, but I found it's easier to have better conversations and then than scraping old scabs all the time.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I ask what alternative cosmologies are?
Yeah, I don't believe in the Big Bang and the black holes and the neutron stars and the explanation of gravity, and and I kill the mainstream model of the sun, and I give examples of all kinds of awesome shit from, electrons don't blue shift as they fall towards the earth as they say that they did, which is called the equivalency principle. That's not true. And Ron Hatch, the guy who augmented the GPS systems down to the centimeter, he wrote a book called Escaping Einstein, and he explains exactly how the equivalency principle doesn't work and isn't real. And he showed a practical mechanism by fixing these satellites for everybody to where the carrier code and all of that stuff to the transceiver, and is on time now instead of off of time, because they were just using relativity and saying that everything must work this way, so they incorporated it all into their program, and it didn't work. And so they're like, what went wrong? There must be something in the equipment or whatever. And he's like, no, check this out. So he holds all these patents, and he's like world renowned. Ronald Hatch.
What's really interesting is they just discovered this fractal microbe.
You said microbe?
Yeah, I was gonna say molecule, but it's not a molecule. It's like a living thing. It's like some kind of microbe. It's like a natural fractal. It's really, really trippy.
Yeah, I mean, they're just starting to understand that because electrical interactions are fractal, right? Like plasma is fractal in nature. Lightning bolts are fractal. Everything electrically involved with anything that has to do with electricity is fractal. And so, those things are developed, and they ride along these electromagnetic lines that that's what's in the coding for your DNA and all of that stuff. And so it's the.
Do you think that we'd be do you think we'd be a lot smarter of a species if we based our mathematics system on fractal laws instead of base 10 laws? Because then we could always be dividing more infinitely.
Well, have you seen that Terrence, what's his name? Where he's talking about the flower of life and the secret vibratory codes and all this kind of stuff that he got into?
There's lots of guys talk about that.
It's that guy, he was Lucius on that fucking show. Fucking Lucifer. Or no, not Lucifer. Damn it. It was the one where they were all like a little rapper. Empire. Bunch of rappers and singers and shit like that, family.
Okay, hold on. This is the story. First ever fractal molecule discovered inside bacteria. So it's part of a bacteria, and it's a fractal. It's like a triangular fractal.
Yeah, and you were right. It is a molecule.
Trippy, eh?
Yeah. Your instinct, your memory recollection.
I've got a photo memory disorder.
Well, I wasn't trying to say that you had that. I'm just saying, when you second guessed yourself, that's when you were wrong. You were right the first time. That's what happened.
Yeah, I knew there was two elements involved. I just couldn't remember how they related to each other, like that's bacteria and molecules and the fractal. But yeah, it's interesting because it implies that we know fuck all about the greater nature of how life creates itself.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's definitely driven electrically. Because without an electrical environment or electric field, life doesn't exist anyway.
Have you ever heard of these weird microbes that are found in the atmosphere that feast on electricity?
Yeah, and photosensitive. Yeah, because they're the photoelectric effect. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a theory, right? Stay with me. Have you heard of space euphoria?
No.
Well, I mean, if you believe that they're doing something,
like a bacterial infection from being in space.
Well, more like a response that if it's like a sea of plankton sort of thing.
Yeah.
It could generate these sensations on our parasympathetic system and stimulate a profound experience.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if the electric field or whatever, if these things are eating electric charge, right? Then they're having probably discharging their electric
like
field.
that feeling you get that's like a little tingle on your skin because there's a microscopic like microbe that's like eating your skin or something, and all you feel is this weird little electrical kind of tingle.
I mean, I have to take your word for it.
I don't know if you guys have like astral experience, like astral projection experiences and things like that, or what you make of it. But
I mean, I could interpret them as that. You know,
I've had a dream experience that felt exactly like space euphoria, and in the dream I was like floating just above the rim of the earth, if you like.
How would you know what space euphoria actually feels like?
Well, having read how it's described, and then having a dream where I could
I'm just messing with you. That's like when people like, man, that tastes like shit, and I'm like, really? When's the last time you tasted shit? I mean,
But it was weird because it was like the sensation coming from outside my body as much as it was like mirroring that sensation within my body, and that created the sense of euphoria. But I mean, it's the same way the astronauts describe like being immersed in a sea of living energy and it triggering this like euphoric sensory response.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, I think those are the reasons that they would be motivated to lie to us. Like people always ask the question, why the deception? Well, I mean, to me, it began with like the divestment from religion. You know what I mean? And like, whilst that had positive effects on society, it possibly wasn't the only way to those ends. And in the end, it's a very bad idea because the domination of the atheistic sciences is just Satanism with another word, with other terminology today. Like today,
I see all that as like a dog and pony
militaristic empire, and people just saying like, you know, there's no morality except what we invent for ourselves because we know the history of the entire universe. So once you've deleted the necessity for God to be there to create the universe, you can infer anything about the entire history of creation. So for a long time, people didn't have something big enough and present enough to like compete with God in people's psyche. But once they triggered like, okay, the known universe is now how you relate to.
The reason I don't see that as an argument for me would be because, like, who's to say how God wanted to make it? Just because we figured out how God made it, it doesn't stop.
Well, I'm just talking specifically.
That's why I want to take another step and say from that right there, it's as if when we see it's like, oh, they want to take away our religion. They use that. That's how they're getting so much done in the Middle East is through religion. Right? They're not really trying to take away the religion so much as they're trying to pretend to take it away so that you adhere to it even more fanatically, and then you'll be on board with going over to
misrepresentation.
No, I'm just saying it's an idea.
It is in the religion. Like the shape of the earth is described in pretty much all the religions, and it's described pretty much the same way in all the religions. And that's a key fact of why they needed a basis to get people to divest away from religion as any kind of authority. And the only way you do that is by challenging people's notion of God, by saying you've got like an alternative explanation for the entire history of creation. But I mean, this is like
they already have other religions that do that to each other. So they have a well-working machine that accentuates, validates, and conflicts with each other. They already have that.
Yeah, but none of them
have fight among religion.
Yeah, this is because atheism isn't like overt Satanism. It very subtly leads people away from like the teachings that were laid down so that we know who we are and where we are. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it's just how like the devil operates in this world, you know? It's through deception. You can never tell what he's doing and why he's doing it until you can work backwards from the effects that it's
and we can't even be sure that he didn't write the Bible. Like, right? Because we're not supposed to believe in man.
Okay, but I'm just dealing with the raw fact of it saying in all these other different religions, not just the Bible, the shape of the earth, right? So why was it the point where they challenged the place that the earth is in the solar system, right? When Galileo came out, and it laid the foundation for people to start challenging the basis of why we should refer to the book anymore.
I just don't think they were doing a lot of physics back then. So there was a lot of understood things. You know, magnetism was a magic trick too. You'd probably get burnt at the stake for levitating something with a magnet. Because
well, I mean, yes and no.
You know
They called them lodestones.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you put a lodestone inside of a straw doll and you levitate it on a pole in front of somebody, and you might get, and that story get told to the, you know, you might get burnt.
Yeah, but look, it's like what I was saying, right? Working backwards from the outcomes of having a world that's like committed to atheism means there's no morals that are guiding people's actions. This is one of the main reasons that I'm vegan, and I believe that like veganism becoming more popular in the world is like the actual will of God, because we've perverted all of these fucking...
Hold on a second. When a farmer farms like cows, right? He kills the cows and feeds them to you. But when a farmer grows beans, he kills every fucking animal in the field, every rabbit, every squirrel, every bee, every bug, vegans aren't saving shit. They're killing more animals than they ever
Let's just go over what you said just really quickly, because I'm not going to have this fucking argument that people have every day because it's so
it's just a fact, bro. I didn't want to get you pissed off about it. I'm just saying, you know,
it's a stupid argument.
Vegans take this high road, but there's no high road for a vegan.
It's saying here's a burning building, and because I can only save 10 people in the building, I'm going to sit outside in my fireman's jacket and laugh about how futile it is to preserve life at all, and just listen to the sounds of their
I'm going to actually just bring them a couple fire extinguishers and show them where they are.
Fucking is. It really is. It's like saying you drive through clouds of bugs on the way to a burning house.
It's nothing like that at all. It's like saying I'm not killing. No. It's more like saying, hey,
completely flawed fucking logic, and you jumped on it like your total gotcha moment as soon as I mentioned veganism. Can we just get back to the flat Earth? I said I didn't even want to fucking discuss it.
Yeah, because you can't support your argument. Don't get mad.
Yeah, I can support my argument, and I just did support the argument, and like every fucking straw man, you
didn't even ask for anything. You went on an angry tirade. You didn't even ask me for any data or information. You're not interested at all to see that you're wrong.
Conversation at hand, for fuck's sake. Go join the veganism server like every other troll who wants to disprove a fucking ideology with some
Dude, I'm not the one who brought it up as a virtue signal. I'm not the one who brought it up as a virtue signal. You shamed me for eating meat. Yeah, you shamed me for eating meat.
I'll shame you for being an ignorant fucking moron.
No, you shamed me for eating meat as if you're better because you're vegan.
You have no idea how to have a fucking conversation.
Okay, that's that stopped. Dude, I'll unmute your mic. This isn't the vegan channel. If someone asks you to go back to
I didn't want to fucking talk about it. He just kept jumping on me.
Yeah,
they always fucking do.
And you asked them to go back to the topic of flat Earth, and that's totally fair, my friend. That's why I had to jump in and moderate him. I'll unmute his mic and I'll ask that he goes back to the topic of flat Earth. And that's cool. If it's a two-way conversation, you're sharing the floor, not talking over each other. That's fine. But we can't have a rabble or a fight or a shout or a talk about cats and what cats should eat or whatever.
So yeah, there is a reason that you can work backwards from by seeing the effect of having this atheistic world where the lack of a morality guiding anything allows people to do all the horrific shit that they're doing to animals, point one, all the horrific fucking imbalance that there is in like, you know, people starving to fucking death and just all the horrible fucking shit in the world, right? Has happened because we put technology above everything and we'll sacrifice anything for better technology. And it's because we're guided by a godless principle that's found like grounded in atheism. And when it came out, its main selling point was about the shape of fucking reality. So for you to tell me that like you can look at all these conspiracies,
is he doing this again
like
for real?
Satanic elite and everything and say that's a separate idea to this one. No, it's the same fucking idea for the same agenda. Now I'm finished talking.
Yeah, I agree. You know, those satanic vegans do the same thing, man. They kill all the animals in the fields. I feel bad for it.
So, Mr. G, why did you bring up that word?
Well, because he literally just said, he literally just brought up, because he did. He did. He brought up the ignorant atheist killing the animals again. Immediately, the first sentence out of his mouth, no one said, "Why did you bring that up to him?" Did they?
Yeah,
No, but you said the V word though.
So what? At least I'm direct about what I'm saying. He was trying to be passive aggressive. That's fucking like lying. That's not an honest. That's dishonest.
Yeah, well, you don't challenge the argument.
And antagonistic. Look, it's weird that he brought it up as a virtue signal, and then I pointed out how it's not a virtue signal, and now he's mad. I didn't get mad. He got mad. He went on an angry tirade for 5 minutes.
Trying to justify your ad hominems because you don't actually have a rebuttal.
They're not ad hominems.
Yeah, everything you said just was.
You just said that I'm an atheist fucking...
Yeah, we're going to move off this topic now. Sorry, guys. Would anyone like to talk about anything else?
Yeah, I'll contribute.
Sure, what's up?
Oh, I'm a flat earther. Wanna go?
Yeah, all good. Why are you a flat earther? What brought you to the flat earth?
Because I have a better depiction of what I know the flat earth is compared to the globe depiction.
Okay, that sounds like an interesting thing to say. What do you mean by that?
So like, for example, tides. You know how the moon pulls water bodies of water towards itself. So that's why there's tides, right?
Right.
You're with me? So the sun is the same way, except it pushes, and that's what creates like wind cycles, like trade winds and westerlies.
I don't understand. So you're a flat earther, but you think that the moon is causing trade winds? I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, so there's trade winds, right? That's in the Hadley cell. And there's a cell there's like wind cells, which it means it circulates in different latitudes. And within those cells, there's also wind circulating longitudinally, which means west to east. And, because of that's because of the sun, I think. Not the Earth's rotation.
You're talking about Coriolis effect?
Yeah, I don't think Coriolis is...
you literally read my mind. I was literally just about to ask about Coriolis effect. I was literally just about to do that. You literally read my mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think Coriolis is like because of the sun, not Earth's rotation. Because the sun moves east to west.
But that wouldn't change... Wait. How does the Coriolis effect work if the Earth's not spinning? You're saying because the Earth's spinning around the sun?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No. The Coriolis effect only works within the idea of the heliocentric model. I'm saying like the actual explanation, the flat Earth explanation to why like wind curls up north and goes westward, like trade winds go westward.
Yeah. The wind. When you're south, it goes clockwise. North, it goes counterclockwise. Yeah.
Yeah, but the sun goes westward too, which there's a correlation there. The sun is pushing air westward, but also outward.
Correlation is not causation. Also, the sun is too far to have that effect.
No, it's not. You could say the same thing about the moon. The moon's too far to have that effect.
No, the moon's way closer. The moon's way closer. That's why it has no effects on the waves.
You're telling me from your globe perspective that the sun has no effect on the Earth? Like what?
I didn't say it had no effect.
Yes,
but the sun's effect on this, for example, the sun. There's a reason why the sun doesn't affect the waves. It doesn't. The moon does because the moon is closer.
You'd be surprised because have you heard of solar flares? They actually affect.
Yes, but that's when it shoots out towards us. It's possible for it to hit us, yes, but it normally I don't think it has. We would have an EMT from a sun. I think we got close recently. I'm pretty sure they said that there was a really big one coming that could possibly, but it hasn't.
Back in the 1800s, there was a big event in North America that shut down like entire states, like power.
But again, that was like once in a blue moon. Like that doesn't happen all the time.
Okay, I'm not talking about when it happens. I'm telling you that there is a connection between the UV rays, like the frequencies and the light frequencies from the sun and electromagnetic frequencies, which is connected. The same thing. That compared to
UV rays don't what?
Yeah, bro, that
There's
compared to a light bulb does give out very small amounts of electromagnetic frequencies, but it's basically minuscule compared to the sun. Like the sun is like a big ass like elephant, and like that one light bulb is an atom compared to
the moon is smaller than the sun, yes, but because of how close it is, that's why the effect is a lot more than the sun.
Your people also say that if you move the distance of the Earth and the sun further apart, like you actually affect the weather patterns and shit, which it does, right? And the Earth
It has
does.
some effect. I'm not saying it doesn't have any effect, but there's no. I mean, you can make assumptions, I guess, but there's no. I would have to see the evidence that the reasoning behind. I guess so. The reasoning behind the Coriolis effect, of course, is because it's because you can take a flat disc, circular disc, and you can measure the outside and the inside, and the outside has to move faster than the inside for them to move the same distance.
I don't understand
One
what you're
is
saying.
slower. So on a flat, think of a flat disc, right? Like if you have something like near you, it's a flat disc, right? Imagine a flat disc right in front of you, right? So for this disc to do the full spin, right, to get all the way around, if you take a point on the outside and a point further on the inside, right? Though the outside disc, right, going all the way around is further than the smaller one has to go. It's smaller.
Yeah, your point.
So it's less distance.
Your point.
Right? The inside is less. I'm coming on. Okay. So, because the Earth is spinning, right? As it does. I obviously don't agree. This is from our perspective, right? So, because of that thing, the outside has to be spinning faster than the inside, right? For it to both make it the same distance.
Talking about gears.
This is why. No, this is what causes the Coriolis effect.
No, it's not the Coriolis effect. It's different. The Coriolis effect is the reason why wind and current, water current.
Yes, and that's why the winds. That's why the winds. If you imagine a flat map, it's slower on the inside and faster on the outside.
That means nothing. That doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it does. I'm not saying it proves it. I'm giving you the.
An example of Coriolis effect is how wind and current curves north and south towards the poles, right?
Yes,
right?
that's because I'm trying to get there. That's because on the inside, closer to the inside of the Earth, it moves slower, and the outside moves faster. So hold on. Yes, it does. Listen, bro. Please listen. So the clouds, when it's going up or it's going inside, it's gonna fall behind because the current moves slower and it falls down. Hold on. And if it goes up, it goes the opposite direction. That's what gives you the counterclockwise effect. But then if you're on the other side, it's counterclockwise because of the Coriolis effect.
You're very confusing, and Coriolis effect is not.
I literally just explained the Coriolis effect to you.
That's not the Coriolis effect. You were explaining.
That is literally the Coriolis effect. You can look it up.
No, it's not.
I'll show. Okay, fine. I'll give you the video. Hold on.
It's the tendency for water current and air, fluid things to curve northwards, right? Just like toilet seats, right?
Has anyone ever heard of?
Because of the sun.
Has anyone ever heard of tidal vortices?
Yes. Yeah. Eddies and
stuff.
Yeah,
I think that's a much more credible explanation than the moon moving the tides.
Well, it's actually tidal vortices is just another name for the patterns, the way Earth, the currents move against each other. It's because there's counter currents as well.
Yeah, like it's an overall sum total of all the forces in the ocean, basically.
Well, did you know the tides even go all the way down
I'm sorry, but wait, hold on. How do tides move on a flat Earth? If the flat Earth is not moving, how are the tides moving?
Tides,
like general question.
tides are different.
Like
I'm
actual
talking about how waves are formed, and it's because of wind pushing against, like waves and current is because.
I mean, yeah,
Mm.
you were
The
talking
moon
about it
causes
before.
the tides, not the waves. It's the
The essential shape of things and the high pressure to low pressure changes that occur create the wind systems that move everything in the earth. But there's other forces at play, like geothermal patterns and thermal patterns and magnetic patterns, and all of these things are like adding up to create this sum total force that creates the tides in the ocean. But it's not specifically the moon in space pulling on the water. Like, it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny like a lot of things in the globe model.
Exactly.
The difference is the globe model has proven things to be correct, where there's nothing in the flat Earth model that has actually proven something. So.
Well, and also tides have a 29.53 day cycle in them, and lo and behold, the moon phases are 29.53 days. So there's got to be some correlation there, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think there is a correlation. It's just not the dominant force, because for it to be the dominant force, you imply this big gravity well that we're in, but that's just not happening.
Yeah, not the dominant force, but the moon does have an effect on the tides.
Because it's more like, this is like the electric universe side of the argument, you know, like when everything is in a certain state, it's like a continuous current. So everything can affect everything else. And that range is like, becomes unlimited when we sleep. That's why we're able to be in other locations in whatever part of the cosmos that we could have a dream experience. And, you know, it's that connection between all things is a living current. And what is tide but current?
Dude believes that you can like magically float about while you're sleeping, but won't believe that a big rock in the sky can somehow pull on the water.
Well, look, that's one part of how I believe the unified field theory, if you like, can, like, you experience it when you sleep, but you don't have to reference it just to talk about the unified field theory itself or the wave particle duality. And for these things that we've observed that seem like magic, defying all the things we thought we knew, are explained by the way that there's a current that connects everything, and you can separate yourself from being connected to that current, and it's one of the prime actions of consciousness, so that when you're unconscious, you can have these experiences which don't adhere to the laws of physicality. But it's just a really...
Sorry, real quick, come catch this. I posted the link of how it explains the Coriolis effect according to the globe Earth, and it's exactly how I just explained it to you. That is how the Coriolis effect works, how I explained it to you. That's literally, you can look it up on Google, how Coriolis effect works. It literally has to do with slower and faster winds due to the Earth spinning, and that's why.
Let me ask you just one question, right? Say we accept Coriolis effect as a real thing, which, like, I'm not convinced of. But do you have room for other alternative explanations for what could cause it?
I haven't been given any that make sense scientifically. You can give me a scientifically. Hold on, if you can give me a scientifically reasoned argument with evidence.
Yeah, I'm going to. When you look at a ring magnet, right, the majority of the charge is in the center and the edge. So if you have the North Pole, which is, you know, a moving magnetic field, and the South Pole, which, as you know, is a moving magnetic field, then either side of what we call the equator, forces will be drawn either to one pole or the other pole, because it's still a magnetic pole. It's just,
but where have we seen ever? Wait, hold on. But where have we ever seen wind or something non-magnetic ever be drawn to a magnet?
Yeah, that's a deeper conversation about the functions of paramagnetism, but I don't really want to get into that with you.
Hold on. But that's an important conversation, because you can't just say, "Oh, it's because of magnetism." But we've never seen in this ever. I don't think you can show, unless y'all can show me a video of magnets changing air or water.
Do you think cotton has magnetism, or any fabric?
When you look, when you examine,
unless it has magnets in it,
magnetism is something that's practical in a lab environment, not a fucking atmosphere.
Do you want me to respond to your question or what?
Go ahead, bro.
All right, so the entire universe is comprised of something called the electromagnetic spectrum, and everything that exists is adhering to one of these two properties. Things that are diamagnetic are still magnetic. I hate to tell you, but they are. It's just a subtler form of magnetism, and it's permanently polarized in one direction. So it's very
Again,
easy
you
to
have to show
move.
me the evidence for that. There's nowhere. You have to show me the evidence for that because nowhere have I ever seen a magnet change something that's not magnetic.
Literally a
Give
magnet.
me evidence. Show me a video. Show me the video of a magnet changing airflow or changing water. Then I'll change my mind.
Right, because water doesn't have that strong type of magnetism that metal does.
Okay, so have you ever
then
seen
it's not gonna move
somebody
by
take-
magnetism.
It's a
You can't use
different
magnets to
element.
explain
It has
it.
different fucking electromagnetic qualities.
Then you
Listen, have
can't
you ever
explain-
seen?
There's no evidence for that. Again, give me
Have
the
you
evidence for
ever
that.
seen? Have you ever seen this really simple science experiment, right? Where they take a rod, which is like a polymer rod, and they rub like a chamois up and down it to build up charge, and then you move it next to a flowing stream of water. What happens to the water?
That's different though. That's not magnetism.
Yeah,
That's
it fucking
static
moves.
electricity.
Yeah. No, but
That's
did you
that's
listen to what I
static.
said?
That's static. That's different.
The electromagnetic spectrum comprises the known universe, and every force is adhering to both of these properties in equal
But
measure.
there is, but again, there's no evidence of there's no evidence of that kind of static on the Earth. Again, you have to show me
Yeah, well,
evidence.
I mean,
Because
I
if that
just-
was the
yeah.
case, if there was that much static on Earth that could move water like that and water like that, then bro, our hair would always be standing up.
Yeah, so you're denying tides, right? You're gonna say no to tides?
I'm not
Tides don't
denying tides. I
exist?
never denied tides. Don't put
Well,
words
you
on
just
my mouth.
described tides. You just described how tides work.
No, I did not, bro. You okay? Apparently, either you're disingenuous or you're not listening. I said that there's no evidence. I said there's no there's no static. If there was that much static electricity on the Earth, we would notice that.
Static electricity.
Like,
Not
that's what it is.
It's not electricity,
The
dumbass.
trick with the water is static.
Oh, it's not
Same
electricity,
thing with the
dumbass.
balloon.
Electromagnetic.
You find that incredible. I can't believe you find that
This guy's
incredible.
a
Do you
fucking
think mass
genius.
attracts mass? Mass
The
attracts
reason
mass.
that-
Give me
the
evidence.
reason that I
Give
brought
me
up-
any evidence because you still haven't given me any evidence or experiment for evidence.
The reason
I
that
need
I
evidence.
brought
You think
up
mass
that
attracts mass?
experiment,
So
the
no,
reason
you're
that I
not gonna
brought
give
up
it to me?
that experiment, right, is so that you can see that water is not, in fact, an inert substance. It does react under certain situations. And we know frighteningly little about the sum total of the entire fucking world. We pretend we know everything, but we really don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
but, like,
quickly, we know
he's
about
denying his own-
electromagnetism, right? We know about static electricity. We know about these.
No,
Static electricity is the thing that moves the water. It's static electricity.
These dogs.
Sorry, go ahead.
Fucking low IQ individuals. God, you just
Yeah,
don't
is-
even
is
know.
all
what
of that
the
true,
fuck
though?
it is.
Like, we know lots
You're
about
just unaware of the light. You think the light spectrum is electricity. You're a fucking moron, dude. Shut up. Mute this guy.
Again, so the issue is here. Wait, no, Dogs, let me finish. Okay, real quick. Again, you have to show me the evidence because it is static electricity that does the water tree you just talked about. I think I forgot who that was who said it. No, stop. Because that's the experiment he was talking about, and that's static electricity used. That is static electricity. That's what's used. And if we had that much static electricity, it would be noticed because our hair stands up on that kind of stuff. So if there's that much static electricity moving water or air like that, we would have noticed.
No one said
It's
static
not the
electricity
case.
moves water. We said tides move because of electromagnetic frequencies from the moon affects
The evidence he
everything on
just
Earth.
gave
All
says
the
static
matter on Earth
electricity.
gets
The evidence he just
affected
gave
by
was,
the
bro, you're not
moon.
listening to your own person. You're not listening to your
All
own
the things
person.
on Earth
Just
get
you
affected
can
by
put
the
yourself next to your mic. It
electromagnetic
doesn't make you right,
frequencies
bro.
from the moon
You
and
can
the
talk over
sun.
me. It doesn't make you right. That's
Well,
not what
you're
your
dumb.
friend just said. Your buddy, your buddy
you're
just
steel
said.
manning.
Your buddy, yeah, I'm dumb, but your buddy,
you're
you're
steel
disagreeing with your buddy then
You're
because
steel
your buddy just said. Your buddy just
Yeah,
said.
he said
static-
the
static
electromagnetic
electricity.
spectrum. He said
No,
the
he no,
electromagnetic
no.
spectrum. You said static electricity. He didn't say that. You did.
But isn't
You're
it
in-
static
no,
electricity when
the
you have
experiment he just talked about.
Oh, that's you, bro. Meet this guy, please.
Wait, but isn't that static when you wrap the chamois over the rod and then it diverts the water? That's static electricity.
And
How's it
like
even-
I said,
dude,
it's
like,
just
we're not
trying to
even
show
gonna
you
fucking
that under
talk
certain conditions, water loses its regularly inert properties, and it does
Yes,
respond
that's
to
using
field.
static electricity though.
So yeah, sure, but we don't account for what all the fields on all the Earth are doing. That's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, can't you
We
see
do.
that? It's like a logical,
If there's an if there's a field that we don't know of, we would have found it out by now because it would have had effect on it. But we found the effect on it. There's nothing to look for because we know it affects it. The moon just affects it. We know that. We know the moon affects the tides. By the gravity mass. By the gravity.
Hey, simply just wait.
Nothing to do with static electricity.
Stop. Are you saying it does that simply by the virtue of it being mass?
By the mass plus distance is what causes the effect of gravity. That's why certain other planets
Just
don't have
by
effect.
the sheer virtue. So just because it is mass and is at a certain distance, it does something. Is that it?
That's what gravity is. That's how gravity works. That's what gravity is.
And these guys are giving you causal mechanism suggestions, and you are just saying just
with no evidence.
And
you're getting suggestions with no.
And you are saying, and neither do you. Just saying, just because it's mass and it's at a certain distance, it does something.
The problem is, and you can try to correct
because
me on
it's
this,
measured. We do have evidence, except the difference is we do have evidence because we have experiments and measurements of how gravity works. We know that gravity is exactly 9.4, right? 9.4. We know everything falls at the same
acceleration.
Speed because of gravity.
That's acceleration.
No, it's not.
That's acceleration. You dumbass. That's acceleration.
We understand the forces and we understand the mechanisms behind electromagnetism and electrostatics, and that's not what happens here. We're having these forces that don't match the things that we understand about electromagnetism and electrostatic forces. So why are you guys trying to ascribe the thing that we know and the thing we have values to occasions where it does not fit?
What grounds do you have to claim that just by something having mass, right, a property of matter, it can do something to something else? What grounds do you have for saying that? Either of you.
Are you talking to me? Who are you talking to?
Either of these bozos.
Bozos, yeah, no, I'm not listening to you.
Still have gravity on a flat Earth. I don't know why this guy thinks that because gravity.
I'm not saying gravity. No, I'm not saying. No, hold on. You're confusing. You're conflating two things. I'm not saying gravity is okay. It's hilarious that one he's put that meme in the chat when it's literally the same. It would be the same way. It would be the same way that y'all would have it. You could use the same logic. Oh, because there's no gravity, the Earth is flat. Which you can use that same logic. That's not the logic I'm using. I'm saying we have a viable explanation of why tides work. Gravity. I'm not saying tides. I'm not saying because there's gravity, the Earth is round. That's not what I said, and I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth, so that's incorrect. I was explaining why tides work, and y'all's explanation has not been proven. That's the problem. You give these explanations, but there's no evidence or scientific proof.
Neither has yours, sir.
Gravity.
Yes, we do. We have science experiments. Again, the acceleration. You can't have the acceleration. You know what that G? You know what that G is in acceleration? Gravity. It's gravity. You have to account for gravity, bro.
Look,
here's the problem, an observation. Right? You have no causal mechanism.
Have
no causal mechanism.
I'm not debating you, Trick. I'm not debating you, bro. You're bad faith. You meet people when you don't agree with you. I'm not debating you, Trick. I'll talk to because Catch has been somewhat decent and hasn't been rude or bad faith. So I'll keep talking. I'm not talking to Trick. I'm not talking to Trick.
By validating
causal mechanism.
By validating hypotheses. By validating hypotheses.
Can we have something?
By making a prediction and validating it through experiment.
Can we
you watched something happen. You watched something happen and affirmed your claimed cause. Is that it?
Oh, is that what I've said? No, that's not what I said. Do you want me to say it again, bud?
Look, tides aren't unidirectional, right?
Yeah, so what I said is we made a prediction based on a hypothesis. We tested that prediction and it was validated. So it means we observed something we didn't know before but had predicted would likely be true if our hypothesis is true. This is how science
and therefore declare your claimed cause to be true.
More likely true than not, yes, until someone falsifies.
More likely. So I will state it again, justifiably, that you have not confirmed or validated any causal mechanism.
Yeah, that's just a lie, T-Dub. Of course we have. We've used lots of experiments to validate gravity, especially the mass attracting mass
You
on
just
like
said
small particle
yourself
scales.
that it's a matter of likelihood, that it's not verified, it's not validated.
Yes,
Tell
but
me if this
verified and
sounds
validated
rational
is
to
about
you, right?
likelihood. It's not about proof. So you can have something that is
So-
verified and validated that isn't proven. This
If
is
the
science.
moon-
What have you validated?
It's been
What
like
have you
30
validated?
years and you don't understand what science and the terminology of proof means.
Look, let me try
You
and
want
disprove
science
this
to
for
mean,
you again.
well, it could be. I could be right. Oh.
No, I want science to
could
mean
be
the
right.
likelihood is much greater that you're right than not right.
Can I put out a
No,
new
either
claim
something
instead of
caused
just the
something to
argument?
happen or it didn't. Either something
How do you find
made
out if it
something
has?
else
You're
happen
confusing ontology and
or it
epistemology because
did not.
you're
Have you
philosophically
validated that
illiterate, T-Dub.
have you validated that with certainty, right, that this causal mechanism is the thing that's causing the what you want to happen?
Hey, T-Dub,
observed
you
to
can't
happen.
validate anything with certainty. Give me one thing you can validate with certainty.
Well, I can tell. I can
Yeah,
tell
you're
you
gonna
this
dodge,
with
aren't you, mate?
certainty,
You're gonna
right?
dodge. You're gonna demand certainty and proof, but you can't give me one fucking thing you can validate certainly.
Look, here's,
What have I
here's a certainty.
claimed?
Here's a certainty, yeah? If the moon is exerting an omnidirectional force, what we should observe, a unidirectional force, what we should observe are unidirectional tides, but tides go in every fucking direction. So how can they all be exerted upon by one force that's in one location? That'd make it a unidirectional tide force. They'd all gravitate to the moon, but they don't do that.
Well, so the moon causes things to gravitate, and then on either side you end up with shallow pits, and then on the other side on either side you end up with higher tides. And then there's things called tidal nodes because the coasts also get in the way of the tides, and then there's king tides, and which is when the sun and the moon both exert force. So there's lots of different variables. You're just confusing the idea of a single variable with multiple variables because you guys can't understand more than one force at the same time.
I thought that's what we were talking about. We were talking about multiple variables, and you drew it all back to gravity again.
Yes. No, actually, I didn't. I spoke about the coastlines affecting the tide. So I'm sorry if you didn't hear that.
Just now. No, just
Is this
now you did.
likelihood or is it definitive? Is this likelihood or is it definitive?
Everything is
likelihood or
likelihood, Peter.
definitive?
Give me one fucking thing that's definitive.
It's just a might be. It's a might be. It's a maybe.
Give me one thing that's definitive, Peter. Come on, buddy. One thing.
Does the moon cause
thing.
tides? Dogs are
The
gods.
likelihood
Does the
is
moon-
very, very great that it does.
It's probable. It's you're not
Yeah, give me
certain.
one
You're
fucking
not
thing you know
certain.
for certainty,
You
mate.
think
Stop
it
weaseling
might.
away from this. Stop weaseling.
So you think
Stop weaseling, T-Dub. Give me one thing you know with certainty.
You think it. So you think it might.
One
be
thing
the
you know
moon
with
causing
certainty,
it. You're
T-Dub,
not
you
sure.
fucking weasel.
Are you sure?
Stop weaseling
Are you
away from
sure
this.
that
Stop
it's the
weaseling
moon?
away. Stop weaseling
Are you
away.
sure? Oh my god.
So, buddy, my answer's
Are
been
you
clear
sure?
the entire time. My fundamental epistemic principles have been.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's the moon that's causing the tides, dogs?
What do you think it is?
You sure?
What do you think it is if it's not the moon?
All right, so T-Dub, let's try doing this like adults.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's the moon or you're not sure? Which one?
Can we get into the details? Of
I
this,
have
please?
very strong likelihood.
So pathetic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has
sure
the
or
same
unsure?
29.59 day
So
cycle.
pathetic.
Look, here's my other problem, right? You say it's this unidirectional force, but it's like the moon's only ever on one side of the Earth, correct? So shouldn't there be like no tide on the other side of the Earth?
You mean the moon
No,
is
it's
on
always
the other side
happening.
of the Earth? What the fuck does that mean, dude?
So the moon is,
Astrophysicists actually tell us that there's a bulge at the equator caused across the equatorial plane by the sun and
Yeah,
the
we
moon,
know,
both affecting Earth's
Yeah, I've
water
heard
at the
Neil
same time.
deGrasse Tyson's
Yes. I'm not finished. And then, as the Earth spins, the land spins inside and out, in and out of that bulge, causing tides. That's the current theoretical physics explanation for tides.
And yet there's no like mountain of water around the equator. It's actually the doldrums. There's no wind.
Just
Hence,
telling
there's
you
no tide.
what is being told by theoretical physicists and astrophysicists today. That's what's being taught to university students. Not mass attracting
Sure.
mass. The moon tugging on all the water, different points as it goes past,
Then why do you think
causing
this
an
says?
equatorial bulge. The sun and the moon together are causing equatorial bulge of water. And the Earth spins in and out of it.
Yeah, but that
Take that to the bank. Yeah, that's coming from astrophysicists' mouths.
that makes no sense though.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it doesn't make any sense. Because one thing, you're saying that there's a balance between the moon and the sun, but then you're also saying that there's a bulge around the equator. You know, the moon actually moves not along the equator, but has different orbits, right?
Yeah, no shit.
And like
your model.
the sea level doesn't ever rise. You know what I mean? Sea level's the same from one side of the Atlantic to the other. I mean, it differentiates due to the fluctuation of the surface level, but yeah, it's flat. It's not bulging.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions yet. I feel like that's what we're both
And I mean,
wanting to do.
If
And I
if
think
it's
I
bulging,
gotta
right?
add
How do
this,
you
though.
how do you account for the doldrums, right? If this is the point of the highest activity, this like vortex.
Let me tell you what I
forces.
believe, right? Is that we do live on a flat Earth, and according to the Bible, is that the sun and the moon is actually within the firmament. So we do have electromagnetic effects from the sun and the moon, right?
Yeah.
So because it's in our system, and
It's just
because
part of the picture, though.
gravity is real. Gravity could be real.
Well,
from
mass
these
is real.
perspectives. But then you also have a firmament, which makes Earth an enclosed system. That would explain atmospheric pressure gradients. Because when you go to a certain altitude, right, you don't just fly off the fucking Earth, right? You don't just get out of the firmament because it's enclosed. There's air in there, right? Things fall.
Well, I
Gravity goes
mean,
up.
the laws of mass displacement were fine before gravity came along, and it said that when mass displacement is occurring when things are going down, it's now gravity. And
But like
it's
those
like
things are
we
very
can
practical.
observe the mass, but we can't observe like the graviton. You know, this force that they've asserted, never like been able to capture even with like electron microscopes. It's like the graviton is the theoretical particle that all the gravity is made of, like gravitons. But where the fuck are they?
Yeah, I agree with you. There's no measure empirically for gravity. The only thing that we can measure is how things fall.
But that's just mass
Acceleration.
displacement. You know what I mean? Because like
Yeah.
there's so much less mass between the object and the ground that the object displaces all the air until it reaches mass it can't displace. But it's the same when you put air in a balloon and it's not adhering to gravity. In fact, because it's helium, it's going up and it's ignoring gravity.
Yeah, and then there's a rate of how it rises there, the rate of buoyancy or whatever.
And like,
there's also
do you know
acceleration.
how heavy clouds are? Like the average cloud weighs like 100 billion tons or something ridiculous like that. Like the average cloud is bigger than all of the constructions that man has ever done. And the big clouds are bigger than all of the mass of life on the earth. I mean, that's the weight that's just floating above us magically.
Yeah, I understand, bro.
Yeah, but
Completely.
ships do the same thing. All this heavy
Well, that's
metal.
buoyancy, and it's again mass displacement, and because that mass displacement is occurring on a plane, there's a point where it doesn't want to displace anything more because of the curve of the thing. Do you get what I mean? Like it's just another law of mass.
And I know the
Because
terminology.
the ocean is pushing back up. It's trying not to be displaced with its mass. So at the point where the angle is creating greater stress on the ocean pushing back than the ship pushing down, that's when you get buoyancy. But it's again not gravity; it's just mass displacement. It's why what's his name? Archimedes. Archimedes is a far more fundamental mathematician who existed a lot earlier than Isaac Newton.
What is mass?
Dude, it's called a moment force. It's a moment. It's
Mass
mass
is the
time.
volume of particles, volume
Mass is
of
the
molecules.
Mass
Uh,
is the
okay,
volume.
so
What? That's just wrong.
Volumetrically, how many molecules are in a thing is its mass. Because even like all the elements and molecules, they have their own mass. Yeah, because it's
when you get
volumetrical.
mass,
This
when
is
you get
why I
mass
talk so
times,
much about the electromagnetic spectrum, because every molecule in the universe is made by electrons pairing on and off to create more complex molecules. Everything breaks back down into electricity.
volume is mass times density. Or
Everything is
volume,
charge. Everything
mass
is
is
made
volume
of
times density.
positive and negative charge. Everything.
Except for all the elements that have neutral charges, you know, like all of
That's
them.
just balance charge. I mean, for a neutron to
what's
exist, it
density
needs
then?
two balanced charges on the outside.
It depends on
what
the.
is density? That's a
It
good question.
depends on the
Density
mass.
is how close
Density
you can
then?
get the
Density
molecules
is
together. A great way to examine density
density
is
is
with
mass
water,
divided by
because
volume.
Not what that's.
water defies the law of viscosity, and it's the only liquid that does it. It means that it flows quicker. The more water molecules you cram into a tighter space, it'll flow quicker. Whereas the law of viscosity determines that
Olympics.
the more dense the fluid gets, the slower
what
it
about
flows.
things
That's why
that are-
lava is the most viscous thing, and it moves very slowly because it's
So-
moving molten rock.
So what about
So
things
that's
that are
density.
what about things that are less dense than air that don't float or fly away?
What do you mean?
Like there's things that are less dense than air that don't float.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
but
like
then at a certain
Like-
point in the atmosphere, the pressure
I mean,
gradient
man-made
is near
substances or something
zero.
else.
So when
Yeah,
it's
wait,
near
so hold
zero
on,
in the
hold on, hold on,
atmosphere, that's when the balloon goes to
catch this trick.
equilibrium and doesn't rise anymore.
Hold on. Wait, yeah, like aerogel. What about it?
It doesn't float away into space.
Yeah,
right?
so why doesn't it float away into space?
Because it's an enclosed system. It's a firmament.
Wait, what? Are
That's
you
why there's a
fucking-
pressure gradient. That's why the Earth, everything stays on Earth and doesn't float away. 'cause
You
it's a
guys,
firmament.
you guys are in three different fucking conversations.
Yeah, I know.
And you,
I'm trying to talk to DEI, so he was talking about.
Well, I know a little bit about aerogel, but if you're asking me why it doesn't float away, I think it would float away very easily, but probably has enough mass just to want to displace the air that's beneath it. Unless it doesn't. I mean, if it didn't, then it would just
Wait,
float
can you
everywhere that you'd
say
put
that
it. But
again so we could just
look,
think
see,
about that? Because that idea is
here's a way that you
can.
here's a way that you can convince objects to ignore gravity. It's with quantum locking, where you supercool a rare earth magnet in a superconducting field. It loses the properties of what we call mass or gravity. Essentially, it becomes static in the position that it's fixed in until the superconducting field changes. And if you exert force on it, it has zero inertia, so it will continue infinitely around a track. And like
With
this
zero
is like,
inertia.
yeah, because
This
it's in a
this is a bunch of bullshit.
like
to be honest.
you,
Like, it's
no,
off
it's not.
the
You can
rails
look.
now.
You can
No fucking
fucking look this
topic.
up.
Unbelievable.
You can look this
I
up
don't give
because
a
it's a
fuck
really
about
cool
this shit,
video.
dude.
It's
No
a really
fucking-
cool
it
video.
doesn't- It doesn't
is there a
fucking prove
When you
anything.
because when you understand this, you understand that it's like toying with the electromagnetic spectrum. You can get around all these principles that we're pretending are like universal
That
empirical
doesn't
things.
prove
You know what I
anything.
mean?
It doesn't prove anything. It's stuff we already know.
Yeah. So what's the?
Well, I mean, it's if you look at a ring magnet, right, and you make it an electromagnet, what you have is a superconductor. Inside that field, if you supercool neodymium, because it's a rare earth magnet in a superconducting magnetic field, it will lose all the properties of mass and gravity. Like it'll have mass because it's solid, but it won't do what mass normally does, which means it doesn't generate inertia. It just continues infinitely until the field changes. And if you think I'm lying, just look up quantum locking.
Yeah.
This has
yeah.
nothing
so
to do
can
with
you
the
send a
flat
source?
Earth.
That
Just so you know.
inertia
Well,
just-
I always refer to like the magnetics of like ring magnets because I think that's the best
Well, you should
micro
be talking to the guy who
representation of
muted, bro.
the fractal reality. I don't mute anybody.
Yeah, you muted the guy who you were talking about magnetism with. Go talk to him. I'm talking about the flat Earth. Cuck.
Yeah.
What's the name of the channel, cuck?
Yeah, you're not talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, he's just going off
According to
opinions
you.
about magic inertia stuff.
Yeah, go talk about fucking Tesla's magnetism and shit, dude. I'm fucking telling you how there's gravity, the idea of gravity, but Earth doesn't have its own gravity, or does it? Either it's a firmament, or it has gravity that's bringing all matter to Earth, including air.
Does that firmament have a force? Does it have some sort of force that it applies on the Earth, or?
Yeah,
what?
well, if you watch videos
I
of
think
how
it does have
rockets
these
go so
forces
high
that I'm
up and they hit the
describing. It's not
firmament,
just
you would see
arbitrary like this
ripples.
guy
Because
that
if
I
it's a
put
firmament,
down and
then
trying
it's
to
Why
make
is
not.
out.
everyone, why is everyone talking over the top of each other? Can you guys just have a normal conversation? Like one person asks a question, then the other one answers it, and then someone adds to it, and then talk about the answers. You know, it's not that difficult.
It'd be nice. Huh?
Now everyone's silent.
Yeah, well, it's just when people who are listening can't hear anything because everyone's talking over the top of each other, including me.
I mean, I believe you could build a perfect scale replica of the Earth and imbue it with all the functions that we have in like the natural ecosystem. And yeah, you could do it with a ring magnet as the base, because I think that level of charge and that state of charge exists like way down beneath the fucking crust, or like in the crust. And there's evidence for that in something called hydrosaline, which is a state of water most people don't know about that's super dense. Takes an incredible amount of time to move around the Earth because it's again violating the laws of viscosity, which is something that's key to water. And talking about water is key to understanding the flat Earth because the oceans are lying perfectly fucking flat. So anyway, in this hydrosaline state, it becomes so incredibly dense and absorbs so much salt that it gains structure, like physical structure, but it's still classed as water, and it's moving in these channels down these like underwater waterfalls. Like right in the middle of that, there's a channel of this stuff, and it goes all the way around the bottoms of the oceans.
Can you get
Find a
back on
citation
topic
for
where you talk about flat Earth? Or is that just not like a possibility?
Well, I mean, if you apply what I was saying about quantum locking and phase shifting, the nature of the magnetic fields, we can see that it's ring magnets that are necessary to do this. I mean, the idea that you could achieve it with like a Tesla ball, which is my conception of like a tiny representation of the physics that are being implied by a heliocentric universe. You know, if you imagine a Tesla ball, you have the core, which is generating all this charge, and then the putting your finger on top of it, you can see this connection of the charge, and you could argue that the charge is being held to the ball by gravity, like if you wanted to imbue that charge with a little human experience. But yeah, I mean, for me, the physics that we're observing and always talking about with the flat Earth model can easily be recreated with ring magnet physics. And I don't know that the same can be said of like Tesla ball, and I don't know of any other types of like ball electromagnets.
Are you ascribing electromagnetism to gravity?
I'm saying that we live in an electromagnetic universe called the electromagnetic spectrum. And gravity, whilst it's asserted to be doing these properties of mass displacement, they've never found a graviton. They've never observed it. They've looked for it studiously with electron microscopes that can discover like what's inside of an electron, but they can't find a graviton.
The term electromagnetic spectrum just refers to the wavelength ranges of photons.
What do you mean when you say universe?
The observable cosmos.
What's that?
Looking up.
That includes everything that we see underneath us and above us, all around us.
How do you know what's up there?
Well, I believe it's very simple, and I believe the whole universe is very simple because there's all these dualistic mechanisms that are governing
It was
everything.
a simple question.
Yeah, I'm answering it. Fire below, water above.
So it's water up there.
Yeah.
So there's water up there, but it's
hang on.
electromagnetic. What the hell?
How do you know there's water up there?
It's just based on a lot of things, I guess. But I don't really
Like
want to
what?
get right into that.
You can.
It's a little bit
Well,
esoteric.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah,
How do you know
that's
there's
cool.
water
I
up
mean,
there?
just like Google like space is water or
Asking you,
something, and you'll
not
probably find a
Google.
lot of things.
I'm asking you, not Google.
Okay, so in the Bible it says God separated the waters above from the waters below. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah.
So in the context of being like in a bigger ocean is like if you can imagine an underwater cave which has a pocket of air, that pocket of air is created by the cave roof and the positive pressure that's created in the air pocket, right? So that's like the atmosphere of the planet that we're in, and the firmament is the method by which you keep the pressure positive inside of the planet Earth. Or we'd lose all of our life-giving oxygen, possibly to a vacuum effect where you'd have lesser pressure outside absorbing all the greater pressure from inside. But yeah, I mean, the idea that when they're going into space on rockets, for example, that they're cracking the firmament, I mean, this is something that I implicitly believe, but I'd assert that the firmament would be very self-healing very rapidly because it would be created out of these like permanent magnetic fields that also have a temperature differential that just causes the ice to form instantly.
So the firmament is an ice? Is ice is what you're saying?
Yeah, possibly. And when you look at the sun and observe the process of sonoluminescence under the ocean, the same could be asserted as a bigger example of how you have the ocean above pressing on the pocket, which is generating the sonoluminescent reaction, which is just absorbing all the energy that it encounters as it moves through the space that it's occupying. And that's how the sun travels in a like concentric rings of a spiral in and out, and the moon follows it. And because they're going at different rates at certain points, they align, and that's what we had just the other day in Eclipse. If you download the Flat Earth Friend Finder app from this guy Deep in the Rabbit Hole, he's got like a real-time like map of the flat Earth Sun Moon model with all the astrology and shit in it as well, and the stars, and like it's really useful. And it's just like it's an azimuthal map, you know what I mean? Like it's nothing you haven't seen before.
We know about it. You kept on saying believe a lot. So are you saying that this is all just speculation? You can't verify or validate any of it?
Well, like I said, there's different things that I've read which have said the same thing. And just the way that I conceive of the cosmos, like I'd have to walk through a whole series of different like esoteric things that make sense to me but might not make sense to you. So yeah, I don't have much practical information that I could give you about the space being made of water, other than like water's the like universal like conduit, you know what I mean? It's made of the two most abundant elements in the universe, so why wouldn't it be the state, like the dominant state of the universe? And if we can observe like what a sun is doing, we can observe in like a tiny scale on the size of the Earth. Well, if we upscale that reaction, then what we'd get would be a sun, and we wouldn't just get a sonoluminescent spark, we'd get a permanent sun if it was being generated not by the action of these underwater invertebrates, but the actual forces of the planet itself.
So, okay, first of all, you're not making any sense in what you're saying, but so where's the sun in your paradigm then? Is it within the container or?
Well, it's either like just above it or just inside it, one or the other. I'm not sure.
So what's right outside the container?
I mean, what sounds more logical is that it's just outside it, and that's based on a few other things I've seen. But again, that's hard to describe because that's a lot of visual sort of things about like properties of light.
What would you say the median or like the space that's outside the container? What is that made up of? Is it water?
Yeah, but it's not water as you conventionally understand it. It's in a different state, the same way that I described to you earlier. Like that's another reason that I use that example. This hydrosaline thing is like when you go as far down as you can go, water condenses into a solid. So if you go as high up as you can go, water disperses into more of a gaseous state, I guess, but it still has
It's
fluid
fine.
dynamics in it, and that's like governing it with the
That's
same
fine, but
properties of the
whether
ocean.
it's whether it's frozen water or it's whatever you want to say it is, it still makes no sense that the sun, which is something that's very hot, obviously, is within an icy space.
Yeah, but
That makes no sense.
do you know what sonoluminescence is?
It still makes no sense regardless. How is the sun in that sort of medium?
Do you know what sonoluminescence is?
I don't see how it's relevant whatsoever.
Well, do you know what it is or not?
I mean, I don't really understand it now.
Okay, so when you displace a pocket of water with enough energy, like speed and I guess just Newtonian force based on the muscle mass, when you displace this pocket, all the gases in that pocket are condensed so quickly by the mass of the entire ocean pressing back in on that pocket that they ignite against each other. So if you had shear pressure pressing on a single point and it was moving the way that the poles move, okay, that's what I'm saying it is. It's the other side of a pole.
You have some sort of
Well, the
citation for
sun
this
is
hydrosaline you're talking about?
I can try to find one.
Yeah, you're not gonna find one. Like it's confusing because it's a whole lot of bullshit that he's just spewing out. I don't know why you're saying these things like you're so confident in them. I don't understand it. Why are you so confident in this stuff that you don't have any
Didn't this guy also say the
citations?
moon is always on one side of the earth?
Engaged with you because you have no respect. So yeah, good luck getting a response.
I don't have respect because I'm saying that you don't have any citations or evidence for the things you're saying. I mean, even the flat earthers think you're ridiculous, dude.
Fantastic.
You're making a lot of strong claims for things that you'd have to have some strong evidences to believe.
So what did you mean when you said that the moon is always on one side of the earth?
Asking me or are you asking him?
I'm asking
No,
that guy.
the Earth is always on one side of the moon.
I'm asking Dayef. I don't know how you say your name. But I guess he's gone. Gone on a bit of a
He's
walkabout.
just silent, radio silent. Yeah, he's just gone. No evidence for the stuff he was yapping about.
Still here. His mic is still open. He's just not replying.
Yeah. Kind of a pathetic defeat, to be honest. Any flat earthers want to make a claim?
The Earth is flat.
A good one.
Thank you.
Alpha Veritas is can't believe DEI.
Is this guy? Is this guy a flat earther?
I think he's a third as yet unknown species.
Interesting.
He's the universe is a magnet earther.
I think he can be grouped in with the flat earthers.
Electro universe.
What's a moon earther?
Sounds a lot like Sandals.
What's that,
It's a moon earther.
Yeah.
Moon earther is an earth or that is obsessed with the moon. Yeah. All types of earther. You have trigonometry earther, moon earther, oblate spheroid pilot earther. You have all sorts of them, man.
Love that.
Yeah.
Definitely out there. I mean, like, and as far as like what you guys want flat earthers to do sometimes, he's doing it. Like, he's providing you the speculations, the stories, that and explanations that you ask for.
I don't want speculation
And
without
then-
evidence. I want a logical conclusion.
He's provided it. He's provided examples on a smaller scale
has
of
it.
of
Well,
what
he's just saying
talking
things that are
about. He's
wrong.
saying,
It's not the
well, if
same
we just
thing.
apply that principle to the sky, well, there's your answer. Like, it's no different to what globers do.
Well, it's a bit
very
different.
easily disprovable.
I mean, I'm happy to
It's
talk about
different.
speculation and talk about stories as long as someone's admitting that it's speculation. Like, what if it works like this? That's fine. We talk about that.
Like
I have no
dogs,
problem with that.
like dogs are gods just admitted that he doesn't know. He's not sure. He's got a story about the moon causing tides.
If this guy came in here and said, I think I've got an idea about how things might work, I don't know, but we think about it. That's one thing. But he's just saying things with extreme confidence. But I'm happy to engage with speculation. I mean, these things have testable features, right?
What do I call you? ITR or I don't know how to say
You
your
can
name.
call me Itair.
Itair, yeah. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but I'm pretty sure when the sun and the moon align, or when it's a new moon, we have the highest tide. Am I correct on that?
There's a bit of a lag, but yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what do you think about that, T-Dub? You don't think there's a correlation with that, or
Correlation of what?
moon and the sun causing tides?
I don't know. I don't know. There could be a correlation there of some description. There could be
There's
some sort of
observably a
relationship.
correlation. How you explain that correlation is, I suppose, neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't.
I forgot what did Matthew say one time? He said something about 29.5 that they something about the tides and the moon having some sort of, I forget what it was, but yeah, there was definitely a strong correlation between the moon and tides. I also don't understand how you explain it in flat Earth with contained water.
Structured water is a liquid crystalline H2O that is different from regular liquid water. The liquid crystalline state is often called hexagonal water, where the molecules work collectively to hold energy, hydrate with ease, and improve general health when consumed regularly. Scientists are labeling structured water as the fourth state of water, which occurs between the solid and liquid phases, and it's a lot different than ordinary water.
Hexagonal water, also known as gel water, structured water, or H3O2, is a term used in a marketing scam, Source 2, Source 3, that claims the ability to create a certain configuration of water that is better for the body, Source 4.
Ever heard of Masaru Emoto?
No.
Is that the guy that freezes water and then studies the crystalline structure after having said things to it or written words upon it?
Sort of, yeah.
Oh, he's back.
I think he spent that time getting that one quote from the marketing scam.
Yeah. Not looking good, fam, yeah? Did he post that, though? Yeah? Or... Oh, still not in the chat. Interesting.
If the NASA computers that sent the rockets to the moon were no more powerful than my iPhone, then why can't my iPhone send me to the moon?
Damn.
Your
We're
iPhone
asking the
made
real
for that field
questions
of work,
tonight.
or-
I know. I'm full of good questions. I really be making people think in here.
So anyone have an explanation for the elevation angles to Polaris on a flat Earth?
I remember there was one guy that really was talking it up, man. He came in here talking about the elevation angles of Polaris is a flat Earth measurement. It was hilarious. Wish he was in here right now, but he isn't. That's all he wants to talk about as well. You bring up anything else, he just disregards it. It's just always about the elevation angles to Polaris. Yep.
It's an interesting topic.
Yep. I still haven't got a answer. I remember when I posted the moon cycles and the moon from different latitudes on Earth. They gave me an explanation with a 6 on the wall, and you being on the other side, and it looking like a 9. That's their explanation for the moon flipping from north to south on the globe.
Not a bad explanation, except it wouldn't preserve the circular shape of the moon.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
unless the
just
moon
told them
was a
to
sphere,
do
of
the
course.
same. Yeah, I just told them to do the same explanation. Just put a sphere there, or put a circular thing there, and into it. Why do you have to use a 6?
Well, you can do it with a sphere. Works with a sphere.
Yeah, or a half sphere, whatever they want to do, a half sphere, whatever.
I don't think it works with a half sphere.
you'd have a half. What the hell is that?
Bro is typing.
Danny, bro, you're hot micing really bad.
He he got muted. But yeah, because you're on a. I'm imagining. Yeah, you're on a horizontal flat Earth. And you have a moon above the surface of the Earth. Because I'm pretty sure that's how it works in their paradigm. And how would your latitude or your position on Earth make the moon ever appear flipped? You could be right below the moon, and then you'd see a certain angle of the moon. Obviously, you'd see it with different patterns, which is also something that's not consistent, or wouldn't be consistent, right?
I think it works if it's a sphere.
Now, for example, let me just post this image in the chat.
That's not a sphere, though. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I mean, I'm saying like if they're on this horizontal flat Earth and there's a moon, one moon above the surface of it, these people would be seeing a different angle of the moon, possibly.
Wait, the
They wouldn't
moon's
be seeing
flat
it
too?
flipped at any moment, right? Wouldn't be seeing it flipped at any moment, is what I'm saying. You wouldn't see the patterns flipped at any moment. They could see a different angle of the moon.
in the
Maybe if
thing that
moon's a
you
sphere.
posted, all the observers are on one side of the moon. So if there were an observer on the other side looking up at the moon, they would see it upside down. I mean, it is essentially what happens on a globe. It's essentially the exact same idea. The problem
Wait,
is
if the
not
moon-
the
wait, what?
orientation of the moon, but the shape.
I mean, even with, whatever shape they could use, you'd have an observer that looks right above at the moon, and he'd have a completely different angle because he'd be looking at the moon from it being right overhead, right? What happens if the moon is right over a region, and you look up and there's the moon, and with completely different patterns, or if it's like a weird shape, whatever it is, you see it in that weird shape, you still wouldn't see the moon's one side. Unless the back of
I
the
don't agree
moon-
with you. I don't agree with you.
Unless the back of the moon had the moon flipped or something. I mean, I'm just trying to say, like, how does that visually make any fucking sense?
I just don't see the problem. It works essentially the same way it does on a globe. The only problem is the shape.
Okay, let's assume a spherical moon, right? And we have those people. Obviously, if you look at that image, we have that spherical moon right above the surface of the Earth, right? Or like just decently high enough, right? And there's obviously the one pattern on the moon that you would see flipped or non-flipped, and at the back of the moon, it's just, the moon. There's no patterns on it, nothing. How would anyone ever see it flip and not just different angles of the moon?
The image that you posted is misleading because all of the observers are like below the moon. If the moon in that image was a sphere and you had someone in Australia, they would be looking at it upside down. You see what I'm saying?
How
It's
would
all
they
four
be
observers
looking at it
and then
upside-
it's the moon.
Huh?
All four observers
I mean,
there
the-
are
the
essentially looking
blue
at the
dude-
moon from the same place.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, well, the one closest to it, it's not really up to skill at all, but the blue guy.
How do you
have, like, a
not
really
get this,
close-up-
Matt?
Listen, I don't know how to tell you, man. You're wrong here. Like, the shape
Yeah,
is a
you're wrong,
problem
mate.
for sure. The orientation is not a problem.
Okay, but this makes. I'm sorry, I genuinely disagree with you here as well because it makes no sense. You have a sphere, and you have some dude in Australia or whatever. They might see the back of the moon. The moon's a sphere. They might see a different angle of the moon because of their position. But how will they
What are you
ever see the
talking
moon
about,
flip?
man?
Photoshop
What are
the
you
picture
talking
so it's a
about?
sphere.
No, the
And maybe we
problem
can
is
visualize it.
the problem is that he thinks that the way he drew it, he put it to where as if everybody's going to see the moon way up high, as if they were way, way, way far away and going to see it at the same time. But
That's what I said. All these observers are essentially in the same place for the purposes of this
And
image.
this is another image as well. Would you agree
They
with me on
wouldn't
this?
see it that
we
way.
wouldn't
In other
see-
words, they
Hold on,
wouldn't see it
Apocryphon.
that
Hold on,
way.
Apocryphon. Let me ask him a
Go
question
ahead.
real quick. Would you agree with me on this, though, that we all wouldn't see the same face of the moon if the moon was above the Earth's surface?
If every single person on the Earth was looking at the moon at the same time, but that never happens.
They would see the dark side of the moon.
The dark side of the moon.
That's not relevant.
Yeah, but I mean, this is this is theoretical because it's a flat Earth. It doesn't exist, obviously, but
Yeah, nice
if you could
confirmation
if you
by.
could see it.
Hey, but the problem though is like you put the moon up above, like let's say that's over what? It looks like maybe Africa. See, that's the thing. Like, is it over New Zealand or Africa? I would say that the
it's New
position it's
Zealand.
in.
Oh, I see what
Okay.
you're saying. Yeah, who can
It
tell?
look-
Yeah, it's a bit of a
It
weird
looks
image.
more like Africa. Let's just say that because technically, if it was over New Zealand, it would be further towards the back. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. See, this is the
I mean,
problem.
yeah, it's
with
a two-dimensional image. You're not going to
optics.
get depth from it. Fair enough.
Right. So, but
Yeah,
let's,
you're not going to
let's-
really. I mean,
now let's say it's
Really,
over
the
Africa.
point, right?
Okay, let's say it's over Africa. Now, technically, like this image you have here, it's not doing the Earth's true size justice here, because technically, the moon wouldn't be that grand in size in the sky, that high up. So like everything's all messed up here, bro. Like the size of the Earth below
well,
it,
of course it is because
size
you
of
don't
the
have a
moon
claim of the
above
moon's
it.
size or anything, so you wouldn't.
Well,
know
but the
anything
point
about
here,
the moon.
though, the point here, though, is that from where you stand at night, or even during the day, and if you were to time how long it takes the moon to, traverse across the sky in your view, in your field of view, and let's say you were like to call somebody, like let's say you're in New York and you called like California, like, hey, do you see the moon? And they're like, not yet. Okay, well, tell me when you see it. Like, you don't understand like how large the Earth is, bro. Like the ground, it's
funny.
humongous.
I mean, I think that's true. I mean, the Earth is really large. I think that you should help your fellow flat earthers put it up to scale and understand that the Earth is really big, and it's not like you walk 10 feet, then you start curving and dipping. I think that would be something great for you to explain to your fellow flat earthers.
Well, what I'm trying to do is help you understand that when you put a picture like this, it's just completely misunderstanding all of it, then it's just like, but it makes sense why you are thinking like that. Because if that's what I saw, I would have the same exact questions you have. If that's what I believed in what I'm seeing right now, I would say, that makes zero sense in a flat Earth. And I would agree.
But on a horizontal flat Earth, the closer, because the moon is supposed to be above the Earth's surface, so just visualizing this, you know that someone that would be closer to the moon, because the moon isn't at a great distance like on the heliocentric model, that they'd have a specific angle to the moon. Like they'd be able to see a different side or like this one little weird angle, which just doesn't happen.
Okay, but do you understand, like, let me ask you again, do you understand that when the moon is over, let's say, Texas, like, you understand that if you were to zoom out and catch the moon over Texas, like, you're not going to see South America and Europe from that angle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, dude, the Earth is so wide
That's fine.
across.
That's fine. If the moon is over Texas, then you see the bottom of the moon.
So in other words, if this was a better, let's say a better example, that entire disk that's below the moon would just be like half of America. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe all of America. I don't know. It depends on your, whatever angle you have.
And no one is claiming it's up to scale.
Well, but see how you're okay. That's funny, and very rich coming from you.
It really doesn't have to be totally up to scale at all. Really.
Hold on though. You drew 4 people saying
I didn't draw it. It wasn't
or
my
whoever
drawing.
did. Well, whoever did this in their disingenuous way, they drew 4 people looking up at a ball, and then said it should be this way. But do you understand? Like, they're misrepresenting the reality of how we see things, the reality of how optically the moon will actually look from 4 people
Well, the
standing
reason
on the
the
ground.
moon looks the way it is because of the globe paradigm and the heliocentric model that we have.
Well,
And that's
again, okay,
how it is.
you repeat that. I don't know if it makes, maybe it just helps you sleep better at night. But you saying that
you
again
do realize
over
that
and
this makes
over.
literally no sense. It's
I
inexplainable for you.
agree. I agree with you. What you're looking at right now makes 0 sense. I 100% agree with you because that is not reality. But see, the falsehood that it's like you're introducing another falsehood to prove your first falsehood because you're trying to discredit the second falsehood to make your first falsehood justified. And dude, it's just very disingenuous. That's all I'm going to say. It's just
That's the
very, very.
presupposition that it's a falsehood. It's the first thing's a falsehood to begin with.
It's a very okay. So once again, like, just if you're gonna ask a question about like how does it make sense if this, and then you use this as an example of why you're not
Is
getting
it not a
it.
flat Earth? Is it not a horizontally flat Earth?
Okay, but to make the moon like so what you're doing is, here's the problem.
Okay, dude.
What you're doing is you're combining the 2 models that you think is flat Earth and you think is the globe Earth. You're combining these 2 photos together and then trying to make it work. Like, the moon in this case,
Yeah, I'm not
would
trying
it
to
be
make it work. I know it doesn't work. And
240,000?
it's just
It would be 240,000 miles away, like the
How do you
bullshit
know that?
nonsense.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
And
Just
it
don't stop.
also
You're
and it
monologuing too
also
much, dude. You're
and it
monologuing too much. You're
and it
monologuing
also
too much.
wouldn't be
Please
that
discuss.
big, and it wouldn't be that big
Please have
over
a discussion. Don't
the
monologue
flat
too
disc
much.
that
You're
you think it
monologuing.
is.
You're talking
Well,
to
check it out.
yourself. You're just talking to yourself.
Okay, well, you talking through me.
him.
Yeah, you talking
Because
through
he's
me isn't letting me.
monologuing. It's not
You
fair to a
talk.
discussion if he's going to monologue the whole time.
You talking through me isn't going to help me get through my 2 sentences I wanted to finish up with. Do you understand that? Go
Two
ahead.
sentences of my life.
Yeah, longest 2 sentences ever. He's just
Well,
monologuing.
So you're not here to listen to anything, right?
Nope.
And he's
That is a bit
monologuing.
rich
I've
coming
never
from you, Apocryphon. Come on, man.
What are you talking? What do you mean? I'm just
I'm
here to
talking
tell
about
him
the
the
other day when
truth.
we had a conversation and I showed you the math for something. You said, "Well, I don't believe it anyway."
No, hold on. If you're using math to prove reality with your
It
own
wasn't even a
eyes,
discussion of reality. It was a discussion of, you were like, "Your model says this," and I'm like, "No, it doesn't. Hear the math." You're like, "Well, I don't believe you."
Okay. So look. So if you're going to use math to make your model match reality when it doesn't, because we can visually see that this isn't adding up, but you're like,
Nope,
but my
that's not what the conversation was. You were asking me why the Milky Way is a disk. You said, in your model, it shouldn't be a disk. And I'm like, yes, it should. Here's the experiments to show it.
That's a whole nother argument. Talking
Well, I
about
don't believe
things.
you.
Hold on. Yeah, the reason why is because we were talking about things that you can't even actually prove. You can't prove that you are in a bundle of stars that are 14 billion miles across, or whatever the fuck you
But
guys
that wasn't
believe
even
in
our
nowadays.
discussion, right? You said,
I know,
the globe model, the Milky Way
I know.
shouldn't be a disk. And I said, yes, it
Because-
should. The
because-
math shows it. And you're like, well,
logically-
I don't believe you.
Because logically, but
You
think
cannot
about
just
your math,
refute
though.
math by saying, well, logically, that's not true. It is true.
Dude,
The
you
math
can't-
fucking
you can't-
shows it.
Okay, your math
fake.
is built. Your math is built in a paradigm that is giving it these values. For instance, you believe that gravity is a real thing that's going to make something come together. But then when it gets challenged on a grand scale, this is the main point was that the guy was talking about how gravity it just falls apart, and he's right at the quantum level, and even your math. Now you want to bring back that math, even in your math on the quantum scale or the quantum level. It doesn't compute. It does not work anymore. But you would probably agree. Well, it works locally, and we can figure it out. Like in a close aspect, gravity holds together. But yes, on the large scale, it doesn't. It falls. Yeah. Okay. Well, then you would be agreeing that the math is fucking. It sucks.
But this was
Because
not a
even though
discussion of whether or not it correctly describes reality. You made the claim that in the globe model with that gravity, the Milky Way should not be a disk. And I
it
showed you
shouldn't.
that it should be. No, it should be. And you can prove it mathematically, right? Whether
Yeah,
or not
okay,
that
okay.
describes
So,
reality is not the
so you're
discussion we were
gonna,
having.
so you're gonna make sure that you pencil whip the answer to make it make sense. So you know what's funny is like if you think about like when they have problems on the board, right? And they're like, that we're not solving it. We're not solving it. And all of a sudden, someone just throws something in there, and all of a sudden, it works. And then
You've
that
seen too
thing
many
they
movies,
threw,
So good at
man.
monologuing.
and
Not
then
how it
and then
works.
You're so good at
and then that
monologuing.
and then that thing they threw in there was it just so happened to. Oh, so you're hold on. So you said just watching movies. You're saying that there aren't problems that take a long time for people to solve, and there's still even mathematical formulas that
That's not
people
what he
still have.
said.
I'm
Well,
familiar
you
with
said,
how physics problems are solved.
but okay. So, but here's the funny thing, though. So, if you have hundreds of years of these challenges because they're not making sense mathematically at first, but then they literally are creating these new things that are going to make their formula work, and that's when I say, dude, science has continuously been tweaking and moving and twisting and turning and bending, and they say, "Oh,
Why
it's because
wouldn't
it's
it be
good science."
tweaking and moving?
Well, hold on, hold on.
That's called good
Give me a
science.
second, Moon. Give me a second here.
Ridiculous.
The
Go ahead.
point is not a discussion on the relevance of science. The point is you made a claim logically in the globe model the Milky Way should not be a disk, and it's just not
Logically.
true, and you refuse to concede.
Okay, so here's the point. Logically, if gravity is pulling everything to become a ball locally, right now here on Earth, okay, let's think not mathematically, bro, logically, okay? Logically, if gravity is mass attracting mass, then logically, on the grander scale, all that fucking mass around us should be becoming one mass because logically, that's your fucking
What?
paradigm. But it's
That's
bullshit.
not how gravity works.
Of
That's
course,
not how gravity. What the fuck are you talking about,
of
dude?
course not. Of course not. That's guess what? You're pissing on someone's leg and saying it's raining. You're saying, hey, guess what? Mass attracts mass. Mass attracts mass. Oh, really? So then why are all the planets existing revolving around each other? Because technically, somewhere along the world, they would have came together. No. It's because we put them so far away, and now they're in orbit. Just like how the moon doesn't collide and get attracted to the Earth because it's so far away.
The moon is attracted to the Earth.
This is why you.
No,
this
yeah,
is
it is
why it's
attracted
bullshit.
to the
Chill.
Earth.
It's
You
not
know
about how we got a moon. The point is
This is
that
why
it's
it's
not
bullshit.
that you're like, well, you just have this incredulity. Well, I don't believe that in the globe model, the gravity works like this, and you can show very easily that with gravity, with mass attracting mass, if you have a large collapsing cloud, it forms a disk. You can just show it. It doesn't require belief.
Yeah. Mathematically, you can show it right on a piece of paper. You're gonna take a concept and then pencil whip it and make it reality. Even though
Has
no one's ever
nothing,
seen
as
that.
I've said
No
several
one's ever
times, to do
seen
with
that.
reality. You
No
made
one's
the claim
seen that,
that
bro. No one's
logically in the
seen that in
globe model
reality.
this doesn't make sense, and it's just not true. Whether or not it
doesn't make
describes
sense.
reality is completely irrelevant to this
It
conversation.
doesn't make sense, bro. It doesn't make sense.
Well, you're wrong.
You don't.
So
You can't grasp. Okay, so like so how big is our sun? So small compared to all the other suns, and there's even other suns in the Milky Way. Is there not?
there
Is
are
there
other suns in
another
the
big?
Milky Way. Yes. Wow.
Okay,
I'm impressed,
okay,
man.
okay. So think about it. But how big are those suns? And how did our little tiny puny sun not come attracted to it? Oh, that's when you guys go
What?
mathematically. We're gonna space all these bodies of mass in a way to where they are not going to be affected by one another's mass,
It's not
even
true.
though,
It's not
even
true.
though,
Like you're just saying
okay,
shit that's wrong with such confidence.
okay. Mathematically, the overall gravity of the entirety of the Milky Way in your paradigm is so much stronger than the gravity that's quote unquote pulling or dragging along Earth around the sun.
Also not true.
Oh, really? Are you sure
Really?
about that?
I am sure about that.
You're saying that the overall gravity of the Milky
Are you
Way
familiar
is
with something called the central potential theorem?
It's calculated. Oh, see, there we go. Thank you. See how you just named something that you know what that is? What you just said? It helped
Math is
them.
what it is.
No, here's what happened. That what you just said helped them fucking
overlook the bullshit about how the
There's no
problem
help
was.
required. It's
Okay,
math.
so once again, you have a problem saying, hold on, wait. So if this calculates right, then that means everything else should be pulling in and coalescing into one piece. No,
That's
no, no,
not
no,
true.
no.
It's just not
Let's
true.
create.
Like,
No,
so
no,
you're
no.
just wrong. You're saying
I
things
know.
are just straight up
You're
wrong.
saying. I know you're saying it's just wrong, but you
Well,
have
it
to say
is.
it's just wrong. You have to say that because it destroys your paradigm. Look
It
at
doesn't
just.
Listen, you're
It's
just
no
making
different.
shit up and saying,
It's
"Ah,
no.
yes, your paradigm's destroyed." It's like, well,
no
I
different.
mean,
It's no different than you telling of someone that doesn't believe
The
it's
bullshit that you're
it's a globe.
spewing is not even in the paradigm.
It
So
does.
how is it
It
destroying
doesn't.
the paradigm?
It's equivalent to you telling a flat earther you're wrong. It's a globe. You're wrong. Are you? No, it's not a globe. No, you're wrong because it is a globe.
well,
You're
actually,
telling
it's
me right now.
completely different than that because I have the
No. It's
receipts.
not
I can
complete. It's
show
not
you how
completely
this works mathematically.
It's not completely, dude. Okay, see, this is the problem. You don't grasp what I'm even saying. Okay, let me say it slower. Okay, there's a mathematical formula that's going to tell you what is happening with the Milky Way, how everything is just harmoniously going around and round and round. But that wasn't solved at the beginning. Matter of fact, they had to
The central
come up.
potential theorem far
They
predates
had,
the discovery of the
they
Milky
had,
Way galaxy.
they had to come up with things like that to make their Milky Way even exist. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you didn't have these formulas that can help check and balance the nonsense that they're about to shovel down your throat, but they can just chalk it up to, oh well, it's a potential gravity force, and it's just or it's just that, and it's a central. If you go, they throw all this shit out on
What did
you,
I just say?
and
What was the
and
last
then
thing I
they tell
said?
you,
Can you tell me?
and then you said it predates it, and then they
So
tell
what does
you
that mean in this context?
that it came before, right?
What
I
it means,
think
what you're
so.
saying is
But
just
would that
wrong.
mean
You said they had to make it up to fix it, but it far predates this discovery. It's just math.
dude. Oh my god, bro! Listen, they had to make those things up, and then
They didn't make them up, by the way. It's an empirical derivation.
This is the problem with you guys. You don't listen. When they make up
I'm the one
things,
not listening.
when they mathematically make up things like that you truly believe in and even know, it sounds like when they made those things up, it was so that way they can come to the calculations of the Milky Way is doing this, that, and the other, because before that they weren't able to create that. They wouldn't have been able to create that because it fell apart. Dude, this is what's funny about people like you and others and alike, bro. You guys are so stuck that it is a globe, it's spinning, it's hurling through space, infinite vacuum, all that shit. It's real. We have the math, we have the numbers. You don't get it logically. If that was the case, everything would fucking have coalesced into a ball to begin with. The whole entire thing wouldn't be expanding. Oh, you don't understand gravity. No, I don't fucking believe the bullshit that they have you believing, because logically, an explosion or a big bang, or whatever the fuck you guys believe in nowadays, I know that changes all the times. If everything was to just separate from one another, there would have never even been a force strong enough to pull everything back to coalesce to begin with. Oh, but then you guys have an answer for that too. No. There was over time, it cooled down, there was gases. What changed the directions of objects hurling through an infinite vacuum? Who knows? Because apparently, according to certain laws that we understand, a force is only going to take one direction until another force is applied to it. But what force would apply to something that's just shooting off into an infinite vacuum with nothing in its way? Because it is the first original thing exploding through it. You guys are just filled with your bullshit. I'll shut up.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, can you just let him respond, APOC?
No problem. I'm done.
Thank you.
No worries, man.
All right, let me lay this out for you one last time. Simply, your original claim was that, quote, logically, unquote, in the globe model with gravity as mass attracting mass, you would not expect the Milky Way to be a disk. My reply for the last time is that you can show this to be true mathematically, right? You can just say, all right, if I have some number of particles in some initial condition, what shape do they form? And you can see that for large rotating systems, it becomes a disk. This is not a prediction of reality or anything like that. And the theorems and the math required were derived empirically long before the Milky Way was discovered. So I don't know why you insist on just sitting there rambling and claim stacking about these things when you are so clearly wrong. Well, actually, maybe that does explain it.
No, here's a point though. Okay, you are saying they looked at these galaxies. How far is Andromeda or Andromeda, whatever the fuck his name is? How far is it?
Andromeda
You're saying
is 2.5 million
Andromeda?
light years.
Okay, let's see, 2.5 million times 6 trillion, I believe, because 1 light year is 6 trillion miles away, and then so 6 trillion times 2.5 million. So fuck off with all that bullshit. But you believe that they looked at the 2.5 million times 6 trillion miles away and said, "Oh yeah, we know how that works. We have the math of why that's a disk." And then said, years later, "Oh hey, look around us. We're in a Milky Way. We're also in a flat disk." Dude, you're so fucking retarded in your falsehood beliefs. It's sad. I'll shut up.
I tell. When you do your work, do you actually see a disk, or do you get what do you get? You just get data, yeah.
I get photos, yeah.
Photos. What do you mean by photos?
Well, I mean, it's not just. I mean, what are you asking?
I'm saying, because you were talking about things forming into disks, right? Is this what you
again? So if you were here for the beginning of the conversation, this is not an argument
I've been listening
about.
all day, man.
That's fine. I'm just clarifying. This is not an argument about whether or not it describes reality.
I'm not talking about anything that's been spoken
Oh,
about.
okay, it's a separate question. All right, gotcha. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
You get photos of something that's how far away?
Often much farther than that. So tens of millions of light years.
Further than what?
Than Andromeda he was talking about. Andromeda is the closest galaxy. So.
Hey, what do you see in these photos?
Little discs. Well,
can you show what the image you get to us?
What sort of image are you looking for? Like a disc out in space?
Well, I want to know what you're calling a disc, because what images are we talking about? Can you show us something?
I could, yeah. So there's a variety of systems in the universe where things form into disks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, galaxies are one of them, but I don't study galaxies. I don't study galaxies.
I know you
personally.
study exoplanets.
Exactly. I study young solar systems that are forming exoplanets, and those systems are also disks, and you can resolve them with ALMA. I just posted a picture.
Yeah. Okay. So this is these
are many different young solar systems. It's microwaves, so it's not exactly radio. It's slightly higher energy, but it's more similar to radio than it is to optical.
How do you know they are what they are? What you say they are?
Well, I don't consider it like proven in a logical, rules of logic sense, but we make predictions about them based on what we think they are, and they bear it out, and that's good enough for me.
I guess you block to your images.
Yeah.
Sorry,
what
that was both of you at once.
They are what they are. And is that a better question?
That's fair. Yeah, that's a better question. Well,
sorry. What makes you think that they are what you think they are? Yeah,
he told us the math. He told us the math makes it. That's what he said.
No, that's actually not at all what I said. We were having a completely different discussion when I invoked the math. So these systems are resolved by the telescope called ALMA, right, which is relatively recent. We have known about the existence of these young stars long before we could actually resolve them spatially, right? So the earliest telescopes, when you look at an object like this, you're just getting a measurement of the brightness, right? It's like 1 pixel essentially. It's very bright or it's not. And then as we built better telescopes, you can resolve them directly and actually see the structure of the object, whatever it may be, right? And so we have been theorizing what these kind of objects, these are young protostars. I believe these are in the Taurus molecular cloud, which is relatively close. Sorry, 1 second. So we've been theorizing about these for quite some time, and we noticed that they have spectra that look like stars, except they're heavily reddened. The blue light is more extincted than the red light. So we said, okay, well, we see that on Earth, it's because usually there's dust or gas in the way, which scatters blue light preferentially. So again, even before we could resolve these, we said, okay, maybe these are young solar systems that still have a lot of gas and dust from the formation process. And as that gas and dust is coalescing into planets and accreting onto the star, it's going to be hiding a lot of the light from us. So we would expect to perhaps see this spectra. That's the theory. And then we did some simulations and we said, okay, well, if I have a bunch of test particles and I let them coalesce, what shape do they make? And we see that they make disks. That's the math, right? And we said, okay, if there are a bunch of these things, young stars are forming together and they're all disks, you'd expect them to have sort of random inclinations. There's no preferred orientation compared to Earth, right? And so we said, all right, if these are, random inclinations.
Assumptions in there.
Well,
It's nothing but assumptions. That's all it is.
So we said, okay, well, they might be disks because the simulations show that they're disks, and if they're disks, then
Who is we? You keep referring to this we. You were part of the group.
I am part of the
He
group.
is.
I'm
He's an astronomer.
Anyway, I'll finish up really fast, all right?
Yeah.
Just 30 more seconds. So we said, okay, if these are young stars, we do the simulations, it looks like they form a disk. If there's a disk, you would expect to see these certain features in their light curves. We saw those features. We then built advanced telescopes, looked at them, resolved them spatially, and we can see that they look like disks as well. So for me, everything fits.
Yeah.
They look how I expect them to look, yeah.
When you get these pictures that you posted, is that the image you get, or does it go through a computer or a processor, or what's the process? Like, what's the telescope picking up, and then how do you get these images?
Yeah, so this is interferometry. So there's a relatively high degree of processing compared to optical images, but we have optically imaged disks, which they look a little shittier than this because the telescopes aren't as advanced. But we can see similar structures with just optical photometry, which is much less processed. But I mean, every image goes through a computer these days,
Would it
right?
be fair to say that it kind of goes through a computer and then it forms patterns that it thinks should be there? Would that be fair
No,
to say?
that's a bit. It certainly goes through a computer, but there's only so this is not like the Event Horizon Telescope. There's only one solution to these images. You cannot tweak these to look different.
How many pixels are each of these images?
I don't know about the original ones, but they're not incredibly high resolution. I mean, this is zoomed in. These things are quite far away, and you're actually seeing the spatial resolution, right? So it's, I don't know, a couple arc seconds.
So you're not actually seeing this image. That's just what it comes up with.
You couldn't see this by putting your eye to the telescope, if that's what you're asking.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what the telescope sees, though, is it?
The telescope is a microwave antenna, so it detects intensity in microwaves.
So it picks up microwaves and then forms an image.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
But again, you can do this with optical telescopes, where it's just a CCD that is sensitive to photons, and it constructs an image in a way that's more familiar to you or I.
So you have a career to where which has been around way before you, as well, obviously, to where man looked up at things and created an entire story for the things he was seeing. Now those things can't be verified as far as the distances that they claim. I've seen funny things like one star to the right compared to one star to the left, difference of 6.5 trillion miles times a million, and then it's just because they're like, oh yeah, the data, it's there. We it's calculated. We know it. We know that the star right there to the left compared to the one next to the right is X amount miles farther away. That is storytelling, bro. That is Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy. But you, in your profession, you probably went to school for it. You're wholeheartedly, you make money off of it, maybe. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, it's all a fucking story. It's falsehood. It's fake. Like, not saying that there's not something up there, because obviously there's something up in the sky. We see these celestial objects all the time. But when you start saying, oh, we know that
these things formed a disk. I'm pretty sure you even have a date on that too. Pretty sure you guys are like, yeah, that galaxy right there, that young baby universe or galaxy that's been around for 70 billion years or whatever the fuck you guys believe, bullshit. But what I'm saying though is like, it's all story. You guys are just assuming, just throwing the shit out, putting it out on paper, saying, here, read this, people. That's what it is. That's all I'm saying, dude. Your whole galaxies that aren't making a ball, even though, again, gravity, mass attracting mass bullshit, but apparently makes it flat, which is really funny, dude. It's all funny. It's ridiculous.
You're welcome to do the math yourself. You can show it to be true.
Why
That's
would
just
I
the
do
truth.
math of why would I do the math of
Why
what
would
a
you do the math? Because you
unicorn
made the claim.
of,
That's
of
why.
why would I do the math of a unicorn's farts pressure compared to a leprechaun's swing of a bat? Why would I
Because
do that
you
math?
made the claim.
But no. You made the claim that there's gravity that makes galaxies into disks, and you said I have the math to prove it. That's like me saying I fucking have the math that I could shove a leprechaun up your ass.
It's actually not true. You have remarkably
that's
poor
not
listening
real.
comprehension. What I
That's
said is
not real.
you can show that mathematically this is what you expect from gravity. I made no statement about this describing reality or not when I was discussing this with you. You
I
simply
can
said,
mathematically show Marvel Comics is a real world that you could fucking live on. Does it make it real though?
not sure you could, but that's not the point. You made a claim. You said in the globe model this wouldn't work like
What do
this,
you mean
and
it's
it
not
does.
the
It just
point?
does mathematically. So the end.
What do you mean that's not the point? If you can make something that's not real a reality mathematically, how does that, dude? What are you not getting? How does that go over your head? And you're like, oh,
I'm
well,
done talking to you about it, man. You have no interest in discussing
good.
this, honestly.
I'm glad. I honestly don't want to talk about it. You're the one that jumped in. I was talking to someone else. Remember that? Talking about how bad our brains are. You're the one that jumped in and came to talk to me. Imagine that.
Yeah,
Minding your business.
I actually wanted to talk about that. I was working when that was on about seeing different directions of up and down on the moon's surface. Yeah, Matt, are you still there?
He's not here, man.
Sounds
good.
I'm not sure what he wasn't getting about that one, though. It was a bit of a weird conversation.
Yeah, because even like you were agreeing.
Yeah. No, you
as
guys are totally
would,
right.
because it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No,
I don't know
I've
what he
never
was
had
not
a problem with that
seeing
explanation. I
about it.
think it's a good explanation.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
if
don't
you
know.
took
Maybe
a
he just
sticker of the
can't
moon and put it
picture
on your ceiling and you walked to one end of the room, it'll look upside down for the other end. I mean, it's not exactly rocket science,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Yeah.
Well, but he
Exactly.
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how that can be because he's picturing a moon 240,000 miles away from a flat disk that he thinks flat Earth is, and then making it the size that the globe paradigm makes it, and then he puts a picture, or he looks at that picture of someone has obviously just completely just that's not either model there, and then he's like, I don't get this. This doesn't make sense. Like, no
Yeah.
one says it makes sense.
Well, even in that case, if you're north, south, east, and west, people are all standing facing the center, you're all going to see a different angle of the moon. Like, it's not even that difficult to understand.
Not at all.
I agree with you here. 100%.
But think about it, though. But that is an argument, though. Like, he's not far from most Globers that are questioning why don't we get it, because they see shit like that. That might even be like a flatter.ws type of meme, and so he's like, oh, look at they're showing it. How can that be?
Well, it's a fair question if you're new to flat Earth, but it's a bit ridiculous to not accept a solution when one is provided, right? Like, I've never had a problem being like, oh yeah, fair enough, good point. Like,
yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he is 17, but he sounds like a smart guy. Like, he
Jesus.
should be able to get something like that. Yeah.
I bet you someday he'll just like be thinking about it, it'll just click for him. He'll go, oh shit, that's how that works.
Oh,
All right, I
shit.
got it. Yeah.
What a dumbass I was saying that.
Well, we were all 17 once, eh?
Yeah. Oh, when I
I
was
was certainly
17,
a
I
dumbass.
definitely wasn't interested in arguing with men on the internet.
Neither was I.
I was interested in other stuff. All right, who's up?
Everybody was just listening.
Any globe claims? I heard you talking about elevation angles to the moon, elevation angles to Polaris before. What was that question?
Just being a little facetious because someone was like, it was all silent and everyone's like, I'm going to talk about. But I mean, it's an interesting question. I think
thought you were doing that. I heard
we
the
sort of
sarcasm in
done
your
it
voice.
before, right? But I do consider it unanswered. Yeah,
Because
but
you
we
can't
definitely
get
talk about it. So
yeah, because you get elevation angles. Yeah, you were, I think you were specifying the distance or height, which no one can get.
well, I don't recall saying anything about the height.
No.
But if it is flat, you should be able to get the height.
Why?
Wherever the lines intersect, there it is.
Can you get the height on a globe?
No. Well, not
Why
unless you
would-
have
why
like
would you-
sub-milli-arcsecond accuracy on your elevation angle measurements. And then I suppose
So
you could
do
actually, yeah.
Things in the sky act the same as they do on the ground, like you're terrestrially and celestially. Because if
Well-
you can't get a height from your elevation angles on a curved surface, and we can't get a height from
Well, it
ours
would
on
just
a flat
simply require
surface,
much greater
then
accuracy.
it would
And it's not that
be
you
that no one can get a height from elevation angle either way.
but this is not an answer, not really, right? It's a cop out.
Well, it's a cop out on both sides.
I don't agree with that.
You ever hear that the goddamn Earth is a square?
Damn, man, that's funny, original, and creative. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
I thought it was a polygon.
What are you, goddamn China man or something?
Yep. That's racist. I am.
You sounded like the dude from what's that cartoon with the hillbillies? They're standing
what's it
around holding a
called?
beer. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. I
He
was gonna say
sounded like him.
Family Guy, but it's not Family Guy.
No,
It's
not
the other
Family Guy.
one.
The other guys. He's like
Hank's in it. Yeah, King of the Hill.
King of the Hill. Yeah, that's what he sounded. He's some Chinese man. He sounded like the King of the Hill character right now. That was hilarious. I love it. I mean, I heard. I think it wasn't Nathan Oakley in here, or maybe it was in another server.
Yeah, I missed it. He was on on Friday night. Oh, Friday night for me. So Friday day for you guys, I think.
Yeah, and he talked about this. He talked about the circle of equal altitude. I think it was either here or in Earth Awakenings. I forgot where he was like arguing that with somebody, but that's like a fucking perfect point. Like that's a
You can
very
draw
good
circles across the surface of a sphere, right? It's not really that hard. In
point.
fact,
No,
that is what
no,
longitude is.
but no, you can't do that because the circles on a sphere, like it'll be like you wearing a hat. Like the round of the hat will be lower, and then the top of your head will be inside of it, right? So like you won't get a flat, whatchamacallit, like equal altitude circle. It'll be a like no, that dude, that's just come on. Once again, logic. Like just bro, use your brain. Like that's
Logic
not,
clearly means something different to you than it means to most people. So
okay. Well, I mean, it's kind of it's right there though. It's right like it takes it to get to where you need to get to. Like I'm just saying, like
you think of it logically. Like if you have a circle, right, of equal altitude, what does that mean? Like that it's flat, right? You could draw on a table.
Does
Now,
not mean that it's flat.
now hold on. If you took that circle and you put it, let's say, on a basketball, and said, "Oh, I'm gonna tape it to like the ball itself, right? So where all of it is equal to the surface of the basketball, you can't call that the equal altitude because technically it's going to be a huge hump, like a cone in between the two, any 2 points across from one another, and you can't get a straight line from there to there. That's the whole point of it. Like that line that goes back from one position from one side to another, like that straight line to connect me and you to make a circle around, like that represents us. Like that's the whole point, dude. Like it's about a straight line, or in this case, a flat circle. And that's an equal altitude on a flat surface, like on
Works
water, for
perfectly
instance.
on a globe.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't
so
though.
equal altitude means the altitude of the star is equal, not that the ground is equal.
It would be okay. So it would be.
That's wrong, Matthew.
Once again,
God, you know.
once again, it would be if you are on one side of that circle, and if you want to say that like miles and miles away from you, you can still draw that same circle from your position. That's no longer a circle of equal altitude from your position in the sense of that it's not going to be something where you can draw a line to the other side of it to make it equal to you. That's
Sure it is.
that's just not a circle.
I posted a diagram how it works at 37 past the hour.
But okay, so again, I get that you guys can put it on a sphere and say this nonsense that it does work.
It's not nonsense. It works. I mean, it just works.
But it doesn't work though, because you guys are still using it over water. That's flat. It's not curving, bro. That's all. Once again, we're going back to you're
That is
using the
not an
lies to
argument.
prove the lies. You're using the lies to prove the lies. I'm just saying, like water is
Come on,
not.
man. This is not equal elevation. This is not equal elevation, and Matthew, you know it.
Yeah,
Equal
because
altitude.
exactly because
Circle
the
with equal
elevation.
It's not
Because okay, no, because the position of the stars, like they would be right above the GP of a planar Earth. Once you put a ball to it and say, oh, like this star's sticking out over here to the right because that's the GP of the right side of the ball, and then this star over here that we're looking at is like going to be diverging from this zenith because now all of a sudden it's sticking out that way, but that's not making it equal to the two observers or the two positions to where you would draw those triangles to where it's actually represented accurately, because where's that baseline to where you're making it the triangle that you need it to be to triangulate? But you guys say, oh,
there's no triangles in celestial navigation. You don't need them.
there's no triangles in triangulation. Really?
In
Are you sure
celestial
about
navigation.
By lateration.
So are you sure about that? So when you're doing triangulation, you're sure there's no triangles in that?
So celestial navigation tells you how far away you are from the GP of a star, and you don't need triangles to find that distance.
No. I'm not saying that you set up a triangle, but you would assume when you create your baseline, when you do dip correction, you're raising up the ground to make a straight line to the GP, because that's what they're literally doing. And that goes back to the original photo I posted, to when there's three circles that are being made under the triangulation when they choose three positions or 3 points in the sky to get, so that way they can figure out, no different than a cell phone with three towers in a city, they can pinpoint where your position is according to these three towers. Are you saying now that towers are diverging away from each other? That's just nonsense, bro. It's just across the ground, bro. And then that's how they can pinpoint it, because they are using triangles. You're saying, oh, you don't need triangles. No, they absolutely do. Even in their math, when they're calculating it.
Yeah, the math is the zenith distance, which is an angle, times 60 nautical miles, and that gives you a distance to the GP.
Okay, so then once again, it's funny too because the other day someone was bringing up how that even the 60 nautical miles, it's like literally like a representation of just because when you get 60 miles away from the center, that it'll be like a 1 degree change, like
Right.
angularly, and that also is what they're saying is working on the planet Earth. And someone's like, no, that doesn't equate. But then someone actually was calculating, and they're like, no, it does actually. That's kind of weird. It's a little bit off, but it's just it's like a rounding of a number or whatever, which is whatever. It is what it is. But back to you, Matthew. If they are doing it to where they have 3 positions, 3 GPs, they did dip correction on all three positions. They did dip correction. So what they did is now you would raise up the water, right? Because you're not on the water. You got to raise the horizon because that's where the water's at. Got to raise it up to your eye level. And you're going to assume that all these 3 positions, and then all you're doing is just creating one flat water, bro, like body of water with the positions on it. That's all you're doing. And then you're calculating the angle, the elevation to that angle. Or I'm sorry, the angle to that position in the sky. That's all you're doing, based upon where your eyes at, where you're looking at it through the little sextant. Like I don't know why you guys keep like spearing that.
Yeah, I agree that looking at the horizon and doing dip correction is the most common way to do it. But my claim is that you don't need to look at the horizon at all. You just need the zenith distance, which is how far off from straight up the star is.
Okay. So then Matthew, then answer me this. Then riddle me this. Okay. When you have a zenith, right? Let's say you just look at the mast on your boat, right? And you're like, okay, this is gonna be my pole here because I'm right underneath the star. When you angle down away from that, right? Is it not also still creating a 90 to the ocean from your mast, from your boat? You're creating a 90, right? So you don't need to see the horizon. Let's say there's like boats or islands or mountains or something that's way before. I don't know why I'm saying this. For whatever reason, maybe say it's foggy, can't see the horizon, whatever. But you can go off the opposite angle because you're going from your zenith, but you're still, because it's still making a 90 though. It's the same thing as if you brought the baseline up. You're just going the opposite. Come on, Matthew. Like, I feel like that's a trick move on Glober's sides. Like, they're like, oh no, we can just use a zenith. Well, yeah, you're right, but you're still pulling that angle, being it a 90, because if you were all the way like halfway looking up, that'd be 45 degrees, right? Because you're saying, oh, my zenith is my 0 instead of the ocean floor being a 0, but it's the same exact thing. I mean, you're still creating a baseline because you're pulling an angle from that zenith, which is based upon a horizontal. Like, I don't know, Matthew. I just feel like you guys are getting real tricky with it, and you may confuse like some young people that don't know what they're talking about, but you're not going to confuse us.
So the number that you plug into the equation is actually the zenith distance, the distance from straight up. So you don't need the 90 degrees at all. You could ignore that whole thing and measure just directly that zenith distance and plug that into
So now you're saying you know the distance to the star, the zenith distance? You're saying that you know the distance to the object in the sky? That's a bold claim.
Okay, zenith distance is an angle. It's not an actual distance. It's just the word they use. It's the distance.
Okay, so what would be the zenith distance of an object that's optically a 35 degree angle from your zenith?
35
degrees. Okay. So guess what? All you did was you made your position a 0, but you made it a 0 based upon a horizontal. Because when you are standing on the ground, you become the plumb subject here. You're creating the vertical, right? Or you are the vertical. And horizontally, in all directions, on water that's flat, there's another problem. Water's not curving around the ball, but you guys can't get past that. It is what it is. But still, it's horizontal in all directions. So then when you look at an object, you're right. You don't need to use the horizon and do dip correction because you can't just use your position of where you're looking down at, and from that 90, you're right. You learned that in, I think, junior high. They teach you how to do that, how to make an angle from the opposite side. Like if you don't have this position, but you can always go from a 90. Why? Because it's still creating a 90. I'm sorry, not a 90. You can always do it from a zenith because it's still creating a 90 degree, like on the XY grid, right? That zenith is always going to be 0.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying you don't need that 90 because it's the 35 that you use in the equation. So you could ignore all that 90 stuff and go straight with the 35.
I get it, but you're still getting that 35 degree because it's based upon it's a 0 straight up and it's a 90 to your left or right or behind you or in front of you. But that angle is based upon because it's horizontal on the bottom.
No, it's an angle difference from straight up.
Okay. So straight up, it would represent 0, right?
Right.
Now
and you just measure how far down from that it is.
Exactly. And then so let me ask you this: will you ever calculate greater than 90?
No, you just take that number and plug it straight into the equation.
That's because greater than 90 would be into the ground, so you can't go.
Stars don't ever appear that low.
And you don't, and they never will because they don't go into the ground. Like the other day, some guy's like, "Oh, you thought that someone said that the sun is in the ground." That was another bullshit story. I think it was that young guy. But anyways, I'm just saying, you're never going to go beyond 90 again because 90 is the ground. So if you're in the ocean, you never are going to go, "Oh, well, that star, that's actually lower of our horizon." And refractions bring it up over the ocean mountain ball that boats go over. So you're not going to be like, that star right there that's way, way low to the horizon is actually lower than the horizon because this is the ball spinning through an infinite vacuum space. Like, you're never going to do that. And I agree with that because that's not reality.
Yeah, in fact, you should avoid any ones higher than 70 so that you're not too close to the horizon. So anything between 0 and 70 would work well.
So again, I mean, maybe agree to disagree because I don't think you're ever going to admit that just because you're not using the horizon, doing dip correction and making that 90, it's still the same thing when you're just saying, no, I'll just use a 0 of my zenith and get my angle. It's still going to be a 0 and a 90, no matter how you spin it, no matter how you calculate it. You're 0 here, 90 there. And then, so like, let's say you aren't going to use your zenith. Let's say you are going to use the horizon, but you have to do dip correction. The purpose of that is because you're making a 90 from your position. Because well, then from this position, I know that that's 35 degrees or 45 degree angle from the 90. And then you could even double check. Like, you can even cross check. I remember that in school. You can cross check to make sure your angle's correct by just checking the other angle. Like, oh, does it make sense? Yes, it does. Boom, boom, boom. It's done. It adds up to what? 90.
So if I look at a star and I see that it's 10 degrees off from perfectly vertical, that's a zenith distance of 10 degrees or a zenith angle, if you like. Then I take that 10, multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and I get 600 nautical miles. So I know that my position is 600 nautical miles from the ground position. And that story I just told, that calculation, didn't use a 90, didn't use a triangle. It's just a simple multiplication.
And then going back to what I was talking about earlier, it's understood that the further away you get from that 0, that it does optically drop down an arc or a degree, however you guys want to say it, by a certain distance that you get. So like if you are looking at Polaris, and I don't even think anyone's ever gone directly into Polaris, no, because isn't it a place where you can't even go? Anyways,
Well,
another
it's a
story.
North Pole.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think people can. I thought people can't go there. Anyways, we'll talk about that later, I guess.
Polaris, the star?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So like if you go directly under Polaris, like you can travel 60 miles. I think it's like roughly like it's like 59 point. It's mathematical, I guess here. But when you get to a certain point and you look back and measure it, it's going to be like 1 degree lower. And then you go a little bit further and it's going to be again another degree lower. And like it's actually, and then when you look into it, it doesn't make the 3,959 of a radius that it's supposed to be. Because when you get all the way to the equator, all of a sudden the Polaris is to the ground. And that's because technically, I know it makes sense mathematically, but it also makes sense on a planar Earth mathematically. Because the further away you get from something, the lower it's going to drop in your field, in your perspective. So I mean, I'm just saying, Matthew, it makes sense on both models here, quote unquote, because it was derived from the reality of the model.
So you're right. You're right that as you move away, each 60 nautical miles you go away, it drops by 1 degree more. But the interesting thing is that that's a linear relationship, and nowhere in trigonometry is there a linear relationship.
But the problem though with that is because we're dealing with we're dealing with a light in a medium that it is actually maybe even more off than we think it is when we're even looking back at it to have an actual measurement of it. And to be honest, I mean, the way you just said, we don't even go anything below 70 degrees because it's the atmosphere going to mess it up. It's the same thing.
You got a fucking stuttering, bro. Good shit.
Even
I don't think I understood. That's okay.
Even above us, when you have something looking at it, or when you're somebody looking at it, like I would argue that might not even be in its actual position because just the way light works, the way light travels, and the way it moves things that we're actually looking at, that we think are right there, but we could be off. Do you not agree to that?
I think stars are where they appear to be.
Even though they say that they're not, which is why you just said we don't even go lower than 70 because they're so distorted. They're not reliable. Yes or no?
Well, they're not that distorted.
No, you're right. Okay, so I think stars are where they appear to be as long as they're not within 20 degrees of the horizon. How's that?
Okay, that's fine.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Good time for a question.
So if we have two statements, if I say the object is the earth, and then if I say the earth is itself, when I say it is itself, I'm referring to something analytic. But when I say the object is the earth, I'm referring to something synthetic.
It sounds like you're trying to prove something based on words, and typically words are just useful things to describe things. And so I'm not sure that you can kind of like make these comparisons based on if it's synthetic or analytic just based on the words. You may have to like have some other.
The words are referring to the concepts. That's how language works.
Rephrase your question.
Is the proposition that the earth is flat analytically or synthetically true?
Explain.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the definitions of those two things well enough to answer your question or know if it's even a valid question.
Analytic means it's true by virtue of its meaning. So, like, all bachelors are unmarried men.
Have you
is
been
true.
hanging out with debate bros, have you?
Yeah, he's
No, sir.
This guy's kind of derailing the conversation, though, isn't he?
That's a debate
Well, so we could answer the question by saying, everybody
Really
in here
gonna
believes
waste your
that the
time,
Earth
Matthew?
could be either a globe or flat, and just by virtue of the definitions doesn't make a tautology that one or the other is true just based on the definitions. We both, on both sides of this, we both agree that the Earth could be flat or it could be a globe, and not violate the language.
No, but if you're saying that, like the Earth is flat, that proposition is analytically true, then you're just gonna need to give like an account for analyticity and demonstrate how that's gonna be like demarcated from synthetic truths. And
So
if you can't, get, like,
yeah, nobody's saying that.
Fuck off, man.
this is the issue. It's either the case that proposition is analytically true or not.
Debate,
that's a
bro.
true
It's not
dichotomy.
that serious.
See you later, dude. Take it easy, bro. Go and have your fucking Xanax and fuck off.
Matthew, earlier you were talking about the I think it was the linear relationship.
Right.
Now I have a question for you. How long do you think you've traveled, time wise, I guess, after going a few hours without the sky not being in the same place anymore? Like it's constantly revolving above us. So I was just trying to like think about it because while that guy was talking about it, I was like, I forgot that you said that you made mention of that, and I was like,
Wait, hold on. You're talking about it being linear, but yeah, well, I mean, it's a dynamic system that's constantly moving and rotating. So then it's above us still, but we're stationary. So yeah, it is if it's no different than like a ceiling fan above you. Like if it's moving around and around and around, but let's say it was going really slow, 15 degrees per hour, going around and around. If you were to measure it every 60 miles, well, I guess in this case, it's going to be a really big ceiling fan. But if you're 60 miles later looking back to measure it, like it would have turned. So I guess it would make sense that there would be a shift. Optically, there would have been a
Yeah,
shift.
you bring up a good analogy, and so Polaris, the North Star, could be like the center of the ceiling fan, and even if you're moving, it should sort of stay in the same place in the sky. First of all, and second of all, this linear relationship, I was referring to like a certain moment in time. Like if there's 5 different people at 5 different places at one moment in time, they can the distance to the zenith distance to a star gives you the distance to the ground position.
Yeah, that's what I
a linear
showed with the. Well, that's where the. Now we're back to the original conversation of when we were talking about circle of equal altitude. So when you have 2 people on the other side, let's say we're having multiple people looking at a GP, and they both say, "Oh, that's 30 degrees from my position," and then the other person's like, "That's 30 degrees from my position," and then they both did a dip correction or a calculation from their zenith, and then that means that they now created a parallel, or yeah, I guess to one another position for like they create a little box so that way they can look up at the thing in the middle of them that's 30 degrees.
Creating a measurement point isn't causing them to be fucking quantumly entangled, bro.
What? What did you say?
It just sounds like that's what he's trying to say.
They're the same distance to the GP if they see the same angle. My point is that if you're 10 degrees or 20 degrees or 30 degrees or 40 degrees, then the distances are 600 nautical miles or 1200 nautical miles or 1800 nautical miles. Like that's a linear relationship.
Okay.
And so triangles don't have linear relationships, like the sine and cosine functions aren't linear.
Okay, so what you're saying?
Very good point, Matthew.
Okay, so what you're saying then is that because they're trying to calculate something in its position from the ground or from the ocean, from the sea, and let's say they're going to use their zenith to get that angle. You're saying that over time, as they're moving, it's going to move too, and that's why it's not linear, right? But you're saying that in their, but then that makes sense. Then that why they would be off then down the road if they're going in a position where they thought they were or where they thought they were going.
I'm not saying even at one moment in time nobody's moving, just one snapshot of time. Different people could be 20, 10, 20, 30 degrees away.
Right. But I'm just trying to wrap my head around why you're using the fact that the things in the sky are moving, which would take away that like you're saying, this linear relationship. Well, yeah, but that's probably why they only do it when they're at the dock, and then they go, okay, we know from this position right now, right here, this is where we're at and where we're going. This is how long it's going to take us or whatever. Because, yeah, if they're traveling and they have to take another snapshot while they're in the middle, I think that might throw them off.
Yeah, it would, because the skies rotate, but I'm saying at one instant in time. But the point is that if you look at triangles and you look at triangles that have a 10 degree, 20 degree, 30 degree, 40 degree angle at them, these different triangles, the sides don't grow linearly. They're like they're not a linear relationship to the angles. But
that's because it's moved. Like if your position moves, then yeah, it's not going to be represented on the last position because it's moved. It's literally like taking a theodolite, taking shots, but you keep switching elevations. Yeah, there's not going to be a linear function to that, or a great representation of a linear
relationship there because you kept walking feet down, and now you're higher up than where you started, so your angle's going to be off. Yeah, that makes total sense, Matthew. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that both, like you said earlier, the two boats that are looking at the same GP, and let's say they're both 30, they get a reading, the 30-degree angle to it, like, you still need that circle of equal altitude because that's what they are both doing exactly what the other's doing, and they're making the up to Polaris a straight line, up to the GP, not Polaris, up to the GP, a straight line to create that triangle, and then the other guy's making that triangle, and together they're making like what would be in the middle of a circle. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you.
Yeah, I get what you're picturing. I understand. Yeah. I don't think I explained it super well. I think some people got what I meant by the linear relationship, but I don't expect a lot of people to understand it.
I get what you're saying when you're talking about the linear relationship, but again, that makes sense because it's changing. Like, I don't think you can, like, let me ask a question. Can you get that when it's changing? No, right?
When you're
Because
changing a triangle, it's not linear.
right, exactly. So for instance, So for instance, if I set up a theodolite, right, and I'm at LAX, and I start, on, let's say, the first floor, and the guys, for whatever reason, have let's say some plywood set down because they're trying to protect the floor for whatever reason, right? So then I set up my tripod on there. Now I'm just like a 3/4 or an inch higher than my last position that I took the shot from. So then if I take my measurements back to my boss, he'd be like, "Hey, dumb fuck, did you account for the change in elevation because they have plywood out there? Because this isn't linear." And I'm going, "Oh, fuck, you're right." Like, yeah, I didn't, because I changed the triangle, right? Because the elevation changed and it would change it. Or even if the position changed, like if I took them from one side and then came to another, like, dude, that's not even like, why are you shooting shots like that? He's going to give me my 2 checks and say, "You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Get out of here." But I'm just saying, though, like, I get what you're saying that it doesn't, but I feel like you're trying to use that as an argument that this is why that it's like this. Because there's not that linear relationship, then it has to be a sphere. That's what I feel like you're saying. But I'm saying, no, dude, I don't think that has anything to do with it being a sphere. That has to do with the fact that it's moving above us more than anything. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's not a glow, Matthew. I need to get some water.
Yeah, everyone, if you take a leaf out of Matthew's book and have a good conversation in here, no one gets muted. Stop complaining.
Yeah, that Ronaldo guy, that was such a weird argument. I wasn't 100% sure what he was saying, but I'd never heard anybody.
Yeah, he just keeps on coming in and doing that. I think he always
really?
changing his name and stuff as well. Yeah.
Oh, that was the
Like
first
one
time
of
I
those
heard it.
people.
It's such a
It's like one of
weird.
those people
Yeah.
that say, "Oh, do you even know what an argument is?" And then he goes into the philosophy of arguments and stuff like that. It's just weird.
Like anybody cares.
It's like not
Well-
without even he's trying to say stuff without saying anything. Like it's fucking a weird way to talk to people.
Well, I'm sure people in like graduate level philosophy classes would love to talk all about that, but it's just not super relevant in here.
It doesn't get you anywhere.
It's a huge waste of time.
It doesn't actually mean anything.
Exactly.
They probably sit in debate rooms and debate about what debate means instead of actually debating a topic.
Well,
Seems
to be fair, I think,
fruitless.
that type of stuff, if you're an analytic philosopher or something, sure, you can sit around and talk about that. But yeah, I don't find it super interesting.
Yeah, me neither. It's kind of boring. What does it relate to in life? Do they actually have conversations like that? Like, do they meet up at the pub and talk about that shit? I don't know. Because if someone walked up to me and started talking to me like that, I wouldn't be able to tell you what I do.
So yeah, professional philosophers do talk like that sometimes. But it's a very
Yeah,
specialized
but they also have normal conversations too.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys.
See ya.
It is. I mean, it's intriguing I mean, but I don't think at that moment that's kind of like that wasn't where the conversation was at. We're talking about something, and he's like, "Is it analytical or synthetic?" Like that's like some deep philosophical fucking let's smoke a blunt and get drunk type of situation.
To tell you the truth, I don't even think I understand it.
Well, he was trying to say if it's analytical, then that means it's like it's like factual, like with evidence and like truth and proof. And but if it's synthetic, that means it's like derived from like the philosophy of those truths. So like it's created to be a truth as opposed to it's 1000%. You know, I'm holding a can of ginger ale right now. I guess that would be analytical. Or I could be like, I feel like I'm holding a can of ginger ale in a philosophical way, derived from the feeling that you have when you're holding a can. Does that make sense? I don't even know if that makes sense, but I think that makes sense. So it'd be like a synthetic truth.
I'd have to spend a lot more time on it. Doesn't
just out of
interest me
left
like
field.
this subject does, though.
Yeah. I don't know what side he was on either, too. I don't know if he was a glober or a flat earther.
I don't think he is on a side. I think he just wants to come in and spout nonsense.
Quite possible.
All right. Anyone else? Keep this conversation rocking.
Everyone's just listening.
I'm just going to bounce over to 24/7 for a bit.
All right. Earlier, I think it was in here. Somebody was talking about the math and said, or maybe it was another server, and
Which math?
said that the math of calculating things in the skies, I guess, for lack of better words, and they said something as far as like they could even be off by 20 kilometers or something like that of the things. And then he said, and it just so happened to be like just as it was for the last clips, because one of the debates or arguments lately have been if everything's so perfectly calculated and everything, you know, perfect clock and it like you know, like when McToon's like, can you tell me what time the sunset's gonna be tomorrow? Because the Glober can, because we have it calculated, it's perfect to the second. They know, and they're like, and they know eclipses. Only Globers can predict eclipses. Only we know the times and the date. And then you find out that they changed it 3 times because they were off. But then they're like, oh, man,
Well, yeah,
error.
once it got closer, they refined the path a little bit. I think it was like 0.6 kilometers, like 600
Something like that.
meters.
Something like that. I think that's not like 0.6.
That's still pretty accurate.
Better than I could do. And as far as
But
like
as
predicting,
far
you
as
can do that either because there's a slight refraction, so maybe to the last minute or something.
maybe Yeah, maybe some last minute changes. Maybe the thing slowed down or started wobbling.
At least they can predict something.
The
The moon
disk
started
of
acting
the
up.
Earth started wobbling. But
Sun was being
I mean,
stubborn.
you don't
response.
need
Hey, did you guys
to
see
have
that
a
weird
globe.
video?
You don't need to have.
Did, did you guys see that weird video of like it showed like almost like there was a sun, a moon, and then a light? Like, did you guys see that? I don't know if anyone else saw that. Like, it looked like
A sun, a
there's a
moon,
and then a sun. Like it looked like it was sandwiched, like the moon was sandwiched. Let me try to
I
find the
posted it
video.
in
It
the
was
side
crazy.
chat if
Some
you
guy
have it.
caught it. Yeah, I'll look. I gotta go look for it, but I gotta pick it up. My phone's over there on the table, but I'll pick it up and I'll look for it. But some guy caught it. Like he's like, what the hell? Because he was filming it, and then it looked like this. It might just be a light thing, but it literally looks like something else was like wrapped around it. I don't know. I can't even explain it. Let me just go find it. Give me a second. Let me go find it.
Yo, what's up, boys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up? I was just making sure my connection's alright. My Wi-Fi is cutting in and out.
No, you sound great.
All right, cool. I did want to ask a question though, because
Go for it. We're sort of a lull in the conversation, so yeah, go ahead.
I'm still kind of young, and tried to study as much as I can. And when it comes to the flat Earth conspiracy, I I I really can't seem like a benefit if it was flat or not, and I couldn't see how that would change if it was flat or not.
You're probably right in the practical terms. It wouldn't, like, unless you're like in some aerospace field or something like that. But the question is, do you want to know the truth about the world that you live in? And so
Well,
that's
no,
why
I
people
well,
like
right,
this
but I know
question.
about the truth as in like adrenochrome, child trafficking. I'm pretty deep into all this stuff at this point, but there's actual truth behind all of that from which I stand by. But I still, at this, at as deep as I've dug a hole into myself and understanding these things, I still do not believe in the flat Earth conspiracy. And it comes to a
So
point where I feel like it's more so a psyop than really just steering away what we should actually be concerned about.
right,
Like,
and
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
you're not alone in thinking that it might be.
$39.59.
Yeah, it debunks the radius. Yes, that 3959, right?
Yeah, it takes it out to 250,000 miles.
Yeah, so now the question becomes, is there anything that you know of that can prove the radius, or let's say, I guess you could say curvature, but let's be more specific. Is there anything that you know that could prove the radius of the Earth?
I mean, 8 miles is about as close as anybody's gotten.
Oh, like you mean digging, like depth wise?
Where you're asking about a radius, that confirms to a circumference, yes?
Yeah. So 8 miles is the furthest. Okay.
So you would have to go inwards towards the center, right?
Yeah, agree.
Okay, 8 miles is as far as it's gotten.
Okay. So so then there is no evidence that it's 939.59.
There's no evidence of the radius, no.
Okay. But are you a wait a minute. Are you a flat earther?
What does that matter in the discussion?
No, I'm just wondering because, like, even though you agree with me, I feel like you're still you still have doubts. Is how about this question? How about this?
Because information is information, whether it's truthful or if it's malfeasious. I mean, debunking it's debunking it.
Well,
Finding it.
Do you think the surface that we live on is a horizontal reference plane?
I experience it as a stationary plane.
Yeah, there you go. That wasn't that hard, was it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
said
one
that
more.
2 hours ago.
But you just answered his question in different words. Why wouldn't you just answer his question anyway?
I said it
I
was
don't know.
I said I experienced it as a stationary plane 2.5
Yeah, I
hours
know,
ago.
but
2 hours ago.
when he asked you if you're a flat earther, because he was confused, you said, "What does that matter in this conversation?"
Right. What does it?
Well, he was asking you a question. Do you have to answer by being rude, or?
I'm not trying to be rude. I don't see the reasoning of trying to
But then
figure
I
out if
then
you're trying to ask me questions to nullify the radius. Why are you
but
asking
then
me
I
if I'm a?
asked but then I asked you a different question in a different way, and you got the same answer as the question that he would have asked you. So why were you so hesitant to answer his question? But then we changed the words around, and you answered it. It's weird.
Okay, I'm a stork. Does that help?
That doesn't help anything.
Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with the topic we're talking about.
I was asked if I knew what a bird was.
When?
Oh, AI. We did.
Oh no.
We did. We
Okay.
did ask him. We did.
I wasn't here for that.
It's okay. Yeah. We asked him before that. We had asked him, "Has he ever seen a horizon?" And then before that, or no, and then after that, we asked him if he's ever been to the beach. And then before that, yeah. It's okay though.
So that's where the animosity's coming from.
Okay, stationary plane. Okay. Oh, one last question. Do you believe that the Earth is floating in a open vacuum?
I don't think anybody does.
Based. Oh, one more question. Can you
Hold
have
on. Let me rephrase that. I don't think anybody knows exactly what's going on.
That's fair. Let me ask you this. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Gas is ever expanding, no?
Wasn't a
Well,
question.
Just yes or no. Just yes or no.
Do gases expand?
It was
So that wasn't
It's yes or no
the
question.
question.
It's just answer. Just yes or no.
Okay, how can I answer it if you can't even answer if gases expand?
Okay,
It's
yes.
a closed question.
Yes,
He asks a question, you answer yes or no. That's it.
Okay. He just said the gases do expand.
Okay, so let me ask it again. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Yes or no? In your opinion, it's just an opinion, not fact.
I'm unsure.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, that's fine.
Oh.
How about this? How about this question? Let me ask you this. Do you think that you could have a vacuum, an open vacuum without a container?
Do we know for sure that said vacuum is vacuum, or is it just a deadness? Like
I'll be specific. Let me be specific. Do you think you could have an area that has 10 to the negative 17 torr without any container? Like a location that has 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum pressure, I guess you could define it as, without any container.
well, is it vacuum or is it pressure?
I guess 10 to the negative 17 torr is the measurement of how much pressure there is, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so it's recording a deadness.
Yeah. Could you have a deadness of 10 to the negative 17 torr in an area without any container? In your opinion, just guess.
I mean, it could be. It's plausible. If
Okay,
you're
why do you
saying
think?
gases expand, why couldn't the gas expand into a deadness?
No, but that wouldn't be.
Well, that would equalize then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, then it would become not a vacuum then. Because if the gas goes into it, then it's not a vacuum, right? So the question I'm asking is,
Well,
can you
right, because it's just expanding. So, have you ever seen fog across the grass?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the fog is across the grass, right, it's dense, right? So you would say that that would be like more dense gases, right?
Okay, yeah, continue.
Okay, so when they start expanding and they start thinning out, the fog starts to lift up and dissipate, correct?
Okay, yes. Okay.
Okay. So if we're in a pressurized vacuum, why doesn't that fog just stay on the grass?
Wait, what?
Or
Pressurized
not?
vacuum?
Hold on. No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. If we're in a pressurized system, then why does the fog just not stay above the grass?
If we're in a pressure.
Because the heat changes heat. The heat
Okay.
sun comes up, the fog
Okay.
disappears. Yeah.
Right. So
The
gases do
moisture in the air
expand.
evaporates, and yeah. So, but that's not his question.
You also must consider that fog has got water vapor
Yes.
mixed with air. It's not just straight air.
Let me rephrase the
Yeah,
question.
exactly. Fog
I
isn't a separate
understand
gas.
there's water molecules in the air.
Yeah, why
Or
are you
the
being so
atmo.
why are you being so difficult? I don't understand why you're being so
I'm not.
difficult.
I'm just looking at it from both sides as I'm trying to answer and being questioned.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Have you ever seen or have you ever heard about these vacuum chambers like in a lab or something? Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, I actually heard a joke the other day. Somebody told me if I put a car in a vacuum chamber that it doesn't weigh anything anymore.
Okay. So let's hypothetically speaking, have you ever seen or do you know anyone that has experienced a vacuum chamber that does not have walls or any kind of it doesn't have any containment, meaning it has no door, no roof, no walls. A vacuum Have you ever seen a vacuum chamber like that? Basically a
Well, I
vacuum
mean, you couldn't call it a chamber at that point.
Right. Exactly. Do you think that is possible to have a vacuum without a chamber? In general, like, generally speaking, do you think that's possible? Like,
The only way to have vacuum is to have a chamber.
exactly. So you need the chamber is the container, right?
Yep.
Agreed? Do we agree with that?
Okay, so when I'm thinking about when you're saying this, right?
Yeah.
When you're saying a vacuum, right? I'm thinking about when I open my mouth and my lungs expand. Okay, there's a valve inside there, right? So the force of the vacuum of whatever fluid is running down to the lung area, right? Is a vacuum until that valve closes and then it becomes a pressure.
And you need your lungs. In other words, your lungs have physical boundaries, correct? Do your lungs have physical boundaries? Yes or no?
I mean, I would say within what I would claim my vessel, then yes.
Okay, yes. Right? They have a certain size, right? Do you agree that your lungs have a certain size?
No, lungs are all types of different sizes.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase. Do you agree that your lungs are not infinite in other words, the volume or the size of your lungs it's not infinite. Do you agree with that?
When you
It
say
has
infinite,
limits.
are you regarding that they don't expand and shrink constantly?
Okay, let's say I agree. They expand and shrink constantly, but they're not even when they expand, they do not expand infinitely, right? Do you agree that they do not expand infinitely?
I'm sorry, I had someone trying to speak with me up here. No. I had someone speaking with me here, just walked out the back door and told me what time it was. Could you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Do you agree that your lungs are when your lungs expand, do you agree that they do not expand for the expansion does not result in the lungs becoming an infinite size. The size of the lungs does not
We
expand
covered that.
to infinity. You agree? Do you
We
agree with
covered
that?
that. We covered that.
Is it yes or no? It's yes or no. Just answer yes or no.
You just asked me if a chamber. Oh my goodness.
You can't answer
Okay,
yes or no.
we just went over the fact that within my vessel, my lungs, the lungs that I have, only can get to a certain extent
Right. Okay. So now
within my living
that
vessel. Yes.
okay, right. So based on that extent, that's a limitation. The container. That means that you need so in the case of the vacuum, you need the chamber, which is the container. In the case of your lungs, you need the container, right? So you need
Yes, the
the
container
physical.
holds the holds the chamber.
Yes. Yeah, right. So the point is, so in each of these cases, in order to have a vacuum, you need the container, right? So then the question is that can you have gas pressure without a container? My argument is no, you can't. But what do you say? Do you think you can have gas pressure without a container?
I would say you could.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you still believe, even though you can't have a
So
vacuum without a
take a
container,
tube. So take a tube, okay,
right?
and pressurize one side of it and blow through that tube.
Oh, I see what you
That's a
mean.
container, big bro.
So the tube,
Wait,
the
what'd you say about container? Whoever chimed in?
So you said he asked you, can you have gas pressure without a container? And you're like, well, first you take this container.
How's a tube? If a tube is open on both ends, how is it a container?
You need to do it
'Cause
without it.
didn't we just nullify that fact?
if so you're saying if as long as the container has like little holes in it, then it's no longer
No.
contained.
Do you know what a tube looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, if you blow pressure through a tube from one side and the open side is receiving the pressure coming through it, that's pressure.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I see. So you're saying
The
in order to
valve system.
demonstrate. Okay. So the demonstration of gas pressure without a container is you have a tube that basically an open container, and you blow the gas through the tube, right?
It creates pressure.
Is there any way to demonstrate this without using even an open container? Is there any way to demonstrate gas pressure without any kind of open container as well?
Without an open container. I mean,
Yeah, like
you can have.
like in other words, can you maintain the same pressure over let's say 24 hours? Maintain the same pressure of
Yeah,
gas.
with a valve system.
Okay. And that's the tube?
Could be anything. Anything that has a valve system.
So you need like
because you actually you have to in order for pressure, right?
so you need a physical object.
You need
Hold the gas.
walls. You need walls for containment and a valve system.
Right. So you do need a container, kind of, in that scenario.
If you're including a valve system as a container, then yes.
Okay. Is there any way to demonstrate it without a physical object? Let me rephrase. Is there a way to maintain the same gas pressure for 24 hours without using a physical object that is acting like a wall or, something like that?
I'm unsure.
It's okay. No worries.
I mean, could you give me a could you lend me some credence on that? What you're explaining there? You're asking me if I can.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just curious because you're asking me to demonstrate it, right? But I'm claiming that the only way you're going to be able to demonstrate it is with a valve system.
Let me give you a practical example. You have a fish tank. You take bromine gas and you pour it into the fish tank. Will the bromine gas stay in the fish tank?
I don't know. I don't mess with those type of properties.
The correct answer is no. It will diffuse into the air because the container is open.
Try another example, Drace.
Unless it's like liquid.
Yeah, it's gas. It's not liquid.
How about a car tire? Let's
Hold
say.
on.
Go ahead.
When you say gas, you're nullifying the fact of gasoline, correct?
As in air.
What?
Okay. You know your barbecue propane tank?
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. You're basically saying that the gases are lighter than the air around it for it to expand. That it would actually
No.
It would need a container to stop expanding.
No. In this example I gave you, the gas is specifically more dense than the air, and so it stays in the container for a little bit, but because it diffuses, it moves randomly, freely in all directions, it will diffuse up into the air above it, even though it's more dense, and eventually completely evacuate the container.
Well, the only way for that to happen is for the density to be lost.
Nope.
So you're saying something that's more dense than air floats up.
Not floats. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and so even though you have more dense gas, it'll still press up into the air and diffuse into it until there's no more dense gas in your container. This is why we do not store dense gases in buckets, because they will just go away.
Okay. Let me ask you a more general question. Okay, do you believe that the Earth is within outer space? Yes or no?
Could you show otherwise?
You what? Oh, it's a yes or no question.
I've not experienced what it is to be so-called space, so I mean I can't say yes or no.
Okay, but okay. So your answer is you don't know. You're just saying you don't know. In that case,
I mean, I believe that if
how about if you had to take a guess?
if a pressure gradient is,
Go ahead.
I was going to say if a pressure gradient is being used for the atmo, then you could also say that there's a pressure gradient for the sea.
Okay, But do you believe that the Earth is within outer space? Like just in general?
I.e. space.
Okay, so outer space. How about let me rephrase it. How about
So when
in
we experience what we call Earth, right, and we walk among it, right, and we're not swimming with fish, right, because we have to have a container to be able to do that, right? Or well, not really have to have a container. I mean, we do, but we don't. But in order to start regulating with pressure gradients underneath the sea at certain distances from the surface, I mean, kind of saying the same thing there as space.
Do you believe that the Earth is floating in a medium called outer space?
Could be surrounding us. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. Okay, that's fine. If you say you don't know, that's okay. That's okay. He says he doesn't know. That's okay. That's okay. All right, but you're almost there. You're almost there because you already.
I mean,
said,
can you prove that we're not surrounded by it?
No. I'm not. Hold on. What I was getting at is you're almost there because you're almost. You admitted it's a planar stationary, right? Planar and stationary.
I experience it as a plane or a
Yes.
stationary plane.
Agreed. And then.
But then you're asking me to look up and ask if what I see above me is surrounding me.
Well, the next question would be: is outer space vacuum? Do you think that that's real?
Not sure. I've never experienced it.
Okay. So basically, the argument boils down to: in order to have the vacuum of outer space, you need some kind of. Do you agree that
Pressurized system.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, in order to have a pressurized system next to an open vacuum, you need some kind of container. That's the argument. Are you with me so far? Do you agree with that?
Bruh.
If you had to guess, forget it. Do you agree that you need a container? Well, if you have a pressurized gas next to an open vacuum, you need some kind of container for the gas. Otherwise, the gas will move into the vacuum. Do you agree with that statement?
To have a pressurized system, once again, you have to have a chamber and a valve system. When you say a vacuum, have you experienced this vacuum?
No.
Okay, then why are you claiming it as a vacuum? It's a deadness.
Okay, so we agree then. So you do need the chamber. Okay. All right, so we're on the same page. But it's weird because when I asked you if we're floating in outer space, you never answer yes or no. I think we agree that not.
No idea. We could be on a toothpick flying through deadness.
Okay, fair enough.
This is just a waste of time, you know. Just a waste of time.
There.
Yeah,
He's almost there.
It's a way. It's being intellectual
What's the waste?
dishonest.
The fact
Yeah,
that
shut
I'm
the fuck
asking you to
up.
prove
I'm
a
talking.
vacuum?
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. You cannot ever talk to me. Okay, go read the rules. Yeah, you blind. Go to the top and read #welcome. Okay. So I'm gonna. This is from NASA.
But I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Size density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume. Density depends directly on the size of the container. Okay? In which a fixed mass of gas is confined. So, to have gas pressure, you need a container. It's simple. We don't care about your bullshit talk. Okay? I'm done.
All right.
If you want to believe Earth is in that vacuum of space, show the experiment, or you can believe whatever the bullshit you want to believe. Okay, you are a simple person in the street. You said to that person, can you see the horizon? Yeah, it's over there. You see horizontal line. It's simple. We don't care about your illusions or distortion or whatever stories. Okay? We are not here to waste our time. We are here for people who wants to know the truth.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm done.
You know what the good thing is? Okay, there is one good thing that I will say. He did say that you can't have a vacuum without the chamber. So that means, right? So you're almost there. He's like got it. It's almost like I can see it, it's clicking. Like I know it's clicking in his mind. I know it's clicking. Like he's almost there. He's almost got it, you know? He's almost got it. But he just doesn't say he even though he doesn't say yes or no, I think he gets it. Like just he's almost there, you know? Just like
Yeah, but we are not here to be nannies of these guys that we are telling simple things that the guys are over talking and doing adding other distorting the conversation.
Obfuscating.
Yeah, obfuscating. Yeah, we are not here to be nannies, okay?
I think it's interesting because I think in his mind he believes that he's trying to get clarification, right? He's just asking clarifying questions, right? But when the thing is when the thing comes when the reason I interpret it as obfuscation is because it's such a simple opinionated question. It's like a simple yes or no opinionated question, but then he's gonna he wants clarification. So it is what it is. He wants nuance, it's a nuanced, because we have to define everything, and it's fine. It's fine.
This is not the school, If he doesn't know, he can do his own research, because I'm not here to teach him, I'm not being paid. I'm not his teacher, so I don't care. If he can go, if he doesn't know, go search Horizon, search Horizon instead of making bullshit talk, distortion, illusion, whatever, You can do his research, because this is not a school, So if he wants to waste our time, maybe he can start doing his own research. Simple things, basic things. I mean, simple. I mean, there's kids, there's kids that came here and they are not behaving like this.
Okay, so I'm being asked to give a strict answer on hypothetical questions, right? Hypothetical being that someone walked up and told me that what I'm seeing is not what I'm saying. Secondary, that now, since I'm asking the proof of a vacuum, now I'm deflecting, but yet the proof of vacuum is not being presented. Sir,
you want to talk about vacuum? You want to talk about vacuum? Is that a natural phenomenon? Vacuum?
Sir, I was asked to answer about vacuum.
Oh, is the vacuum a natural phenomenon? No, so it's bullshit. Okay.
All I said was I have not experienced.
If you want to prove it, test it. If you want to prove it, test it. You want to claim something? Prove it. Test it.
I would agree. That's why I said that I don't know, bro, because I ain't experienced it.
If you don't know, research it. I'm not your nanny. Okay?
So
if you
you
don't
know that there's a
no,
vacuum out there.
if you don't know what is horizon, do this search the citation. Okay, I'm not your nanny.
I mean, you went straight to NASA,
You
bro, not me.
yeah, straight for NASA. Yeah, okay. So if you want to believe in a vacuum of space, okay, then show us the experiment that you can have that vacuum without with this atmosphere, this gas pressure, the air that we are breathing, next to a vacuum. Show to us that experiment.
You're claiming the vacuum.
No, not my claiming. Okay, not my claiming. If you want to believe in fairy tale stories, it's your problem, not mine.
Did you not just say pressurized system next to vacuum?
Yeah, you want to believe that? That's your problem.
No,
show the experiment.
You said it.
No, you want
Yeah,
to believe
the Globers are claiming that there is a vacuum. We're not claiming it. It's them. They have the burden of proof.
We are done. The horizon.
Okay, and I'm saying I haven't experienced to say it one way or the other.
Yeah, you said it was possible though earlier. You said that it could be
I said it was a
toothpick
deadness.
flying in a vacuum.
No, I said flying in deadness.
Okay, but do you believe that
that's what you called vacuum earlier.
But do you believe it's possible?
When I say deadness, I'm not referring it as into a vacuum, because then you would have to say that there's a chamber that the vacuum is filling.
Okay, exactly. So you need a chamber. Okay, so it's not possible. Agreed? Without a chamber?
That's
Agreed?
it. That's
we
it.
went through this.
Okay, we went
it's
through
over.
it, so we agree.
So may I ask, is there a density gradient?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and a buoyancy gradient.
Yeah, forget about that. You what you want to prove? Well, you want to
Oh,
prove,
forget about what I want to ask, but I have to answer
you
everything
want
you
to
want
talk
me
about what? You want to talk about what? The globe? The globe?
No.
Or you want
no.
to talk about flat Earth? What do you want to talk?
Okay,
What is this conversation? It's pointless.
I'm trying to answer you.
No, it's this. What do you want?
What does a buoyancy
what?
gradient have to do with the shape?
I don't care about that. What is what
Obviously
you want?
not.
What you want to ask us about flat Earth or globe?
I want to ask about the buoyancy gradient.
Okay, what about it?
To prove what? To prove what? A globe Earth?
I'm asking. Explain to me about the
No,
buoyancy
sorry, forget it. Okay.
What about it?
Forget it.
what?
We are not here to teach. We're not even to teach random things. This
So what
is
are you
flat
here
Earth.
for?
This is flat Earth. You want to ask a question about flat Earth or globe Earth? What you want?
I am asking about it.
Yeah, forget it about it. Okay. What you want more?
You told me to ask about
What
it.
you want more?
What are you talking about?
What you want more? Forget about it. What you want more?
You want me to
Something-
forget about what I want to ask about?
No, I want you to move on. Okay.
What about the point?
Let's
I don't
move
even
on.
think it has anything.
Let's move on. Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to go home.
Sorry, I touched on buoyancy gradient.
Move on.
No, that's not a problem. Can you define deadness?
I would say a decapsulation of atmosphere or atmo.
So a vacuum.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's less pressure.
Okay. So if you put let's say this. Say I got a rubber ducky, okay, and I put 2 pounds of air pressure into this rubber ducky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I put it into a box that's a 10, let's just say a 10-foot by 10-foot box, right? Squared box. And I release that pounds of pressure out of that rubber ducky, right? What happens to it?
You release the pressure, you said?
Yeah, if I release the pressure of the 2 psi into...
Yeah, what's the status of the gas inside the chamber?
What are we talking about?
You said it was a rubber ducky inside a chamber. What's the status of the gas inside the chamber?
The status of the gas inside the chamber
Yeah,
is the rubber
yeah.
duck is the chamber.
So, do you have an absolute vacuum in your container, or is it low pressure? Is it atmospheric pressure? What's the status of your gas, or the the insides of the container?
Atmo pressure of this rubber duck.
So is it 14.7 psi?
Could be.
All right, let's just go with that.
Okay, and then you put it in a bigger chamber and then release that pressure. What happens?
If you release the pressure,
If
so
there's a
you
greater pressure on the
unseal.
outside,
It would expand, right?
if there's a greater pressure on the outside than the inside, and you expose the two.
What are you talking about? I'm saying I have a rubber duck that is a chamber that is holding, we're going to go with what's his name, or what he said, 14.7 psi. And then we
Yeah.
put that pressurized chamber into a far greater chamber, and then we release the pressure out of the rubber ducky, okay, into that far greater chamber. What happens?
Is it sealed? I mean,
pressure on the outside.
is the ducky sealed?
I mean,
What's the pressure?
I thought
what's the pressure?
I thought we were talking about that it has to be sealed, right? Because it's a chamber.
Okay, but you said you
What would
had to
happen-
release the pressure. So
What would
how are you
happen-
releasing the pressure?
Yeah,
he
i.e.
released-
valving system.
What would happen when he releases or busts or opens, whatever you do to rubber duckies, and we're going to leave that alone. When you open the rubber ducky in the larger container, the air pressure that was in the larger container will now be slightly increased to whatever additive you've just put in there that's come out of said rubber ducky.
It really depends on the difference
Okay.
between the pressures inside the duct and the pressures outside of it. If there's less pressure inside the duct, the gas will press into the duct. If there's more pressure inside the duct, the gas will press outside of the duct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Expose
so-
the two, the higher
so-
pressure will move towards the lower pressure.
Okay, so buoyancy gradient.
Yeah, what's your question about the buoyancy gradient?
Talking
It's
about
still
buoyancy
it's still on the
buoyancy
topic
gradient.
of pressure. Is there a density gradient?
There's a density gradient of the gas. Yeah,
So why wouldn't there be a buoyancy gradient?
There's a differential. There's a differential
density gradient.
gradient.
Yeah.
Differential.
Okay, yeah, I don't see your. Yeah, what's your question about? Let's just for the sake of this question, let's just assume there is a buoyancy gradient. What's your question?
Well, we're talking about trying to explain this 10 to the negative 17 toward finger quote vacuum, right? And I'm just asking about a buoyancy gradient.
Oh. The only issue here is that in order to prove that you can have a 10 to the negative 17 torr next to pressurized gas, even if it was a gradient, like if you had first of all, you already admitted that you can't have a vacuum without a chamber. So are you going to walk that statement
It's a
back?
valving system.
Okay, but you agreed that you can't have an open vacuum without a chamber. Are you backpedaling?
What do you mean by an open vacuum without a chamber?
Outer space vacuum.
I said it was a dead.
Well, okay, let me be very clear. The people that believe that the Earth is a globe, they believe that the atmosphere is next to outer space, and that area called outer space, they call it the vacuum of outer space. That's what they call it.
I never claimed it as a vacuum. I just asked about a buoyancy gradient.
Okay.
Because at some point,
do you agree that
it's a gradient?
Yeah, but do you agree that you need a chamber for the vacuum?
It's pissing me off.
So you do need a container. Yeah. It's done. Even if they're
It's a valving system again. I'll keep reiterating it. You can't have a chamber without a valving system.
you can't have a chamber with you can't have a chamber, but a chamber isn't a chamber just a container though.
Okay, how do you input anything into the chamber without a valving system? Into or out of?
Oh, that's
We
different.
do not care.
It's a valving system.
Yeah, but that's
So poof,
that's different.
poof, vacuum in cylinder, and chamber cylinder, like, or poof, pressure in chamber cylinder. What are you saying? It's a valving system.
When
It has to
I'm
be
talking
input
about a
or output.
closed. I'm talking about a closed system.
yeah, when you close the valve, it's a closed system.
Yeah, I'm not talking about when I say container or chamber. I'm just talking about like, let's say like a physical solid object that is just separating the vacuum from everything else. Like it's just like a wall.
How did the vacuum get there?
I don't know. That's just that assumes that there is a vacuum, right? But
Well, I mean,
I'm
you're
just saying.
assuming, but in order for the vacuum to get there, it had to be vacuumed, right? To have the vacuum, so it had to have a valving system for that to occur.
So you need the container then.
There you go.
You're
You
being
got
so
your vacuum
obtuse,
now.
dude.
What do you not understand about why are we on this subject of a container? Are you not understanding that it takes a valving system for pressure or a vacuum to be input or output?
Yes, and when you
Okay,
close the valve,
sure.
it becomes a closed system. Congratulations, you're now smart.
But guess
Okay.
what? If you can't say that it's a vacuum and you're denying a buoyancy gradient, but you're also not denying that space could not be, or finger quote, vacuum of space could not have a barrier.
Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Do yourself a
Yeah.
solid, go and look it up.
Yeah, there is no outer space vacuum. It's not real without a container.
I
Especially.
didn't say
It's
there was
also
a
it's
outer
also
space
stop
vacuum.
strawmanning us. We never said buoyancy gradient isn't a thing.
Really? Because just a minute ago you said, okay, what if buoyancy gradient was?
Yeah, let's say okay, sure. We'll take your word for it. Yeah, it is. Sure, why not? I don't see an issue. I still the
Okay.
problem is not that there is a buoyancy gradient or a density gradient. That's not the issue. The issue is that whenever you have gas next to an open vacuum, that's physically impossible. Basically, that's physically
You
impossible.
keep claiming it as a vacuum. That's the issue. I'm
They
not claiming it as a vacuum. You
It's
are.
not you. It's the globe. It's the people that believe in the globe. They believe that outer space
Okay, let's
is a
try it a bit
vacuum.
different. Let's try this a bit different. Can
Preface.
you have two different pressures side by side without one of them contained?
I would say that you would reach if you would have a second.
It was a closed question.
It would always be a gradient.
Is this just yes or no? Just try to just answer yes or no.
Okay, repeat it one more time.
Can you have two
Sorry.
different gas pressures side by side without one of them being contained? Yes or no? For example, your barbecue propane tank. When it's full, do you have it inside of a container? Or do you just have the propane in your hand next to your barbecue ready to go?
Okay, but you have to prove the container first. Therefore, there's a gradient.
No, sorry. Pressure gradient requires.
I'm sorry. Where's
pressure.
the edge of this container?
No, sorry. Pressure gradients require pressure. So, and in order to have pressure, you need the walls of the container. Just because you have a gradient doesn't mean that it goes to deadness.
Absolute zero, maybe.
Even if it's pressing against the surface of the earth, I guess you could also say that. Also, I guess. But anyways, yeah. But so you already
Density
agreed that
gradient, buoyancy gradient. It's pretty cool.
yeah. Yeah, so you already agree that you can't have it next. You need a chamber, right? So you need the container, right? For gas pressure, you need a
Yeah, but
container.
where is the container? That's my problem because there has to be an absolute zero first.
Oh, you mean like where's the container for the atmosphere? I mean the air, like when you go outside? Is that your question?
Remember gradient.
No, I'm okay, when you go outside and you're breathing the air, right? Are you
To have a
asking
pressure, you have to have an absolute zero first.
Okay, let me just finish my question. When you go outside and you're breathing the air, are you asking does that air where is that container for that air that you're breathing? Is that your question?
So I'm going to say that I'm breathing within a density gradient.
Okay, never. Why can't you
It's too
just
far
answer
for
yes
you.
or
You don't
no?
understand it. You don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you're not denying that there's a buoyancy gradient, okay, then you have to identify that there's an absolute zero within that buoyancy gradient.
No.
Yes, you have to have loss of pressure at the buoyancy gradient. No, for a container?
You can have variant pressures and you can have a buoyancy gradient as a consequence. You don't have to go to absolute zero.
Okay, but if you cannot clarify the pressurized system containment, then there has to be an
That's
absolute
not
zero.
Nope.
Okay,
That's an assumption
identify
on
the
your part.
container. Identify
What
the
part
container.
of barbecue gas bottle didn't you fucking get?
Dude, what part of Atmo did you not get? We're not talking about having a cookout.
I asked you a question earlier. How the fuck do you have two different gas pressures, one high, one low, without a barrier? For example, a fucking
Buoyancy and
barbecue gas
density
bottle, you
gradient.
You can't do it. That's the answer. It's very simple.
Yeah, appealing to repetition doesn't help you here.
Okay, was it not used as if you put a certain gas within a fish tank that has a top in it that it's going to float up and never expand, right? Because it's always trying to
The
go
example
always.
earlier was given to you because you were struggling
Where
to
is the
comprehend the
container?
A
For
fish
which
tank has an
gas?
open lid on it. No top. Not a fucking closed system. Or a
Where
valve,
is the
as you put it.
container? You keep claiming closed system. Where's the container? Where's the containment?
Okay, we'll try a different angle. I would like you to prove to me a pressurized system with no fucking container.
Buoyancy gradient.
Appealing to repetition, you're not actually answering his question. You're being retarded.
Sir, there has to be a measurement of a pressure, and there has to be a measurement of absolute zero as well.
Wait, but the Earth's surface is solid. So that means how
You're saying it's contained. You're saying it's contained, but you haven't shown the containment.
Oh,
for the
I see what
pressure.
you mean. So you're asking when you go outside and you're breathing the air, are you asking for that
That's
air
a
that you're
density
breathing?
gradient.
Okay, but are you asking where is the containment for that air that you're breathing? Is that your question? Yes or no? Just answer. Is that your question? Where's the container for the air that you're breathing when you go outside? Is that your question?
I'm not questioning it. I'm saying buoyancy gradient.
What?
That's not an answer
the
to
air
anything.
that we're breathing, the
Yes or
air that
no?
we're breathing, since we're not 250,000 feet tall, we have a density gradient that we breathe and we call air. Okay, so once the buoyancy gradient starts taking effect and starts expanding, because gases expand and go and push and move in all kind of different ways, right?
No,
There
buddy.
has to
The
be an
buoyancy
absolute
gradient
zero
is
to claim
the
a
buoyancy gradient
containment.
is in all fluids. It's not just appears. So retarded.
Who said appears?
You said it would just appear there.
No, I didn't say appear.
Yeah, you didn't use that specific word, but that's your.
But you just said I did. So which one is it?
No, I didn't say you said that specific word. I rephrased your wording.
Okay, look, there's a certain amount of density at the floor, okay? And then
Yeah.
as it goes up, the buoyancy gradient starts to what?
Starts to no. It's the buoyancy
Starts to what?
gradient is no.
Starts to
Starts
what?
to.
Starts
Hey,
to what? What's it
idiot.
start to do?
Starts
What's it
to
start to
no.
do?
The buoyancy gradient is present within all fluids, so it's not starting.
So it's not starting. It never had an absolute zero.
I've never.
Oh, okay.
I
Yep,
actually
never
don't
had
even
an
know.
absolute zero. Where's your contained gas being contained at? Can you show me the container that it's being housed?
So you are asking a bee. Why didn't you just say yes earlier?
Dude, I've been saying buoyancy gradient for the whole time, and then I've been explaining the density gradient is
Yeah, but you
what we
never.
know is air.
Yeah, but you never answered yes or no. Because your question is,
Because
where's
you're
the
not hearing
container?
the question. You're not hearing the question being presented.
You said, "Where's the container?" So I'm asking you
You're
to
claiming
clarify.
container. I'm asking you to clarify with a buoyancy gradient where your containment is, because there has to be an absolute zero.
And in this, just to be clear, in this situation, this is talking about the air that we're breathing, right? When we go outside, that's the gas that we're talking about, right? Yes or no?
Dude.
Please just answer yes or no. Holy fuck, bro. Just say yes or no.
Yeah, I'd also like you to define absolute
When we're
zero in
talking,
this context.
do you not know what absolute zero is?
Oh my god.
In this
you can't
context.
answer. You can't answer yes or no. I don't know why you're avoiding this
I'm not
question.
avoiding. I'm not avoiding.
Yes, you are.
I have to tap my screen to freaking push to talk, and I'm sitting here having to tap it. So what I'm getting at is the fact that I'm saying that there's a pressure that we're able to understand and breathe. Okay, that is a
Yes.
density. That is a density gradient. Okay. Now,
Yeah, that's
when we
not a
go
problem.
further away from that density gradient, that is flipped to a buoyancy gradient, right? So why?
No.
Yes,
It's not flipped through a buoyancy gradient. The
What is
buoyancy
the
gradient
what
is
is
in
the
all
opposite?
fluids.
What is the
Absolute
opposite of
zero is 0 Kelvin. So what the fuck are you talking about?
what is the opposite of density gradient? What's the opposite of density?
of density gradient?
What is the
Not a
opposite of
gradient.
density? What is the opposite of density?
Buoyancy.
Oh, okay. So once it starts going up, right, it's a buoyancy gradient, right?
Okay.
Okay, where's the containment that stops that?
For the air, for the atmosphere,
Where is the containment that stops the buoyancy gradient?
for the air you're talking about. The
Whatever
buoyancy
you want to
grade.
claim it. Where's the gradient stop?
Okay. So if we're talking about the air that we're breathing, the gradient of the air that we're breathing when we go outside, the atmosphere, the physical container, we don't have any no one has ever actually physically seen it. So we're just
Okay, so speculating that
so
it's a pressurized system.
so it's just it's the only reason people say you need the container is because whenever you try to demonstrate gas pressure, well, first of all, it's kind of like an antecedent relationship. You know what have you ever heard of this term called antecedent?
No, it sounds pretty spectacular.
It's like, can you have a T-bone steak without the cow? Or like, I don't know. Can you
Man, they're doing
have
3D meats now. Have you seen that?
Oh, you can?
I don't know. I just heard that they're doing 3D meats now.
Okay. So let me put it like this. Can you have, I don't know. What's a better example?
Can you have a pressurized or a vacuum system without a valving system?
I doubt it.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at.
Wait, but if you need a physical object, then why are you doubting that there would be a container? I don't get it.
Come
We
again?
don't give a fuck how the air gets into or out of said container. So
Okay, but you're claiming container.
mate, you're trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
and you're frying your own stupid brain. You're not smart
Dude.
enough to understand what half these guys are talking about. So back at level and stop trying to confuse yourself. No
I
one
guess I'm
cares
stupid. I'm
how the
stupid to
air
understand that you're claiming a container with no containment. Where's
You
the
want to prove
container?
the fucking container
You're
going to a
claiming
barbecue.
you're
That's the level of
claiming a
stupid we're playing
container,
with.
bro. You get that? Do you understand you're claiming a container?
It's a
But you don't
necessary
show proof to the
antecedent.
container.
Hey, idiot!
It is
It's a
an
necessary antecedent. Your argument from ignorance does not
Called a
invalidate
gradient.
the necessary antecedent.
Called a gradient.
Yeah, you can argue from ignorance all you want. It doesn't change the fact.
A gradient. It's a gradient, dude. I don't know how else to tell you. It's a gradient.
Stupid as
doesn't mean that.
all he got was gradient. The
I
antecedent.
mean, we already established. We already.
Shut the fuck up! You're not doing yourself a favor. Of
My
gas
bad,
pressure
my bad.
is the container. Oh fuck me dead! It's that simple.
Oh damn! And then when you run out of gas pressure, what happens?
I don't know where you're going or coming from, but that has nothing to do with what I said.
Where do you run out of gas pressure? Where did you validate that?
You just said gas. You said gas pressure is a container, right?
No, we don't claim that. That's retarded.
Okay, what was just said? Because something with gas pressure was just said.
You
I may have
need
misheard.
you need it. There, you can't. Basically, the argument is you can't have gas pressure without a container. That's the argument.
But you're going to say that buoyancy and density happens within that gas
Nothing
pressure.
to do with those two. Forget buoyancy and density. They're talking about gas in a fucking container. That's it.
Okay, buoyancy and density is between
Get
up and
buoyancy and
down.
density. Put that in your back pocket. Save it for a later day.
Okay, so we
It's
have
just-
gas pressure, right?
Yeah, 14.7 psi. Yeah.
Okay, at all times, right?
No.
What do you? What do you
Okay, so
mean?
there's a gradient.
Yeah, dummy.
I've been
Of
saying
course,
that
there's a
for an hour.
gradient.
I've been saying it for
We
an
said
hour.
that.
So where's the
We said that the
container?
whole time as well. You're just too
Then
dumb
where's
to
the
understand what we're saying, so you keep
Then
repeating
where
yourself
is
and you're
the
saying density
container?
gradient as that says anything. That
Yeah,
has
he's-
no relation to it and does not help you.
So where's the container? The gradient is there, but then doesn't matter.
Yeah, now you're arguing from ignorance. If I don't see a container,
Not
there's no
ignorant.
container. That's an argument from ignorance.
Dude, you're saying that there is a gradient while also saying there's a container. Can you have
Yes,
a
there can be a gradient within a
container?
container. Did you not know that?
Okay, so let's use what's his name's little campfire thing. So if you got a pressurized cylinder, right? Where's the gradient in that?
Who fucking cares?
It depends on the temperatures
Did you just say
and
who
other
cares?
factors.
Oh my goodness. So when the argument's presented that a canister with a certain amount of pressure in it, right, is pressurized, it's a pressurized system, but also saying that there's a gradient within that pressurized system,
Always.
then it's not pressurized?
Always.
You're the only
What?
numpty talking about gradients
Where's the-
inside a fucking propane tank.
Okay.
That's it.
No, you were okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to understand where you get a gradient from that.
You need a pressure to have a gradient, Nutty. And to have pressure, you need a container. You believe there's no
You know what a
container
gradient
because
is?
you don't
know what a
understand how
gradient is?
pressure works.
Do you know what a gradient is?
Yes, it's a variant of pressure.
Okay, but you're saying it has a pressure, and then you're saying that it has a variance.
Variance of that
Which one is
pressure. Yeah.
Okay, so i.e. bottle has 14.7 pounds of pressure in it. What's the gradient of that pressure?
It's so slight because the container is so small that it's barely noticeable.
Okay, but what if it was massive?
Well, then you have a
It'd be
gradient.
Gradient.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
And he's
Oh,
talking
now-
to us like we're the ones learning.
What do
Holy
you
shit.
What do you think happens? Let me ask you this. What do you think happens to a gradient of gases when you have an object that's moving at 66,000 miles per hour and it's spinning at 1,000 tangential speed, 1,000 miles per hour, and that that gradient of gas pressure is right next to an open vacuum, and then there's another vector, which is the whole galaxy is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So, what do you think would happen to the gas pressure gradient? Do you think it would stick to that object or it would escape? Which one?
I didn't claim any bit of that.
No, but the people
I
that
know the
believe in the
claim.
globe.
I know the claim. I know the claim.
Okay, but what would you in that scenario? What do you think would happen to the gas?
I mean, honestly, I've not even thought about it.
It's not even like it's not even that difficult. Like, so gas.
Okay,
pressure
but why would I
gradient-
need
Hang
to?
on.
Why would I need to think about that?
Gas pressure gradient requires gas pressure, correct or not?
Yes, I would say so. Yes.
So, can you have gas pressure without a container?
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm saying
No, no.
it's
Just
a,
yes or
it's a
no.
gradient
Just yes or
instead of a-
no.
Question.
Just say yes or no. Or I don't know. Say yes, no, or I don't know. One of those three.
So the question was, can I have gas pressure with a gradient?
Without a container.
Fuck me dead.
Can you have gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
It's got a valving system and it's got everything. Yes.
Okay, so you need the
What?
valving system. So the answer is yes because the valve is an open container, right?
It's the input and output.
But you need the valving system.
About the valving system, you don't need that. You can just open the container, take up all the air,
What do you
close
mean?
it. You have a system.
What do you mean by valving system? What are you talking about? I just asked you. I said my question was gas gradient requires gas pressure. You agreed with that, and then I said, can you have gas pressure without a container? And you go into a fucking valve. The fuck are you talking about?
He's still hung up on how the gas gets into the container in the first place without a valving system. Sorry,
It's
mate.
produced at ground. No, you're all right. It's okay. It's converted at ground level. What's wrong with that? Why do you need a valving system?
Yeah, you got gas generation at the ground level and you got gas condensation above, which takes gas out of the system, so you would get a gradient. Oh no!
Gas is ever expanding.
Yeah,
That's not-
it's in a
that's a
cycle.
non-
That's the gas cycles, numpty.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur to what we're talking about as well.
Okay, can you show me when the ever expanding gas stops at its container?
A propane tank.
Yeah, it's called gas pressure.
You put the gas inside the propane. When the propane.
I thought we were. Hold on. I thought we were talking about this atmo we breathe.
Oh, I see.
Is
what
it
you mean.
is it pressurized? Is it pressurized?
From a density gradient, yes.
So you can have gas pressure without a container. Is that what you're saying?
So you're claiming the gas is causing pressure. All of the pressure gradient.
Gas contains gas. Is that right?
I mean, I would assume so, yeah.
What do you? Okay, how about this? What do you
Never
think
demonstrated
causes?
it?
What do you think causes the gas pressure on the Earth? How about that?
Density gradient.
What causes the density gradient?
The density gradient of the gas gases itself. That makes sense. You make no
Wait. What causes the density gradient? Go ahead.
Would it not be the density of the molecules?
Oh my god.
Okay. And the density of the molecules is caused by what?
I would say gas pressure.
You're going around in circles.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you agree that it's not gravity?
What's not gravity? Gas pressure?
What causes the gradient?
We just established pressure does.
Right, so not gravity then. Right?
I never claimed it to be.
Alright, that's based. Alright.
Okay. So
Good to know.
when it's the opposite of the pressure, right? Because it's expanding.
But you don't think
Where's the
that
container?
gas contains itself though, right? You don't believe that, right?
I mean, it's a molecule, right?
Yeah, but gas
That's containment.
gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, right?
As it's contained as a molecule.
Answer the question.
Do you believe that really?
I'm answering the question. I'm sorry, it's not sufficient for
So
you.
yeah, so you say yes, you believe that gas. Let me make it more clear.
Gas
True.
itself is a molecule which is contained.
By what? Contained by what?
Its containment.
What causes?
That's what we're
Which is
trying to
what?
get out of
What
you.
causes the containment? What causes the containment?
The density gradient.
Okay, so the density gradient causes the gas to be contained.
Okay, let me ask you this.
No, answer the fucking
Air.
question.
It's yes or
has
no. Yes or
oxygen and
no.
water molecules, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you answer yes or no though?
Where's the quickest form of air being introduced?
Of what? Say again one more time. I don't know.
Where's the most air being produced?
At ground level, we just told you that.
Oh yeah, at the
Okay.
sea.
Okay, so at pressure,
yeah.
right? Where there would be more water molecules, where it would make the gases more dense because they're sticking and pushing gases down and all around and all kind of places, right? Until they are
No, it's not
forever
water
expanding
molecules,
upwards.
Matt, because where I live, there's fuck all of them.
Okay, so I guess we don't need trees no more, guys.
What the fuck is that got to
Retarded
do?
straw man.
Okay. Wait. So gas.
Okay.
Okay.
How about we try something different?
Okay.
The
Go ahead.
term PSI, pounds per square inch, is how they measure gas. What do you think the square inch thing is?
They're not measuring gas; they're measuring the pressure.
Correct.
Yeah,
Pounds
not the gas.
per
You said the gas.
Square inch. Pounds per square inch. What do you think the square inches are?
Pressurized.
No.
What do they
Pounds
derive
per
from?
So how do you get a
What
reading?
do you believe the square
It's V
inches
in the
are?
equation.
Let me reframe that. How do you get a reading then?
Equals V. V in the equation.
Do you need the volume?
The reading, we'll just pick a random number. 15 pounds per square inch. What do you believe, in your own words, the square inches are? Where do they get the square inches from?
From the volume being filled of the whatever it is it's filling.
From the container that the gas is pushing off of?
Mhm.
Square inches? The volume of it?
Yes.
Awesome. We're going to
Okay.
leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
Yeah, we're gonna skip right over buoyancy gradient. We're just gonna say, "Hoorah! I got it!" Just because.
Yeah,
I
it
figured
has
out
no
like a
relevance.
beer in a
Just like I
tire.
showed you earlier, you can take a sulfur hexafluoride, put it into a glass tank, open on the above. So now there's a gradient. There's a density gradient there. There's a buoyancy gradient there. But the gas is not contained, you idiot.
I know, but you're claiming containment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the glass is not contained, idiot. Well, you're claiming a containment.
Idiot, listen to what I'm saying. There's density gradient in the fish tank, and there's less dense gas above it. You claim the less dense gas above is going to hold it down in the tank, containing it. However, we can test this, and it has been done 1,000 times. And at no point is it going to hold it in the tank, because gas cannot contain gas. That's why we have closed containers.
Oh, you're right, because the density gradient, since molecules are going everywhere, is more freely to go upwards and outwards, right? So we're just forgetting right offhand that
No, that's nothing to do with the density gradient. It's gas inherently moves randomly and freely in all directions, including up. So it goes against the less dense gas into it, diffusing into it, until there's no more dense gas underneath it.
Would you say the main occurrence would be everything has a downward vector?
No.
Okay. Point proven. Buoyancy gradient.
It doesn't prove your point, idiot.
Okay. When does the buoyancy gradient stop?
I don't claim the buoyancy gradient is stopping at a certain point.
Well, you said
that
it's got
is
a
you
container,
trying
so
to
where's it
that is
stop?
you trying to invoke a specific position for the container.
Yeah, it's
we
specific.
don't make that claim.
You say it's a
We
pressurized
simply
system, has to have a
operate
container.
on the basic principles gas works on, which you are ignoring.
No, I'm not, because you're saying it's a pressurized system that has
Yes,
to
you
have a
are. You're claiming
container.
gas holds gas.
Stop speaking over me, please. You're saying that there's a pressurized system that has to have a container, but you're not providing the container.
Yeah, all examples of pressure is in containment. You
Because
only
of
have,
density.
you look at the sky and point and say, well, I don't believe that's contained. That's retarded.
So now you want me to adhere to your belief?
It's not my belief. We're using scientific principles. You're using
Right.
belief. So stop trying to project onto us your retarded position.
So a buoyancy gradient is a belief?
Did I say that? No.
You said I'm
You
projecting
claim
my
that the
belief.
buoyancy gradient can hold the gas down. We showed you that it's not possible. You can test it. It's not possible.
You're right,
Mate,
it doesn't
we're going
hold
to
it
do you a
down. So if
favour.
it doesn't hold it
Shut up
down,
for a
what
second,
does it do?
Chasing. You're making noise and you shouldn't be. The term buoyancy, by definition of the Cambridge Dictionary, the quality of being able to float. So when you say buoyancy gradient, please don't, because it sounds fucking stupid.
Okay.
The
Well,
buoyancy gradient is a thing.
I'll start
The buoyancy
saying that.
gradient. The buoyancy gradient refers to the change in buoyant force per unit of volume with respect to the depth of the fluid. It's not some magic save you that's going to hold gas. That's retarded.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, instead of saying float, I'm just going to start saying that it's always downwards. So buoyant's always down. Got it.
No, don't say that. You're making yourself look even dumber. Stop just picking random
Right,
shit and going, I'm
right.
going to
I'm
attach to
making
that.
myself look dumb because I'm claiming a pressurized system with an
No,
encapsulation, and
you
I'm not
just said
proving the
buoyant is
encapsulation.
down. That is the fucking stupidest thing I've heard.
Yeah, it's called
Other than the other
satire.
4 hours of your dumbassery today.
It's
I wish
called
QE was in here
satire.
to flog you.
How about okay? But at the
Can you
very
sh-
least,
I
we
just want to
can
see the
both agree.
encapsulation, please.
We can both agree you need a or you need a chamber for a vacuum. So that's a W right there, bro.
Or pressure.
Yeah. So you need a chamber, right?
Okay.
Which is a container, right?
Which would be a molecule, right? As a containment.
Wait, a No.
You're saying a molecule is not a containment?
Fuck it off before we go fucking berserk.
How about like okay, let me say like this. If I have a wall made of concrete and if you're saying that one of the molecules of the concrete wall would be part of the container, then I agree with you. Yeah. 100%.
Right, and there's a gradient to that, right?
What, the wall has a gradient? What do you mean?
So you're saying every piece of that concrete is identical?
No.
Okay. So there's a gradient, right?
No.
So okay, sure, why not? In the wall, in the concrete solid wall, there's a gradient.
Okay, so now we're conflating gases to solids.
No. I'm talking about a container, and you're saying. So I'm asking. You agree that you need a chamber, right? So let's say we have gas like helium, and we have a concrete wall surrounding the gas, right? In every direction, right? And if your argument is that one of the molecules of the physical concrete wall is containing the gas, then I agree with you, but not that's not all of it. Yeah, that's just like one part of the container. You need the whole container, right? So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I was getting at with the density of water molecules, with oxygen being produced from trees, and there's a Buoyancy gradient.
yeah, but your claim. I mean, but you don't actually believe that there is a container for the atmosphere,
So
right?
are you denying a Buoyancy gradient?
No, I'm
Okay, so
asking.
what stops it?
No, I'm just asking. Do you don't
If you
believe
don't
that there
deny it,
is a
what
container?
stops it?
Can you just?
Are you saying container? The container stops it?
I'm not claiming that there. Oh my gosh, bro, just answer this. Answer this.
No,
Okay,
just answer
when
that.
yeah,
What
I'll
stops it? The
answer.
container? Does the container stop it?
I'm okay. Hold on. You don't believe that there is a container, right?
I'm asking you if a buoyancy gradient is effective, and then you're saying that what stops it is a container, right?
If let me say it like this. I'll answer your question like this.
Are you saying there's a container or not?
Yeah,
Tony,
well,
I'll tell you how to
Okay,
talk to this one.
I can't even
Just mute him and get it
answer.
over and done with.
Go ahead.
Just mute him and get it over and done with. He's a troll.
Yeah,
He's
just mute me because you can't answer it. Because you can't answer a chamber. Yeah, just mute me.
You need the only reason we're arguing that you need a container is because whenever you try to demonstrate gas pressure like in real life, like with the like for example with the propane tank or with a car tire, you can't just like hand me the propane without the container, right? Or like you can't just put the air pressure around the rim of the tire but have no tire. It wouldn't the air would not just like stay there. You know what I mean? That's the reason why we're saying. And
I get
also
what you're saying because you're manipulating the pressurization of it.
yeah, so in order for me to give you some propane, I'm not just going to use my hands. I'm going to put it inside of a physical object like a tank and
Yeah,
then
but a
I'm going to
valving
hand it to you.
system.
Yeah, but then once it's in there, then I can hand it to you, right? You know what I mean? Like I can.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's simple layman terms.
Right. So the reason we're saying you need a container for the atmosphere, it's actually even worse than that, though, because
Yeah, I know, because you're just saying it. That's it.
No. It's because it's even worse for the atmosphere because in the case of the atmosphere, the people that were that believe that the Earth is a globe, not only do they not have container for gas, but they also have that gas pressure right next to an open vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr.
And I do not adhere to that for the third time.
Yeah, but I know you don't, but I'm saying that's the people that believe in the globe. That's their claim, not you, obviously.
I understand the claim.
Yeah, so that's why you need a container. That's why you need a container.
Can you please define to us what deadness is? What is that?
Approaching absolute zero from a gradient.
And what do you think absolute zero is?
Zero.
So just zero. That's what you think
No. Yeah. About like your claim for
Is it 0 Kelvin?
with a container.
Please define it. Zero is not a definition of it.
Zero of what?
Zero is?
Of what? Zero what? Give the units of measure.
Well, let's start with a gradient.
Okay,
What is
0
the
psi.
volume of the deadness? What is the volume of the deadness? How much of that is there?
Hey, first
Wait,
you
wait,
say
wait,
that
wait.
first you say that
The definition of
pressurization is
absolute
14.
zero is now gradient. Is that?
No,
Am I getting
I
this
said,
correctly?
no, you got it incorrect. I said zero.
You said that.
I said absolute zero at first with a gradient, and then you said something to the effect, I don't even remember what you said, and then I replied that zero is the answer. Zero, not absolute zero, but zero.
Define absolute zero.
From a gradient perspective?
And the way you're meaning it, or the way you're using it, define it.
From a gradient perspective?
However you use it. You said the words absolute zero. Just go with the whatever whatever the
I know,
context.
because I was asked what absolute zero is.
Oh my god. Yeah,
What is
in that
absolute zero as it
context?
pertains to what you're saying?
I don't understand how
Yes.
you can't understand what absolute zero means. It means
The
nothing.
within the
Just nothing.
context of
Zero.
how you use the phrase absolute zero, using the context that you use, can you define what it means?
Yes, if we have a pressurized system at 14.7 psi and then there's a buoyancy gradient, absolute zero can be reached at a certain point.
So absolute zero is what? In reference to what? Define it.
Damn sure not a container.
So so absolute zero is not in reference to a container. Okay, now what is it in reference to?
I just said not a container.
Is it PSI?
You're trying to nullify a gradient that you can't nullify.
I'm
I
not.
literally defined
No,
absolute
it's
zero
fine.
for you before, so it's really funny that you cannot define it.
How about is
You're
it
doing
in
zero.
PSI? Is it 0 PSI? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Can I just
I'm
ask him
sorry.
a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so can you tell us about the world that you live in?
Yeah, man, I experience what I experience and that's about it.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was asking you.
I'm confused then. Is there a certain standard I should be living at?
It sounds like you've been confused for a couple of hours, but I don't think you are. I think you're just playing a game.
I'm not playing no game, dude. I just come here
Yeah,
to
you
talk
are.
and
You're
just
playing.
and
Well, you're not really.
transfer information
You're
back and
playing
forth
this.
and have
You're
communication.
playing this game. You're playing this game where someone asks you a question and then you answer with another question, and then you sidetrack the conversation into a different topic without answering the question that anyone's asked you beforehand.
Whoa,
And then we
hold
get
on,
into this.
hold on.
No, don't fucking shut me up. You
Oh
shut up
no,
and
'cause
listen,
you did it
asshole.
to me, so
All right?
okay.
Shut the fuck up. All
Okay,
right?
baby.
Now, just why don't you tell us what you think it is where you live then, instead of you answering questions that we're asking. How about you explain what you know?
I don't know.
You don't know what you know.
So when you ask me to explain where I live or what I'm living in, I don't know. I'm just experiencing it.
When you go outside and you look at the surface of the earth, can you describe the nature of the surface of the
Kind of
earth?
already said it's like a flat plane. Yeah, he lives in a flat plane. He's kind of already said that.
Stationary plane, yeah, stationary plane. He said
Yeah.
that.
But when you ask those questions like, show me the container, like you do know what an antecedent relationship is, don't you?
No, I'm just saying the same fact of you saying there has to be a container. I'm saying with the
You just did it
buoyancy. Hold
again.
on, you're cutting me off. You're cutting me
Did it
off.
again.
It's a yes or
You
no
cut me
question.
off again.
It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Do you understand
Doing it
antecedent
again.
relationship? Yeah. It's
Okay,
a yes
what
or
was
no
the question?
You don't even know the question I asked.
Because I got muted and you were talking over me.
You didn't get muted. I asked you a question. You started answering with not the fucking answer to the question.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, baby, but I'm just trying to explain
It's
it
just
to you.
yes or no. Just
You know
yes or
what,
no.
man? No, he can fuck
Okay,
off.
what is it again? I don't even remember.
Do you
Fuck off.
understand antecedent relationship?
You stupid cunt. cunt face.
Yeah, he's done. Oh well. He did admit that you can't have a vacuum without a chamber, which means you can't have a vacuum without a container. Therefore, we're definitely not in an open vacuum without a container. So that's based. He also said I experienced the Earth as a stationary plane, and that's based.
I don't know how you have so much patience, Zodiac.
It's okay. He already gave like. Okay, to be fair,
Yeah.
he doesn't answer yes or no direct questions, but
Anything. Yeah.
yeah, but at least there are some key points that he mentioned that are like he's like basically flat earther, basically not 100%, but because he can't really answer direct questions, but other than that, yeah, he's like almost there.
I think Lulu maybe pointed out that he might be a Bevite. But
Yeah, he's a
could be the
topography earther. Yeah, he
It's the
is a
way.
topography earther. Yeah.
Yeah, the way he argues is like never answer a question. I think that's the whole point of their kind of strategy. Yeah, it's like never answer a question.
Yeah. He's a topography earther for sure, but yeah.
I just muted him because I was pissed off. But if you guys want to mute him, I'll just mute and shut up.
No,
No, we're not letting that back off its fucking leash. I'll tell you what I like about tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I play squash tonight, so I get to de-stress myself. Have a good one.
There you do.
Is that a sport?
Yeah, you know squash. They have that. It's like a court with glass around it, and you hit a little ball against the wall.
Oh, cool.
You got to hit it. Hit it above a line when you serve, and then above another line when you're just playing.
Oh, like tennis? Or no?
Yeah, but there's only one half a court.
Oh.
And the net would be a wall.
A container.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
But it's like 2 hours he was in here doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Is there any other people, or I think that's it, right?
You can unmute him, man. Matrix is gone anyway, so he can't. I don't know. It's up to everyone else. So.
Is there any? I mean, before wait. Does anyone see anyone else? I don't see any. I'm not. I can't look right now because I'm.
No.
I'm too
There's no one
tired
else.
anyway.
Let's do it. Let's see if we can. All yours, Zodiac.
No, it's okay. I'm probably gonna go to bed anyway. That shit was hilarious, though. He couldn't answer a single question. Actually, he did answer a couple, but it took a while to get to it, man. Good times, good times, good times. I'll be right back.
Love y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me and hearing my nonsense all night. Tried to do the best I could, but sorry I failed.
It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. The boys debating hard tonight. Show us the proof, alright. Since you believe it's watertight, you globe loving me, you'll fight. You see the globe with second sight. In your coat bound up tight, a self-appointed white knight, stuck in a pointless proxy fight. But this is not a fair fight. Not a fair fight.
Oh.
It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. 24/7 flat earth discourse. Lopers fail in discord. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. Globers dropping left and right. Good for only the soundbite. Live stream turning up in height. They cannot prove it, globe is plight. confused by perspective, line of sight. I am trying really hard to be polite. When looking at things, consider eyesight, angular resolution, and in ground, right? The flat earth could be round. It's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, it's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, 24/7 flat earth discord. Globers fit in this core. It's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, it's a bloodbath in here. FP is required for flight. All the globe excuses contrite. It's a pervasive intellectual blight. That is all I'm trying to highlight. Truth does not fear the exposing sunlight, but I believe deep down you can be bright. Being free, letting your logic reignite. Perhaps you consume too much fluoride, or garbage fluoride. It's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, it's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, 24/7 flat earth discord. Globers fit in this core. It's a bloodbath in here. Ooh, 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 all marks provide real insight. Every conversation bound to excite. Back profound intellectual might. Regardless of what you believe, good night. Until next time, sleep tight.
That's my point. That's exactly my point. Wait, that's exactly my point, right? So if it's water space that you're traveling through, or like vacuum space that you're traveling through. The degree to which that's going to, if humans, if Earth was a vacuum planet with vacuum oceans, then traveling through vacuum space would be something more analogous to our experience, would be easier. But like,
No,
that's all I'm
see,
saying.
because
Is that
the problem,
just all I'm saying? Hang on, I'm not making any. All I'm saying is, it would be easier for it. It's just gonna be easier to navigate things from which you have experience. That's all I'm saying here.
yeah, but here's my counter to that, right? Because the problem with the vacuum is that there is zero friction. There's no friction
No. Of course,
that
I'm
you
not
can
saying anything.
generate.
I'm not saying
So
we might as well. I'm not saying anything about like relative, like
hold on, just
objective.
let me finish my 10-second sentence. Because of the friction that you can generate from every point of contact through this cosmic ocean, navigating it would be actually a breeze, because you can create friction to create turn from pressing off any point of contact. That's how fish are able to so effectively swim.
That's why hydropower is so effective. Yes, I agree.
Right. So to me, the idea of expending fuel to make the slightest turn and always having a limited number, like amount of fuel, because there's not just no friction, but no resource in this vacuum space. But in a cosmic ocean, there's infinite resource around to power your craft.
Oh. And when you say
So
infinite
yeah, it solves all of these. It solves all of these problems that come up in the Drake equations about the likelihood of encountering extraterrestrial life and plotting the likely amount of extraterrestrial life. But this way, it's like if you imagine that every star that you can see is a sonoluminescing ball around another like fucking capsule world that's just at different elevations in this ocean. Like every star you can see is at a higher point in this ocean.
Wait. So can I just
question?
So I think I was wrong, because I think you helped me understand something. So when you're talking about the benefits in terms of like force that we can leverage in an ocean versus a vacuum, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that in ocean space, because we can leverage force from any motion, like that's so much more valuable. Like we get so much more from that than from a vacuum. My question is, so water obviously offers more force than like air. So what if space was like air? Because what I'm hearing is like, it doesn't have to be like 100%. Like you're not getting like 100%.
Well, I mean, that's explained also by the nature of the firmament, because for you to have atmosphere, you need positive pressure holding the atmosphere, because of atmosphere's nature to disperse. If there was no physical barrier between the waters below and the waters above, the atmosphere would disperse into the rushing in waters. That makes sense? So you can't have positive pressure environments in space unless you have it like the
right. No,
size
that's
of
exactly
like
that. Right. But the point that I was trying to get at is that what you're actually pushing back against, and this is what I'm trying to get at, and I'm going to articulate it poorly. I apologize. It seems like a lot of the points of contention that you have are related to the idea of like space, or like the vacuum space model being something where there's no like.
It's honestly, since I was a little kid, been the biggest thing for me to never be able to resolve in my head.
No, I know that I'm struggling to articulate this, but like I just want to finish. I think you'll understand what I'm talking about. Like,
sure.
Let me put it this way. When you're talking about like the benefits of like force leverage that we get operating in water, right? It's because if you like spin a turbine, it's pushing against something that has a greater density than like air. My question is like, so we know there are like fluids like oil, right? Where it's going to be even more viscous, right? It's going to be more dense. So you're going to get more like leverage and power, like just per motion, like you were saying, like any motion is going to leverage that power. So my question is, if that's the point, then in space or in any like a water space, what if it was an oil space, right? An oil space would give you better, like even greater like ability to leverage that friction, right? If space was made of oil, that would be even more productive. It seems like the thing you're pushing back against, it's like
Well, look, when you're talking about the laws of viscosity, then there's really no point to deviate away from water to achieve any goal, because water is so like universal in terms of its viscosity that it's the only liquid that can violate the actual laws of viscosity themselves. You know, and it's like, I don't want you to imagine water in the state that it is on Earth. I keep saying
no, I know.
this.
I'm not like holding you to that in like a weird way.
Like maybe space out the molecules a bit more, maybe add in a third substance that's like of equal concentration, so you get a consistency of this, I guess, oil or soup that's like 1 part hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, because they're the two most prevalent elements in the universe. And then the third is like helium. So it's like, yeah, you have this floaty water, you could call it. And that's just basing it off the raw logic of 1, 2, 3. Hydrogen, oxygen, helium. And like, yeah, the elemental table is really interesting, and I can break down so much of reality by referencing the elemental table. And yeah, most people never look into it that much. Interesting stuff.
So my voice is rapidly failing. I've been struggling with it. I'm gonna go.
You've been doing well. I've noticed that you've been powering through something.
No, I'm gonna go get some tea. I'm gonna go get some tea, and I'll be back in a couple minutes because I do. Earlier, I don't know if you were in earlier. I said I was gonna go and engage with some stuff that I was looking at, and then come back with some questions. And I think they're super relevant. And but yeah, I'm like, it's getting bad. So I'm gonna go get some water and some tea, and I'll be right back. But thank you very much.
People think there's a solid barrier.
Yeah, so around a magnet you have a Lagrange, and when you drop iron filings on a piece of paper with a magnet underneath, they snap to the Lagrange, right? So that's what the ice is doing.
So we are like the inside, a gaseous inside of an icicle.
Well,
Base-
it's
the
a
base of an
Lagrange.
icicle.
You know what a Lagrange is? Like a thin rind of a magnetic field.
Let me
And it's
Google.
it's the strongest point of the magnetic field is around the Lagrange, right? So when you have a magnetic field that's being generated by something that's 260,000 kilometers across, then yeah, it's got all these weird, freaky properties to it, like having this ability for ice to form over it.
What's two? So you've got a measure of the
can-
diameter. It's 260,000 kilometers. So it's about where the globers say the moon is.
Well, I was just using
Not far
diameter of
from it.
Earth references. Like well, it's probably not that far, but I mean, I was just using that as a figure that they give for like the circumference or something of the Earth.
Would it be that far? Do you think 250,000 kilometers?
Well, I think it's overestimating by a certain amount, only because well, I guess it doesn't have to be overestimating it, but in order to determine what the true fucking radius or fucking diameter is, I'm not sure how we'd go about that, because we're not allowed to do north to south flight pathing. So doing it east to west.
Apart from the
presents
people that
different-
have claimed they have, I think people who can do
Well,
that.
sort
have
of.
wanted to.
There was a guy who claimed he did it, but he had to turn around and he made up this fucked up flight path that looks the same as any of the other flight paths that you'd show globe Earth people, and they're like, oh, but you know.
Well, I mean, you can just do it by speeds of planes, I think. If you go, what's the speed of a plane that goes around the south? Definitionally, if the north is the centre, there could be the south is the centre, and then that would fix this problem. But there are flights that go from the south, like Sydney to Perth, Perth to LA, they're doing regularly with Qantas. Perth to London, I think they're also doing these 17-hour flights, and they're also doing like around the south,
Yeah, but
right? So to South America.
the problem-
and that
The problem
can
is
just
saying
finish.
that you're going. Sorry.
And what I'm suggesting to you is those planes, if you try and track their takeoff and landing speeds and map them as if the north is the center, then the lines need to get longer and longer the closer they get to the circumference of the circle, right? Which is the longest possible line on a circle. And that means the planes are traveling faster and faster in that amount of time. I submit to you that those planes are traveling above their top speed.
Are you talking about the Sydney to Argentina
Yeah,
flight?
they're a good one to go for. I'd happily test those flight times with you and try and map that on a flat Earth. Unless the south is the center.
This is an ongoing thing on the net. I've seen it going on. I've not been personally involved in it because I don't know any Argentinians. But for me, it's like seems like a simple thing that we should have been able to do on day one of someone having the idea, right? Well, why
Do you get
hasn't
that
it
that's
happened?
ignoring evidence I am presenting to you to talk about other evidence you can't find? I'm saying here's a way to test
no,
it,
well,
test
like,
takeoff and landing times on a flight you can book a ticket on. And then you can be quite confident.
Okay,
Like I've flown a lot of places. It's pretty reliable. You can trust they'll do what they say they do on their ticket.
All right. So what I know about flight passes, they follow coastlines. They don't cross oceans.
Yes, they do. They cross oceans. That's nonsense. How do you think they get across oceans?
By following coastlines.
No, small planes will follow coastlines, but it depends your jump distance, right? How far you can go if you suddenly, have a problem.
Like
but
they
no, they
do
cross oceans all the time.
parabolic arcs, basically. So as far as your parabolic
unless you put them on no, when you put them on a sphere, they do quite close to what are called great circle routes.
I mean, anyway,
if you have to draw across the
break
surface,
down,
going straight in any direction will draw the circumference of that circle.
when we break down what we're saying most generously, it becomes an arc. True.
I think it's a straight line. I think it's a great circle route. But yes, I would say you're doing a portion of a great circle route looks like an arc. So yeah, okay, call it an arc. Yeah, fair enough.
Right. So the problem with using an arc that's not actually on the circumference is it doesn't show you the true nature of the circle, and then that would imply that the Earth is a true circle. So it's not actually going to follow the pi ratio anyway, is it?
It's going to be slightly off. Yeah, the lack
It's
of
like
sphericity
all
of the Earth,
you're
slight
proving
pear shape
is
of the
like
Earth.
Do you follow that?
Here's
Wow.
what, like proving that, like here's. I've had this argument with someone before. Like proving what this distance is doesn't really prove anything about the overall shape of the planet.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
So there's a simple way to do it. Do you know what a nautical? Do you know what a nautical mile is?
Pretty sure I do. Yeah.
Could you give your best crack at defining it?
No.
I didn't mean to do it as a test. I was like, I will join in at the end of yours. It's not. I'm not.
That's okay. Like I know what it is, but define it for me accurately in order for the argument to continue.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I enjoy talking with you. You're good at this. I would say a nautical mile is a measure of a full rotation, such that nautical mile is a arc minute. There are 60 arc minutes in a degree, so there are 60 nautical miles in a degree. And if you times a degree by 60, so 360 times 60, that is it doing 360 degrees, i.e. it's done a full circle and is ending up facing in the same direction, in the same place it was before, right? And a nautical mile is a measure of a full circle. And then what the distance is just defined by how far you sail across the sea. Or go in a plane, or as Burke and Wills did. I've been starting to listen to the Burke and Wills audiobook, and Burke and Wills had to do going north, so they've still got to find their latitude, and it's just this absolute joke that Burke is expected to lead the expedition, and he can't take astronomicals. And they're like, how's he going to find his latitude? He's not going to know where he is. This guy gets lost in the bush.
What point are you guys contending right now?
So what I'm saying is you can measure the Earth. I submit to you that the circumference of the Earth is 360 times 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, but I mean, my point
that is a measure of it.
That, like, measuring that distance of the ocean is like taking one arc within a circle and inferring the size of the circle. We haven't even arrived at the Earth being a circle, so it doesn't really say much about anything. It does say something. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't prove anything or that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't think it makes like that you can draw a direct inference from that fact to the shape of the planet.
I'm saying it works on a spherical body, and the maths doesn't work on any other shape. right? And if it sounds like you're kind of agreeing with that, you're going, hey, this matches. It does. The math that matches that you can model in a computer program, you can do it like mathematically by hand if you want to do it. And does this point lie on the surface of a sphere? And what is the distance between them?
Eggshells, when have you tested and verified that this math actually comports to the Earth?
Many times. We can do it right now if you want.
No, not many times, dude. I'm asking the mathematics that you're talking about. Have you went out into the field and verified that it comports to the Earth?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not talking about doing it again in math. So don't say that again. I don't care about that. I want you to actually take the math and go out into the field and see if it comports to the Earth. Have you done that?
Yeah. Loads of times.
Yeah.
Easy.
When have you done that?
Oh, I mean, the easiest time I've done it is when I first got my sextant. I just went straight outside and took some sights. I was very wrong about them, very difficult.
Straight outside and took some shots.
Yeah. Sure. But I mean, most of it you can do sitting at your computer. Like, all you have to do is do...
Have you traveled over water? I mean, because it sounds like
you're just going to try and fence this... No, you're going to fence this into some tiny little territory where I have to be out at sea by myself for it to make
this is something that mariners use actually to navigate the seas. So
tell me about it. Okay, what do they do?
Well, you're mentioning something that they use, right? Or is it something that anybody can use just to walk around the Earth and infer that the Earth is a globe? Because that's what you're doing.
They take a theodolite. They do it with a theodolite, Burke and Wills. Yeah.
They take a theodolite out on the open ocean.
No, inland. I'm not. You made up the ocean. I mean, you can talk about the ocean if you want. I haven't done ocean.
Well, you were talking about sextant, but then now you're talking about a theodolite. So what are they using? A theodolite?
Angle measuring devices to measure the angles.
So to have an angle, don't you need a surface that's not curving?
And you take a tangent. Do tangents exist? Yes or no?
Mathematically, yes, but not in.
Okay.
They don't comport
Can you derive
over to
them in reality?
No.
You can't take a tangent of a basketball by putting it on the floor and going, the floor is going to be tangential to the basketball at the point of
why is that tangential? Why is that tangential though? Because it's different from the curving surface of the basketball.
Because it's perpendicular to the radius at that point. We know what the radius is, right?
It's not a curving surface, right?
So are you saying you can't get angles from curves?
Are you saying... No, I'm saying that you can't get a 90 degree from a curving surface.
Okay.
Can you get a 90 degree from a curving surface? Can you get a 90 degree from a curving surface?
Yes. It's the radial.
Really?
The radial will intersect the circle at 90 degrees. Definitionally so. It has to. It's the only point it's equal to it. Yeah, it's good.
Really?
This is just geometry. You're just trying to argue against geometry while saying, I know the properties of a ball.
Geometry. I'm not.
So you're saying, I know the properties of a ball and I've tested them and found them to be false, but you are unaware that tangents exist.
Who cares about the properties of a ball?
Angles
you're
from
assuming
a ball,
that the Earth,
despite having as your primary evidence.
You're assuming that the Earth is a globe and then drawing tangents on top of a sphere.
You're saying, I can't take angles on a ball, but I've disproven the ball by taking angles.
I didn't say
it's ridiculous.
I didn't say angles. I said if you're going to take a measurement for 90 degree, if you're going to take a measurement for 90 degrees on a curving surface, it's not possible. But you're saying it is.
I mean, the black swan relies on taking angle measurements on a ball.
Yeah,
so
but we're not talking about tangents.
If you're throwing that out, fine. But
yeah,
we're not talking about tangents. It's possible.
We're not talking about tangents. We're not talking about tangents.
Let me ask you a question.
Void. No, you're not going to ask questions. I'm going to ask you questions. Void of tangents. Can you have a 90 degree on a curved baseline? Yep. Void of a tangent.
Yep, void of a tangent. Plumb.
So what type of math is this that you can get a 90 degree off a curved baseline?
Plumb.
No, plumb. You don't understand. What's plumb?
It's not a tangent, is it? You said without a tangent, can I get a 90 degrees? Yes, plumb.
Yeah, what's plumb?
He's got so wrecked. It's plumb. What is? You don't know what plumb is now. Wow.
I'm asking you.
This is flat Earth in 2024. You don't know what plumb is.
I want you to define what plumb is.
It's straight down at this point.
Okay, straight down. So what would be a 90 degree angle from plumb?
Oh, that'd be horizontal. Yeah, definitionally.
Okay. So horizontal and
so you've now taken an angle from a curve.
So horizontal
because
and
you
vertical.
You didn't take it from the curve. You just took it from plumb.
Horizontal and vertical, right?
Or you just. Are you going to concede now? I can take an angle from a curve, or are you still going to pretend that you don't understand geometry?
We're getting a 90 degree from a curving surface, and I'm telling you, and you just like you said, horizontal to a vertical line, you can get plumb, right?
Yeah, tangential at that point will be horizontal.
We're not talking about
90 degrees to plumb.
Who cares about tangents? We're talking about the baseline.
They're the same thing.
Yeah,
horizontal is a tangent at that point. What do you not get about that?
The baseline of the Earth is not a straight line in your case. It's a curved surface.
And we can take these things from curved surfaces. We can do this in maths.
Really?
We can do
so
this with a
get
basketball.
a 90-degree angle with a curved surface. Yes. Can you draw that out on a diagram?
Sure,
I want to see what that looks like.
Now need it drawn? A plumb bob?
You do.
You need a drawing of a plumb bob.
No, without using a tangent.
Jesus, fuck, all right.
Yeah, without using a tangent.
Lower the bar a bit.
Yeah, without using a tangent. Let me see the curved baseline make a 90-degree. Go for it. Without using a tangent.
Sure, without using a tangent.
Yeah. Go for it.
Oh, well, it's going to be difficult, right? Hang on.
Well, no shit.
Here's going to be an image. I'm sketching this out. I'm putting last touches on it. There we go. Sign my name at the bottom. There we go. That's a device that doesn't use a tangent that you can find 90 degrees from.
We're not talking about a plumb bob, dude. We're talking about.
You just asked for it. You got the answer, and now you want to run from this answer rather than discuss how plumb bob works.
No, I'm talking about
how plumb bob works?
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about how can you get a 90-degree angle from a curved baseline. Go ahead.
With a plumb bob.
With a plumb bob. No.
Can I just check that you are really saying what I think you're saying? What it sounds to me like.
Nope. Curved baseline, 90-degree angle. Draw a diagram. Put it in text chat. Let me see. I want to show everybody that you know what a 90-degree angle is. Either it's going to be a flat line that intersects a horizontal flat line with a vertical flat line, or you're going to show me a curved baseline that's not a 90-degree angle to a vertical line.
Hang on. I'm confused. I'm confused. Wait. No, but wait. But lines. Wait. I'm so confused. Please.
What? Who are you talking to?
No. Okay, because in we're talking about like a. Okay, if you're looking at a circle, right? A line that is tangent to a circle.
We're not talking about tangents.
When you're talking to plumb bob, you're not talking about tangents.
No, we're not talking about tangents. See, a tangent is an imaginary line that's put on top of a curved surface.
Yes,
to make a 90-degree. I know that.
Yes,
that's not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not what I am talking about. The Earth, as it is, as a curving surface, has to be used as a baseline.
Wait, when you say curving surface, wait, can I just make sure I'm understanding?
One second.
A curving, can I please?
No, I'm trying to explain that the baseline, the line that's supposed to be used for the angle measurement, is the surface of the Earth. Now, the surface of the Earth, according to the globe, is a curved surface.
Right. So you have to. Just so I can understand, please, so I can understand. When you say curved surface, do you mean circle?
A globe, a sphere. A spheroid, an oblate spheroid.
Abstracted, right? Right, in 2 dimensions. Abstracted, right? We're talking. Let's make it as simple as possible. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Genuinely trying to understand what you're saying. We're talking about curved surface, right? What you're talking about is like a. You just said sphere, a circle, right? And so you were saying like the point in contention, and a plumb bob give you a reference point that is perpendicular to a line that is tangent to that circle.
You're done?
Yeah, is this the point of contention?
No. The baseline is not a tangent. They want to use a tangent. It is not a tangent on the... Listen, the surface of the Earth is what they're using.
No,
so they're using,
no. They're talking.
Yes,
no. He was talking.
Yes.
He was talking about the principle.
Yes. No. Plumb bobs. When you put a plumb bob on the Earth, it's using the Earth. It's not using an imaginary line.
Oh no!
Do you understand?
No.
Yeah.
Let's go step by step. Let's go. I'm not making a search. Okay, that's what he was starting.
No, he was. This is not your argument. This is his argument.
Fantastic.
So why are you making the argument? It's not your argument.
Making arguments.
You don't understand.
I'm not.
You don't understand.
I'm trying to understand.
Excuse me.
I don't. I'm trying.
Okay, you're asserting your voice right now, and I'm saying it's his argument, not yours. So if it becomes your argument, then I'll put the burden on your shoulders to then provide the evidence. It's up to you.
Okay,
It's up to you.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so now
you.
I'm gonna shift
Please
the
wait.
burden
Let me
off
finish
of
my
his
sentence.
shoulders. Now,
Please,
what
my
is
God.
your point?
I'm trying to
Go
understand
ahead.
the arguments that are being made on both sides. All I'm doing is asking questions because I'm new here, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding the arguments that people are putting forth. I'm
Okay.
asking clarifying questions.
All right.
That's all I'm
Can
not
you
making
just put
claims.
yourself on mute just for a second? Put yourself on
Yeah.
mute for a second so I can talk.
Yes.
What we're talking about is he's trying to get the baseline to make an angle measurement. Now, when we're talking about a baseline, we're either going to be using the surface of the Earth or an imaginary tangent. One or the other. Now, we're going to choose which one of those we're going to use. In this case, we're using the surface of the Earth. So
Okay.
far, are you with me? Yes or no?
So this is where I stumbled. This is why I'm asking for clarification. This is my point of contention or confusion, not contention. I'm just trying to work this out. When I think of a tangent line, right? Obviously, if we're talking about it like a perfect abstract circle, yes, it's going to be clear and easy, and like just yes, you can like just point. But wouldn't a tangent line to even a complex body that wasn't perfectly circular, the definition of a tangent line is that it's perpendicular at an individual point. So any individual point on a body, even if it's not perfectly circular, wouldn't the perpendicular line touching at that individual point? This is why calculus is different from algebra.
We're not okay. So I think you're trying to insert the thing that all Globers try to do. You're trying to insert this mathematical formula.
No, I'm not making.
Yes,
no.
not
I'm
you.
asking.
But you're advocating. Okay, so just I'm telling
You're
you
saying no,
that
right?
the surface of the Earth,
But I
the
just want to make
surface
sure
of
we're
the
not
Earth is a
fighting
curved
here.
surface.
I just want to make
Yes,
sure
you
know
are.
we're not fighting. No.
Yeah. Yep. We're not. We're done. Because the surface of the Earth is what's being used here, and now it either is used to have a baseline for how they're doing measurements, like for the case of Eratosthenes. So the case of Eratosthenes, he's using the surface of the Earth for angle measurements with light and shadows. Now that's a curving surface he's using. And the only way that he'd be able to get that is if the Earth was a flat and stationary Earth. Well, flat, for example, if you're going to get a angled measurement at 90 degrees. 90 degrees to the well, I think it was Syene. Though the whale that was 90 degrees right above there at solar noon could only be gotten if the Earth is a flat baseline horizontal, and the vertical line to the 90 degree that creates the 90 degree is perpendicular to that horizontal. So the only way you can get that 90 degree is you have a flat horizontal line and a vertical straight flat horizontal line, vertical line. Excuse me. So that's the only way you get a 90 degree. A curving surface will not do it. And imaginary tangents can do that in a mathematical formula, but it's not using the surface of the Earth anymore. It's using an imaginary line. So we're not doing mathematics. We're actually going out into the field and testing and verifying. So if the Earth is in any way curving in any way, it's not creating a 90 degree anymore. It's not 90 degree angle any longer. The baseline is curved. So everybody wants to fight this point, but you can't have your 90 degree angle unless you have a flat surface. That's just it. No 90 degrees. Sorry. It's not going to happen. That was it.
Oh, okay. I absolutely appreciate you taking time to back that. And genuinely, the point I was trying to make was really just that, like, I wanted you to know that, like, I wasn't coming in hot to like fight you. I was just trying to like clarify, make sure I understood. But I do have a couple questions. So the reason I brought up calculus, right? To me, like from my understanding, and again, all of this is predicated on me theoretically being wrong and trying to challenge that. So please correct me if I am. When you're trying to find the derivative, right? When you're trying to find the area under a complex curve, if I draw like a curving line on a chalkboard, however complex in the curve it is, right? The way that the idea of finding the area under the curve.
Sorry, but we're not using some kind of form of calculus. We're actually going out into the field and verifying whether or not we have a curved surface or not. So mathematics are not going to help us unless we can verify that the Earth is exactly what mathematics predict. So the prediction of mathematics need to do such as is to prove that the Earth is what we say it is. It is either curving or not. And if mathematics can't help us do that, and we're only talking about mathematics, then we're not going to get anywhere. So complicated calculus or any other type of mathematics that you bring here won't help us if we can't go out into the field and test it for ourselves and verify that it comports to the Earth. We're not doing that in this case. We're only assuming with mathematics. That's not going to help us. For the rest of everybody here, they need to understand when we do the mathematics, that's fine. Go out into the Earth and see if it comports over into this mathematics that you talk about. The prediction of those maths should comport over to the Earth. It's as simple as that.
Become a surveyor.
And you guys get upset when I do this, but it's the simple fact. You guys don't want to realize that it doesn't matter how much you talk about mathematics, you're going to have to go out to the Earth and verify those mathematics and see if the Earth actually comports to your math. And it doesn't. Every time.
Surveyors do it on a daily basis.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know the first thing about that either, so.
What they are doing? They are measuring curve?
No, they're doing line of sight, triangulate,
okay.
and then.
Patsy, I got to go back to work, but can you just let them know about that? Because they're really confused about this whole thing.
Okay, so surveyors use line of sight measurements, which if you say that line of sight is curved, that's for you to prove. But line of sight would be a direct line of sight. They use triangulation because that's the best way to plot out land, is using triangulation on the land with line of sight. So those are all straight lines. And they use that, and they impose that on a reference ellipsoid, and then put that on a flat.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
No, that's what they do.
And in 1615, Willebrod Snellius is the first known person to use triangulation to determine both Earth curve and circumference, and he only come up with an error of only 3.5%.
Interpretation. You can interpret anything you want, but we want direct measurement. And the only thing that
you could do the measurements yourself.
Yeah,
yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it.
All it takes is a ruler, a piece of paper, a pencil, and an open view.
It's not a ruler. It's not
from a beach.
No,
from a beach. May I finish?
Okay.
All it takes is a ruler, a piece of paper, and a pencil, and an open view from a beach to an ocean horizon.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
So they
you yourself could measure both Earth curve and circumference.
So a ruler, piece of paper,
a pencil. Ruler, a piece of paper, and pencil, and a little bit and some knowledge of mathematics.
And flat land.
Okay.
Or flat
knowledge of mathematics.
Continue entertaining yourself.
You just dude, you did not give us any curvature. You just told us a bunch of flat lines.
Let's go to knowledge of mathematics. Where is geometrical horizon on that when you go to the beach with the pencil? Where is geometrical horizon? Hey, math guy.
Your true horizon.
I'm asking you in a heliocentric model, when we take a
everybody likes to use this horizon, that horizon.
Don't interrupt.
True horizon.
I'm not using.
Do you know what
Can I finish now?
Yeah, let him finish, please. You got
okay. We are not using that or this horizon. It's only one horizon, and we are not using any other math than that heliocentric math.
Do you understand what a true horizon is?
Do you understand what? Yeah, I understand. I go to the Google and I read this.
What is a true horizon?
I will tell you now. I go to the Google and I type this. What is horizon? And it's telling me horizon is apparent place where the sky meets the ground or the sea. Then I see what is.
Congratulations.
Can I finish? Then I see what is horizon in heliocentric model. It's the edge of the sphere. That means it's written there. That I was not written that. That is people who was written about heliocentric model, and it's saying the geometrical horizon is 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. It's not my math. It's heliocentric math. Do you understand that?
Okay. So during this experiment, using a ruler, a piece of paper, and simple mathematics, you can lie on your beach.
I told you mathematics.
You can lie on. No. May I finish? As you lie, part of the experiment requires laying on your back and your eye height being measured using that ruler.
Yeah, 1 foot.
But let's forgo all of that.
Yep.
As the sun sets over the true horizon.
It's only one horizon.
Over the true horizon, as that as that top edge of the sun disappears below the horizon, you can quickly stand to your feet and you can see that top of that edge of that of the sun yet again. How would that be possible if Earth is indeed flat?
I will show you now. I will show you the sun now. That's what they are explaining. Can I?
So the sun sets. It doesn't move away. I would like to see proof that the sun is moving away.
Look at voice text chat. There is a sunset.
That is not the sun moving away.
That's not sun moving away.
That is the sunset in.
Okay, well, doesn't matter that. Let's come back to the math. You said we take a paper, we go to the beach, and we use the heliocentric model. Is that correct?
We can use a piece of paper, simple mathematics, and a ruler, and prove that
simple mathematics is this. Simple mathematics is this. The size of the Earth is with a radius of 3,959 miles. That is giving you this equation with 1 foot observer. With 1 foot. Can I finish? With 1 foot observer height, you can see the geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles. Do you understand that?
You know what? You're disc galloping.
I'm telling you what the heliocentric model.
You're not telling me things that I don't already know. You're disc galloping.
I'm discounting what?
You're disc galloping from point to point instead of staying
on point. You have point A on the beach and the point B on the beach. Okay.
Okay.
We have that example, and we have point B. Point A on it's here, and point B it's on 9 miles. You know, and then you have horizon behind 9 miles. You know.
You're skipping the point that our sun sets, it doesn't move away.
Sunsets will not change the surface of the Earth.
The fact that Earth sets doesn't change the shape of our Earth.
It doesn't change the surface.
It does in fact prove that it's a sphere. It's not flat.
It's flat, yeah.
Would you like a link to the Princeton paper that I was speaking of?
I was there on the beach, man.
I bet you won't. I bet you won't read it.
I was on the beach, man. I was on the beach with the paper, not with the paper, with the camera.
Would you like a link to the Princeton University paper?
Would you like to go to the beach and see is it surface curving?
I could go to the beach and do the experiment that I'm describing.
Okay.
I could prove both Earth's circumference and curve and circumference.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go to the equation of
high school students could do this.
You can do that. You can use the heliocentric math, go to the beach, find out where should be the geometrical horizon, and in every location, that means in every location, in every part of the world, it will be exact drop over distance, and you will find out.
Did you just call it illogical math?
No, I said if you use that heliocentric math, heliocentric, globe math, sphere math.
So, would you like that link to the Princeton University paper?
I don't need links, man. I was outside.
It's simple mathematics. High school kids can do this.
I know that it's simple mathematics. It's saying this. The Earth size is 25,000 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles. That means
now you're just galloping again.
I'm just galloping. Can you tell me the size of the Earth, please?
Why should I have to do that to you? It's in black and white.
What is in black and white? And I'm saying something
all over the place.
And I'm saying something what is wrong.
And it depends. Well, in all actuality, it depends upon whether you're taking into consideration the equatorial bulge or not.
Am I saying something wrong about math? Am I saying something wrong about math?
I'm telling you that I can provide you a link to the Princeton University.
Okay, can you provide
that shows that even high school students can prove to themselves
can you provide me the
curve and circumference.
Jesus Christ! Can you provide me the math then? If is my wrong?
But you don't want the link.
Okay, where is the link?
Okay.
Okay. And what will be written in that link?
Page 1.
Did you read the link? Did you read the link? Did you read the link? Did you read the link?
Oh, I'm certainly.
Did you read it?
If I didn't read it, why would I be? If I hadn't read it,
Okay, can you tell me shortly?
If I had not read it, why would I not? Why would I be providing it to you?
Good, that's great. Can you shortly tell me what is in paper?
I take it you can read.
Yeah, I can take. Oh, okay.
There's the link for you right there. Inside tab.
This link. I cannot open it.
Princeton University, right there for you. You wanted it, there it is.
Okay, here is quick experiment design.
And there are other pages if you care to read them, and then there it's also along the same type of means.
Okay, do you see these numbers 1, 2, 3, 4? It's giving you go to the place where you can easily view the sunset. Okay, can you go to the 10th one and read it?
And the second one, if you're viewing the sunset, you could.
Can you read it? Can you read the 10th one?
The 10 one?
Yeah, 10th. Yeah.
Do you understand the mathematics following that?
Yeah. Can you read the 10th one?
The 10th one, yes, I most certainly can read the 10th one. If I couldn't, I sure wouldn't be providing you with this link.
Okay, I will read it. Distance to the horizon.
Do you understand the math? Do you understand the mathematics involved in 10?
Yeah, that equation there, what is written? Look at this now. D is equal, and now it's I don't know in English how to say it.
Yeah, you know you don't understand the math.
No, man, I will try to listen to me. My English is third language.
How about the second part of the math? Can you make head or tails of the second part of the math?
Man, I want to tell you this formula. Do you see that formula? Do you see the formula?
Even know what you don't even know what you're looking at. You don't even know what you're looking at, do you?
Ben, do you see the formula? D is equal.
Okay. it's been fun talking to you. You don't even understand
Jesus Christ,
mathematics.
do you
You're
see the
making
formula?
claims.
Can you say, why don't you be honestly, intellectually honest?
Everybody else have fun with this guy. I'm done with it.
It's
This guy doesn't think that Sasha
right.
understands
Listen,
math.
I will tell you. There is a formula written. D is equal, I don't know to say in English, but it's 2 times radius of Earth plus height of your eyes. I want to tell him that this formula is giving you 1 foot observer height, 1.22 miles, but he thinks that this formula is something like some kind of magic, some kind of I don't know, nuclear science or something. That equation, what is written there on the 10th place, it's that one what I told you before. That means with 1 foot observer height, you can see 1.22 miles. That equation written on the 10th. Do you understand that? That's what you're saying that I don't understand. That equation is that what I am telling you. Jesus Christ.
Hey, Sasha, I know that you do understand. This guy was trying to act like since English is your third language that you didn't understand. But I guarantee you that this guy doesn't know 3 languages like you do. So good job.
English has no barrier to mathematics.
So are you going to tell us?
That's an excuse.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're
I will tell you, in Croatian and in Italian, it's the same equation. Do you understand? In Italian and Croatian, it's the same equation. It means with 1 foot observer height, it's only the language different. You can say the same thing, and it is the same formula, and you can read it that, and you can find out that if you want. What is the size of this Earth? It's not our math. It's your simple math. What you said. You take a paper, you take a pencil, go to the beach, and you calculate measuring how much horizon should to be, what heliocentric model tells you. Not what I am telling you. I'm not telling you anything. I didn't wrote that about 1.22 miles. Maybe it's better that you learn the geometry, simple geometry. Because people who had A's in school does not understand what is going on. People who understand numbers, people who knows how to count, they asking themselves what is going on with these numbers. But people who doesn't know anything about numbers, they have problems, of course. They will never understand this. Because it's so big, big. Yeah, it is, but has size. That means, let's see how big it is. There is written in heliocentric model how much is distance to the horizon on this sphere, and you can read it if you want. And people, if you use Nikon P1000 or stuff like that, it's photo camera, you know. It's showing the flat surface. That's wrong, you know. You need to use the plumb bob. Plumb bob is showing curves. Don't use photo cameras. And shadows. You see shadows, that means that water is current.
Folks, I've unmuted you. You can say thank you, Jedi, in the chat. Don't be a dick.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the complexities of navigating moderation here, but I do appreciate the unmuting as well.
Yeah, no worries, and no idea who muted you or why you was muted. So, as long as whatever it was has stopped, then I can't see any reason why I'd be muted in the future. Well, being as it's quiet, nobody else seems to be saying anything, and I have just unmuted you. Is there any questions you want to ask, or is there anybody in the room who's got any questions that they want to ask to flat earthers or people who suggest that the Earth is not a ball, however you want to term yourselves these days? So we got relatively a packed channel today. Welcome, one and all. Like I said, it's relatively quiet, so if anyone's got any questions or topics for discussion or topics for debate, then please unmute your microphone and have that conversation.
I really appreciate that. Like, I appreciate you kind of like putting that out there as like an active offer. It makes it like easier to kind of like engage with the open questions.
Yeah, of course. Have you got any questions you want to ask?
Not at the moment,
okay.
But I appreciate it.
That's absolutely fine. Don't feel the pressure. Tell you what, let's have a little look, see who's in the room. So, oh my God.
I just really wanted to make a joke about like pressure in a vacuum. I really wanted to, just because you said don't feel the pressure.
Well, whatever pressure you're going to be talking about, you're going to need a container, aren't you? So, yes, we can start there.
I feel like that's the best response in terms of just like containing emotional pressure. Like there's some people in some situations that just like contain the emotional pressure.
I hear you. So let's have a little look through the channel, see who we got. Right down at the bottom of the server, there's Heretic. He's changed his name to Trigonometric Apocalypse or something. Well done.
Yeah, no,
Tanaka,
he was very nice.
say that again. Sorry, I was talking. Say that again.
Oh, no, it's my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. He was just very nice when I came in before.
I think you cut out the end of your sentence there. We've got Boss Tanaka, the announcer in the house. I like the name Tanaka, always reminds me of some kind of Japanese warlord. Resolver's joined us. Reckonor, big man, hope you're well. Q is in the house. Hi, Q. Cyclone has joined us. Good morning. It's the morning. Good morning, Cyclone. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Pen Pal, what's up, Pen Pal? Haven't seen you for a while. Mojo Jojo, affectionately known as Lulu. Another one of the Flat Earth 24/7 moderators. Hope you're doing well, Lulu. Linamoto's joined us all the way from Italy. Barely ever speaks, but welcome to the channel anyway. Julius J is in the house. Myself, Jedi, obviously. Genesis is in the house. What's up, Genesis? Fresh grown flowers. Yep. What's up, my friend? How you doing? Nice to see you here. Flaxy Klein is in the house. What's up, Flaxy? Hope you're doing well, sister. Forks, who's just speaking. Welcome to our channel, Forks.
Very
Who else
good.
we got? Yep. Oh, good to see you, Flatsy. Hope Booger's all right as well.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I left you a little chat in the chat.
Really? I'll get back to that in a second then, no worries. Probably most definitely demonstrating the Earth is a ball. I'll look forward to that. Elder Bear has joined us. Brilliant. Dreamer's in the house. What's up, Dream? I haven't seen you for a time. It's good to see you again.
Hey, Jedi.
Hey. Good to see you, my friend. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is in the house. What's up, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson? Probably some Germanish name, Die F. Hashirama?
No, I'm Australian.
Huh?
I'm Australian. That's just a handle I invented.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough, man. I appreciate that. Another Australian.
There's a lot of flat Earth Australians somehow. It's like because Australia is such a wide, flat country.
I wish you could tell that to your other compatriots, because we still have some Australians here that think the Earth is a globe. So you might need to have a conversation with how your country is measured and how it looks. But you can do that in a bit. Give me a second. Sasha, Croatian Creation, is in the house. What's up, Sasha? I hope you're doing well. Buster has joined us. What's up, mate? You all right?
Be power with you.
Good stuff. Crit is here, but he's deafened. Buster's in the house. He's not deafened. Blood's thicker. He's muted, but not deafened. Bev Trifickin is in the house. What's up, Bev? Paraplegic Coffee. What's up, Paraplegic Man? Hope you're doing well. Azra Bells. What's up, Azra Bells? The big man, Alpha Veritas, is in the house. What's up, big man? And please don't forget, everyone, we are being live streamed 24/7 on YouTube. So welcome one and all to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the Politics server. It's good to see you all on this bright, what day is it? Wednesday morning. Might still be Tuesday evening for some of you, and it might be getting closer to Wednesday for you guys in Australia. It's a crazy world we live in. Please don't get confused or concerned by time zones. That's just the sun doing that. But welcome one and all. If anyone's got any questions, comments or concerns, topic for discussion or debate, please unmute yourselves, put your hand up nicely, and we'll get into a conversation. I'm going to make some more coffee. Don't all talk at once.
I just hope you read my globe evidence, please.
I am. Would you like me to read it out to the class? Or?
Oh, you don't have to, but you can.
Human teeth are the only part of the body that cannot heal themselves. Also, teeth are the only part of the body while dead are left dead in the body through root canals. Okay, there is evidence that leaving a dead tooth in while a sorry, God, I can't bloody read. And with a cavernous area with a filling has led to many diseases. That cannot be resolved. Oh my God! So Earth most definitely must be globular. Thanks, Platsy. I appreciate that. That's really well done. If anybody doesn't understand what me and Flatsy are doing, we're just making random fucking claims that have got no association to the Earth being a ball, and then claiming that they are a ball because sometimes that's the best evidence we've got for a ball. Just something that's not even connected to it. You can say anything these days and say, well, my conclusion is the Earth is a ball. Like, tree leaves are green, therefore the Earth is a ball. But that's just us two people fucking around and having a laugh between ourselves. You don't have to get it. But I appreciate it, Flat. I'm now going to go make my coffee.
Someone should write a song about the flat Earth in B flat and call it Earth B flat.
Ooh, I see what you did there. That's good. What about C flat? Because the C's flat. Can we not do it in C flat?
Well, yeah, you could do a verse about the sea being flat and because the Earth be flat, and yeah, we've got 2/3 of a key already. It's a weird sounding song when I think about it already. Sounds close to the Devil's Trinome or something.
It's all right. You're going to about to trigger the people who say the Earth isn't flat in a minute. It's not flat. Waves. It's not flat.
Well, the great thing about me is I'm a musician and everyone always thinks I'm flat, so I'm ahead of the game.
I'm a musician and I call myself Flatsy Klein.
Flats are just sharps on a day off, really.
Do you play an instrument?
I've actually published a couple of albums. I'm not going to wrap myself here now that I've found out it's a live YouTube stream, but yeah, all my stuff's on YouTube anyway.
I got stuff on YouTube also. Just a couple of originals, but I have a demo in the works. Also,
well, I'll tell you who I published through. I published through a company called TuneCore, and you can just publish stuff at home and get it into iTunes and etc.
I went to a studio. One of my nice friends is my producer, and he sent me to a studio to, you know, record my music. I have 5 more songs that I need, and then I can have a complete demo, and that'll be cool. Yeah, I play guitar and I sing. I'm a one-woman band.
Yeah, do you find that there's this weird property that spheres have occurring naturally in nature where they're designed to hold fluid?
I find that these spheres in nature have curvature, and I don't see
Yeah,
that
but
on.
look, like step away from curvature and Earth shape for a second, and thinking in terms of like physical properties that things display because we can observe them, right? So it's like if you think about your eye or an orange or like I don't know any number of things that I could name that are a specific thing in nature that's designed to hold fluid. It's almost always spherical or a spheroid, right? So the Earth itself, if it's a spheroid, it's not holding water, is it? The water's apparently sticking to it.
Right, yeah, that's true.
And I used to like, I got into flat Earth like maybe close to 10 years ago now, probably more. And I used to make that argument to people. It's like, show me the spheroid properties where like it's interacting with fluid in such a way that it's not falling flat or being contained within a ball, not on a ball. or doing anything that you could say it does so that it can be on a ball.
Yeah, I like the physical properties of a sphere being curving, and the Earth isn't doing that because we resolve a horizon which is optical. And if we were resolving the surface of the Earth in our horizon, it wouldn't be flat if it was curved. You know? I don't know. Like that's
Well, here's another interesting thing, right? Is like for there to be a curvature to the surface of the Earth is like, I don't know, like theoretically possible based on landmass to like sea level if we go from like the center outward, essentially, because there is going to have to be some sort of ultimate leveling that happens through the connected bodies of water. And that's what we observe to say that it's a flat plane, but it could be a curved plane. You know, but I mean, I was listening intently before when they had this whole argument about perpendiculars and stuff, and a lot of the geometry goes over my head, but I can observably say that, yeah, a lot of the structures and like natures of places like where I live, Australia, like the Nullarbor Plain, for example, is I think the longest, flattest place on Earth. And there's no trees, there's no vegetation. It's just like a salt flat that crosses the vast middle part of the country near the south coastline. So I mean, it's flat for so long that it would be like you'd have to raise Australia above sea level a significant way to have it like still above the curve of the ocean if that was what was going on. But I mean, this idea that flat spaces exist amongst curvature of like landmass is like, well, that idea breaks down on its own before you even go to the oceans and try to find me the curve in the ocean.
well, I would agree with you. That's true. It would take a lot of mental gymnastics to rationalize flat surfaces on a curved object with the vastness that we actually can measure. So, sorry, I'm making my husband breakfast for work.
Oh, sorry, we won't interrupt that very, very important business. You take care of your husband first, mate.
I mean, it does appear as a conundrum to me, at least, to say that because land has to be above sea level, then any amount of flat space that you're measuring above land just has to be that part of land above that like particular arc of the sphere. And not that you call it an arc on a sphere. There's some word for like the zone of the sphere that you'd be measuring there. But again, it's like is the landmass high enough to account for the way that I don't know, man. Like it's hard for my brain to break down. But yeah, I mean, the oceans have to be the ultimate reference point. And it's like I think the Nikon cameras that they developed. I mean, they should solve the argument. But now we're talking about light curving around the ball and appearing flat through the camera zoom. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, they can shoot a laser across, like a large body of water, right?
Yes, even the military does that.
I mean, they say that they can like bounce lasers off the moon and shit to prove that the moon is there.
They
I
were
mean,
doing
that's another avenue of the argument that I like to explore with people. Is if they faked the moon landing, it's likely they're faking everything.
well, they were supposedly doing the whole bouncing lasers off the moon before they allegedly put reflectors up there. So they would need to explain that first.
Yeah. Well, like Joe Rogan's podcast the other day had a guest on who's written a couple of books debunking the moon landing, and he claims to have been on like a CIA hit list and things like this, and you know, has a sensational story to tell about encountering this evidence of like part of the production, essentially, of staging the fact that they were halfway to the moon. It's called a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
I've seen that. I've seen that and much more. So, yeah.
But like we know that they bounce lasers and like radio waves off the stratosphere anyway. That's what the HARP array is all about. I don't know about lasers, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what point I'm trying to make really. Very quiet in here.
Strato what?
It's just a weird world, you know. It's a weird fucking world where so many things don't make sense, and we're just told to accept it and don't ask questions. And if you ask questions, expect to be labeled a dissident. So, like, what do you guys see is the best possible outcome for this idea?
Alien attack.
People who will critically think for themselves instead of blindly believe things.
But how would that manifest?
It's not going to be something that you'll see happen often. Just maybe some people will and some people won't.
All right, let me put it another way. At the moment, this idea has like a significant social penetration to have the sort of setting that we have right now. But at the point where it's like beginning to be accepted by large amounts of people, what are the social shifts that'll occur because of that?
Just
And
like
I'm talking about confronting the people who we can say, now we can prove that you've been lying to us since birth.
Oh, I don't know. I would say that it's going to be something other than that. It's clearly something that people that have come to Flat Earth that drag it through the mud and will come out the other side with a whole other religion that you just have to believe and not know. So that's what seems to be the trend. It doesn't seem to be like people will just catch on and go with actual facts. They want to extrapolate and replace what they already thought they knew with something else that they don't actually know.
Yeah, but there's got to be some kind of real world consequences for the system as it is. What are those? Because you're talking about individual consequences to the person.
Yeah, because that's the way it works. It's not something that's overall and diverse. It's something that.
Well, look, at the moment, what we're doing is confronting a social construct. But this can't be the end of the road of confrontation of this social construct. It's where we are right now on Discord.
But it's still on an individual level. It's not something that happens. You know, you get few and far
I
between.
mean, like, you don't think the textbooks have to change one day so that at that point it's not so much an individual's thing, it now becomes the rote?
No, buddy, that's not the way it works because the people in power have the right to change the textbooks. They already did that. It's not something that you can. Rockefeller is on all of the textbooks in your school. Like, whatever they want you to believe is what the kids believe.
So, outcomes of real world change are not ever going to happen from people finding out the truth.
No, because people don't tend to. The only way that you can actually make a change, which I would say is impossible, is to just say no. That's what Jesus told me. Let your yays be yays and your nays be nay. And if you just say no, sorry.
But, like, as the point I'm making is, at one point somebody just said no to slavery, but then eventually slavery was banned. So if enough people say no to heliocentrism, does it eventually go away? Because when I talked about, like, the best possible outcomes, that's one of them. But how would that happen? What would be the nature of the change?
Buddy, if you figure it out, you let us know. We're here, open
Well,
ears.
I remember a number of years ago, there was this big, like, social media thing about a Saudi Arabian scientist who was, like, trying to prove that the Earth is flat in, like, the UN or something, and, like, it was as high as I'd seen this idea expressed in a political sphere, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I mean, they take it from, again, it being in the Quran. When I say again, I mean it being in multiple religions. But, like, does that lead us back to theocracy? Because that's probably not a positive end goal.
I would say no.
But, like, the reason that I'm always thinking this way is because I'm vegan and I have to think about what are the goals, you know? It's not just about changing a person and hoping that they'll make the decision themselves. It's about how to pass legislations to create a better framework of care and commitment to ethical treatment for animals, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you're ever going to find your happy end goal for humanity doing something that you want them to do.
Well, I'm just saying the timeline reflects this, you know? It's like first we abolished slavery, and then we gave women the vote, and then we let gay people marry in churches, etc., ad infinitum.
I have to think about what it was beforehand and really think about it because what have you been told and what was it actually?
Well, sure, you could address all of that, but what I'm trying to get to is that can you call the flat earth movement a rights movement because you have the right to not be lied to from birth? And if it is a rights movement, then it's going to express certain characteristics of every rights movement, which is something that I study because, once again, I'm vegan, and in a serious way that I'm not going to get in your face. I'm going to spend all my time studying the nature of law and the movements of rights, you know? It's a development process that we've done for hundreds of years at this point.
Yeah,
But it's stunning that we've only done it for hundreds of years. It's indicative of the amount of growth that's needed in the species.
Yeah, but you would have to identify what exactly was needed before it changed and what it was before it needed change
Well, I
prior to.
brought up textbooks, like the simplicity of the textbook stating implicitly that we're reliant upon the heliocentric model. You know, like having that taken out of like imperative fucking education
Yeah,
would be a step in the right direction.
you would have to figure out what was the point of that. What was the point of making a whole bunch of people, pretty much worldwide, believe this heliocentric thing? You would have to be able to divine
Well, I think I do know why. It's to divert people subtly away from knowledge of God, because God provided that knowledge to man. That's why it's recorded in all the religions.
Yeah, but maybe there was also another really good reason.
I mean, like, people starting to look through telescopes and coming to the wrong conclusions from looking through telescopes is like,
Okay,
I
but
don't know, not the best reason.
no, but for example, maybe they needed some sort of paradigm where it would be possible for something like evolution. And maybe that was really the main goal, is for that to be something.
Well, that's another ideology without a foundational basis, and it's what I keep referring to, that the inception of atheism can be tracked to the dawn of these sciences, right? So they came out and made these claims that we're now disputing in the modern day, that the Earth is revolving around the sun, right? Hold on a second. Hold on a second, please.
Go
So when that gives the pathway towards evolution and like the Big Bang Theory, what you've effectively done is delete God from the picture, because you know the history of creation from start point to now. You know, and this is a subtle way that people are led away from God whilst given something that's equally mysterious and fascinating called the night sky, and given infinite amounts of ways that they can project infinitely upon that. It's like a replacement of the energy that people used to have in like a broken, fractious, but still unified picture of where they were in the cosmos. And that's the most important foundational thing for you to realize, that there's imperative reasons for you to build a life based on what God's will for humanity is, and identifying the tactics of the enemy of God, which is always lies and deceit. So it all becomes religious and spiritual, like you might have said before. This whole thing becomes its own religion. Well, it's probably because you don't realize how much it transposes itself into the story of religion once you understand that that's what people used to have as their basis when they formed all of these world dominant beliefs. Sorry if that sounded condescending or high-handed or anything. Yeah, maybe a bit long-winded, I don't know.
I would just say that there is a pinpoint to it in history, and I mean, besides the Roman Catholic Church, I would point to Franz Mesmer.
I mean, the government's just like the master of psychological operations. They're always doing them. Always. It's what TV is. It's what music is. It's what trends are. It's what being an influencer is. It's all the government's subtle influence into like useful and non-useful pathways, of whether or not they want to harness your energy or just keep you distracted so you never become a threat. And it's all about diverting people away from what knowledge really is, because knowledge is your ability to cross-reference things against not just like your senses, but your soul as well. Because then you'll understand the motivation of people. But it's a real lemony snicket when you get right into the meat of what the implications of this ideology are. And it's where most people are like stuck in the rudiments of how do we ontologically define where we are versus what the fuck is really going on with this fucking place that we live under, this people that call themselves our leaders. Those are the scary conversations people don't really want to have, because the implications become darker and darker the more that you examine them. It so often happens with government. But you break it down, and like the word government means mind control. Govern, to control, menace the mind. Like mens rea, prior knowledge,
Well,
men's
the
mind.
point of leadership, the whole point of leadership was supposed to be appointed by the creator, so that the leader could be subjected to the creator's wrath if they were to fall from some sort of grace. So you would need that kind of accountability. But now we're all responsible. To, you better vote for your candidate. That's who is appointed, and then that means that they are subject to what? Nothing. If they mess up, what happens? Nothing.
I mean, to me, the night sky is like a testament to the majesty of God. You know what I mean? It's so beautiful and mysterious. And what heliocentrism does is it removes God from the picture and places science on the throne of creation, and says that the way that you relate to the throne is through me, not through,
But what's
Father, the Son, the
with
Holy Spirit.
have you not looked upon the day sky and seen how beautiful it is? that also
But the
declares.
night sky is obscured for a reason. Yeah, it's Rayleigh scattering from the light wave, but the night sky really shows you like depth, depth and wonder. But yeah, like to me, the foundation of the modern sciences was a way to counter the influence of religion. It needed a comparable power structure, I guess, and through the educational institutions asserting their authority on what the facts of reality are, you gain this supplantation of adherence to the ultimate authority being supplanted. And most people don't think about that being why, but it's like such a fantastic story that they spin with heliocentrism that it's meant to be like infinitely compelling, The way that people that are passionate about their faith will tell you like it's an infinite well of experience and growth. And it's the way that we're meant to relate to looking up at night. I mean, is any globe earther ever brought up a reason that the quote shooting stars don't travel upwards from the horizon? I mean, yeah, does anyone hear me there?
Right, we hear you. That question really doesn't get brought up a lot here, to be honest with you. I've heard the question asked. It doesn't really go far, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I've just never heard even a logical hypothetical about why that should happen. I mean, there's just so many things that just can't be counted without things that don't exist physically.
Well, if the opportunity arises at some point where somebody with some kind of heliocentric faith does come into the room, you can ask that question and see where it goes.
So, like, is there any good reason other than randomness why most of the continental mass seems to radiate around the North Pole anyway, and the South Pole is like beyond the extremity tips of the quote southernmost continental masses? Like, why the fuck should it be structured in such a way around the ball that it would make much more sense on a circle? Do you see what I mean? And like, it's why they use the azimuthal map, because it just makes sense. You can see why the continents form into those patterns and form extremity peninsulas the further they reach towards the outside of the ring. And like I said before, it's an expression of ring magnets, where you have the high charge at the center trying to reach the high charge at the edge, and it loses energy as it gets towards that edge, hence tapering land masses. I mean, you might think that's far-fetched, but it's the structure of the magnetic currents themselves that cause the upheavals that grows the land masses. So it just does that because that's the shape of the energy that's causing that. I've looked at it again and again and again, and I keep coming back to ring magnet physics. I guess some people call it the toroidal model as well. There's that's the Lagrange field, that's the toroid. So does anybody else have any thoughts on the causal forces of the creation of the structure of the continents? That made sense? Because I think most of the mass of the continents is around the center of the toroid field, where the energy is the strongest. It's why the largest gaps between land masses are found between the extremity points of the southernmost parts of the continental masses. I just can't find a reason why that would happen on a sphere. So many random things that they assert in heliocentrism, just kind of in there.
Dude, I don't know. You sound like you might be into another religion, and I'm just not about that. I'm sorry, buddy. You might want to talk to someone else.
What did you say about heliocentrism?
I think it is the subtle guidance away from knowledge of God.
Heliocentrism. So the idea that objects move, that our planets move around the sun.
Yeah.
Why?
Because the first time that this occurred was when a large divestment began away from the teachings of religions to new teachings of science. And we follow that bouncing ball through history to the modern day, and it's created a nightmare reality because there's no morals guiding anything anymore.
I mean,
And
you
it's
can
subtle but
believe.
effective because heliocentrism effectively deletes God from the story of creation.
I mean, there is no contradiction. You can believe in a heliocentric solar system and still be able to put God in it.
Sure, lots of people do. I mean, I'm not disputing that. I think it just subtly opens the door for atheism. And through atheism, you gain Satanism with a mask on. And because it's such a foundational part of reality, right? I went through this just before you jumped in. I don't know if you heard me or not, but it's the way that the known universe that we can observe at night primarily, is the only thing that's mystical and mysterious enough to replace devotion to God inside of humanity. One of the driving motivations.
I mean, do you believe in heliocentrism?
No.
Why? But certain evidence speaks for it, right? People in 1800
Not in my
already pointed it
experience.
out.
Not in my experience. The evidence doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
Rudolphinic tables also confirmed it.
Earth's flat though.
What is flat Earth? Oh, that's a sphere. That is the idea of a sphere. Or do you also believe in a flat Earth?
There's a little kangaroo in front of me. How cool is that? Tiny little baby kangaroo. I live in Australia. We just have
What do
kangaroos
baby
hopping
kangaroos look like?
Oh, I wish I could show you, but it's like really dark and I can't use my light and my camera at the same time. But I live like way out in the bush, so like the kangaroos live on the edge of town and they just come out at night and hop around. But I thought it was a possum because it was really small.
You have possums in Australia?
I thought it was either my cat or a possum. Yeah, we have a lot of possums in Australia, a lot of different species. They're really common.
Really?
The
I thought
bastards too.
the possum is the only marsupial that exists outside of Australia. It's in North America.
Yeah, probably true.
Interesting.
So where were we? Knowledge of God. Yeah, it's subtle. It's subtle, but it just creates the fertile ground for atheism.
Um, do you think the Earth revolves around the moon, or the moon revolves around the Earth?
I think the Earth and the moon, the sun and the moon are doing like a looping circuit just above, like the probably just above the firmament dome, whatever you want to say.
Do you think that the moon is moving around the Earth, or the Earth is moving around the moon?
I just told you, moon's moving around above the Earth.
You explain seasons.
So the moon is moving around the body of the Earth. And why is that the case?
Yeah, creation. Like I don't know, like where do you want to go with this?
So when you think that the moon revolves around the Earth, why wouldn't the Earth revolve around the sun
Well,
when
no,
it's
it's
heavy?
not. It's not revolving around it. It's traversing over it.
What do you mean by that?
Do you know the difference between a traverse and a revolution?
No, let me look it up.
I'll just tell you. A traverse is traveling across the surface, right? In any kind of pathway that you want, it's a pathway of traverse. When you revolve around something, it means you circle it.
So you
Wait,
think
but
that
that-
the moon is crashing into the Earth and coming out on the other side of some type of shit?
Well, I'm not going to engage in this conversation on like the level of a 12-year-old, if that's what you expected.
But then
You
how do
mean
you explain seasons
traversing
with
means
this
travel
model?
across or through? So you think that the moon travels through the Earth and comes out on the other side, or because that's clearly
Like
not
I
what we
said,
can perceive.
you can have the floor and be a 12-year-old if you want, but you obviously don't want to actually have a conversation involving
Yeah, I
critical
mean,
thinking.
you're older than 12. You can
Simple
answer this
assumption.
question, right?
Yeah, no, I can, because it's a very simple assumption that you can go ahead and make for yourself and continue with whatever fucking point you think that's connected to. But I'm assuming it's
Okay,
none.
then answer my question, please, if you're older than 12.
No, dude, I'm not going to engage with you further. Sorry. Ask somebody else. There's lots of people here.
Yeah, I just showed you that your model doesn't make any sense.
Sure you did, buddy.
No, the Earth clearly moves around the sun. That is a fact, not an opinion. Even if the sun would move around the Earth, we would have black spots because of the absorption of certain planets between the trajectory.
Yo, what up, homeless people? Why is everyone always quiet in here?
About religion.
You just call us homeless people?
No, I said
Yo,
yeah.
is
quiet
the
people.
Earth flat, bro?
No, it's a globe.
I'm new, like literally, but like I see the Earth as like rounded. Why would I see it like flat?
Because you're smart and you're not dumb like these people. You actually fucking use logic.
Yeah, I mean it is rounded, but whatever. Hey yo, to whoever think the Earth is flat is a limitless retard. Hey,
It's
yo,
only
sorry, bro. It's just listen. I'm not being aggressive or no offense to you guys, but like I'm just saying, I'm sorry if I offended
Fuck, sorry, I meant to cover that. So people here are trolling me on another server. Like they're taking things I say based on questions they ask me and then posting them to all my friends. That's a real classy act. What else do you do that makes you a piece of shit? Isn't that against some kind of server policies or something? Like misrepresenting what I'm saying here on another server? For nothing but kicks?
Hey, Zoidberg. You fucking asshole.
Oh my god.
I want you to know something, Zoidberg. This is really important. No. This is really important.
No.
I'm being 100% real with you. You made a very positive influence on me.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's good. By the way, I'm gonna message you something.
Government's giving him like fucking 700,000 shekels to live where he's living, which is cool.
Okay, that's good to know.
Because he lives like right on the border with Gaza.
Yeah,
so he's like, it's okay, I'll be fine. Yeah, fucking classic. He's good because he's one of those Arabs that looks like an Ashkenazi with blue eyes and shit, so no one bothers him.
Okay. That's good to know.
But, how you doing, man?
I'm fine. It's Labor Day here in Europe.
Oh, that's cool.
First of May.
It's always
Call me
Labor Day
holiday.
for me.
Yeah.
The workers must unite. Kill all the rich people or something. But the first part is actually really important.
I agree. Are you moving to Portugal?
No, I don't know. There's some stuff happening. Gotta deal with family stuff first.
I see. Okay.
But it really was interesting, like seeing all of that stuff on October 7th unfold in like the last 6 months. Or 7 months now.
Yeah, it's almost. We're approaching on a year. It's just.
Yeah, it's seeming more and more like this whole thing is just gonna be a permanent fucking deal. Either that or they have something quick.
I mean, I'm worried about Trump getting elected because he'll expedite the process.
I don't know.
He's not very friendly towards the Palestinians.
Yeah, but he's also not very friendly towards Bibi. So that might be.
Who knows? Trump's a snake. You can just change opinions on them.
Ah, yes, because Joe Biden is so much better.
He's not. That's what I'm saying. But
I don't know.
He's less worse than Trump.
I don't know.
Remember, Trump was the one who gave Golan Heights to Bibi, and Trump was the one who moved the embassy.
They renamed it to Trump Heights because of that.
I read that retardation.
I used to work.
So stupid.
I used to work in the Golan Heights when that happened. That was funny.
So idiotic. Holy shit.
But who cares? Fuck the Golan Heights.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of Druze living there anyway. They're fine with Israel.
Yeah, they're actually fighting for Israel.
Not the Golan Heights ones, actually. They don't have the same loyalty to Israel as the other Druze. In fact, they were kind of getting kicked out of their homes, like last year over there. But the other Druze stood up for them, so they're good.
Yeah, I think so. God, man.
They blew up some fucking what's it called? Hezbollah blew up a Bedouin town the other day.
Yeah.
In the north, you saw that?
I heard it.
Yeah.
I brushed through my Google News page.
There was like IDF being holed up over there, and there was like a little drone. What do you call them? The suicide drones? They sent like 2 suicide drones. One.
The Bakhtar drones?
I think they're called Shahid, but.
Oh, the Iranian ones.
Yeah.
No, the Bakhtar are Turkish. Sorry.
Yeah.
Need nice PFP.
Thanks, bro. I like your name. Socotra Camel Rider of the North. Socotra is my favorite map. Actually, it's Arabia.
Socotra's more prettier than Arabia.
There's other rooms for this topic. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's talk about this. No, Earth is not flat because
I'm gonna be back in a second. I'm gonna go to religion with Dreamly. I want to listen to you.
We got to debate Socotra.
I'm just gonna go insult Dreamly if I see him.
Yeah.
Wait, where?
And you say Socotra's ugly? Best place on Earth. Anywhere on Earth, it's not Socotra.
Looks like the Breakfast Club is getting together. We've got Alpha Veritas, Jedi. Who else is online? Kiko sometimes around at this
What's
time
up,
in the morning.
Amish?
Hey, Jedi.
Good morning. What's
Yeah,
up, mate? How you doing?
Oh, doing fine. Wanted to
Good stuff,
welcome
man.
her too. I think that'll round it out.
Who else we got on the channel, man? You're reading off a roll call. Sorry to interrupt, but thought I'd shut you up. I am actually here.
It's okay. I'm probably the worst interrupter of all the mods. So.
Well, I don't think so, mate. Seriously.
Oh, okay. I really try not to, but yeah, maybe I'm all right. Sometimes you just hear a discussion and you just got to muscle in and say what you need to say.
Probably you're preaching to the fucking choir on that one. If I hear something and I think that I've got a better point or can do it better than other people or something or other, my elbows are high. And I'm going to muscle in.
That's right. It's like, I got Excalibur, baby. Get out of my way.
I got something really cool to say.
Hello.
There's little tiny kangaroos hopping around my street.
Are they wallabies?
I don't think. Well, yeah, there's something. I don't know. I don't think they're wallabies. There's something. Some small hopping marsupial. But yeah, one was in my front yard. I thought it was a possum, and it hopped away. And I'm walking into the shop, and I just saw another one up across the road.
Yeah, you're always kind of lucky in Australia. You have this kind of wildlife that is not really seen anywhere else on the earth, like kangaroos and whatnot, koala bears and shit.
Yeah.
Some of your shit is fucking dangerous. So we always have problems.
The problem is that most people live on the coast where it's overdeveloped and there's not many animals. You do get roos out on the coast in like urbanized areas, but I live out in like the bush and like, yeah, there's heaps of roos just living on the edge of town, and there's all these other, like, it's a smaller subspecies. I don't know exactly what it is, so I don't want to just say it's a wallaby, but really small. It's smaller than any other roos that I've seen getting around, so I'm not sure what it is. I should have found out by now, I suppose. Claim to be a naturalist. But yeah, I've also seen koalas living in town, which is the first time I've encountered them in like a natural setting in like 35 years living here. And there's lots of echidnas and all kinds of things that you just don't normally see if you live your whole life in Australia.
It's the kind of bizarre stuff that tourists want to go see when they go.
Well, a lot of backpackers come out this way doing work experience.
Really got to ask this question, dude. How do you pronounce your name? Dayef Hashirama?
Dayef Hashirama Sanju.
Gotcha. I might just call you Dayef.
But yeah, that second part's just a Naruto reference. It's just a cool character that I like, and I'm trying to sort of RP lately.
Yeah, no drama, man. So I've noticed you've been around recently. Have you just joined us here on the politics channel?
I got invited here from another server, Vegan World, which is where somebody was taking stuff I was saying here about 15 minutes ago and trolling me with it by misrepresenting what I was saying in the vegan server. So yeah, I was trying to call them out on that, but I mean, I don't want to get into a direct back and forth with somebody unless they make it a repeated pattern. But yeah, it's really difficult to have these discussions, and just expect them to be discussions and not some kind of McCarthyism on display.
Yeah, they change very quickly from discussions into debates. But welcome to the channel, man. It's good to have you around. Flat Earther, right? I get that from you.
Well, I mean, I suppose I just, I don't like identifying myself in any specific way, I guess, except for maybe veganism. I don't mind that label because it's such a imperative thing to me. But
yeah,
I just all the arguments I present are in favor of the flat Earth, but it's not for the reasons that most people would think. So when people talk to me, they either accept what I say is like an indulgent, journey through logic and, I guess kind of esoteric conceptions versus just the dryness of the math and all the ontology. Kind of been doing this for a long time, so I have fun with it. That makes sense. I'm just about to buy something, so I'll talk to you guys in a few minutes.
Take care. Yeah, there are different pockets of communities out there who approach this subject from different angles, and yeah, we kind of take up the mantle of empiricism and syntheticism. We kind of see ourselves as carrying the tradition of syntheticism from 100 years ago, 120 years ago. So if we can offer you at least some more tools to use in your discussions, then great. And if the tools aren't useful to you, great.
Sorry, guys, I had to jump out for a second. I'm at work. I was going to say to Daya, you still there, buddy? No worries. If he's not there, I'm not going to talk to him. Waste of time.
Yeah, no, I am. I'm just walking out of the service station. Give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries, dude. You take your time. Azra Bells has joined us. Good morning, Azra Bells, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're from. Alpha Veritas is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Alpha Veritas is in the house. Whether he's close to his microphone, just going to give him a quick shout out. Is Crit still deafened? Yeah, Crit is still deafened. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is in the house, joined by Dr. Omish as well. Some doctors in the house, that's always good. Fresh Grown Flowers, I like Fresh Grown Flowers. Grispa's joined us. Judas J is still here. Kiko's in the house. What's up, Kiko? See you typing away in the text chat. Good morning to you, my friend. Raiden's joined us. Reckonor, big man, big muscles, he's here. Resolve has joined us, of course, and right down the bottom, don't want to forget you, mate, WK. So, welcome to the channel, Flat Earth, as we know, 24/7, yeah, that's right, 7 days a week. So, if anyone's got any questions, comments, maybe you think the Earth is a ball and you've got, the reason why and some kind of demonstrable proof that you can show us that the Earth is a ball. If you want to show Flat Earthers that we have been deceived all of this time, then that's absolutely fine. If you've got questions about why Flat Earthers say the things that Flat Earthers do, please open up your mic and you can ask those questions. I have a few of the 24/7 home server on the channel at the moment myself, Jedi. Like I said, Alpha Veritas, Omish is in the house, and a few others. So you're going to get a decent response, I would have thought. But anyway.
Do you guys remember this guy who came out through WikiLeaks and he claimed to be a painter for NASA and he'd do painting to finish in the gaps of the satellite photography?
All right. No, never heard of that.
Never heard of this guy.
No.
He made a fairly big media splash around 2012. And
really?
This was my introduction to the idea because back then nobody knew who Eric Dubay was and shit like that, and he became popular out of this guy's energy. He created, like, I'd argue, the first wave through media. But you can find him on YouTube. Like, he does have a personal channel. I don't know if he still operates it, because he ended up posting really weird culty shit in the end.
Right.
I don't know if he was just trying to be sensational to retain relevance or whatever, but he did have a long presentation that he'd do in like a sort of comedy sketch style setting where he'd ask people to, like, he'd ask the live audience crowd to identify which image that he'd show on like a projector was either a painting or a photo, because he'd mastered the art of photorealistic painting. And he showed that, like, an average group of people can't tell the difference between a photo and a painting. So that's what they're doing with a lot of the stuff that NASA does.
That's Math Powerland, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boylan.
Then I have heard of him, man. Yes. Yeah.
Isn't he wild, man? That's what I'm saying. Like, that was when I went into this idea, like back when he came out.
He used to hang around the 24/7 Discord back in the day, I heard.
Yes, he did back in the early days. Yep.
He's a weird one. We'd have some nut chewers, I bet.
I mean, look, if we're gonna put our thoughtful hats on and look at the progression of the flat Earth movement, if we look to just the Math Powerland story, right? Man says he works for NASA, some kind of artist or painter that can make the Earth look like a ball on a canvas, so it looks like it's real. And he comes out with a little bit of a bang, and he says, "Hey, look, yeah, Earth's not a ball. I'm the one that tells you that it is. I paint the ball for you. It's never been seen." And then he goes a little bit like off the wall and crazy. Now, that's a good way to get the idea out there. If you have the ability to pull strings, if you want us to now start investigating this idea that the Earth is flat, then that's where it started. And then we get the progression of Eric Dubay. Now, both of these people, I would suggest, probably, like you pointed out, this Math Powerland 2012-ish type of time. And yes, I remember back in 2015 when I came across Flat Earth, that Math Powerland was definitely one of the people that I watched all of his videos within the first week. So yeah, I know who he is. But if we look at the progression of these two people, because they say other things, Math Powerland, yeah, like you described, is a bit of a Fruit Loop, and he went off at the deep end. Some esoteric shit that he was starting to get into. Look at Eric Dubay, and he makes claims along the idea of Jesus Christ. One of his videos is Jesus Christ never existed. I mean, he's got an alternative narrative. He does say other things. And not everything that he says I fully agree with, even pertaining to the flat Earth argument. So you wonder, especially as we've got a story of this guy who used to work for NASA, and then all of these videos start popping up and they say other things. Makes you wonder whether it was started. It was put out there by an operation to get this argument up and running again, as for whatever means they held to do so. I've always thought.
Well, I mean, I did say WikiLeaks, right? Like, WikiLeaks was the avenue that Boylan used originally.
Yeah, right.
So I think that on its own is interesting, that he wanted a way to get the knowledge out there, so he did actually use Julian Assange's information organization.
It'd be funny if the deep state actually is the one that released this, and they didn't realize themselves, and they didn't realize themselves that Earth is provably, measurably flat, and then they fucked it up.
Well, that would be funny.
I think they fucked it
up.
Well,
yeah. I'd say that the persecution of Assange is a good argument to say that Flat Earth isn't a psyop. It's like, look at what they did to the guy who started the initial wave of, like, realization.
Has anybody heard of a guy called Cardinal Wolsey? Back in, like, I think it's the 12th century, 13th century, Catholic priest. Now, when the Reformation started happening, he was quoted with regards to keeping arguments going. He said the phrase, quoted the phrase, let them argue between learning and learning. So it basically means that let's have them distracted by an argument, by 2 points of view, 2 different types of teaching, 2 different types of learning that they will argue tooth and nail against. Now, this was like the idea.
Proto-Hegelian.
It kind of along those lines. It's where you get people either just arguing for the sake of arguing to keep them distracted, or, as you pointed out, the Hegelian dialectic or problem reaction solution, where you get them to an end goal. Now, I thought the flat earth was most definitely always along these 2 types of lines. Get them arguing, get them distracted with this. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day if these people believe and understand and know that the earth is flat, because really it's a very, very small percentage, and whatever the outcome, we can control it. And again, with the Hegelian dialectics of the problem reaction solution, maybe they are trying to get us to an outcome that they want us to get to.
I mean, that brings me to what I think is the most important question to ask, which isn't actually what's the shape of things, it's why are they doing it? And what are the consequences of us finding out that they're doing it? And can there be consequences once enough people have found out that they're doing it?
Yeah, and for the most part on this, I would agree with you. That next question is the bigger question. The thing is in here that we primarily focus on what we can demonstrate and what we can prove. The idea of why would they lie, or the question, sorry, of why they would lie, is only a speculative question. And it's very, very hard to prove the reason why they're lying. There could be lots of little different reasons and an overarching reason. We always talk about control. We always talk about, well, look, if the earth is bigger, then they might be hiding like extra land, extra resources. There's a lot of things. The idea that they give us a new creation story that comes from the Big Bang, where everything was nothing and then it was everything, devoid of any intelligence that started it off, because now we've also got a piggyback in an evolution story to tell us how we got here. I mean, that's taken away.
This is it. You're summarizing the past couple of hours I've spent here so perfectly. Like, I'm glad you get it at that level.
We do. Really, I would suggest get it at that level. Many people have come to Flat Earth in lots of different ways, through, like yourself, like an esoteric background, observing and understanding the occult, different teachers on YouTube bringing up fantastical ideas that really up until that point you never really thought about. So you get intrigued and you learn. I came to Flat Earth after, 20 years of personal study anyway, into quote-unquote conspiracy theories, hidden knowledge, whatever subject matter you want to talk to, whether it's biblical codes, what actually happened in the past, what technology we actually have available, what UFOs are, and even following that story for years and years about the possibility of there being other planets and aliens, which is also one of the narratives that has sprung up recently again. So I don't know if anybody's heard about this, but they think that they found life on another planet. They actually think that, I was watching on YouTube, some Indian doctor from somewhere has been looking at spectroscopy data from a distant planet and observing what gases are being expelled and produced on this ball of light in the sky. And he says, yes, it's got an ocean on it, and the gases that we're reading in the atmosphere could only be produced by a life in that ocean. We have the same thing here on Earth, where only this chemical is produced by this life form. So they think that they found this particular type of life form or gas. So this idea also is something that's always been propagated, because for what fucking reason? Why do they want us to think there are other planets? Why do they think there's life on those other planets? What's the reason for this? So yeah, that is the deeper question, right? Why are they fucking lying?
Oh, I think there's only one thing conceivably that can compete with like devotion to God, and it's fascination with the universe. It's big enough, and it's mysterious enough, and it's omnipresent enough that it can supplant God. It does all the things that God does, because if you don't have a teaching of God, the way you'd relate to a concept of divinity is by looking up at night and wondering, what the fuck am I looking at? Like every being ever.
It's hard to get through to the average everyday person that spells have been casted upon them ever since they came out of their mother's womb and plonked down on some kind of operation table or wherever they were born. Since that moment,
Yeah, I guess most people don't have an awareness of it. I think everyone who ends up with some kind of psych diagnosis, they're on some level liminally aware of all the black magic.
But see, even that idea, that's in the realms of fantasy, right? That we know those things or are told those things, they're really not real, right? It's not really that real. Even if you have these ideas of New Ageism or karma or any of these types of things, really, there's definitely a pool of people out there that are like, nah, that's all bullshit. That's kind
sure, but that's only because people's working definition of real is something that can be presented to and accepted by the senses. Because even if you experience something sensorially and you don't accept it, your mind will create some explanation, like you hallucinated that UFO, or that tennis ball didn't just violate the laws of physics. You know, there was a freak wind effect or some shit. You shudder slightly and you move on away from the existential dread that lurks just behind conscious awareness. You know,
that's why people believe the globe. That's why people believe the globe, and they believe alternate flat Earth theories without any empiricism.
Spot on.
Sure, maybe.
Well, think about it. I'm spinning, even though I don't perceive any notion of me actually moving. And they will then give up reasons as to, well, you know, don't feel like I'm spinning because it's so fast. Or have you ever been in an aeroplane, on a train? And they will come up with some kind of bullshit narrative to override their senses. It's spellcasting. As soon as you got here, they gave you the reality to believe in. And they still manned the fuck out of it because it's a spell.
Yeah.
They gave us NASA, for fuck's sake. They gave us this narrative at the end of the Second World War because we started exploring the skies and we had the technology to go out wide. But as soon as we could start going into the skies, they started giving us a narrative about it.
That's a really good fucking point. That's a really good point.
Well, it's a space race, wasn't it? As soon as we could get into the sky, space race. And then what?
Yeah, but it's also the idea that the average entrepreneur now has the ability to go and explore the fringes, you know, like being an explorer was the main goal of the height of society for the whole 19th century. And then once we had the technology to do it properly, what did we do? We destroyed ourselves instead. Well, whose idea was that? Was it the bankers? Seems like it to me.
Yeah, the 20th century was traumatized mind control after traumatized mind control. If you just look at the century as a whole, 2 world wars, and the world has very much changed, and then the technological space age era.
Yeah, and that is profound that out of 20 centuries, we had 2 world wars in one. Out of 20 centuries.
It's not just lands and ideologies that were won at the end of the Second World War. It was knowledge, it's information. Because of military development, we can go to the sky, rockets and shit, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Nazis were even developing UFOs and stuff, so we know there was this space narrative around. They just didn't have the ability.
I mean, I think it's a very Nazi concept to generate nationalism through an event like the moon landing. It's right in line with what Hermann Goering wrote about how to manipulate a population. Do it with psyops, just like the moon landing, to generate nationalistic fervor that also becomes ammunition ready to go against any form of perceived sedition, you know?
Yep. And it was an all-out assault. If we think of just the TV propaganda and mainstream through the 50s and the 60s, how much changed just because everybody had access to a little box in their living rooms. And everybody could watch TV and they had control of telling everybody at once the narrative and how it was going to go. Look what happened.
I mean, just look at how we're communicating now. From probably 20 different countries at once in real time. And they can't go back to the moon on these fucking machines that fit in our pocket.
Yeah. No, we're now 50, 60 years after the shit, 70 years.
Yeah, and it's such a good example of like the test run for the PSYOP era that we're referring to collectively as the 20th century at this point. It's profoundly fucked.
I don't doubt for a second that the majority of people here have at least heard of MK Ultra and its development of all of this type of brainwashing ability, how they used it and how they abused it, and when it started and when it quote unquote finished. I mean, this was back in the year of like the 60s and so on. This was like before Halo, before I was born. So we were all born into this world, right? We're all born into this world.
The plan itself, in a contiguous, unbroken, trackable form, goes all the way back to like fucking John Dee. If you want to get really esoteric about shit.
I think
time of fucking, what was it, Queen Catherine?
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that.
I mean, control systems, sure, they've always been there, but I mean the groundwork for the refinement of heliocentrism specifically, that began with like, I'm pretty sure that monarch and the satanic shit that cunt was into. But I mean, that's like a really murky rabbit hole that I've been in and climbed out of, and like I don't really like talking about it that much because it talks about like higher dimensional fucking beings of like, you know, what you might call dark gods and things like this shit. I don't know. It's really weird.
Well, that's why they're bringing up the aliens again, because they want to make it a public thing.
Yeah. It's this narrative about aliens, this narrative now about them finding. I mean, it goes hand in hand. I was quite surprised when I saw it yesterday. This big announcement that they found life on another planet. It's just like, wow, this narrative's being pushed really fast now.
Well, yeah, it's almost like people have collectively accepted that when we get, quote, first contact, it's really just going to be a revealing. And it's kind of why we already refer to it as a disclosure. It's like, yeah, we know you know, and we all know that we all know you know. So that's got to be part of the agenda, right? Like somehow they fit into that picture.
The old gods have been repackaged into new gods, which aren't really gods. And new gods fall flat. The old gods will take their space. It will return to what it used to be.
I mean, are we dealing with people who will blow up the experiment if the monkeys work out what's going on?
I think we live in a space that would cause them to make new monkeys. Refresh. They wouldn't blow up the experiment.
I mean, confronting the people is a step that we could get to after we solve the first issue, which is like, I guess, more in line with the server's principles. But what if we could have like a ongoing public and hopefully very large display experiment or something that was like demonstrably proving the Earth was flat somehow?
that look like? Like, how much more do you need beyond the black swan? Because the fact is, all the people do is go out and find their own black swan and acknowledge that it is a black swan instead of calling everything a white swan.
Well, what if I reword the concept and instead of having one thing, you had like all of the best, small scale experiment type things that prove the demonstrable?
It's got to happen on the individual level. It's only ever going to be on the team level. You can have your mass information, you can have the large group getting together to do the thing, but it's still going to be the audience deciding who did what. Because with like your Netflix episode and them using that gyro that everyone loves to communicate about, it read multiple rates of rotation, right? Then they went and hyper focused on what helped them out, saying, hey, it's a globe. These flurfs proved a globe, ignoring the other data. Or like
I just think like any grade.
24/7, in the main server at 24/7, there was an event where everybody got together and plotted the direction of the sun. Right? Where's the sun from my location? Here's all the information. It didn't add up. They couldn't track it. They couldn't triangulate it.
So what I'm essentially saying is that every like ideology deserves to have like a cultural center of itself that might be like a university or a library or like just a meeting center. I don't know, but I think it'd be cool to have like a universal resource pool in a location. You know, like a shitty Epcot experience could do wonders.
Got some new people keep joining us all the time. Going to give a shout out to Matrix, man. Good to see you, Matrix, mate. Are we doing well? Another Australian. These fucking Australians keep popping up, man. Got Tanaka Denouncer down the bottom. Just above Carl, who's joined us as well. So what's up, Carl? Good to see everybody today. Yeah, I think,
what are you up to, Joe? You sound pretty chill for this time of the day.
Yeah, man. It's 12 minutes to midday. 11:49 now, just as I was saying that. So 11 minutes to midday. Yeah, man, pretty chill today. Got a day off work, not doing anything. Just moved as well, so lots has been happening over the last week that have fucking stressed me the fuck out. But today, at least, I'm feeling a lot more chill, so got a bit of time before I spend it with you guys. See, someone can come in here and demonstrate the Earth's a ball and get me off this flat station and be playing malarkey. What about you, Matrix? What have you been up to, man?
I went and had a hit of squash tonight. De-stressed myself after being on 24/7 earlier, listening to Bev Earthers. Do your head in, them people.
What was being said by the cult of Bev?
It was a new one that I've never met before. And yeah, just the circular reasoning. A plus B equals A plus B equals A plus B equals. And yeah, the only thing that stopped me from flipping out was I knew I was going to squash and I had something that I could go and hit.
Can I ask what part of Australia you're in?
I was going to say middle of New South Wales.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, right, okay. This accent strikes me a bit odd, that's all. I'm actually from, like, middle New South Wales.
If I was to say Dub Vegas, would that mean anything to you?
Yeah, man, go like 3-4 hours like east of Dubbo, and that's where I was born.
What, Newey?
Nah, Lachlan area.
Fair enough.
I don't know why, but you sounded southern to me, I guess. I've been up in Queensland for too long.
You or me?
Yeah, definitely me.
Yeah, you don't realise how bogan our accent is until you hear other people from different countries talking.
So, but you'd still sound like a bogan in the middle of Sydney.
I do. Oh, shit, yeah. So what's your take on this dilemma? Ball or flat?
Observably flat, demonstrably falsely a ball, I guess. Does that make sense? Like, what I mean is they can demonstrate with falsifiable evidence that it's a ball, but it's observably flat. So I can't make any definitive conclusions about the overall shape. I'm saying anywhere that you have the tools to examine it, it's completely flat. But when they'll demonstrate to you that it's a ball, all the evidence that they use is easily falsifiable. That's why I don't really call myself a flat earther, because when you say that, it implies that you have some kind of agenda and you want to convince other people to become what you are. But for me, it's like, well, here's what I can observe and what I know can be falsified. So I'm going to rely more heavily on what I can observe. If that makes me a flat earther, then so be it. You can call me that. I don't really care. I just don't present myself that way.
No, fair enough. I just think it's entertaining when you get Aussies that don't believe they live on the flattest continent, and then they'll turn around and tell you, oh, it's a ball. It's like, hello, have a look where you live, you numpty.
Yeah, most people never venture out of the coastline, let alone think about why the Nullarbor Plain is called the Nullarbor Plain.
I've driven across that bastard a few times now.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely
Yeah, my uncle did that. Pretty cool, like crossing Australia, because you compare it to other places, and then you like move the country around like the projected map. And you're like, fuck, I'm crossing a significant part of Earth just by traveling across this landmass. Like I went to Sydney, from Sydney to mid-north Queensland, like 16 hours. Went from Sydney to Cairns in like 26 hours. Fuck this, I'm driving. So I got these little mini kangaroos hopping around this street right now. Very rare that you see them at this time of night anyway. They do pop out around like after midnight. We got a lot of hawks and shit flying around as well. I saw one of my neighbors just throwing bits of meat up into the air, and this hawk's flying down and grabbing them. Totally random.
That's pretty cool.
You should get out to a mining community if you do get the opportunity and you want something different. It's not really what you'd expect, I think.
I lived down at Andamooka for 6 months. Does that count?
Probably, if I could remember where that was.
Roxby Downs.
Oh, yeah. So someone earlier was challenging me with this whole like Sydney to Santiago flight route, and I'm pretty sure the chat arrived at my conclusion being sound that like drawing an arc on one part of the inside of a circle that's hypothetical to begin with really doesn't imply anything about the shape of things.
Right. Their best evidence is the back of the headrest of an airplane seat.
The best evidence is when you wake up really sweaty and your ball sack is like glued to your leg and you got to peel it off like a band-aid. That's why the Earth is round. That's gravity sticking your ball sack to your leg.
I've sometimes dealt with these flight pass people is to have them go to the flight tracker website and then pull up the flight route. And then the flight route shows that the vast majority of it is just an estimate and not really tracked because the plane is out of range of radio receivers and transmitters.
So I asked this question earlier just before we got more lively about why it should be that the southern part of the hypothetical ball, or the more probable flat disk, why should all the continents taper to points towards the extremity edge, or the hypothetical South Pole? Like, I can find a reason why it might taper towards the edge, radiating out from the center on a disk, but I can't find a reason why it would do that on a ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, geology and speculation?
Well, no, it's like, so if there's a toroidal field, right?
All right,
Around
stop there.
the.
You don't know that.
Well, you could call it the Van Allen belt if you want. Pretty much just there.
Is that the same thing?
It's an established fact that there's these things that are like giant fields that the Earth is generating. Surrounding
Yeah,
it
sure.
in
We've
somewhat
got
of a
electromagnetism. We got plasma. It's not like some ether, right?
Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, did you have a reason why the Because I don't want to go through my whole point again, but like, do you have an actual reason?
I don't care. I don't think there's any reason for it.
Cool.
I don't think you need a reason.
Yeah. Sure. All right. Fair enough. Some things just be crazy, yo.
I mean, yeah, we see the shape of these land masses on maps, you know, okay. The problem is when people start going down that route of speculation, it never ends, and it makes our community look like nutcases when people do that. So I try and encourage people to stop. You know, stop being public with your crazy ideas.
Well, I dislike all those assertions, but it's not my server to say.
I mean, we got here, we ended up as Globers because of assertions and speculations about things that nobody can actually test. And then it gets worse when people start ascribing numerology and basically anything that comes out of the Babylonian Kabbalistic cult. And then they start drawing geometric diagrams just like Pythagoras did with all of his students in his Pythagorean lodge, doing geometrical diagrams with squares and compasses. And people who enter the flat earth realm and talk about this stuff are basically advancing masonry without even knowing it. I mean, how many flat earthers are into occultism and are basically teaching masonry and don't even know it? You're like, oh yeah, it's all esoteric and stuff. Yeah, it all came from the Tower of Babel. Good for you. Anyway, that's food for thought for you.
Not really, but yeah, I just don't want to argue about it, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, it all came from masonry.
Like, I understood your initial premise, and like, I have the same, a very similar situation with veganism and how that's presented to people. So I understand the like the importance of what you're saying, but I do have disagreements with it. So I will adhere to all of that insofar that it's within the server rule set. Otherwise, I really don't give a fuck.
Right. We hold people to claims they make. So, I mean, I think it'd be important for you to really look at the origin of occultism and esotericism. Where does it originate? Where does it actually come from? Does it come from one's divine revelation with the jhanas and the stars in their heads, like matching the stars in the sky, and you know they're awakening the kundalini and their chakras are all active, or is it really something else? Is it something potentially deceptive? Because masonry also teaches there's a globe, as did Pythagoras, as did everything else that all this occultism and esotericism stems from. It stems from the science of the spheres of Epicurus and those that preceded him.
Yeah, I think that's the area that I started to go to earlier, but I was like, I don't really want to get that esoteric on things.
Yeah, well.
But it is all tied up in the motivation for heliocentrism, which is an argument that most people get left out. So when I'm making like non-empirical verifiable claims, it's because I'm trying to handle the motivation side, not the like mechanical side. Do you know what I mean? Not the how things are, the why. Like to me, it's like not so important that we find the scientific method to fully determine the shape of things. It's very important that we work out why the fuck they're doing this.
We may never know. It's frustrating to find out. And
but see, I think that
people do things without any reason at all, and that's what bothers me about wasting a lot of time trying to untie motives of whatever's happening to us. I mean, people do things for absolutely no reason at all, just for pure narcissistic entertainment. They'll do these things to us.
Yeah, but look, we're not talking about the actions of individuals. We're talking about the plan that was set down for the species, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there needs to be any esoteric speculation at all, and that this situation is not as complicated as people might think. It could be as simple as during the space race, NASA was lying. They dug themselves in too deep to get out of the lie, and so did the rest of the participants in the space race, which, by the way, was called the third International Polar Year, IPY, or Geophysical Polar Year. So there are three of them leading up to the space race. The first one was in the 1880s, and the second one was like in the 1920s to 30s. The third one was the space race, and there have been subsequent international polar years since the space race, involving the cooperation of nations to work together to understand this realm. So it could be that during the space race, everybody figured out the true nature of the realm, but they were dug in so deep with their propaganda that they couldn't back out again. So we're kind of stuck here. And then everybody who was involved with that pretty much forgot, or just was so deluded themselves into thinking Earth is a globe, that there's really very few people around right now that may be at the top and quote unquote know the truth of things. And what has taken place is a widespread worldwide delusion. No conspiracy theory, just delusion.
That's quite an interesting assertion, and I think it holds a lot of weight just because of how horribly ignorant people are and how quick we are to start down a path and then, as you say, be unable to back out of that path. Like, that's pretty much called the movement of invasive species around the world. We introduce a pest to try to deal with another pest that we already introduced, and the chain just gets worse and worse. Little lies becoming big lies. Yeah, sure. I mean, that holds very true to human nature. I just think these people are far more Machiavellian than we're ever going to even fully work out, because they're that good at concealing knowledge and motive.
Yeah, I would hold out that there may still be a few at the top who know this and maybe pull some strings, but I don't think they have to do much work, is the point. They've got throngs of deluded masses that are willing to perpetuate the myth for them. It's almost just like masonry itself.
It does come back to my question that I'll ask you now, based on approaching this idea in the way that you're saying, like having this a specific criteria that we should meet. The end goal of that and the subsequent effect, which I assume at some point becomes accountability for the people telling the lies, I mean, is this, as you would see it, the most efficient way to that goal? And is that the goal as you see it?
Sorry, what goal was that? I got a little lost. Sorry.
Okay, well, you could define for me what the goal is of having the world, like, discover what the truth is.
I don't think the world will ever wake up to this, to be honest.
So, would it be fair to say you have the same take as the last person I asked, who said that it's like, comes down to an individual choice that someone has to make, very similar to how you have to accept religion?
It's a matter of aligning your lived experience that you take in with your verifiable senses, with your conception of what it is you're perceiving. That's who we are, and that's what we strive for.
What I'm saying is, like, is the goal one day to have it in the textbooks? You know, is that the goal? Is victory having the heliocentrism like abandoned and having all the textbooks with the true model?
I mean, it'd be kind of cool if that happened, but listen, we've already got thousands of years of textbooks, quote unquote, describing a flat cosmology. The problem is globers don't want to look at it.
Sure. I mean, look, I'm just trying to find lateral ways to approach the situation because, like I said, what you're saying is entirely reminiscent of what I'm encountering now with vegans. And because I've been vegan for about the same amount of time as I've looked into the flat Earth idea, I've realized that these channels that it's like drawn into, they don't have concerted goals other than like the idea that will create like a crowdsourced effect or like a causal chain of the knowledge gaining enough traction to have an actual impact on society. But I try to examine how we can shorten the path to those impacts. So to compare it to veganism, it's like I don't try to convert every person that I meet to veganism. I try to create the energy to strengthen the idea sets that can become the legal framework for passing a legislation that abolishes, say, putting live baby male chickens into grinders or something like that, you know, a starting point legally. So the same can be said, and it's another question I ask is Flat Earth essentially a rights movement, because you do have the right not to be lied to? And if it's a rights movement, then should we approach it the same way that we approach these other rights movements? So what you're saying is true of a modern trend of rights movements, and I'm just not sure that it's ultimately the most effective way to even achieve the goals that it's saying it has, if there are any.
So, yeah, I mean, I would prefer not to be involved in any movements. And I mean, so our community, some extra context, the 24/7 brand, if you will. I mean, we're just a bunch of independent folks who get together. We don't have an organization. We don't have, any like organizational mission or goals. We don't have any 501. We don't have any IRS tax, advantage corporation to conceal our activities and generate revenue under, anything like that. We're just anonymous people. We're anonymous to each other for the most part, anonymous to the world, and we just want to share information. Certainly, we do have grievances, right? Like we've got tax dollars that are being taken from us without our consent and being used in programs that kill people and also deceive people. And I think everybody's got the same grievance. You don't have to be a flat earther to start a rights movement to get your money back and to stop being deceived and stop killing people.
Okay, I'm not in contention with the way that you do things or the way that you personally see things. I just find it interesting that you essentially don't see it as a rights movement, because I kind of do. Like, that's the important factor to me, that people's rights are being violated when they're being actively brainwashed their whole fucking life, or indoctrinated, or whatever word you want to use. For whatever reason they're doing it, it's a very, very negative thing to do to people. So at some point, accountability must come into the picture, and how that's going to happen is like, well, we can look at accountability manifesting itself through rights movements in history, and sometimes it's bloody, sometimes it's like, it's done in courtrooms and things like that. But like, what is the pathway that's beyond like I don't know if you want to address it because, like I said, I don't have a specific problem with the way you're doing things. I just find it interesting that you don't connect it to the notion of a rights movement.
No, I mean we've discussed amongst ourselves, and speculated. What if we could get a president, flat earther, elected? Right? What would happen? This happened where in my local area, my local state of Pennsylvania, we had a governor run who was a flat earther. And yeah, would I like to see him in charge and like to start, exposing some of the information that we've come across to the general public? Yes. Would I like to see accountability? Yes. Who wouldn't? But the path forward, of course, for this topic is probably more riddled with traps, like a minefield, than any other topic, because the very credibility of the system itself, at the heart of the system itself, is on the line, and the system will do what it needs to do to protect its own agenda. Now, we don't know what its agenda is. Maybe flat Earth is a part of their plan. Maybe they do want to expose flat Earth to the world, and they want to make it seem like it's organic, and so they make it as organic as possible, right? I mean, for all we know, we're kind of unwilling stooges in a grand game too. So, what say you to that?
Well, I'd say it's a gross simplification on my part, but it's this thing that crossed my mind as you were saying that you'd rather deal with the devil you know, because that's something that you can put your hands on and get to know inside and out, and then, demonstrate how, like it becomes empiricism through that manner. But the devil that you don't know is, the why they're doing it and what their goals are of doing it.
Right. So here we find ourselves, and we're examining paths forward, and we're still at the very beginning. And we have multiple paths. One of them is the path through conspiracy theory, speculation. Another path is through maybe occult esotericism. People maybe take both of these. I think the best one is what we can empirically demonstrate in the natural world is the most powerful way forward. Because when we ask for a measurement of curvature, we're not asking for anybody's subjective opinion or bias or what they think about it or, why would this be and so on and so forth. We just want a freaking measurement of curvature. And for as long as one cannot be produced, and for as long as we keep going out there and doing our own measurements, which show that it's not curving, we gradually build up a case where we can present and show the world that, look, there's no curvature anywhere. Nobody can produce it. Nobody can produce the measurements of that curvature. That is powerful. And it doesn't matter what your religion is or political beliefs or anything.
What's most important too is that we don't do replacement theology. We don't. Hold on, dude. What's most important too for you to understand, because you're brand new to this server. We've curated a culture here where we don't do replacement theology, and I've heard you all night tonight actually doing that. I couldn't get on the microphone and let you know this because I think you're brand new to this whole room. So this room we don't operate in that way. You use a lot of replacement theology for the people that are talking about that the earth is a globe, and you have your own style and your own way, and that's you do you. But in this room, when somebody speaks for anybody's talking about the earth not being a globe and it's flat and stationary, we don't talk about domes. We don't talk about beyond the dome. We don't talk about things that we cannot ourselves verify. It puts us in a compromising position, which means that you cannot, when asked the question, how do you know that? You won't be able to respond with something that you know that's been verified or falsified. And that's the issue. So when I was listening to you, I think there's something that comes across very cringe. When somebody speaks in a way that they know something that they don't know, we like to call them out. Flat earther, globe earther, whatever earther, it doesn't matter. Because we're going to ask you, how do you know that? And at the point where you start to say, I don't know that, that's an issue. That's a big issue, right? So I take issue with that, and everybody in here who's curated this platform takes issue with that. We don't like people to come in here and just say whatever they want, and just because they're not a globe earther, we're not going to give them a pass. That's not the way it works. So everybody's curious. At the same time, we have our reasonings for our speculation to be kind of like corralled to a certain time frame. Because if we're doing it all the time, then there's nobody that's going to come in here at any given time and be like, well, Are you? I thought you guys were empiricists, and it doesn't seem like that now because everybody's talking about like, the moon is a map of the Earth or something. Just something crazy. Another speculation. So we don't do that here.
That kind of makes us, like you said, it compromises our position. And the things that we tell people to go out to do are objective, like go out and measure the Earth, right? It doesn't depend on one's personal progress with their ascent of the Kundalini up their spine. We're not saying that you have to have this subjective personal experience to see and understand the Earth. Our backs are against the wall right now. People already think flat earthers are batshit crazy, and a lot of them are holding themselves as occultists and conspiracy speculators, and not a single one of them seems to demonstrate any kind of rational capacity to think or reason. And they also seem to lack a lot of math and science technical training. And then they get into topics that go directly into math and science, and then they misrepresent it and they make us look like a bunch of morons. So we try to distance ourselves from that. We say, look, we are objective, we are rational. We're not here to do a replacement theology. That's all escapism. That's all psychological soothing to flee a world that you perceive as against you. And that's not what we're about here. We're just about measurements.
Okay, so yeah, I've had a 20-minute tongue lashing, and as I said at the start, I'm trying to follow the server rules. I don't disagree with the way that you guys do things. It's just not the way that I choose to do things. So, I mean, if you want to restrict me doing that when you notice me doing that, then go right ahead. But I mean, it's just fundamental to the way that I see things. Yeah. But see. My problem with the surety that you guys have in this technique is look at the Kennedy assassination, and when they can make up physics on the go, and you can ask people to try and shoot a gun that quick, or find me a human being that can shoot a gun that quick, and then make the bullet do 6 different turns through a bunch of street signs and whatever. You arrive at this idea that physics doesn't fucking matter to people who are going to believe in a lie. There's fundamentally different psychology that they're invested in. It's not actually cognitive reasoning at all.
Well, the people that believe this lie is a globe.
There was a guy here that I assume is part of the organizational structure of this place about 20 minutes ago, and we were talking on the esoteric level about how it's all fucking spells and shit that they're casting, and it goes right back into the roots of esotericism. But yeah, I mean, he was giving qualifiers in the conversation. Yeah, this isn't what we normally talk about, etc. So yeah, I just want you guys to know that you don't have to go through it with me again, because I've heard it 5 times today.
All right.
But, I mean, it's just we
You're
go
welcome
through.
to present whatever you want. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there's a period of 20 minutes and nobody's talking, I'll just start talking about something, because it's an interesting mental exercise, and it might lead us onto a tangent that becomes more in line with the policy.
So we're kind of telling you gently over the course of many other moderators that we don't do that here. And when that's being ignored and saying, no, I'm going to do my own thing, then we have to moderate you, which we don't want to do. We're telling you, this is what we do. So when you start saying, well, the Earth has a dome covering over it, and beyond that is this, we got this new water that people don't really know about, and just other things that you can't verify, then yeah, it's infringing on what we stand for. And you seem to be well, I don't really care what you guys talk about in here. I'm going to say what I want to say, and that's just the way it's going to be. And it's not going to be that way. We heavily moderate it because of that way. Because of that.
Yeah,
right?
I guess you in particular are impossible to concede to, so I'll stop trying to concede. How's that?
So Globers, right? They fancy themselves as little scientists. However little science and math they actually know. So in essence, our target audience, if you will, is the world at large that fancies themselves rational empiricists, just like us, except they're also purely scientific materialists. And a lot of them are atheistic humanists. So they think that they have science on their side. They think that they're holding the light of knowledge and truth of the world, of a pure scientific, evolutionary biology and Big Bang cosmology. We come in and we present the same tools that they use, or they claim to use, to build up their knowledge and worldview. And we show them that they actually don't have those knowledge claims. They have beliefs instead. That's, I think, the real power of our process and technique, is we're getting people to separate and differentiate beliefs from knowledge. We get people to think about what it means for knowledge acquisition. This is in the realm of empiricism, brain fart, epistemology. So we get people to think about how they've come into the knowledge of things. And I think, to me, that is important. So how do you come into the knowledge of occultism or esotericism? Oh, it's your individual journey, and you read a bunch of occult texts and you meditate and you do all these rituals and practices to try and open up your mind a bit. Well, that's not the same thing as going out and measuring crap, right? So how do Globers come into the knowledge of their cosmology? Well, pretty much the same thing. They meditate on the words of Carl Sagan. Yeah, they meditate on Stephen Hawking, right? And then you hear Michio Kaku get up and talk about how Kabbalistic practices represent like the height of spiritual development of mankind. And he's at an astrophysics conference. What's going on here?
Amish, he also says that it's akin to the way they do things. So the Kabbalah, he was kind of happy to say that it's like a coincidence, that it kind of parallels what they say in scientism. Well, I call it scientism, but like they call it science. But like they would say that the Kabbalah follows closely to that. So it's no wonder that sort of mysticism. It's like when you hear people. Okay, so when they get into this tangent, right, with the globe Earth, and they start talking about all these crazy things that they can't verify, then we kind of tear that down, and we don't want people to come in here and talk about these things. It's hard for us to kind of moderate somebody who's on the flat Earth side and has that same type of mindset, except for not saying that the Earth is a globe. Do you get what I'm saying? Like all the things that these guys that are really staunch and against us, they can't fight against truth. So when we break them down and they're broken and they're in here broken, they're looking on how to get back at us. And if they hear anybody say anything that sounds like they're just speculating, they're going to pounce on it. They will jump on you. It's just like that was happening earlier. The guys were all over you like white on rice. They didn't let go because they knew the way this room operates. So they knew that they were broken down in here. So they need to get their 2 pence worth of breaking somebody else down. That's why I was saying, I was listening, and it's just like they were having a field day. They were like, oh, we love this. And so, we had all the, Scott Mackey was in here and, all the other guys. And that's the reason why. It's hard because we break them down and they don't have anywhere else to go. So they're kind of like awestruck that they've been taken down by or bested by people who they feel they're intellectually inferior. And this is the issue we have. And then when somebody else comes in here and just undoes everything that we've had for the time that we've had them in here, they kind of take their W, their win, because they now say, well, you see, we got some guy saying the Earth is flat, but he thinks that something that he can't verify is true also. See, you guys are all just like this, And so it's like we work hard at that not being the case, and people to put us in that kind of imagery. So anyway,
I think you can wrap it up by saying we are beating them at their own game. We're playing their game, and we're playing it better. I don't want to play any other game besides the one they're playing, and I want to kick their ass.
And we do it with their own citations. We're actually doing it with their equipment, with their citations, with their Neil deGrasse Tyson. My goodness, he's the perfect hostile witness when they come in here and saying that they can see curvature from an airplane window. They can see curvature from a mountain or from the ocean shore, like anything. We just put Neil deGrasse Tyson in front where he's like, dude, that stuff is flat. And then they're just left with their jaw dropping on the ground, and they don't know how to respond, and they're squirming. They're throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus, even though he has master classes and how he teaches people about cosmology. It is insane. the way that these guys go. And
right,
so
we kind of destroy their house from within when we do this. We destroy their house from within every time we bring up their own priests of knowledge and we trot them out and we clown them. We tar and feather them for the world to see. That's really important. And this serves a different psychological function than trying to take another approach and going up to a Globy and try and like blow their mind with sacred geometry and pattern recognition claims. That doesn't work. And it doesn't hold up to rational inquiry.
Yeah, because that's like their playground. That is their playground. That's what they say. They're like, well, we know that the distance between each star is measured in parsecs. And you're like, dude, how do you know this information? There's no way you can garner that type of information without actually making an assumption.
Yeah, who told you what a parsec is, right? Who told you what a parsec is and what is a parsec? And what usually takes place from there is flat earthers have to educate them on what a parsec is and how it came to be. And they're just kind of stuck with listening and stuff isn't taking. But you know what? The benefit is for the wider audience who may not be so emotionally invested, who's passively listening for entertainment value. They're the ones that might go, that flat earther's making a really good point. Our side looks like it's contradicting itself all over the place and has no way to back up these speculative claims about the size and distances of celestial objects.
That's why we are effective. That's why we're number one in the politics server. That's why we do what we do. It's almost like each one of us know our role, and we all have our style, but we know what to do when we come in here. We know exactly what, when people are saying things, what angle to hit, and all these things. So it's kind of hard to tell somebody who's just been here for a few moments that, just sit back and just watch. You really don't have to open up your mic. Maybe observe for a couple of days and see what goes on in here and the way we operate. And you'll see that maybe you disagree because it's not your style, but it's effective. It damn sure is effective because it leaves their jaws dropping where they don't know how to respond. That is the most right there. When somebody's trying to tell you that you're wrong and they can't because they don't know how to respond, it's the best feeling. It is. Because you're right.
About 10 minutes and then I'll be back. Sorry to interrupt, but yep. I want to leave you with this, Dei. Sorry to cut you off, Miggy. We hope to present additional tools to you to learn how to use in your conversations. It'll make you more effective.
See ya, Amish.
I'm pretty bad at interrupting, I know.
No, man. Don't worry about it.
It's quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, friends. How are you doing this morning?
Hanging there.
That's good. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt anything because it sounded like there was a little bit of infighting going on.
Whatever that means.
Okay.
There's no infighting. There's just moderation. That's all.
Okay. Moderation is good, especially when it's necessary.
Absolutely.
So you done living in the past? Is it no longer the 1960s and 70s? You're ready to update to the current age?
Was that for me?
Yeah.
Update to what, the flat Earth model?
No, like that manned space flight is, not going to happen. It was never a thing. It won't be a thing.
I never said anything about manned spaceflight. You must have me confused with someone else.
No, yesterday, Trigonometry, whatever his name is, tried to take Reality Man under his wing. He's like, dude, whenever you get a chance, let me DM you. So I don't know if he told him the secrets of NASA or whatever.
Oh, I must have missed that part. I didn't see any messages from him.
Yeah, no, he told you verbally. I don't know if you heard him or not.
Well, there was a lot of people talking, and I guess his voice just kind of got lost in the mix because there were several people talking at once, and I guess I just didn't hear it.
I'm kind of curious, where did you hear that Sagan was atheist? Where did that come from?
Oh, I've seen several documentaries about Carl Sagan. And I know for a fact
that which one?
I can't remember offhand. I can send them to you in a link when we're done talking.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see why they got it so wrong. I mean, he was really anti-atheist.
My understanding is he didn't like the word.
No, he didn't like the people, because at the time, the atheists were suing the Apollo program. Like, you always think about who are the people who originally called bullshit for the Apollo program. The atheists of the 1960s, they repeatedly took the astronauts and NASA to court over and over and over again, saying, prove that shit. Prove it. Prove it. And that really triggered Sagan. Sagan got upset by this, and he called atheism the definition of stupid.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's an individual. He had his own views about stuff.
Yeah, he was Jewish.
Yeah, but he made it.
Yeah, he had a Jewish wedding. He had a Jewish burial. He went to church. So yeah, to sit there and just wave a magic wand and be like, yo, he's really actually some sort of closeted atheist, kind of shows you that you guys have a problem with comprehension.
No, I don't have a problem with comprehension. Carl Sagan made it clear that he didn't believe any deities existed. Whether or not he went to church, that's his business.
No, he made clear he believed in God of the Bible.
Okay.
Crystal clear. like he had a Jewish wedding, Jewish burial. He talked over and over again about God in America. Yeah, he was all in. He was like a center right public figure.
Okay.
Like he would be considered a Trumper or Trump supporter probably in this day and age.
And Carl Sagan also could have been someone like many people who says one thing to one person and something else to another person. That's always a possibility as well.
Yeah, like a double speaking little snake.
Yeah, like people on the internet, for example.
I mean, if he was mad at atheism in the 60s, imagine what he would say about atheism today.
I don't know what he would say.
Or probably worse. Probably like, atheism, the definition of insanity or some crazy shit like that. Like, he was mad just because they took NASA to court. Imagine, look at now what they do, what atheists are up to.
I mean, personally, I don't care whether he's an atheist or not, or was. It makes no.
Well, you brought it up. Yeah, you brought it up yesterday. I was talking about the overview effect and Carl Sagan's poetry about what the Earth would mean, what it means if the Earth is a globe. And you started spamming the chat, Sagan's an atheist, Sagan's an atheist. So it means something to you. You thought it highlights something. Like you
I saw something else in the chat. That's the reason why I brought that up. I didn't just out of the blue.
Yeah, it was out of the blue. I screen capped it and sent it to you.
Well, maybe I missed something because I didn't post a message because I wanted people to think that Carl Sagan was an atheist. That's
like somehow he's a globe champion or some shit.
Well, if you can show me anything.
Who is the atheist in the heliocentric model? That's what I would like to know. Where is your atheist version of heliocentric?
My atheist version?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think religious beliefs have anything to do with what shape the planet is, but
yeah, because they say God did it. The people, like the astronauts, Apollo 8, gave the glory to God. They stopped the mission, turned the ship around, looked at Earth, read from the Bible, and gave the glory to God. So where's the atheist version of space flight? Where's the atheist version of space exploration?
I don't know if they did that or not, but you guys don't believe anything they say anyway, right?
Well, neither do you. That's the best part. They told you God did it, and you don't believe them.
I don't believe a God exists.
Yeah, so you know that they're lying to you now.
No, they're not lying about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, well, they're lying to you about God did it.
Well, if they are, they are. It wouldn't surprise me.
That's why I was wondering if there's any way to get atheists to get out of this sort of like social warfare mode and have them actually focus on something that they think matters, like science or math or all this other crap.
Well, I'm not one of those people. I'm not in a war with anyone. I'm not aggressive like that. You must be talking about some of the other people you guys encounter, but
no, just yesterday.
I don't care either way, you know.
Yeah, yesterday you had to make it clear that you thought Carl Sagan was atheist, out of nowhere, just out of the blue. Hey, he's atheist. Like we just want to stand up like your hair's on fire or some shit.
No, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that because I really don't care whether he was an atheist or not. But you know, it's really irrelevant again to what the shape of the Earth is. And I'm sure he didn't think or tell anyone that the Earth was, that the Earth was flat. So.
But he had more in common with flat earthers than he had with atheists. Atheists he thought were stupid. He said the definition. If you look up the word stupid in the dictionary, you don't find flat earthers. You find atheists.
Okay, maybe, and that's fine. He was allowed to do that or think that.
Meanwhile, you guys are like, hey, if you look up stupid in the dictionary, you find flat earthers,
well,
and you don't know anything about the globe.
Well, for all I know, maybe he thought that flat earthers were stupid too.
No, he thought atheists were stupid.
Well, how do you know he didn't think that people who think the Earth is flat was stupid too?
Because he said atheist by name. He didn't say flat earthers.
Okay.
And he also said that you're all interconnected. All people, most fanatical, ethical, radical leader is connected. Everybody in the world is interconnected except for one group of people, the atheist. He said they're outside of. He really kind of debunked himself because he was all about inclusivity. You're all here. You're all humans. You all have a story to tell. And then said, except for this one group of people who just won't shut the fuck up. Atheists.
Okay, well, all that proves is that Carl Sagan is just like anyone else. He had political views. You know. And he had opinions about stuff.
Yeah, it's really interesting how you seem to not care about that. That you've got people on the globe side who hate atheists, literally hate them, want them gone, and somehow that's going to be a workable model for you. What do you think they're going to do when they get power? Like those type of people, what would they do?
I don't know. and I'm not going to
Nothing
worry about
good.
it either.
Nothing good.
Well, you can't get inside someone's head. You don't know what anyone's going to do if they get in
Yeah,
power.
you saw. Yeah, like Nixon, what he did. He had the enemies list and was tracking people, following people around. George Carlin. George Carlin was an atheist speaker at the time. You know, someone that Sagan would said was the definition of stupid, and he had the FBI trailing him. He had the enemies list. People he thought were subversive. They were subversive. They were communist sympathizers, and he followed them around. Had the federal government following them around.
Okay, we're just talking about sociology now. I mean, yeah, that's what people do. They go.
You know what that's called? Environmental conditioning.
It's what human beings do. It's no different from what they've always done.
Yeah, so you have a small, sad world, environmental conditioning, with small, sad people, environmental conditioning, doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons.
Yeah, well, look at the Protestant. Well, what was going on with the Protestants and the Catholics? These people believed in a God, and they were murdering each other for what, 40 years or so?
Yeah.
Okay, so people kill each other for ideological reasons, right?
For any reason, really, just invent reasons.
Right. So yeah. So I don't think one side is any better than the other, whether or not they believe in a God. They're still capable of killing you for whatever their reasons are. So.
And what do you think will change that?
I don't know.
Nothing.
I don't know.
Nothing will change that.
Okay.
That's a fact. That's a fact that's going to persist.
That's a very pessimistic outlook.
No, it's realistic. Yeah. It's realism.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but I think some people can change, but
it's not enough to matter. And what's even better, a giant leap forward for humankind, a new renaissance.
Well, I guess if you're wrong, that would be a good thing, right? If you're wrong about that, that would be a good thing, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, well, let's hope you're wrong.
So let's see it.
Well, I don't know if we'll see it.
Because I could just open the news and just look down, like they got, brutal crackdowns on college campuses, a reminiscence of the 60s.
Yeah.
We could. I mean, it's coming up to May 4th. It could be another Kent State, just a few days away. It could be exactly as history repeating itself over and over and over again. Call in the National Guard. Why? There's unarmed students protesting. Oh, how dare they? This is God's country. That's un-American to protest.
Yeah, well, people
bring in the stormtroopers. They're part of.
Sounds like you're mad at the world or something.
No, I'm just telling you it's realistic to think that you got these rose-colored glasses on that somehow space flight is going to fix things.
I don't have any rose-colored glasses on. I completely understand how people can be. No, we live in an ugly world. I get it.
And then you wonder why they would lie at the same time. That's the contradiction there, homie.
I don't put lying past anyone.
We gobble up satellite photos that present the Earth as flat and stationary and then say it's actually curved.
I think
what satellite photo are you looking at? Which one are you look at these satellite photos. Which one? Never even post any.
I don't see the point in posting them because they're just gonna. Yeah, I mean,
Which one? Just which one convinced you?
It wasn't any one. It's just. I mean, you can go online and you can see hundreds. I mean,
if hundreds, which one?
I didn't pick one. They all look the same. It shows a ball.
Just a ball. It just shows a ball. Like they're different colors and different. You can tell they're the same because they're all different.
It looks like the same planet. Put it that way. It's not like it looks like Saturn one day and then Venus the next day and Jupiter the next day, So.
And then you come back and you're like, what does it mean to you? Nothing. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
It means to you to join the Flat Earth channel and spaz out day in, day out, no change, nothing new under the sun. It's like NPC. Like it doesn't look like anything to you. You see a photograph from space and you're asking, what happens? Nothing.
I think I said this a few days ago. I probably need to repeat it. You guys are really passionate about this subject, and that's fine. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. I'm not here to try to match you guys' energy. I don't care what shape the Earth is.
Yeah, you do. You post all the time. Let all the experts agree. Let's close the channel. You post in the text channel like you checked with NASA, still not flat. All these quips. You're constantly quipping.
Okay, this is what my point is. I don't see anything to the contrary. If science said that the Earth was flat, and science had papers stating the Earth was flat, and in the textbooks it stated the Earth was flat, and we had satellite images of a flat Earth, and that would change my mind. I don't see any of that. You can't blame me.
Yeah, that's your epistemology that you just believe what 51% say.
I gotta believe somebody. I mean, I don't know everything. If I knew everything, I wouldn't have to believe anyone or talk to anyone.
And then you ask, what does this belief mean? What does it get you? Nothing. It's vacuous, completely vacuous idea.
If you're a child and you grow up in a house and you see the same guy in the house every day, and your mom tells you every day that's your father, and this guy that you keep seeing tells you that he's your father, are you going to think that's your father?
What does it mean then?
Or are you going to think, no, this isn't my father, or someone else? No, you're going to think that's your dad.
And being a father means something, or it doesn't mean something?
No, I think you're missing the point. The point is you might find out one day when you're 40, he wasn't your biological father, right?
Okay, and then what would that mean?
But that doesn't mean you were wrong all that time for thinking that he
so
was
right and
your
wrong?
father.
It means right. It's right or wrong. That's it.
No, it means you were reasonable in your assumption that this man that you saw your whole life growing up was your father. That's what it means. Because you didn't see or hear anything to the contrary.
Yeah. So what does it mean then?
It means just what I said. It doesn't mean you're crazy or stupid or anything. It means that you were reasonable to think that.
And then what happens?
You didn't have an alternative.
And then after that,
like I just said to you with the flat Earth analogy, everything that I've seen and heard
is a flat stationary world. Yeah, someone else told you different. So it'd be like in your worldview, you grew up, you got the same dad who says it's your dad. Your mom says, "Yep, that's your dad." He grew up. He taught you how to ride a bike, how to fix a skinned knee, taught you everything you need to know in life. And someone comes along and says, "You know what? That's not your dad. Your dad is actually this model over here that doesn't represent reality. This mannequin. We're going to show you this mannequin."
Okay.
And that's not really your dad, but it represents your dad for some reason, because here's a photograph of your dad. See how close this photograph matches this mannequin? That's really your dad. And you just gobbled it up because 51% told you that.
I understand what you're saying, but you guys are kind of in a terrible position because there's nothing supporting you.
Yeah,
there's no science.
Reality, observable reality, all of it.
Okay, can you explain to me why no scientists are saying that the Earth is flat? Why is that? Just give me a good reason.
A lot of them don't say anything about it.
Okay, are there any scientific papers in journals stating the Earth is flat?
You've got lots of them. Yeah, there's lots of scientific journals and papers, and it's hard to get published. Dr. John Dee did a whole laser test thing. You got the Nat Geo with Flatlanders. They did a paper. You got Bob Krall. Yeah. He did the whole gyroscope thing. Didn't release a paper, but had tons of data. You got the majority of human history until like the Copernican revolution. All of that. All how the catapults worked, how they would chase animals off a cliff, all these things. The invention of fire, going back to you've got the heliocentric model itself was built on a flat stationary world. I just didn't deviate off the path, and someone told me, "Hey, look at this mannequin. That's your dad." Like, why? Oh, because here's a photograph from really high up in the air. You can see that little like nameless, faceless person in the crowd. That's your dad, and here's a mannequin of him, a model. The real person who raised you, how to ride your bike, how to fix a skinned knee, taught you how to walk, taught you about your morals and your worldview. That person isn't your father. This mannequin is, because it's a model. It's scientifically proven. It wouldn't matter. In my worldview, it's like your father's the one who raised you. You could say here's a DNA test. Here's look at the eye colors the same. You could show me all this other crap. It wouldn't matter to me.
The whole point of that analogy was just to simply show that it's reasonable for someone to think a particular thing or idea. That's all that was about.
Yeah, it's unreasonable to go against your worldview, your world experience. It's illogical and irrational to just throw away all your lived experiences, all your knowledge, all your education, just dump it down the drain, and then divert from that to a model that is supposedly scientific that doesn't even have an observation behind it, that has no cause and effect. It's
Let me ask
just.
you something. Oh, no, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Can something be true and you not know it?
Yeah, definitely. I call that belief is not required.
Okay, I was just curious how you'd answer that, because
I got a great example that's relevant to the discussion. So just like I know for a fact that you had a mom and dad, even though I've never seen them and I don't know how tall they are, what color eyes they had, what even language they spoke. I also know that we live within a defined boundary of a system that is contained because we have gas pressurization that we breathe. And that gas pressure requires some kind of confinement, some kind of containment mechanism. So I don't have to